Herod himself was subject to the Roman law, and undoubtedly he would have paid the penalty of such a monstrous crime, with his own life. But if, on the one hand, we have not the slightest trace of this fable in history, on the other, we find in the footnote, it is the correct interpretation of the Bible allegories that makes the Catholic clergy so wrathful with the Protestants who freely scrutinize the Bible. How bitter this feeling has become, we can judge by the following words of the Reverend Father Parker of Hyde Park, New York, who, lecturing in St. Teresa's Catholic Church, on the 10th of December, 1876, said, "To whom does the Protestant Church owe its possession of the Bible, which they wish to place in the hands of every ignorant person and child? To monkish hands, that laboriously transcribed it before the age of printing." Protestantism has produced dissension in church, rebellions and outbreaks in state, unsoundness in social life, and will never be satisfied short of the downfall of the Bible. Protestants must admit that the Roman Church has done more to scatter Christianity and extirpate idolatry than all their sects. From one pulpit it is said that there is no hell, and from another that there is immediate and unmitigated damnation. One says that Jesus Christ was only a man, another that you must be plunged bodily into water to be baptized, and refuses the rites to infants. Most of them have no prescribed form of worship, no sacred vestments, and their doctrines are as undefined as their service is informal. The founder of Protestantism, Martin Luther, was the worst man in Europe. The advent of the Reformation was the signal for civil war, and from that time to this the world has been in a restless state, uneasy in regard to governments, and every day becoming more skeptical. The ultimate tendency of Protestantism is clearly nothing less than the destruction of all respect for the Bible, and the disruption of government and society. Very plain talk this. The Protestants might easily return the compliment. Volume 2, page 201. The Hebrew Traditions about Jesus. Official complaints of the synagogue. Abundant evidence of the persecution of the initiates. The Talmud also corroborates it. The Jewish version of the birth of Jesus is recorded in the Sefer Toldos Shu in the following words: Mary, having become the mother of a son named Jehoshua, and the boy growing up, she entrusted him to the care of the Rabbi Elhanan, and the child progressed in knowledge, for he was well gifted with spirit and understanding. Rabbi Jehoshua, son of Parachiah, continued the education of Jehoshua, Jesus, after Elhanan, and initiated him in the secret knowledge, but the king, Januas, having given orders to slay all the initiates, Jehoshua ben Parachiah, fled to Alexandria, in Egypt, taking the boy with him. While in Alexandria, continues the story, they were received in the house of a rich and learned lady, personified Egypt. Young Jesus found her beautiful, notwithstanding a defect in her eyes, and declared so to his master. Upon hearing this, the latter became so angry that his pupil should find in the land of bondage anything good, that he cursed him and drove the young man from his presence. Then follow a series of adventures told in allegorical language, which show that Jesus supplemented his initiation in the Jewish Kabbalah with an additional acquisition of the secret wisdom of Egypt. When the persecution ceased, they both returned to Judea. The real grievances against Jesus are stated by the learned author of Tela Igna Satani, the fiery darts of Satan, to be two in number: first, that he had discovered the great mysteries of their temple, by having been initiated in Egypt, and 2d, that he had profaned them by exposing them to the vulgar, who misunderstood and disfigured them. This is what they say. There exists, in the sanctuary of the living God, a cubical stone, on which are sculptured the holy characters, the combination of which gives the explanation of the attributes and powers of the incommunicable name. This explanation is the secret key of all the occult sciences and forces in nature. It is what the Hebrews call the Sham Hamphorash. This stone is watched by two lions of gold, who roar as soon as it is approached. The gates of the temple were never lost sight of, and they. Footnote, Eliphaz Levi ascribes this narrative to the Talmudist authors of Sota and Sanhedrin, p. 19, Book of Jchiel. This fragment is translated from the original Hebrew by Eliphaz Levi in his La Science des Esprits. Those who know anything of the rites of the Hebrews must recognize in these lions the gigantic figures of the cherubim, whose symbolical monstrosity was well calculated to frighten and put to flight the profane. Volume 2, page 202 ISIS Unveiled. Door of the sanctuary opened but once a year, to admit the high priest alone. But Jesus, who had learned in Egypt the great secrets at the initiation, forged for himself invisible keys, and thus was enabled to penetrate into the sanctuary unseen. He copied the characters on the cubical stone, and hid them in his thigh, after which, emerging from the temple, he went abroad and began astounding people with his miracles. The dead were raised at his command, the leprous and the obsessed were healed. He forced the stones which lay buried for ages at the bottom of the sea to rise to the surface until they formed a mountain, from the top of which he preached. The Sefer Toldos states further that, unable to displace the cubical stone of the sanctuary, Jesus fabricated one of clay, which he showed to the nations and passed it off for the true cubical stone of Israel. This allegory, like the rest of them in such books, is written inside and outside. It has its secret meaning, and ought to be read two ways. The Kabbalistic books explain its mystical meaning. Further, the same Talmudist says, in substance, the following: Jesus was thrown in prison, and kept there 40 days, then flogged as a seditious rebel, then stoned as a blasphemer in a place called Lud, and finally allowed to expire upon a cross. All this, explains Levi, because he revealed to the people the truths which they, the Pharisees, wished to bury for their own use. He had divined the occult theology of Israel, had compared it with the wisdom of Egypt, and found thereby the reason for a universal religious synthesis. However cautious one ought to be in accepting anything about Jesus from Jewish sources, it must be confessed that in some things they seem to be more correct in their statements, whenever their direct interest in stating facts is not concerned, than are good but too jealous fathers. One thing is certain: James, the brother of the Lord, is silent about the resurrection. He terms Jesus nowhere Son of God, nor even Christ God. Once only, speaking of Jesus, he calls him the Lord of glory, but so do the Nazarenes when writing about their prophet Iohanan bar Zechariah, or John, son of Zacharias, St. John Baptist. Their favorite expressions about their prophet are the same as those used by James when speaking of Jesus. A man of the seed of a man, messenger of life, of light, my Lord Apostle, King sprung of light, and so on. Have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, etc. Footnote, S. Arnobius tells the same story of Jesus, and narrates how he was accused of having robbed the sanctuary of the secret names of the Holy One, by means of which knowledge he performed all the miracles. This is a translation of Eliphaz Levi. La Science des Esprits, p. 37. Volume 2, page 203. What Jesus' brother says of him. Says James in his epistle, 2:1, presumably addressing Christ as God. Peace to thee, my Lord, John Abio Sabo, Lord of glory, says the Codex Nazareus, 2:19, known to address but a prophet. Ye have condemned and killed the just, says James, v6. Iohanan, John, is the just one, he comes in the way of justice, says Matthew, XXI. 32, Syriac text. James does not even call Jesus Messiah, in the sense given to the title by the Christians, but alludes to the Kabbalistic King Messiah, who is Lord of Sabaoth v. 4, and repeats several times that the Lord will come, but identifies the latter nowhere with Jesus. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Be patient, for the coming of the Lord draweth nigh, v7, 8. And he adds, take, my brethren, the prophet, Jesus, who has spoken in the name of the Lord for an example of suffering, affliction, and of patience. Though in the present version the word prophet stands in the plural, yet this is a deliberate falsification of the original, the purpose of which is too evident. James, immediately after having cited the prophets as an example, adds, "Behold, ye have heard of the patience of Job, and have seen the end of the Lord," thus combining the examples of these two admirable characters, and placing them on a perfect equality. But we have more to adduce in support of our argument. Did not Jesus himself glorify the prophet of the Jordan? What went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. Verily, I say unto you, among them that are born of women there hath not risen a greater than John the Baptist. And of whom was he who spoke thus born? It is but the Roman Catholics who have changed Mary, the mother of Jesus, into a goddess. In the eyes of all other Christians she was a woman, whether his own birth was immaculate or otherwise. According to strict logic, then, Jesus confessed John greater than himself. Note how completely this matter is disposed of by the language employed by the angel Gabriel when addressing Mary, "Blessed art thou among women." These words are unequivocal. He does not adore her as the mother of God, nor does he call her goddess, he does not even address her as virgin, but he calls her woman, and only distinguishes her above other women as having had better fortune, through her purity. The Nazarenes were known as Baptists, Sabians, and John's Christians. Their belief was that the Messiah was not the Son of God, but simply a prophet who would follow John. Yohanan, the son of the Abio Sabo Zachariah, shall say to himself, "Whoever will believe in my justice." Footnote, S. Israelite indeed, Vol. 3, p. 61. Volume 2, page 204 ISIS Unveiled. "And my baptism shall be joined to my association, he shall share with me the seat which is the abode of life, of the supreme manno, and of living fire." Codex Nazareus, 2, p. 115, Origen remarks, "There are some who said of John, the Baptist, that he was the anointed, Christus." The angel Raziel of the Kabbalists is the angel Gabriel of the Nazarenes, and it is the latter who is chosen of all the celestial hierarchy by the Christians to become the messenger of the Annunciation. The genius sent by the Lord of Celcitude is Abel Zivo, whose name is also called Gabriel Legatus. Paul must have had the sect of the Nazarenes in mind when he said, "And last of all he, Jesus, was seen of me also, as of one born out of due time." 1 Corinth, 15. 8, thus reminding his listeners of the expression usual to the Nazarenes, who termed the Jews the abortions, or born out of time. Paul prides himself of belonging to a heresy when the metaphysical conceptions of the Gnostics, who saw in Jesus the Logos and the Anointed, began to gain ground. The earliest Christians separated from the Nazarenes, who accused Jesus of perverting the doctrines of John, and changing the baptism of the Jordan directly, says Milman, as it, the gospel, got beyond the borders of Palestine, and the name of Christ had acquired sanctity and veneration in the eastern cities, he became a kind of metaphysical impersonation, while the religion lost its purely moral cast and assumed the character of a speculative theogony. The only half-original document that has reached us from the primitive apostolic days, is the Logia of Matthew. The real, genuine doctrine has remained in the hands of the Nazarenes, in this Gospel of Matthew containing the secret doctrine, the sayings of Jesus, mentioned by Papias. These sayings were, no doubt, of the same nature as the small manuscripts placed in the hands of the neophytes, who were candidates for the initiations into the mysteries, and which contained the aperita, the revelations of some important rites and symbols. For why should Matthew take such precautions to make them secret were it otherwise? Primitive Christianity had its grip, passwords, and degrees of initiation. The innumerable Gnostic gems and amulets are weighty proofs of it. It is a whole symbolical science. The Kabbalists were the first to embellish the universal logos, with such terms as light of light, the footnote, s, asterisk Origen, vol. 2, p. 150. Codex Nazareus, vol. I, p. 23. In the way these call heresy I worship, Acts XXIV 14. Codex Nazareus, vol. 2, p. 109. Millman, p. 200. Dunlap says in Sod, the son of the man, Mr. Hall, of India, informs us that he has seen Sanskrit philosophical treatises in which the logos continually occurs, p. 39, footnote. Volume 2, page 205. Vast antiquity of borrowed Christian terms. Messenger of life and light asterisk, and we find these expressions adopted in toto by the Christians, with the addition of nearly all the Gnostic terms such as pleroma, fullness, archons, eons, etc. As to the firstborn, the first, and the only begotten, these are as old as the world. Origen shows the word logos as existing among the Brahmins. The Brahmins say that the God is light, not such as one sees, nor such as the sun and fire, but they have the God logos, not the articulate, the logos of the gnosis, through whom the highest mysteries of the gnosis are seen by the wise. The Acts and the Fourth Gospel teem with Gnostic expressions. The Kabbalistic, God's firstborn emanated from the Most High, together with that which is the spirit of the anointing, and again they called him the anointed of the highest, are reproduced in spirit and substance by the author of the Gospel according to John. That was the true light, and the light shineth in darkness. And the Word was made flesh. And his fullness, pleroma, have all we received, etc. John IETSEQ. The Christ, then, and the Logos existed ages before Christianity. The Oriental Gnosis was studied long before the days of Moses, and we have to seek for the origin of all these in the archaic periods of the primeval Asiatic philosophy. Peter's second epistle and Jude's fragment, preserved in the New Testament, show by their phraseology that they belong to the Kabbalistic Oriental Gnosis, for they use the same expressions as did the Christian Gnostics who built a part of their system from the Oriental Kabbalah. Presumptuous are they, the Ophites, self-willed, they are not afraid to speak evil of dignities, says Peter, 2d Epistle 2. 10. The original model for the later abuse of Tertullian and Irenaeus likewise, even as Sodom and Gomorrah, also these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despise dominion, and speak evil of dignities, says Jude, repeating the very words of Peter, and thereby expressions consecrated in the Kabbalah. Dominion is the empire, the 10th of the Kabbalistic Sephiroth. The powers and dignities are the subordinate footnote, s, asterisk see John I. Origen, Philosophomena, XXIV. Kleuker, Natur und Ursprung der Emanationslehr bei den Kabbalissen, pages 10, 11, see Libri Maestri. These as natural brute beasts. The dog has turned to its own vomit again, and the sow that was washed to her wallowing in the mire. 22. The types of the creation, or the attributes of the Supreme Being, are through the emanations of Adam Kadmon. These are, the crown, wisdom, prudence, magnificence, severity, beauty, victory, glory, foundation, empire. Wisdom is called Je/Prudence, Jehovah, severity, Elohim, magnificence, El, victory, and glory, Sabaoth, empire or dominion, Adonai. Thus when the Nazarenes and other Gnostics of the more Platonic tendency twit the Jews as abortions who worship footnote continued on next page vol. 2, page 206 ISIS Unveiled. Genii of the Archangels and Angels of the Sahar. Asterisk these emanations are the very life and soul of the Kabbalah and Zoroastrianism, and the Talmud itself, in its present state, is all borrowed from the Zendavesta. Therefore, by adopting the views of Peter, Jude, and other Jewish apostles, the Christians have become but a dissenting sect of the Persians, for they do not even interpret the meaning of all such powers as the true Kabbalists do. Paul's warning his converts against the worshipping of angels, shows how well he appreciated, even so early as his period, the dangers of borrowing from a metaphysical doctrine the philosophy of which could be rightly interpreted but by its well-learned adherents, the Magi and the Jewish Tannim. Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshipping of angels, intruding into those things which he hath not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind, is a sentence laid right at the door of Peter and his champions. In the Talmud, Michael is prince of water, who has 7 inferior spirits subordinate to him. He is the patron, the guardian angel of the Jews, as Daniel informs us, v. 21, and the Greek Ophites, who identified him with their Ophiomorphos, the personified creation of the envy and malice of Ildabaoth, the Demiurgus, creator of the material world, and undertook to prove that he was also Samuel, the Hebrew prince of the evil spirits, or Persian devs, were naturally regarded by the Jews as blasphemers. But did Jesus ever sanction this belief in angels except in so far as hinting that they were the messengers and subordinates of God? And here the origin of the later splits between Christian beliefs is directly traceable to these two early contradictory views. Paul, believing in all such occult powers in the world unseen, but ever present, says, Ye walked according to the aeon of this world, according to the archon, Ildabaoth, the demiurge, that has the domination of the air, and we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the dominations, the powers, the lords of darkness, the mischievousness of spirits in the upper regions. This sentence, Ye were dead in sin and error, for ye walked according to the archon or Ildabaoth, the god and creator of matter of the Ophites, shows unequivocally that, first, Paul, notwithstanding some dissensions with the more important doctrines of the Gnostics, shared more or less their cosmogonical views on the emanations, and 2d, that he was fully aware that this footnote continued from previous page their god Irbo, Adonau, we need not wonder at the wrath of those who had accepted the old Mosaic system, but at that of Peter and Jude who claimed to be followers of Jesus and dissent from the views of him who was also a Nazarene. According to the Kabbalah, empire or dominion is the consuming fire, and his wife is the temple or the church. Colossians 2. 18 vol. 2, page 207 dignities, powers, dominions, etc., explained. Urge, whose Jewish name was Jehovah, was not the God preached by Jesus. And now, if we compare the doctrine of Paul with the religious views of Peter and Jude, we find that, not only did they worship Michael, the archangel, but that also they reverenced Satan, because the latter was also, before his fall, an angel. This they do quite openly, and abuse the Gnostics for speaking evil of him. No one can deny the following: Peter, when denouncing those who are not afraid to speak evil of dignities, adds immediately, whereas angels, which are greater in power and might, bring not railing accusations against them, the dignities, before the Lord. 2:11. Who are the dignities? Jude, in his general epistle, makes the word as clear as day. The dignities are the devils. Complaining of the disrespect shown by the Gnostics to the powers and dominions, Jude argues in the very words of Peter, and yet, Michael, the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, The Lord rebuke thee. 9. Is this plain enough? If not, then we have the Kabbalah to prove who were the dignities. Considering that Deuteronomy tells us that the Lord himself buried Moses in a valley of Moab, XXXIV. 6, and no man knoweth of his sepulchre unto this day, this biblical lapsus linguae of Jude gives a strong coloring to the assertions of some of the Gnostics. They claimed but what was secretly taught by the Jewish Kabbalists themselves, to wit, that the highest supreme God was unknown and invisible, the King of Light is a closed eye, that Ildabaoth, the Jewish second Adam, was the real demiurge, and that Iao, Adonai, Sabaoth, and Eloi were the quaternary emanation which formed the unity of the God of the Hebrews Jehovah. Moreover, the latter was also called Michael and Samael by them, and regarded but as an angel, several removes from the Godhead. In holding to such a belief, the Gnostics countenanced the teachings of the greatest of the Jewish doctors, Hillel, and other Babylonian divines. Josephus shows the great deference of the official synagogue in Jerusalem to the wisdom of the schools of Central Asia. The colleges of Sara, Pumbeditha, and Nahaidia were considered the headquarters of esoteric and theological learning by all the schools of Palestine. The Chaldean version of the Pentateuch, made by the well-known Babylonian divine, Onkelos, was regarded as the most authoritative of all, and it is according to this learned rabbi that Hillel and other Tannim after him held that the being who appeared to Moses in the burning bush, on Mount Sinai, and who finally buried him, was the angel of the Lord. Footnote S. It is more likely that both abused Paul, who preached against this belief, and that the Gnostics were only a pretext. See Peter's Second Epistle. Volume 2, page 208 ISIS Unveiled. Memro, and not the Lord himself, and that he whom the Hebrews of the Old Testament mistook for Iaha was but his messenger, one of his sons, or emanations. All this establishes but one logical conclusion, namely, that the Gnostics were by far the superiors of the disciples, in point of education and general information, even in a knowledge of the religious tenets of the Jews themselves. While they were perfectly well versed in the Chaldean wisdom, the well-meaning, pious, but fanatical as well as ignorant disciples, unable to fully understand or grasp the religious spirit of their own system, were driven in their disputations to such convincing logic as the use of brute beasts, sows, dogs, and other epithets so freely bestowed by Peter. Since then, the epidemic has reached the apex of the sacerdotal hierarchy. From the day when the founder of Christianity uttered the warning, that he who shall say to his brother, "Thou fool," shall be in danger of hell-fire, all who have passed as its leaders, beginning with the ragged fishermen of Galilee, and ending with the jeweled pontiffs, have seemed to vie with each other in the invention of opprobrious epithets for their opponents. So we find Luther passing a final sentence on the Catholics, and exclaiming that the papists are all asses, put them in whatever form you like, whether they are boiled, roasted, baked, fried, skinned, hashed, they will be always the same asses. Calvin called the victims he persecuted, and occasionally burned, malicious barking dogs, full of bestiality and insolence, base corrupters of the sacred writings, etc. Dr. Warburton terms the popish religion an impious farce, and Monseigneur Dupanloup asserts that the Protestant Sabbath service is the devil's mass, and all clergymen are thieves and ministers of the devil. The same spirit of incomplete inquiry and ignorance has led the Christian Church to bestow on its most holy apostles, titles assumed by their most desperate opponents, the heretics and Gnostics. So we find, for instance, Paul termed the vase of election vas electionis, a title chosen by Manes *, the greatest heretic of his day in the eyes of the Church, Manes meaning, in the Babylonian language, the chosen vessel or receptacle. So with the Virgin Mary. They were so little gifted with originality, that they copied from the Egyptian and Hindu religions their several footnote s*. The true name of Manes, who was a Persian by birth, was Kubricus. See Epiph. Life of Manes, Harrod. LXV, he was flayed alive at the instance of the Magi, by the Persian king Varans I. Plutarch says that Manes or Manus means masses or anointed. The vessel, or vase of election, is, therefore, the vessel full of that light of God, which he pours on one he has selected for his interpreter. See King's Gnostics, p. 38. Volume 2, page 209. Apostrophes to three Virgin Mothers compared. Apostrophes to their respective Virgin Mothers. The juxtaposition of a few examples will make this clear. Hindu. Litany of Our Lady Nari, Virgin, also Devanaki. 1 Holy Nari Manama, Mother of Perpetual Fecundity. 2 Mother of an Incarnated God Vishnu, Devanaki. 3 Mother of Christna. 4 Eternal Virginity Kanyabhava. 5 Mother Pure Essence, Akasa. 6 Virgin Most Chaste Kanya. 7 Mother Taumatra, of the 5 virtues or elements. 8 Virgin Trigona, of the 3 elements, power, or richness, love, and mercy. 9 Mirror of Supreme Conscience Ahankara. 10 Wise Mother Saraswati. 11 Virgin of the White Lotus, Padma, or Kamala. 12 Womb of Gold Hirania. 13 Celestial Light Lakshmi. 14 Ditto. 15 Queen of Heaven, and of the Universe Sakti. 16 Mother Soul of all beings Paramatma. 17 Devanaki is conceived without sin, and immaculate herself. According to the Brahmanic fancy. Egyptian. Litany of Our Lady Isis, Virgin. 1 Holy Isis, Universal Mother Muth. 2 Mother of Gods Athur. 3 Mother of Horus. 4 Virgo Generatrix Neith. 5 Mother Soul of the Universe Anok. 6 Virgin Sacred Earth Isis. 7 Mother of all the virtues Thme, with the same qualities. 8 Illustrious Isis, most powerful, merciful, just. Book of the Dead. 9 Mirror of Justice and Truth Thme. 10 Mysterious Mother of the World Buto, Secret Wisdom. 11 Sacred Lotus. 12 Sistrum of Gold. 13 Astarte, Syrian, Astaroth, Jewish. 14 Argua of the Moon. 15 Queen of Heaven, and of the Universe Sati. 16 Model of all Mothers Athor. 17 Isis is a Virgin Mother. Roman Catholic. Litany of Our Lady of Loreto, Virgin. 1 Holy Mary, Mother of Divine Grace. 2 Mother of God. 3 Mother of Christ. 4 Virgin of Virgins. 5 Mother of Divine Grace. 6 Virgin most chaste. 7 Mother most pure. Mother undefiled. Mother inviolate. Mother most amiable. Mother most admirable. 8 Virgin most powerful. Virgin most merciful. Virgin most faithful. 9 Mirror of Justice. 10 Seat of Wisdom. 11 Mystical Rose. 12 House of Gold. 13 Morning Star. 14 Ark of the Covenant. 15 Queen of Heaven. 16 Mater Dolorosa. 17 Mary conceived without sin. In accordance with later orders. Volume 2, page 210 ISIS Unveiled. If the Virgin Mary has her nuns, who are consecrated to her and bound to live in chastity, so had Isis her nuns in Egypt, as Vesta had hers at Rome, and the Hindu Nari, mother of the world hers. The virgins consecrated to her cultus the Devadasi of the temples, who were the nuns of the days of old, lived in great chastity, and were objects of the most extraordinary veneration, as the holy women of the goddess. Would the missionaries and some travelers reproachfully point to the modern Devadasis, or Nach girls? For all response, we would beg them to consult the official reports of the last quarter century, cited in Chapter 2, as to certain discoveries made at the raising of convents in Austria and Italy. Thousands of infants' skulls were exhumed from ponds, subterranean vaults, and gardens of convents. Nothing to match this was ever found in heathen lands. Christian theology, getting the doctrine of the archangels and angels directly from the Oriental Kabbalah, of which the Mosaic Bible is but an allegorical screen, ought at least to remember the hierarchy invented by the former for these personified emanations. The hosts of the cherubim and seraphim, with which we generally see the Catholic Madonnas surrounded in their pictures, belong, together with the Elohim and Beni Elohim of the Hebrews, to the third Kabbalistic world, Jezira. This world is but one remove higher than Asia, the fourth and lowest world, in which dwell the grossest and most material beings, the Qliputh, who delight in evil and mischief, and whose chief is Belial, explaining, in his way, of course, the various heresies of the first 2 centuries. Irenaeus says, R. Heretics hold that Propator is known but to the only begotten Son, that is to the mind, the nous. It was the Valentinians, the followers of the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, Valentinus, who held that there was a perfect Ion, who existed before Bathos, or Buthon, the depth, called Propator. This is again Kabbalistic, for in the Sahar of Simon ben Iok, we read the following: Senior occultatus est et absconditus, micropros opus manifestus est, et non manifestus, Rosenroth, the Sahar Liber Mysteries, 4, 1. In the religious metaphysics of the Hebrews, the highest one is an abstraction, he is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else. Asterisk. And even Philo calls the Creator, the Logos who stands next God, the second God. The second God who is his wisdom. God is nothing, he is nameless, and therefore called An Sof, the word am meaning nothing but if, according to the older Jews, Jehovah is the God, and he manifested himself several times to Moses. And the footnote, s, asterisk Frank, Die Kabbalah, p. 126 Philo, Quaest. Et Salud. C. Frank, Die Kabbalah, p. 153 ff. Volume 2, page 211. The fourth Gospel not written by John. Prophets, and the Christian Church anathematized the Gnostics who denied the fact. How comes it, then, that we read in the fourth Gospel that no man hath seen God at any time, but the only begotten Son? He hath declared him. The very words of the Gnostics, in spirit and substance. This sentence of St. John, or rather whoever wrote the Gospel now bearing his name, floors all the Petrine arguments against Simon Magus, without appeal. The words are repeated and emphasized in chapter 6, not that any man hath seen the Father, save he which is of God, he, Jesus, hath seen the Father, 46, the very objection brought forward by Simon in the homilies. These words prove that either the author of the fourth evangel had no idea of the existence of the homilies, or that he was not John, the friend and companion of Peter, whom he contradicts point blank with this emphatic assertion. Be it as it may, this sentence, like many more that might be profitably cited, blends Christianity completely with the Oriental Gnosis, and hence with the Kabbalah. While the doctrines, ethical code, and observances of the Christian religion were all appropriated from Brahmanism and Buddhism, its ceremonials, vestments, and pageantry were taken bodily from Lamaism. The Romish monastery and nunnery are almost servile copies of similar religious houses in Tibet and Mongolia, and interested explorers of Buddhist lands, when obliged to mention the unwelcome fact, have had no other alternative left them but, with an anachronism unsurpassed in recklessness, to charge the offense of plagiarism upon the religious system their own mother church had despoiled. This makeshift has served its purpose and had its day. The time has at last come when this page of history must be written. Chapter 5 Homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky, Vol. 2, Theosophical University Press, Online Edition, Volume 2, page 212. Chapter V. Learn to know all, but keep thyself unknown. Gnostic maxim. There is one God supreme over all gods, diviner than mortals, whose form is not like unto man's, and as unlike his nature, but vain mortals imagine that gods like themselves are begotten with human sensations, and voice, and corporeal members. Xenophanes, Clem. Alstrom, v. 14, 110. Tychiades. Can you tell me the reason, Philocles, why most men desire to lie, and delight not only to speak fictions themselves, but give bussy attention to others who do? Philocles. There be many reasons, Tychiades, which compel some to speak lies, because they see 'tis profitable. A Dialogue of Lucian. Spartan. Is it to thee, or to God, that I must confess? Priest. To God. Spartan. Then, man, stand back. Plutarch, Remarkable Lacedaemonian Sayings. We will now give attention to some of the most important mysteries of the Kabbalah, and trace their relations to the philosophical myths of various nations. In the oldest Oriental Kabbalah, the deity is represented as three circles in one, shrouded in a certain smoke or chaotic exhalation. In the preface to the Sahar, which transforms the three primordial circles into three heads, over these is described an exhalation or smoke, neither black nor white, but colorless and circumscribed within a circle. This is the unknown essence. The origin of the Jewish image may, perhaps, be traced to Hermes Poemander, the Egyptian Logos, who appears within a cloud of a humid nature, with a smoke escaping from it in the Sahar. The highest god is, as we have shown in the preceding chapter, and as in the case of the Hindu and Buddhist philosophies, a pure abstraction, whose objective existence is denied by the latter. It is Hakama, the supreme wisdom, that cannot be understood by reflection, and that lies within and without the cranium of long face, Sephira, the uppermost of the three heads. It is the boundless and the infinite Ein Sof, the no thing. The three heads, superposed above each other, are evidently taken from the three mystic triangles of the Hindus, which also superpose each other. The highest head contains the Trinity in chaos, out of which springs the manifested Trinity. Ein Sof, the unrevealed forever, who is footnote s. Asterisk Kabbalah Denudata, Preface to the Sahar, 2, p. 242. See Champollions Egypt. Idra Rabbah, 6, p. 58. Volume 2, page 213. The Supreme Essence, not the Creator. Boundless and unconditioned, cannot create, and therefore it seems to us a great error to attribute to him a creative thought, as is commonly done by the interpreters. In every cosmogony the Supreme Essence is passive. If boundless, infinite, and unconditioned, it can have no thought nor idea. It acts not as the result of volition, but in obedience to its own nature, and according to the fatality of the law of which it is itself the embodiment. Thus, with the Hebrew Kabbalists, Ein Sof is non-existent PT01 or JS, incomprehensible to our finite intellects, and therefore cannot exist to our minds. Its first emanation was Sephira, the crown. When the time for an active period had come, then was produced a natural expansion of this divine essence from within outwardly, obedient to eternal and immutable law, and from this eternal and infinite light, which to us is darkness, was emitted a spiritual substance. This was the first Sephiroth, containing in herself the other 911 Sephiroth, or intelligences. In their totality and unity they represent the archetypal man, Adam Kadmon, the protogonos / who in his individuality or unity is yet dual, or bisexual, the Greek Digimus, for he is the prototype of all humanity. Thus we obtain three trinities, each contained in a head. In the first head, or face, the three-faced Hindu Trimurti, we find Sephira, the first androgyne, at the apex of the upper triangle, emitting Hakama, or wisdom, a masculine and active potency also called Ya, Jp and Bina, or intelligence, a female and passive potency. Also represented by the name Jehovah V. These three form the first trinity or face of the Sephiroth. This triad emanated Hesed, P-Non, or mercy, a masculine active potency, also called El, from which emanated Gebera, or justice, also called Eloha, a feminine passive potency, from the union of these two was produced Tifereth, beauty, clemency, the spiritual son, known by the divine name Elohim, and the second triad, face, or head, was formed. These emanating, in envy, firmness, or Jehovah Sabaoth, who issued the feminine passive potency Had, 1111, splendor, or Elohim Sabaoth, the two produced Jesed, foundation, who is the mighty living one El Chai, thus yielding the third trinity or head. The 10th Sephiroth is rather a duad, and is represented on the diagrams as the lowest circle. It is Malchuth or their turn, the masculine potency Netza, Tin, kingdom, and Shekinah one, also called Adonai, and cherubim among the angelic hosts. The first head is called the intellectual world, the second head is the sensuous, or the world of perception, and the third is the material or physical world. Before he gave any shape to the universe, says the Kabbalah, before footnote s. Asterisk Idris Sutta, Sahar, 2. Volume 2, page 214 ISIS Unveiled. He produced any form, he was alone without any form and resemblance to anything else. Who, then, can comprehend him, how he was before the creation, since he was formless? Hence, it is forbidden to represent him by any form, similitude, or even by his sacred name, by a single letter, or a single point. The aged of the aged, the unknown of the unknown, has a form, and yet no form. He has a form whereby the universe is preserved, and yet has no form, because he cannot be comprehended. When he first assumed a form, in Sephira, his first emanation, he caused 9 splendid lights to emanate from it. And now we will turn to the Hindu esoteric cosmogony and definition of him who is, and yet is not. From him who is, from this immortal principle which exists in our minds but cannot be perceived by the senses, is born Purusha, the divine male and female, who became Narayana, or the divine spirit moving on the water. Swayambhuva, the unknown essence of the Brahmins, is identical with Ensaf, the unknown essence of the Kabbalists. As with the latter, the ineffable name could not be pronounced by the Hindus, under the penalty of death. In the ancient primitive trinity of India, that which may be certainly considered as pre-Vedic, the germ which fecundates the mother principle, the mundane egg, or the universal womb, is called Nara, the spirit, or the Holy Ghost, which emanates from the primordial essence. It is like Sephira, the oldest emanation, called the primordial point, and the white head, for it is the point of divine light appearing from within the fathomless and boundless darkness. In Manu it is Nara, or the Spirit of God, which moves on Ayana, chaos, or place of motion, and is called Narayana, or moving on the waters. In Hermes, the Egyptian, we read, in the beginning of the time there was naught in the chaos. But when the verbum, issuing from the void like a colorless smoke, makes its appearance, then this verbum moved on the humid principle. And in Genesis we find, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, chaos. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. In the Kabbalah, the emanation of the primordial passive principle, Sephira, by dividing itself into 2 parts, active and passive, emits Chokmah wisdom and Bina Jehovah, and in conjunction with these 2 acolytes, which complete the Trinity, becomes the creator of the abstract universe, the physical world being the production of later and still more material powers. In the Hindu cosmogony, Swayambhuva emits footnote, s. Idris Sutta, Sahar, 3, p. 288a Ego Sum Ki Sum, see Bible. See Institutes of Manu, translated by Sir William Jones. Champollion. We are fully aware that some Christian Kabbalists term Ensaf the crown, footnote continued on next page volume 2, page 215. All world religions fundamentally identical. Nara and Nari, its bisexual emanation, and dividing its parts into 2 halves, male and female, these fecundate the mundane egg, within which develops Brahma, or rather Virajay, the creator. The starting point of the Egyptian mythology, says Champollion, is a triad, namely, Neph, Neith, Enta, and Ammon, the male, the father, Muth, the female and mother, and Khans, the son. The 10 Sephiroth are copies taken from the 10 Prajapatis created by Virajay, called the Lords of all beings, and answering to the biblical patriarchs. Justin Martyr explains some of the heresies of the day, but in a very unsatisfactory manner. He shows, however, the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, producing from himself a footnote, s. Footnote continued from previous page. Identify him with Sephira, call Ensaf an emanation from God, and make the 10 Sephiroth comprise Ensaf as a unity. They also very erroneously reverse the first 2 emanations of Sephira, Chokmah and Bina. The greatest Kabbalists have always held Chokmah, wisdom, as a male and active intelligence, Yah-1, and placed it under the No. 2 on the right side of the triangle, whose apex is the crown, while Bina, intelligence, or 5JS under number 3 on the left hand. But the latter, being represented by its divine name as Jehovah/Vir, naturally showed the God of Israel as only a third emanation, as well as a feminine, passive principle. Hence when the time came for the Talmudists to transform their multifarious deities into one living God, they resorted to their Masoretic points and combined to transform Jehovah into Adonai, the Lord. This, under the persecution of the medieval Kabbalists by the Church, also forced some of the former to change their female Sephiroth into male, and vice versa, so as to avoid being accused of disrespect and blasphemy to Jehovah, whose name, moreover, by mutual and secret agreement they accepted as a substitute for Yah, or the mystery name Iao. Alone the initiated knew of it, but later it gave rise to a great confusion among the uninitiated. It would be worthwhile were it not for lack of space to quote a few of the many passages in the oldest Jewish authorities, such as Rabbi Akiba, and the Sahar, which corroborate our assertion. Chokmah wisdom is a male principle everywhere, and Bina Jehovah, a female potency. The writings of Irenaeus, Theodoret, and Epiphanius, teeming with accusations against the Gnostics and heresies, repeatedly show Simon Magus and Cerinthus making of Bina the feminine divine spirit which inspired Simon. Bina is Sophia, and the Sophia of the Gnostics is surely not a male potency, but simply the feminine wisdom, or intelligence. See any ancient arbor Kabbalistica, or tree of the Sephiroth. Eliphaz Levi, in the Ritual de la Haute Magie, Vol. I, pages 223 and 231, places Chokmah as number 2 and as a male Sephiroth on the right hand of the tree. In the Kabbalah the three male Sephiroth Chokmah, Chesed, Netzah are known as the pillar of mercy, and the three feminine on the left, namely, Bina, Gebera, Had, are named the pillar of judgment, while the four Sephiroth of the center Kether, Tifereth, Chesed, and Malchuth are called the middle pillar. And, as Mackenzie, in the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, shows, there is an analogy in these three pillars to the three pillars of wisdom, strength, and beauty in a craft lodge of Masonry, while the Ensof forms the mysterious blazing star, or mystic light of the East, p. 407. Volume 2, page 216 ISIS Unveiled. Certain active power or virtue, rational, which is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, Angel, Lord, and Logos *, the latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgyne or double ray produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female. But though its first manifestation had a beginning, for it proceeded from Ulam, Ion, time, the highest of the eons, when emitted from the fathers, it had remained with him before all creations, for it is part of him therefore, Philo Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon mind, the Anoia of Bithos in the Gnostic system. The mind, let it be named Adam. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to view the Jewish book of Genesis otherwise than as a chip from the trunk of the mundane tree of universal cosmogony, rendered in Oriental allegories. As cycle succeeded cycle, and one nation after another came upon the world's stage to play its brief part in the majestic drama of human life, each new people evolved from ancestral traditions its own religion, giving it a local color, and stamping it with its individual characteristics. While each of these religions had its distinguishing traits, by which, were there no other archaic vestiges, the physical and psychological status of its creators could be estimated, all preserved a common likeness to one prototype. This parent cult was none other than the primitive wisdom religion. The Israelitish scriptures are no exception. Their national history, if they can claim any autonomy before the return from Babylon, and were anything more than migratory septs of Hindu pariahs, cannot be carried back a day beyond Moses, and if this ex-Egyptian priest must, from theological necessity, be transformed into a Hebrew patriarch, we must insist that the Jewish nation was lifted with that smiling infant out of the bulrushes of Lake Moeris. Abraham, their alleged father, belongs to the universal mythology. Most likely he is but one of the numerous aliases of Ziruan, Saturn, the king of the Golden Age, who is also called the Old Man, emblem of time. It is now demonstrated by Assyriologists that in the old Chaldean books Abraham is called Ziruan, or Zerban, meaning one very rich in gold and silver. And a mighty prince he is also called Zerwan and Zarman, a decrepit old Emin. Footnote, S. Asterisk Justin, cum Trifo, p. 284. A division indicative of time. Sanconiathon calls time the oldest aeon, protogonos, the firstborn. Philogedeus, Cain and his birth, p. 17. Azrael, angel of death, is also Israel. Abram means father of elevation, high-placed father, for Saturn is the highest or outmost planet. See Genesis 13. 2. Saturn is generally represented as a very old man, with a sickle in his hand. Volume 2, page 217. The Babylonian legend of Xisuthros. The ancient Babylonian legend is that Xisuthros, Hasisadra of the tablets, or Xisuthros, sailed with his ark to Armenia, and his son Sim became supreme king. Pliny says that Sim was called Ziruan, and Sim is Shem. In Hebrew, his name writes, Shem Asin. Assyria is held by the ethnologists to be the land of Shem, and Egypt called that of Ham. Shem, in the 10th chapter of Genesis, is made the father of all the children of Eber, of Elam, Ulam or Elam, and Ashur, Assur or Assyria. The Nephilim or fallen men, Gebers, mighty men spoken of in Genesis 6:4, come from Ulam, men of Shem. Even Ophir, which is evidently to be sought for in the India of the days of Hiram, is made a descendant of Shem. The records are purposely mixed up to make them fit into the frame of the Mosaic Bible. But Genesis, from its first verse down to the last, has naught to do with the chosen people, it belongs to the world's history. Its appropriation by the Jewish authors in the days of the so-called restoration of the destroyed books of the Israelites, by Ezra, proves nothing, and, until now, has been self-propped on an alleged divine revelation. It is simply a compilation of the universal legends of the universal humanity. Bunsen says that in the Chaldean tribe immediately connected with Abraham, we find reminiscences of dates disfigured and misunderstood, as genealogies of single men, or indications of epochs. The Abrahamic recollections go back at least 3 millennia beyond the grandfather of Jacob. Alexander Polyhistor says that Abraham was born at Camarina or Urea, a city of soothsayers, and invented astronomy. Josephus claims the same for Terah, Abraham's father. The Tower of Babel was built as much by the direct descendants of Shem as by those of the accursed Ham and Canaan, for the people in those days were one, and the whole earth was of one language, and Babel was simply an astrological tower, and its builders were astrologers and adepts of the primitive wisdom. Religion, or, again, what we term secret doctrine. The Baroshian Sibyl says, before the tower, Ziruan, Titan, and Yapitos governed the earth. Ziruan wished to be supreme, but his 2 brothers resisted, when their sister, Estlik, intervened and appeased them. It was agreed that Ziruan should rule, but his male children should be put to death, and strong Titans were appointed to carry this into effect. Sar, circle, Saros, is the Babylonian god of the sky. He is also Assaros or Ashur, the son of Shem, and 00 Anna, the chakra, or wheel, boundless time. Hence, as the first step taken by Zoroaster, while founding his new religion, was to change the most sacred deities. Footnote, S. Bunsen, Egypt's Place in Universal History, Vol. V. p. 85. Volume 2, page 218. ISIS Unveiled. Of the Sanskrit Veda into names of evil spirits, in his Zen scriptures, and even to reject a number of them, we find no traces in the Avesta of Chakra, the symbolic circle of the sky. Elam, another of the sons of Shem, is Ulam and refers to an order or cycle of events. In Ecclesiastes 3:11, it is termed world. in Ezekiel XXVI 20, of old time. In Genesis 3:22, the word stands as forever, and in chapter 9:16, eternal. Finally, the term is completely defined in Genesis 6:4, in the following words, there were Nephilim, giants, fallen men, or titans, on the earth. The word is synonymous with Eon, Ion. In Proverbs 8:23, it reads, I was effused from Ulam, from Ras, wisdom. By this sentence, the wise king Kabbalist refers to one of the mysteries of the human spirit, the immortal crown of the man Trinity. While it ought to read as above, and be interpreted Kabbalistically to mean that the I, or my eternal, immortal ego, the spiritual entity, was effused from the boundless and nameless eternity, through the creative wisdom of the unknown God, it reads in the canonical translation, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. Which is unintelligible nonsense, without the Kabbalistic interpretation. When Solomon is made to say that I was from the beginning, while, as yet, he, the supreme deity, had not made the earth nor the highest part of the dust of the world. I was there, and when he appointed the foundations of the earth. Then I was by him, as one brought up with him. What can the Kabbalist mean by the seven, but his own divine spirit, a drop effused from that eternal fountain of light and wisdom, the universal spirit of the deity? The thread of glory emitted by Ensof from the highest of the three Kabbalistic heads, through which all things shine with light, the thread which makes its exit through Adam Primus, is the individual spirit of every man. I was daily his, Ensof's, delight, rejoicing always before him. And my delights were with the sons of men, adds Solomon, in the same chapter of the Proverbs. The immortal spirit delights in the sons of men, who, without this spirit, are but dualities, physical body and astral soul, or that life principle which animates even the lowest of the animal kingdom. But, we have seen that the doctrine teaches that the spirit cannot unite itself with that man in whom matter and the grossest propensities of his animal soul will be ever crowding it out. Therefore, Solomon, who is made to speak under the inspiration of his own spirit, that possesses him for the time being, utters the following words of wisdom: Hearken unto me, my son, the dual man, blessed are they who keep my ways. Blessed is the man that heareth me, watching daily at my gates. For whoso findeth me, findeth life, and shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that volume 2, page 219 meaning of the Gnostic Aeon, sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul and loves death, Proverbs 7. 1-36, this chapter, as interpreted, is made by some theologians, like everything else, to apply to Christ, the Son of God, who states repeatedly, that he who follows him obtains eternal life, and conquers death. But even in its distorted translation it can be demonstrated that it referred to anything but to the alleged Savior. Were we to accept it in this sense, then, the Christian theology would have to return, nolens volens, to Averroism and Buddhism, to the doctrine of emanation, in short, for Solomon says, I was effused from Ulam and Razit, both of which are a part of the deity, and thus Christ would not be, as their doctrine claims, God himself, but only an emanation of him, like the Christos of the Gnostics. Hence, the meaning of the personified Gnostic Aeon, the word signifying cycles or determined periods in the eternity and at the same time, representing a hierarchy of celestial beings spirits. Thus Christ is sometimes termed the eternal Aeon. But the word eternal is erroneous in relation to the eons. Eternal is that which has neither beginning nor end, but the emanations or eons, although having lived as absorbed in the divine essence from the eternity, when once individually emanated, must be said to have a beginning. They may be therefore endless in this spiritual life, never eternal. These endless emanations of the one first cause, all of which were gradually transformed by the popular fancy into distinct gods, spirits, angels, and demons, were so little considered immortal, that all were assigned a limited existence. And this belief, common to all the peoples of antiquity, to the Chaldean Magi as well as to the Egyptians, and even in our day held by the Brahmanists and Buddhists, most triumphantly evidences the monotheism of the ancient religious systems. This doctrine calls the life period of all the inferior divinities, one day of Parabrahma. After a cycle of 14 milliards, 320 millions of human years, the tradition says the Trinity itself, with all the lesser divinities, will be annihilated, together with the universe, and cease to exist. Then another universe will gradually emerge from the pralaya, dissolution, and men on earth will be enabled to comprehend Swayambhuva as he is. Alone, this primal cause will exist forever, in all his glory, filling the infinite space. What better proof could be adduced of the deep reverential feeling with which the heathen regard the one supreme eternal cause of all things visible and invisible? This is again the source from which the ancient Kabbalists derived identical doctrines. If the Christians understood Genesis in their own way, and, if accepting the texts literally, they enforced upon the uneducated masses the belief in a creation of our world out of nothing, and moreover assigned to it a beginning, it is surely not the Tannim, the sole expounders of the hidden meaning contained in the Bible, who are to be blamed. No more than any other philosophers had they ever believed either in spontaneous, limited, or ex nihilo creations. The Kabbalah has survived to show that their philosophy was precisely that of the modern Nepal Buddhists, the Svabhavikas. They believed in the eternity and the indestructibility of matter, and hence in many prior creations and destructions of worlds, before our own. There were old worlds which perished. From this we see that the Holy One, blessed be his name, had successively created and destroyed sundry worlds, before he created the present world, and when he created this world he said, "This pleases me," the previous ones did not please me. Moreover, they believed, again like the Svabhavikas, now termed atheists, that everything proceeds, is created, from its own nature, and that once that the first impulse is given by that creative force inherent in the self-created substance, or sephira, everything evolves out of itself, following its pattern, the more spiritual prototype which precedes it in the scale of infinite creation. The indivisible point which has no limit, and cannot be comprehended, for it is absolute, expanded from within, and formed a brightness which served as a garment, a veil, to the indivisible points. It, too, expanded from within. Thus, everything originated through a constant upheaving agitation, and thus finally the world originated. In the later Zoroastrian books, after that Darius had restored both the worship of Ormuzd and added to it the purer Magianism of the primitive secret wisdom Pi Djhidd Phi 0 FW Kich, as the inscription tells us, he was himself a hierophant, we see again reappearing the Ziruana, or boundless time, represented by the Brahmins in the chakra, or a circle, that we see figuring on the uplifted finger of the principal deities. Further on, we will show the relation in which it stands to the Pythagorean, mystical numbers, the first and the last, which is a 0, 0, and to the greatest of the mystery gods Iao. The identity of the symbol alone, in all the old religions, is sufficient to show their common descent from one primitive faith. This term of boundless time, which can be applied but to the one who has neither beginning nor end, is footnote s. Idris Sutta, Sahar, 3, p. 292b Barashith Rabbah, Parsha, 9. Sahar, I, p. 20a. The Sanskrit s, says Max Muller, is represented by the z and h. Thus the geographical name Haptahendu, which occurs in the Avesta, becomes intelligible, if we retranslate the z and h into the Sanskrit 5. 4 Sapta Sindhu, or the Seven Rivers, is the old Yaidic name for India itself, Chips, Vol. I, p. 81. The Avesta is the spirit of the Vedas, the esoteric meaning made partially known. Volume 2, page 221. Zoroastrian cosmogony and its derivatives. Called by the Zoroastrians Ziruana Karin, because he has always existed. His glory, they say, is too exalted, his light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eyes to grasp and see. His primal emanation is eternal light which, from having been previously concealed in darkness, was called out to manifest itself, and thus was formed Ormuzd, the king of life. He is the firstborn of boundless time, but like his own antitype, or pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within primitive darkness from all eternity. His logos created the pure intellectual world. After the lapse of 3 grand cycles * he created the material world in 6 periods. The 6 Amshaspans, or primitive spiritual men, whom Ormuzd created in his own image, are the mediators between this world and himself. Mithras is an emanation of the Logos and the chief of the 28 Ists, who are the tutelary angels over the spiritual portion of mankind, the souls of men. The Fareres are infinite in number. They are the ideas, or rather the ideal conceptions of things which formed themselves in the mind of Ormuzd or Ahura Mazda before he willed them to assume a concrete form. They are what Aristotle terms privations of forms and substances. The religion of Zarathustra, as he is always called in the Avesta, is one from which the ancient Jews have the most borrowed. In one of the Yashts, Ahura Mazda, the Supreme, gives to the seer as one of his sacred names, Am I am, and in another place, Am I yet am I am that I am, as Jehovah is alleged to have given it to Moses. This cosmogony, adopted with a change of names in the rabbinical Kabbalah, found its way, later, with some additional speculations of Manes, the half-Magus, half-Platonist, into the great body of Gnosticism. The real doctrines of the Basilidians, Valentinians, and the Marcionites cannot be correctly ascertained in the prejudiced and calumnious writings of the Fathers of the Church, but rather in what remains of the works of the Bardesancians, known as the Nazarenes. It is next to impossible, now that all their manuscripts and books are destroyed, to assign to any of these sects its due part in dissenting views. But there are a few men still living who have preserved books and direct traditions about the Ophites, although they care little to impart them to the world. Among the unknown sects of Mount Lebanon and Palestine the truth has been concealed for more than 1,000 years. And their diagram of the Ophite scheme differs with the description of it given by Origen, and hence with the diagram of matter. Footnote s. What is generally understood in the Avesta system as 1,000 years, means, in the esoteric doctrine, a cycle of a duration known but to the initiates and which has an allegorical sense. Matter, Histoire critique du Gnosticisme, pi. X Volume 2, page 222 ISIS Unveiled. The Kabbalistic Trinity is one of the models of the Christian one. The ancient, whose name be sanctified, is with 3 heads, but which make only one. Tria capita exculpa sunt, unum intra alterum, et alterum supra alterum. 3 heads are inserted in one another, and one over the other. The first head is the concealed wisdom, sapientia abscondita. Under this head is the ancient Pythagorean monad, the most hidden of mysteries, a head which is no head, caput quod non est caput, / no one can know what that is in this head. No intellect is able to comprehend this wisdom. The Senior Sanctissimus is surrounded by the 3 heads. He is the eternal light of the wisdom, and the wisdom is the source from which all the manifestations have begun. These 3 heads, included in one head, which is no head, and these 3 are bent down, overshadow, short face, the sun, and through them all things shine with light. And Soph emits a thread from El or Al, the highest God of the Trinity, and the light follows the thread and enters, and passing through, makes its exit through Adam Primus, Cadman, who is concealed until the plan for arranging, statum dispositions, is ready. It threads through him from his head to his feet, and in him, in the concealed Adam, is the figure of a man. Whoso wishes to have an insight into the sacred unity, let him consider a flame rising from a burning coal or a burning lamp. He will see first a twofold light, a bright white, and a black or blue light. The white light is above, and ascends in a direct light, while the blue, or dark light, is below, and seems as the chair of the former, yet both are so intimately connected together that they constitute only one flame. The seat, however, formed by the blue or dark light, is again connected with the burning matter which is under it again. The white light never changes its color, it always remains white, but various shades are observed in the lower light, whilst the lowest light, moreover, takes two directions, above. It is connected with the white light, and below with the burning matter. Now, this is constantly consuming itself, and perpetually ascends to the upper light, and thus everything merges into a single unity. Such were the ancient ideas of the Trinity in the unity, as an abstraction. Man, who is the microcosmos of the macrocosmos, or of the footnote, s. Asterisk Idris Sutta, Sahar, 3, p. 288. Ibid, Section 2. Ibid, 7. Jam vero quanium hoc in loco recondita est ilia plane non-utentur, et tantum depart lucas egis participant qui demititor et ingreditor intra phylum and soft protensum e persona, a/God, deorum, intrat et perumpit et transit per atom primum occultum usque in statum dispositionis transit per eum capit usque ad pedes egis, et in eo est figura hominis, Kabbalah denudita, 2. p. 246. Sahar, I, p. 51a Volume 2, page 223. The Kabbalistic Shekinah. Archetypal heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, is likewise a trinity, for he is body, soul, and spirit. All that is created by the Ancient of the Ancients can live and exist only by a male and a female, says the Sahar * he alone, to whom no one can say, thou, for he is the spirit of the white head. In whom the three heads are united, is uncreated. Out of the subtle fire, on one side of the white head, and of the subtle air, on the other, emanates Shekinah, his veil, the femininized Holy Ghost. This air, says Idra Rabbah, is the most occult, occultissimus, attribute of the Ancient of the Days. The Ancienter of the Ancienter is the concealed of the concealed. All things are himself, and himself is concealed on every way. The cranium of the white head has no beginning, but its end has a shining reflection and a roundness which is our universe. They regard, says Clanker, the firstborn as man and wife, in so far as his light includes in itself all other lights, and in so far as his spirit of life or breath of life includes all other life spirits in itself. The Kabbalistic Shekinah answers to the Ophite Sophia. Properly speaking, Adam Kadmon is the Bithos, but in this emanation system, where everything is calculated to perplex and place an obstacle to inquiry, he is the source of light, the first primitive man, and at the same time Enoia, the thought of Bithos, the depth, for he is Poemander. The Gnostics, as well as the Nazarenes, allegorizing on the personification, said that the first and second man loved the beauty of Sophia, Sephira, the first woman, and thus the Father and the Son fecundated the heavenly woman and, from primal darkness procreated the visible light. Sephira is the invisible, or spiritual light, whom they called the anointed Christum, or King Messiah. This Christus is the atom of dust before his fall, with the spirit of the Adonai, his father, and Shekinah Adonai, his mother, upon him, for Adam Primus is Adon, Adonai, or Adonis. The primal existence manifests itself by its wisdom, and produces the intelligible logos, all visible creation. This wisdom was venerated by the Ophites under the form of a serpent. So far we see that the first and second life are the two Adams, or the first and the second man. In the former lies Eva, or the yet unborn spiritual Eve, and she is within Adam Primus, for she is a part of himself, who is androgyne. The Eva of dust, she who will be called in footnote, s. Book 3, p. 290. Idra Rabbah, 541,542. Ibid, 3, p. 36. Ibid, p. 171. Natund spare. D. Emanation Slayer B. D. Kabbalisson, p. 2. Irenaeus, p. 637. Genesis the mother of all that live, is within Adam the second. And now, from the moment of its first manifestation, the Lord Mano, the unintelligible wisdom, disappears from the scene of action. It will manifest itself only as Shekinah, the grace, for the corona is the innermost light of all lights, and hence it is darkness's own substance. In the Kabbalah, Shekinah is the ninth emanation of Sephirah, which contains the whole of the 10 Sephiroth within herself. She belongs to the third triad and is produced together with Malchuth or kingdom, of which she is the female counterpart. Otherwise she is held to be higher than any of these, for she is the divine glory, the veil, or garment, of En Sof. The Jews, whenever she is mentioned in the Targum, say that she is the glory of Jehovah, which dwelt in the tabernacle, manifesting herself like a visible cloud. The glory rested over the mercy seat in the Sanctum Sanctorum. In the Nazarene or Bardisanian system, which may be termed the Kabbalah within the Kabbalah, the Ancient of Days Antiquus Altus, who is the lather of the Demiurgus of the universe, is called the third life, or Abater, and he is the lather of Ledhahil, who is the architect of the visible universe, which he calls into existence by the powers of his genii, at the order of the greatest, the Abater answering to the lather of Jesus in the later Christian theology. These two superior lives then, are the crown within which dwells the greatest Furho. Before any creature came into existence the Lord Lurho existed. This one is the Lurst life, formless and invisible, in whom the living spirit of Lyle exists, the highest grace. The two are one from eternity, for they are the light and the cause of the light. Therefore, they answer to the Kabbalistic concealed wisdom, and to the concealed Shekinah the Holy Ghost. This light, which is manifested, is the garment of the heavenly concealed, says Idra Sutta. And the heavenly man is the superior Adam. No one knows his paths except Macroprosopus, long face, the superior active God. Not as I am written will I be read, in this world my name will be written Jehovah and read Adonai, say the rabbins, very correctly. Adonai is the Adam Kadmon, he is father and mother both. By this double mediatorship the spirit of the ancient descends upon the Microprosopus, short face, or the Adam of Eden. And the Lord God breathes into his nostrils the breath of life. When the woman separates herself from her androgyne, and becomes s. Asterisk Idra Sutta, 9, Kabbalah Denudata, see Pythagoras, Monad. Codex Nazareus, I. p. 145 Idra Rabbah, 8, pages 107 to 109. Osagaeus Dem Sahar, p. 11. Volume 2, page 225 Gnostic, Ophite, and Nazarene Ideas. A distinct individuality, the first story is repeated over again. Both the Father and Son, the two Adams, love her beauty, and then follows the allegory of the temptation and fall. It is in the Kabbalah, as in the Ophite system, in which both the Ophis and the Ophiomorphos are emanations emblematized as serpents, the former representing eternity, wisdom, and spirit, as in the Chaldean magism of aspic worship and wisdom doctrine in the olden times, and the latter cunning, envy, and matter. Both spirit and matter are serpents, and Adam Kadmon becomes the Ophis who tempts himself man and woman to taste of the tree of good and evil, in order to teach them the mysteries of spiritual wisdom. Light tempts darkness, and darkness attracts light, for darkness is matter, and the highest light shines not in its tenebrae. With knowledge comes the temptation of the Ophiomorphos, and he prevails. The dualism of every existing religion is shown forth by the fall. I have gotten a man from the Lord, exclaims Eve, when the dualism, Cain, and Abel evil and good is born. And the Adam knew Hawa, his woman, Astu, and she became pregnant and bore kin, and she said, Mrrnknrp, Kinatai Ace Yava. I have gained or obtained a husband, even Yava is, Ace man. Cum arbori picatai dias crevat seculum. And now we will compare this system with that of the Jewish Gnostics, the Nazarenes, as well as with other philosophies. The Ishaman, the pleroma, or the boundless circle within which lie all forms, is the thought of the power divine, it works in silence, and suddenly light is begotten by darkness, it is called the second life, and this one produces, or generates the third. This third light is the father of all things that live, as Eua is the mother of all that live. He is the creator who calls inert matter into life, through his vivifying spirit, and, therefore, is called the Ancient of the World. Abater is the father who creates the first Adam, who creates in his turn the second. Abater opens a gate and walks to the dark water, chaos, and looking down into it, the darkness reflects the image of himself. And lo! A son is formed, the Logos or Demiurge, Phtahil, who is the builder of the material world, is called into existence. According to the Gnostic dogma, this was the Metatron, the Archangel Gabriel, or messenger of life, or, as the biblical allegory has it, the androgynous Adam Kadmon again, the Son, who, with his Father's Spirit, produces the anointed, or Adam before his fall. When Swayambhuva, the Lord who exists through himself, feels impelled to manifest himself, he is thus described in the Hindu sacred books. Having been impelled to produce various beings from his own divine Vol. 2, page 226 ISIS Unveiled. Substance, he first manifested the waters which developed within themselves a productive seed. The seed became a germ bright as gold, blazing like the luminary with 1,000 beams, and in that egg he was born himself, in the form of Brahma, the great principle of all the beings, Manu, Book I, Slokas 8, 9. The Egyptian Neph, or Chnuppies, divine wisdom, represented by a serpent, produces an egg from his mouth, from which issues the. In this case the represents the universal germ, as well as Brahma, who is of the neuter gender, when the final A has a diaeresis on it, otherwise it becomes simply one of the names of the deity. The former was the model of the three lives of the Nazarenes, as that of the Kabbalistic faces, Pharisipha, which, in its turn, furnished the model for the Christian trinity of Irenaeus and his followers. The egg was the primitive matter which served as a material for the building of the visible universe. It contained, as well as the Gnostic pleroma, the Kabbalistic Shekinah, the man and wife, the spirit and life, whose light includes all other lights or life spirits. This first manifestation was symbolized by a serpent, which is at first divine wisdom, but, falling into generation, becomes polluted. The is the heavenly man, the Egyptian Adam Kadmon, or Christ, who, in conjunction with the female Holy Ghost, the Zoe, produces the five elements, air, water, fire, earth, and ether, the latter being a servile copy from the Buddhist deity, and his five dhyana. Buddhas, as we have shown in the preceding chapter. The Hindu Swayambhuvanara, develops from himself the mother principle, enclosed within his own divine essence Nari, the immortal virgin, who, when impregnated by his spirit, becomes Tanmatra, the mother of the five elements air, water, fire, earth, and ether. Thus may be shown how from the Hindu cosmogony all others proceed. Nor von Rosenroth, busying himself with the interpretation of the Kabbalah, argues that, in this first state, of secret wisdom, the infinite God himself can be understood as Father, of the new covenant. But the light being let down by the infinite through a canal into the primal Adam, or Messiah, and joined with him, can be applied to the name Son. And the influx emitted down from him, the Son, to the lower parts, of the universe, can be applied to the character of the Holy Ghost. Sophia Akamoth, the half-spiritual, half-material life, which vivifies the inert matter in the depths of chaos, is the Holy Ghost of the Gnostics, and the Spiritus, female, of the Nazarenes. She is be it re-footnote, s. Asterisk he is the universal and spiritual germ of all things. Ad. Cab. Chr, p6. Volume 2, page 227 Comparison with Hindu myths. Membered the sister of Christos, the perfect emanation, and both are children or emanations of Sophia, the purely spiritual and intellectual daughter of Bithas, the depth. For the elder Sophia is Shekinah, the face of God, God's Shekinah, which is his image. Asterisk the son Zeuspalus, or soul Mithra is an image of the Father, an emanation from the supreme light, says Movers. He passed for creator. Philosophers say the first air is anima mundi. But the garment, Shekinah, is higher than the first air, since it is joined closer to the Ein Sof, the boundless. Thus Sophia is Shekinah, and Sophia Akamoth the anima mundi, the astral light of the Kabbalists, which contains the spiritual and material germs of all that is. For the Sophia Akamoth, like Eve, of whom she is the prototype, is the mother of all that live. There are three trinities in the Nazarene system as well as in the Hindu philosophy of the ante and early Vedic period. While we see the few translators of the Kabbalah, the Nazarene Codex, and other abstruse works, hopelessly floundering amid the interminable pantheon of names, unable to agree as to a system in which to classify them, for the one hypothesis contradicts and overturns the other, we can but wonder at all this trouble, which could be so easily overcome. But even now, when the translation, and even the perusal of the ancient Sanskrit has become so easy as a point of comparison, they would never think it possible that every philosophy, whether Semitic, Hamitic, or Turanian, as they call it, has its key in the Hindu sacred works. Still facts are there, and facts are not easily destroyed. Thus, while we find the Hindu Trimurti triply manifested as Nara, or Parapuracha, Agni, Brahma, the Father, Nari, Manama, Vaya, Vishnu, the Mother, Virajay, Brahma, Surya, Siva, the Son, and the Egyptian Trinity as follows: Neph, or Amun, Osiris, Ra, Horus, the Father. Mot, or Mut, Isis, the Mother, Khans, Horus, Maluli, the Son. The Nazarene system runs: Furho, Ishaman, Mano, Abater, the Father, Chaos, Dark Water, Spiritus, Female, Nedabtu, the Mother, Fetahil, Fidio, Fort Jordan, the Son. The first is the concealed or non-manifested Trinity, a pure abstraction. The other the active or the one revealed in the results of creation. Footnote, S. Asterisk Sahar, p. 93. Movers, p. 265. Kabbalah Denudata, Vol. 2, p. 236. Champollion, Jr., Fetra. Proceeding out of the former its spiritual prototype. The third is the mutilated image of both the others, crystallized in the form of human dogmas, which vary according to the exuberance of the national materialistic fancy. The Supreme Lord of splendor and of light, luminous and refulgent, before which no other existed, is called Corona, the crown, Lord Furho, the unrevealed life which existed in the former from eternity, and Lord Jordan the Spirit, the living water of grace. Phi is the one through whom alone we can be saved, and thus he answers to the Shekinah, the spiritual garment of Ein Sof, or the Holy Ghost. These three constitute the Trinity abscondido. The second Trinity is composed of the three lives. The first is the similitude of Lord Furho, through whom he has proceeded forth, and the second Furho is the King of Light Mano, Rex Lucas. He is the heavenly life and light, and older than the architect of heaven and earth. The second life is Ishaman, Pleroma, the vase of election, containing the visible thought of the Lord Anus Maximus, the type, or its intelligible reflection, the prototype of the living water, who is the spiritual Jordan. Third life, which is produced by the other two, is Abater, the parent or father. This is the mysterious and decrepit aged of the aged, the ancient senum sui obtajantum et grand evum mundi. This latter third life is the father of the demiurge Fetahil, the creator of the world, whom the Ophites call Ildabaoth, though Fetahil is the only begotten one, the reflection of the Father, Abater, who begets him by looking into the dark water. But the Lord Mano, the Lord of loftiness, the Lord of all genii, is higher than the Father. In this Kabbalistic codex one is purely spiritual, the other material. So, for instance, while Abator's only begotten one is the genius Fetahil, the creator of the physical world, Lord Mano, the Lord of Celsitude, who is the son of him, who is the father of all who preach the gospel, produces also an only begotten one, the Lord Lateo, a just Lord. He is the Christos, the Anointed, who pours out the grace of the invisible Jordan, the Spirit of the highest crown. In the Arcanum, in the assembly of splendor, lighted by Mano, to whom the scintillas of splendor owe their origin, the genii who live in light rose, they went to the visible Jordan, and flowing water. They assembled for a council and called forth the only begotten Son. Footnote S. Asterisk Codex Nazareus, Vol. 2, pages 47 to 57. Ibid, Vol. I, p. 145. Ibid, Vol. 2, p. 211. Ibid, Vol. I, p. 308. Sophia Achamoth also begets her son Ildebaoth, the demiurge, by looking into chaos or matter, and by coming in contact with it. Volume 2, page 229. An apocalyptic allegory explained. Of an imperishable image, and who cannot be conceived by reflection, Lebdeo, the just Lord, and sprung from Lebdeo, the just Lord, whom the life had produced by his word. Asterisk Mano is the chief of the seven eons, who are Mano Rex Lucas, Aer Xivo, Ignis Vivus, Lux, Vita. Aqua Viva, the living water of baptism, the genius of the Jordan, and Ipsa Vita, the chief of the six genii, which form with him the mystic seven. The Nazarene Mano is simply the copy of the Hindu first Manu, the emanation of Manu Swayambhuva, from whom evolve in succession the six other Manas, types of the subsequent races of men. We find them all represented by the apostle Kabbalist John in the seven lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the seven spirits of God, and in the seven angels bearing the seven vials. Again in Fetahil we recognize the original of the Christian doctrine. In the revelation of Jonas Theologos it is said, I turned and saw in the midst of the seven candlesticks one like unto the Son of Man. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. I. 13, 14, 15. John here repeats, as is well known, the words of Daniel and Ezekiel. The Ancient of Days, whose hair was white as pure wool, etc. And the appearance of a man above the throne, and the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about. The fire being the glory of the Lord. Fetahil is son of the man, the third life, and his upper part is represented as white as snow, while standing near the throne of the living fire he has the appearance of a flame. All these apocalyptic visions are based on the description of the white head of the Sahar, in whom the Kabbalistic Trinity is united. The white head, which conceals in its cranium the spirit, and which is environed by subtle fire. The appearance of a man is that of Adam Kadmon, through which passes the thread of light represented by the fire. Fetahil is the Vir Novissimus, the newest man, the son of Abator, the latter being the man, or the third life, now the third personage of the Trinity. John sees one like unto the Son of Man, holding in his right hand 7 stars, and standing between 7 golden candlesticks. Revelation I. Fetahil takes his stand on high, according to the will of his Father, the highest Eon, who has 7 scepters, and footnote S. Codex Nazareus, Vol. 2, p. 109. See Sod, the Son of the Man, for translation. Revelation 4. 5. Ezekiel. Codex Nazareus, Vol. 2, p. 127. The first androgyne duad, being considered a unit in all the secret computations, is, therefore, the Holy Ghost. 7 genii, who astronomically represent the 7 planets or stars. He stands shining in the garment of the Lords, resplendent by the agency of the genii. Asterisk he is the son of his father, life, and his mother, spirit, or light. The Logos is represented in the Gospel according to John as one in whom was life, and the life was the light of men. I 4. Phtahil is the demiurge, and his Father created the visible universe of matter through him in the Epistle of Paul to the Ephesians, 3. 9. God is said to have created all things by Jesus. In the Codex the parent life says, Arise, go, our Son first begotten, ordained for all creatures. As the living Father hath sent me, says Christ, God sent his only begotten Son that we might live. Finally, having performed his work on earth, Phtahil reascends to his Father abater. Et qui, relicto quem procrevit mundo, ad abater suum patram contendit, my Father sent me. I go to the Father, repeats Jesus. Laying aside the theological disputes of Christianity which try to blend together the Jewish creator of the first chapter of Genesis with the Father of the New Testament, Jesus states repeatedly of his Father that he is in secret. Surely he would not have so termed the ever-present Lord God of the Mosaic books, who showed himself to Moses and the patriarchs, and finally allowed all the elders of Israel to look on himself when Jesus is made to speak of the temple at Jerusalem as of his Father's house. He does not mean the physical building, which he maintains he can destroy and then again rebuild in 3 days, but of the temple of Solomon, the wise Kabbalist, who indicates in his Proverbs that every man is the temple of God, or of his own divine spirit. This term of the Father who is in secret, we find used as much in the Kabbalah as in the Codex Nazareus, and elsewhere. No one has ever seen the wisdom concealed in the cranium, and no one has beheld the depth, Bithos. Simon, the magician, preached one Father unknown to all. We can trace this appellation of a secret God still farther back. In the Kabbalah the Son of the concealed Father who dwells in light and glory, is the Anointed, the Siranpin, who unites in himself all the Sephiroth. He is Christos, or the heavenly man. It is through Christ that the Pneuma, or the Holy Ghost, creates all things. Footnote S. Asterisk Codex Nazareus, Vol. 3, p. 59. Ibid, Vol. I, p. 285. Ibid, Vol. I, p. 309, Ibid, Vol. I, p. 287. C. Sod, the Son of the Man, p. 101. John 4. 9. Codex Nazareus, Vol. 2, p. 123. Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel. Exodus XXIV. 9, 10. Irenaeus, Clementine Homilies, I, XXII, p. 118. Volume 2, page 231. What are the cherubim and seraphim? See Ephesians 3. 9, and produces the 4 elements, air, water, fire, and earth. This assertion is unquestionable, for we find Irenaeus basing on this fact his best argument for the necessity of there being 4 Gospels. There can be neither more nor fewer than 4, he argues. For as there are 4 quarters of the world, and 4 general wines, Catholica Numida, it is right that she, the Church, should have 4 pillars. From which it is manifest that the Word, the Maker of all, he who sitteth upon the cherubim, as David says, supplicating his advent, thou that sittest between the cherubim, shine forth. For the cherubim also are 4-faced, and their faces are symbols of the working of the Son of God. Asterisk. We will not stop to discuss at length the special holiness of the 4-faced cherubim, although we might, perhaps, show their origin in all the ancient pagodas of India, in the vihans, or vehicles, of their chief gods, as likewise we might easily attribute the respect paid to them to the Kabbalistic wisdom, which, nevertheless, the Church rejects with great horror. But, we cannot resist the temptation to remind the reader that he may easily ascertain the several significances attributed to these cherubs by reading the Kabbalah. When the souls are to leave their abode, says the Sahar, holding to the doctrine of the pre-existence of souls in the world of emanations, each soul separately appears before the Holy King, dressed in a sublime form, with the features in which it is to appear in this world. It is from this sublime form that the image proceeds, Sahar, 3, p. 104 ab. Then it goes on to say that the types or forms of these faces are four in number: those of the angel or man, of the lion, the bull, and the eagle. Furthermore, we may well express our wonder that Irenaeus should not have reinforced his argument for the four Gospels by citing the whole pantheon of the four-armed Hindu gods. Ezekiel, in representing his four animals, now called cherubim, as types of the four symbolical beings, which, in his visions support the throne of Jehovah, had not far to go for his models. The Chaldeo-Babylonian protecting genii were familiar to him, the said Alap or Chirub, cherubim, the bull, with the human face, the Nirgal, human-headed lion, Auster the Sphinx man, and the Nadga, with its eagle's head. The religion of the masters, the idolatrous Babylonians and Assyrians, was transferred almost bodily into the revealed scripture of the captives, and from thence came into Christianity. Already, we find Ezekiel addressed by the likeness of the glory of the Ford, as Son of Man. This peculiar title is used repeatedly. Footnote S. Asterisk ADV. Hayes, 3, 2, 18. Throughout the whole book of this prophet, which is as Kabbalistic as the roll of a book which the glory causes him to eat. It is written within and without, and its real meaning is identical with that of the Apocalypse. It appears strange that so much stress should be laid on this peculiar appellation, said to have been applied by Jesus to himself, when, in the symbolical or Kabbalistic language, a prophet is so addressed. It is as extraordinary to see Irenaeus indulging in such graphic descriptions of Jesus as to show him, the maker of all, sitting upon a cherubim, unless he identifies him with Shekinah, whose usual place was among the cherubs of the mercy seat. We also know that the cherubim and seraphim are titles of the old serpent, the orthodox devil, the seraphs being the burning or fiery serpents, in Kabbalistic symbolism. The 10 emanations of Adam Kadmon, called the Sephiroth, have all emblems and titles corresponding to each. So, for instance, the last two are victory, or Jehovah Sabaoth, whose symbol is the right column of Solomon, the pillar Jachin, while glory is the left pillar, or Boaz, and its name is the old serpent, and also seraphim and cherubim. Asterisk. The Son of Man is an appellation which could not be assumed by anyone but a Kabbalist. Except, as shown above, in the Old Testament, it is used but by one prophet, Ezekiel, the Kabbalist. In their mysterious and mutual relations, the eons, or Sephiroth, are represented in the Kabbalah by a great number of circles, and sometimes by the figure of a man, which is symbolically formed out of such circles. This man is Siranpin, and the 243 numbers of which his figure consists relate to the different orders of the celestial hierarchy. The original idea of this figure, or rather the model, may have been taken from the Hindu Brahma, and the various castes typified by the several parts of his body, as King suggests in his Gnostics. In one of the grandest and most beautiful cave temples at Ellora, Nasak, dedicated to Vishvakarma, son of Brahma, is a representation of this god and his attributes. To one acquainted with Ezekiel's description of the likeness of 4 living creatures, every one of which had 4 faces and the hands of a man under its wings, etc., this figure at Ellora must certainly appear absolute/biblical. Brahma is called the father of man, as well as Jupiter and other highest gods. It is in the Buddhistic representations of Mount Meru, called by the Burmese Myenmo, and by the Siamese Sinaru, that we find one of the originals of the Adam Kadmon, Siranpin, the heavenly man, and of all the eons, Sephiroth, powers, dominions, thrones, virtues, and footnote S. Asterisk see King's Gnostics. Ezekiel I2. Volume 2, page 233. The Indian Meru gods, Sephiroth. Dignities of the Kabbalah. Between 2 pillars, which are connected by an arch. The keystone of the latter is represented by a crescent. This is the domain in which dwells the supreme wisdom of Adi Buddha, the supreme and invisible deity. Beneath this highest central point comes the circle of the direct emanation of the unknown, the circle of Brahma with some Hindus, of the first avatar of Buddha, according to others. This answers to Adam Kadmon and the 10 Sephiroth. 9 of the emanations are encircled by the 10th, and occasionally represented by pagodas, each of which bears a name which expresses one of the chief attributes of the manifested deity. Then below come the 7 stages, or heavenly spheres, each sphere being encircled by a sea. These are the celestial mansions of the Devatas, or gods, each losing somewhat in holiness and purity as it approaches the earth. Then comes Meru itself, formed of numberless circles within 3 large ones, typifying the Trinity of man, and for one acquainted with the numerical value of the letters in biblical names, like that of the great beast, or that of Mithras Abraxas, and others, it is an easy matter to establish the identity of the Meru gods with the emanations or Sephiroth of the Kabbalists. Also the genii of the Nazarenes, with their special missions, are all found on this most ancient mythos, a most perfect representation of the symbolism of the secret doctrine, as taught in archaic ages. King gives a few hints, though doubtless too insufficient to teach anything important, for they are based upon the calculations of Bishop Newton as to this mode of finding out mysteries in the value of letters. However, we find this great archaeologist, who has devoted so much time and labor to the study of Gnostic gems, corroborating our assertion. He shows that the entire theory is Hindu, and points out that the Durga, or female counterpart of each Asiatic god, is what the Kabbalists term active virtue in the celestial hierarchy, a term which the Christian fathers adopted and repeated, without fully appreciating, and the meaning of which the later theology has utterly disfigured. But to return to Meru. Footnote, S. Asterisk Gnostics and their remains. Although this science is commonly supposed to be peculiar to the Jewish Talmudists, there is no doubt that they borrowed the idea from a foreign source, and that from the Chaldeans, THQ founders of magic art, says King, in the Gnostics. The titles Iao and Abraxas, etc., instead of being recent Gnostic figments, were indeed holy names, borrowed from the most ancient formulae of the East. Pliny must allude to them when he mentions the virtues ascribed by the Magi to amethysts engraved with the names of the sun and moon, names not expressed in either the Greek or Latin tongues. In the eternal Sun, the Abraxas, the Adonai, of these gems, we recognize the very amulets ridiculed by the philosophic Pliny, Gnostics, pages 79, 80, virtues, miracles, as employed by Irenaeus. Volume 2, page 234 ISIS Unveiled. The whole is surrounded by the Maha Samat, or the Great Sea, the astral light and ether of the Kabbalists and scientists, and within the central circles appears the likeness of a man. He is the Akadoth of the Nazarenes, the twofold unity, or the androgyne man, the heavenly incarnation, and a perfect representation of Saranpan, short face, the son, of a rich Enpan, long face. This likeness is now represented in many lamaseries by Gautama Buddha, the last of the incarnated avatars. Still lower, under the MEM, is the dwelling of the great Naga, who is called Raja Naga, the king serpent, the serpent of Genesis, the Gnostic Apis, and the goddess of the earth, Bhumanari, or Yama, who waits upon the great dragon, for she is Eve, the mother of all that live. Still lower is the 8th sphere, the infernal regions. The uppermost regions of Brahma are surrounded by the sun, moon, and planets, the 7 stellas of the Nazarenes, and just as they are described in the Codex. The 7 impostor demons who deceive the sons of Adam. The name of one is Sol, of another Spiritus Venereus, Astro, of the third Nebu, Mercurius a false messiah. The name of a fourth is Sin Luna, the 5th is Chiun, Saturnus, the 6th, Belzeus, the 7th, Nerigmar.s. Then there are 7 lives procreated, 7 good stelas, which are from Kabarzio, and are those bright ones who shine in their own form and splendor that pours from on high. At the gate of the house of life the throne is fitly placed for the Lord of splendor, and there are 3 habitations. The habitations of the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity, are placed beneath the keystone the golden crescent, in the representation of Meru. And there was under his feet, of the God of Israel, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, Exodus XXIV 10. Under the crescent is the heaven of Brahma, all paved with sapphires. The paradise of Indra is resplendent with 1,000 suns, that of Siva, Saturn, is in the northeast, his throne is formed of lapis lazuli and the floor of heaven is of fervid gold. When he sits on the throne he blazes with fire up to the loins. At Herdwar, during the fair, in which he is more than ever Mahadeva, the highest god, the attributes and emblems sacred to the Jewish Lord God, may be recognized one by one in those of Siva. The Binlang stone, sacred to this Hindu deity, is an unhewn stone like the Beth-el, consecrated by the patriarch Jacob, and set up by him for a pillar, and like the latter footnote, s. Asterisk so called to distinguish the short face, who is exterior, from the venerable sacred ancient, the Idra Rabbah, 3, 36, v 54. Siranpan is the image of the Father. He that hath seen me hath seen my Father, John 14. 9, Codex Nazareus, Vol. 3, p. 57. Ibid, Vol. 3, p. 61. This stone, of a sponge-like surface, is found in Narmada and seldom to be seen in other places. Volume 2, page 235. The evangelist John describes Siva. Binlang is anointed. We need hardly remind the student that the linga, the emblem sacred to Siva and whose temples are modeled after this form, is identical in shape, meaning, and purpose with the pillars set up by the several patriarchs to mark their adoration of the Lord God. In fact, one of these patriarchal lithoi might even now be carried in the Sivatic processions of Calcutta, without its Hebrew derivation being suspected. The 4 arms of Siva are often represented with appendages like wings. He has 3 eyes and a 4th in the crescent, obtained by him at the churning of the ocean, as Puncha. Mukti Siva has 4 heads. In this god we recognize the description given by Ezekiel, in the 1st chapter of his book, of his vision, in which he beholds the likeness of a man in the 4 living creatures, who had 4 faces, 4 wings, who had 1 pair of straight feet, which sparkled like the color of burnished brass, and their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. It is the throne and heaven of Siva that the prophet describes in saying, "And there was the likeness of a throne as the appearance of a sapphire stone, and I saw as the color of amber, gold, as the appearance of fire around about. From his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward, I saw as it were the appearance of fire." Ezekiel I. 27, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. 0 Revelation I 15. As for their faces, one had the face of a cherub, and the face of a lion. They also had the face of an ox and the face of an eagle. Ezekiel I. 10, x 14. This fourfold appearance which we find in the 2 cherubims of gold on the 2 ends of the ark, these symbolic 4 faces being adopted, moreover, later, one by each evangelist, as may be easily ascertained from the pictures of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John prefixed to their respective Gospels in the Roman Vulgate and Greek Bibles. Taught, the great god of the Phoenicians, says Sanconiathon, to express the character of Saturn or Cronus, made his image having 4 eyes. 2 before, 2 behind, open and closed, and 4 wings, 2 expanded, 2 folded. The eyes denote that the god sees in sleep, and sleeps in waking, the position of the wings that he flies in rest, and rests in flying. The identity of Saturn with Siva is corroborated still more when we consider the emblem of the latter. The Damara, which is an hourglass, to show the progress of time, represented by this god in his capacity of a destroyer. The bull Nardi, the Vihan of Siva and the most sacred footnote, S. Asterisk John has an eagle near him, Luke, a bull, Mark, a lion, and Matthew, an angel. The Kabbalistic quaternary of the Egyptian tarot. Vol. 2, page 236 ISIS Unveiled. Blem of this god, is reproduced in the Egyptian Apis, and in the bull created by Ormuzd and killed by Ahriman. The religion of Zoroaster, all based upon the secret doctrine, is found held by the people of Eretine. It was the religion of the Persians when they conquered the Assyrians. From thence it is easy to trace the introduction of this emblem of life represented by the bull, in every religious system. The College of the Magians had accepted it with the change of dynasty. Daniel is described as a rabbi, the chief of the Babylonian astrologers and magi, therefore we see the Assyrian little bulls and the attributes of Siveri appearing under a hardly modified form in the cherubs of the Talmudistic Jews, as we have traced the bull Apis in the sphinxes or cherubs of the Mosaic Ark, and as we find it several thousand years later in the company of one of the Christian evangelists, Luke. Whoever has lived in India long enough to acquaint himself even superficially with the native deities must detect the similarity between Jehovah and other gods besides Shiva. As Saturn, the latter was always held in great respect by the Talmudists. He was held in reverence by the Alexandrian Kabbalists as the direct inspirer of the law and the prophets. One of the names of Saturn was Israel, and we will show, in time, his identity in a certain way with Abram, which movers and others hinted at long since. Thus it cannot be wondered at if Valentinus, Basilides, and the Ophite Gnostics placed the dwelling of their Ildabaoth, also a destroyer as well as a creator, in the planet Saturn, for it was he who gave the law in the wilderness and spoke through the prophets. If more proof should be required, we will show it in the testimony of the canonical Bible itself. In Amos the Lord pours vials of wrath upon the people of Israel. He rejects their burnt offerings and will not listen to their prayers, but inquires of Amos, have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacles of your Moloch and Chiun your images, the star of your God, v. 25, 26. Who are Moloch and Chiun but Baal, Saturn, Siva, and Chiun, Kivin, the same Saturn whose star the Israelites had made to themselves. There seems no escape in this case, all these deities are identical. The same in the case of the numerous logoi. While the Zoroastrian Sojish is framed on that of the 10th Brahmanical avatar, and the 5th Buddha of the followers of Gautama, and we find the former, after having passed part and parcel into the Kabbalistic system of King Messiah, reflected in the Apostle Gabriel of the Nazarenes, and Zivo, the legatus, sent on earth by the Lord of Celsitude and Light. All of these footnote, s. See matter, upon the subject. Consult Book of Daniel, 4, v. Volume 2, page 237. The Persian Sojish in the Apocalypse. Hindu and Persian, Buddhist and Jewish, the Christos of the Gnostics and the Philonine logos are found combined in the Word made flesh of the fourth Gospel. Christianity includes all these systems, patched and arranged to meet the occasion. Do we take up the Avesta, we find there the dual system so prevalent in the Christian scheme. The struggle between Ahriman darkness and Ormuzd, light, has been going on in the world continually since the beginning of time. When the worst arrives and Ahriman will seem to have conquered the world and corrupted all mankind, then will appear the savior of mankind, Sojish. He will come seated upon a white horse and followed by an army of good genii equally mounted on milk-white steeds, and this we find faithfully copied in the Revelation. I saw heaven opened, and beheld a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses. Revelation 19:11, 14. Sojish himself is but a later Persian permutation of the Hindu Vishnu. The figure of this god may be found unto this day representing him as the Savior, the Preserver, the preserving Spirit of God, in the temple of Rama. The picture shows him in his 10th incarnation, the Kaki avatar, which is yet to come as an armed warrior mounted upon a white horse. Waving over his head the sword destruction, he holds in his other hand a discus, made up of rings encircled in one another, an emblem of the revolving cycles or great ages, for Vishnu will thus appear but at the end of the Kali Yuga, answering to the end of the world expected by our Adventists. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, on his head were many crowns, Revelation 19:12. Vishnu is often represented with several crowns superposed on his head. And I saw an angel standing on the sun, 17. The white horse is the horse of the sun Sojiash, the Persian savior, is also born of a virgin, and at the end of days he will come as a redeemer to regenerate the world, but he will be preceded by two prophets, who will come to announce him. Hence the Jews who had Moses and Elias, are now waiting for the Messiah. Then comes the footnote, s. Ahriman, the production of Zoroaster, is so called in hatred of the Aryas or Aryas, the Brahmins against whose dominion the Zoroastrians had revolted. Although an Arya, a noble, a sage, himself, Zoroaster, as in the case of the Devas whom he disgraced from gods to the position of devils, hesitated not to designate this type of the spirit of evil under the name of his enemies, the Brahmanari as. The whole struggle of Ahura Mazda and Ahriman is but the allegory of the great religious and political war between Brahmanism and Zoroastrianism. Nork, 2, 146. Reverend Mr. Maurice takes it also to mean the cycles. Dunker, 2, 363, Spiegels Avesta, I, 32, 34. See the Book of Dehesh, 47. See King's translation of the Zendavesta, in his Gnostics, p. 9. Volume 2, page 238 ISIS Unveiled. General Resurrection, when the good will immediately enter into this happy abode the regenerated earth, and Ahriman and his angels, the devils, and the wicked, be purified by immersion in a lake of molten metal. Henceforward, all will enjoy unchangeable happiness, and, headed by Sojiash, ever sing the praises of the Eternal One. The above is a perfect repetition of Vishnu in his 10th avatar, for he will then throw the wicked into the infernal abodes in which, after purifying themselves, they will be pardoned, even those devils which rebelled against Brahma, and were hurled into the bottomless pit by Siva, as also the blessed ones will go to dwell with the gods, over the Mount Meru. Having thus traced the similarity of views respecting the Logos, Metatron, and Mediator, as found in the Kabbalah and the Codex of the Christian Nazarenes and Gnostics, the reader is prepared to appreciate the audacity of the patristic scheme to reduce a purely metaphysical figure into concrete form, and make it appear as if the finger of prophecy had from time immemorial been pointing down the vista of ages to Jesus as the coming Messiah. A theomythos intended to symbolize the coming day, near the close of the great cycle, when the glad tidings from heaven should proclaim the universal brotherhood and common faith of humanity. The day of regeneration was violently distorted into an accomplished fact. Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God, says Jesus. Is this the language of a God? Of the second person in the Trinity, who is identical with the first? And if this Messiah, or Holy Ghost of the Gnostic and pagan trinities, had come in his person, what did he mean by distinguishing between himself the Son of Man, and the Holy Ghost? And whosoever shall speak a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but unto him that blasphemeth against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven, he says. And how account for the marvelous identity of this very language, with the precepts enunciated, centuries before, by the Kabbalists and the pagan initiates? The following are a few instances out of many. No one of the gods, no man, or lord, can be good, but only God alone, says Hermes. Footnote, s. Asterisk. The devas or devils of the Iranians contrast with the devas or deities of India. Nork, 2, 146. The Bishop of Ephesus, 218 AD, Eusebius, H. E3, 31. Origen stoutly maintained the doctrine of eternal punishment to be erroneous. He held that at the second advent of Christ even the devils among the damned would be forgiven. The eternal damnation is a later Christian thought. Luke 12:10 Hermes Trismegistus, 6. 55 Volume 2, page 239 Jesus only claims to be man. To be a good man is impossible, God alone possesses this privilege, repeats Plato, with a slight variation. 6 centuries before Christ, the Chinese philosopher Confucius said that his doctrine was simple and easy to comprehend, Lun Yu, chap. 5:15. To which one of his disciples added, the doctrine of our master consists in having an invariable correctness of heart, and in doing toward others as we would that they should do to us. Jesus of Nazareth, a man approved of God among you by miracles, exclaims Peter, long after the scene of Calvary. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John, says the fourth Gospel, thus placing the Baptist on an equality with Jesus. John the Baptist, in one of the most solemn acts of his life, that of baptizing Christ, thinks not that he is going to baptize a God, but uses the word man. This is he of whom I said, after me cometh a man. Speaking of himself, Jesus says, you seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of God. Even the blind man of Jerusalem, healed by the great thaumaturgist, full of gratitude and admiration for his benefactor, in narrating the miracle does not call Jesus God, but simply says, a man that is called Jesus, made day. We do not close the list for lack of other instances and proofs, but simply because what we now say has been repeated and demonstrated by others, many times before us. But there is no more incurable evil than blind and unreasoning fanaticism. Few are the men who, like Dr. Priestley, have the courage to write, we find nothing like divinity ascribed to Christ before Justin Martyr, A.D. 141, who, from being a philosopher, became a Christian. Muhammad appeared nearly 600 years after the presumed deicide. The Greco-Roman world was still convulsed with religious dissensions, withstanding all the past imperial edicts and forcible Christianization. While the Council of Trent was disputing about the Vulgate, the unity of God quietly superseded the Trinity, and soon the Mahometans outnumbered the Christians. Why? Because their prophet never sought to identify himself with Allah. Otherwise, it is safe to say, he would not have lived to see his religion flourish. Till the present day Mahometanism has made and is now making more proselytes than Christianity. Buddha Siddhartha came as a simple mortal, centuries before Christ. The religious ethics of this faith are now found to far exceed footnote, s. Plato Protagoras, Corey, p. 274 Pent here, La Chine, 2, 375, Sod, the son of the man, p. 97. Acts 2. 22 John I 6. Ibid, 30. John 8. 40 Ibid, 9. 11 Priestley, History of Early Christianity, p. 2, section 2. Muhammad was born in 571 AD volume 2, page 240 ISIS Unveiled. In moral beauty anything ever dreamed of by the Tertullians and Augustines. The true spirit of Christianity can alone be fully found in Buddhism, partially, it shows itself in other heathen religions. Buddha never made of himself a god, nor was he deified by his followers. The Buddhists are now known to far outnumber Christians, they are enumerated at nearly 500 million. While cases of conversion among Buddhists, Brahmanists, Mahometans, and Jews become so rare as to show how sterile are the attempts of our missionaries, atheism and materialism spread their gangrenous ulcers and gnaw every day deeper at the very heart of Christianity. There are no atheists among heathen populations, and those few among the Buddhists and Brahmins who have become infected with materialism may always be found to belong to large cities densely thronged with Europeans, and only among educated classes. Truly, says Bishop Kidder, were a wise man to choose his religion from those who profess it, perhaps Christianity would be the last religion he would choose. In an able little pamphlet from the pen of the popular lecturer, J. M. Peebles, M.D., the author quotes, from the London Athenaeum, an article in which are described the welfare and civilization of the inhabitants of Yarkand and Kashgar, who seem virtuous and happy. Gracious heavens, fervently exclaims the honest author, who himself was once a Universalist clergyman, grant to keep Christian missionaries away from happy and heathen Tartary. Asterisk. From the earliest days of Christianity, when Paul upbraided the church of Corinth for a crime as is not so much as named among the Gentiles that one should have his father's wife, and for their making a pretext of the Lord's Supper for debauch and drunkenness, 1 Corinthians, v. 1, the profession of the name of Christ has ever been more a pretext than the evidence of holy feeling. However, a correct form of this verse is, everywhere the lewd practice among you is heard about, such a lewd practice as is nowhere among the heathen nations, even the having or marrying of the father's wife. The Persian influence would seem to be indicated in this language. The practice existed nowhere among the nations, except in Persia, where it was esteemed especially meritorious. Hence, too, the Jewish stories of Abraham marrying his sister, Nahor, his niece, Amram his father's sister, and Judah his son's widow, whose children appear to have been legitimate. The Aryan tribes esteemed endogamic marriages, while the Tartars and all barbarous nations required all alliances to be exogamous. Footnote, S. Asterisk J. M. Peebles, Jesus Man, Myth, or God. Vol. 2, page 241. The raising of Calavati. There was but one apostle of Jesus worthy of that name, and that was Paul. However disfigured were his epistles by dogmatic hands before being admitted into the canon, his conception of the great and divine figure of the philosopher who died for his idea can still be traced in his addresses to the various Gentile nations. Only, he who would understand him better yet must study the Philonene logos. Reflecting now and then the Hindu sabda, logos, of the Mimamsa school. As to the other apostles, those whose names are prefixed to the Gospels, we cannot well believe in their veracity when we find them attributing to their master miracles surrounded by circumstances, recorded, if not in the oldest books of India, at least in such as antedated Christianity, and in the very phraseology of the traditions. Who, in his days of simple and blind credulity, but marveled at the touching narrative given in the Gospels according to Mark and Luke of the resurrection of the daughter of Jairus. Who has ever doubted its originality? And yet the story is copied entirely from the Hari Purana, and is recorded among the miracles attributed to Christna. We translate it from the French version. The king Angas Huna caused the betrothal of his daughter, the beautiful Calavati, with the young son of Yamadeva, the powerful king of Antarviti, named Govinda, to be celebrated with great pomp. But as Calavati was amusing herself in the groves with her companions, she was stung by a serpent and died. Angas Huna tore his clothes, covered himself with ashes, and cursed the day when he was born. Suddenly, a great rumor spread through the palace, and the following cries were heard, 1,000 times repeated, Pasayapataram, Pasayaguram, why the Father, the Master. Then Christna approached, smiling, leaning on the arm of Arjuna. Master, cried Angas Huna, casting himself at his feet, and sprinkling them with his tears, see my poor daughter, and he showed him the body of Calavati, stretched upon a mat. Why do you weep? Replied Christna, in a gentle voice. Do you not see that she is sleeping? Listen to the sound of her breathing, like the sigh of the night wind which rustles the leaves of the trees. See, her cheeks resuming their color, her eyes, whose lids tremble as if they were about to open, her lips quiver as if about to speak. She is sleeping, I tell you, and hold. See, she moves, Calavati. Rise and walk. Hardly had Christna spoken, when the breathing, warmth, movement, and life returned little by little into the corpse, and the young girl, obeying the injunction of the demigod, rose from her couch. And Volume 2, page 242 ISIS Unveiled. rejoined her companions. But the crowd marveled and cried out, "This is a god, since death is no more for him than sleep." All such parables are enforced upon Christians, with the addition of dogmas which, in their extraordinary character, leave far behind them the wildest conceptions of heathenism. The Christians, in order to believe in a deity, have found it necessary to kill their God, that they themselves should live. And now, the Supreme, Unknown One, the Father of grace and mercy, and his celestial hierarchy are managed by the Church as though they were so many theatrical stars and supernumeraries under salary. 6 centuries before the Christian era, Xenophanes had disposed of such anthropomorphism by an immortal satire, recorded and preserved by Clement of Alexandria. There is one God supreme, whose form is not like unto man's, and as unlike his nature, but vain mortals imagine that gods like themselves are begotten with human sensations, and voice, and corporeal members. So if oxen or lions had hands and could work in man's fashion and trace out with chisel or brush their conception of Godhead, then would horses depict gods like horses, and oxen like oxen, each kind the divine with its own form and nature endowing. And here Vyasa, the poet pantheist of India, who, for all the scientists can prove, may have lived, as Jacoliot has it, some 15,000 years ago, discoursing on Maya, the illusion of the senses. All religious dogmas only serve to obscure the intelligence of man. Worship of divinities, under the allegories of which, is hidden respect for natural laws, drives away truth to the profit of the basest superstitions Vyasa Maya. It was given to Christianity to paint us God Almighty after the model of the Kabbalistic abstraction of the Ancient of Days. From old frescoes on cathedral ceilings, Catholic missals, and other icons and images, we now find him depicted by the poetic brush of Gustave Doré. The awful, unknown majesty of him, whom no heathen dared to reproduce in concrete form, is figuring in our own century in Dove's Illustrated Bible. Treading upon clouds that float in mid-air, darkness and chaos behind him and the world beneath his feet, a majestic old man stands, his left hand gathering his flowing robes about him, and his right raised in the gesture of command. He has spoken the word, and footnote, s. Asterisk translated from the Hari Purana, by Jacoliot, Christna, etle Christ. Clement, Al. Strom, v. 14, 110, translation given in Supernatural Religion, Vol. I. p. 77. Volume 2, page 243. Episcopal Passports to Heaven. From his towering person streams an effulgence of light, the Shekinah. As a poetic conception, the composition does honor to the artist, but does it honor God? Better, the chaos behind him, than the figure itself, for there, at least, we have a solemn mystery. For our part, we prefer the silence of the ancient heathens. With such a gross, anthropomorphic, and, as we conceive, blasphemous representation of the first cause, who can feel surprised at any iconographic extravagance in the representation of the Christian Christ, the apostles, and the putative saints? With the Catholics, St. Peter becomes quite naturally the janitor of heaven, and sits at the door of the celestial kingdom, a ticket taker to the Trinity. In a religious disturbance which recently occurred in one of the Spanish-American provinces, there were found upon the bodies of some of the killed, passports signed by the bishop of the diocese and addressed to St. Peter, bidding him admit the bearer as a true son of the Church. It was subsequently ascertained that these unique documents were issued by the Catholic prelate just before his deluded parishioners went into the fight at the instigation of their priests. In their immoderate desire to find evidence for the authenticity of the New Testament, the best men, the most erudite scholars even among Protestant divines, but too often fall into deplorable traps. We cannot believe that such a learned commentator as Canon Westcott could have left himself in ignorance as to Talmudistic and purely Kabbalistic writings. How then is it that we find him quoting, with such serene assurance as presenting striking analogies to the Gospel of St. John, passages from the work of the pastor of Hernias, which are complete sentences from the Kabbalistic literature. The view which Hermes gives of Christ's nature and work is no less harmonious with apostolic doctrine, and it offers striking analogies to the Gospel of St. John. He, Jesus, is a rock higher than the mountains, able to hold the whole world, ancient, and yet having a new gate. He is older than creation, so that he took counsel with the Father about the creation which he made. No one shall enter in unto him otherwise than by his Son. Now while as the author of supernatural religion well proves footnote, s. This work, the Pastor of Hermes, is no longer extant, but appears only in the Stichometry of Nicephorus. It is now considered an apocrypha. But, in the days of Irenaeus, it was quoted as Holy Scripture, see sup. Religion, vol. I, p. 257, by the Fathers, held to be divinely inspired, and publicly read in the churches, Irenaeus, Adv. Hare, 4, 20. When Tertullian became a Montanist he rejected it, after having asserted its divinity. Tertullian, De Orat, p. 12, Volume 2, page 244 ISIS Unveiled. There is nothing in this which looks like a corroboration of the doctrine taught in the fourth Gospel. He omits to state that nearly everything expressed by the pseudo-Hermes in relation to his parabolic conversation with the Lord is a plain quotation, with repeated variations, from the Sahar and other Kabbalistic books. We may as well compare, so as to leave the reader in no difficulty to judge for himself. God, says Hermes, planted the vineyard, that is, he created the people and gave them to his Son, and the Son himself cleansed their sins, etc., i.e., the Son washed them in his blood, in commemoration of which Christians drink wine at the communion. In the Kabbalah it is shown that the Aged of the Aged, or Longface, plants a vineyard, the latter typifying mankind, and a vine, meaning life. The spirit of King Messiah is, therefore, shown as washing his garments in the wine from above, from the creation of the world Adam, or Adam is blood. The life of the flesh is in the blood, Nefesh soul, Leviticus 17. And Adam Kadmon is the only begotten. Noah also plants a vineyard, the allegorical hotbed of future humanity. As a consequence of the adoption of the same allegory, we find it reproduced in the Nazarene Codex. 7 vines are procreated, which spring from Iokabar Ziva and Furho or Parcha. Rabba waters them. When the blessed will ascend among the creatures of light, they shall see Iovar Zivo, Lord Q/life, and the first vine. These Kabbalistic metaphors are thus naturally repeated in the Gospel according to John, 15. 1. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. In Genesis, Slix, the dying Jacob is made to say, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the lion's whelp, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh, comes. Binding his colt unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine, he washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. Shiloh is King Messiah, as well as the Shiloh in Ephraim, which was to be made the capital and the place of the sanctuary. In the Targum of Onkelos, the Babylonian, the words of Jacob read, until the King Messiah shall come. The prophecy has failed in the Christian as well as in the Kabbalistico-Jewish sense. The scepter has departed from Judah, whether the Messiah has already or will come, unless we believe, with the Kabbalists, that Moses was the first Messiah, who transferred his soul to Joshua. Jesus says Hermes, and, in the middle of the plain, he showed me a great white rock, which had risen out of the plain, and the rock was footnote, s, Sahar, XL, p10. Codex Nazareus, vol. 3, pages 60, 61. Ibid, vol. 2, p. 281, vol. 3, p. 59. We must remind the reader, in this connection, that Joshua and Jesus are one and the same name. In the Slavonian Bibles Joshua reads Jesus, or Jesus, Navin. Volume 2, page 245. The Coming of King Messiah. Higher than the mountains, rectangular, so as to be able to hold the whole world, but that rock was old, having a gate hewn out of it, and the hewing out of the gate seemed to me to be recent. In the Sahar, we find, to 40,000 superior worlds the white of the skull of Eli's head, of the most sacred ancient in absconditus, is extended star. When Sir, the first reflection and image of his father, the ancient of the ancient, will, through the mystery of the 70 names of Metatron, descend into Ezra, the third world, he will open a new gate. The Spiritus Decisorius will cut and divide the garment, Shekinah, into 2 parts. At the coming of King Messiah, from the sacred cubical stone of the temple a white light will be arising during 40 days. This will expand, until it encloses the whole world. At that time King Messiah will allow himself to be revealed, and will be seen coming out of the gate of the Garden of Odan, Eden. He will be revealed in the land Galil. When he has made satisfaction for the sins of Israel, he will lead them on through a new gate to the seat of judgment. At the gate of the house of life, the throne is prepared for the Lord of splendor. Further on, the commentator introduces the following quotation: "This rock and this gate are the Son of God." "How, Lord," I said, "is the rock old and the gate new?" "Listen," he said, "and understand, thou ignorant man. The Son of God is older than all of his creation, so that he was a counselor with the Father in his works of creation, and for this is he old." Now, these 2 assertions are not only purely Kabbalistic, without even so much as a change of expression, but Brahmanical and pagan likewise. Vidi virum excellentum celi terri kindi tornata majorum. I have seen the most excellent, superior, man, who is older by birth than the maker of heaven and earth, says the Kabbalistic Codex, the Eleusinian Dionysus, whose particular name was Iacchos, Iaccho, Laha, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected, was considered older than the demiurge. At the mysteries of the Anthesteria at the lakes, the Limni, after the usual baptism by purification of water, the Misti were made to pass through to another door, gate, and 1 footnote, s. Asterisk Idrarabba, vol. 3, 41, the Sahar. Kabbalah Denudata, vol. 2, p. 230, the Book of the Babylonian Companions, p. 35. Sahar ex, p. 11 Midrash Hasharim, Rabbi Akiba, Midrash Kahileth, vol. 2, p. 45. Codex Nazareus, vol. 3, p. 60. On the Canon, p. 178 ff. Il. 2, p. 57, Norberg's Onomasticon, Sod, the Son of the Man, p. 103. Preller, vol. I, p. 484, K. O. Muller, History of Greek Literature, p. 238, Movers, p. 553. Volume 2, page 246. ISIS Unveiled. Particularly for that purpose, which was called the Gate of Dionysus, and that of the Purified. In the Sahar, the Kabbalists are told that the workmaster, the demiurge, said to the Lord, "Let us make man after our image." Asterisk in the original texts of the first chapter of Genesis, it stands, "and the Elohim." Translated as the Supreme God, who are the highest gods or powers, said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." In the Vedas, Brahma holds counsel with Parabrahma, as to the best mode to proceed to create the world. Canon Westcott, quoting Hermes, shows him asking, "And why is the gate new, Lord?" I said, "Because," he replied, "he was manifested at the last of the days of the dispensation, for this cause the gate was made new, in order that they who shall be saved might enter by it into the kingdom of God." There are 2 peculiarities worthy of note in this passage. To begin with, it attributes to the Lord a false statement of the same character as that so emphasized by the Apostle John, and which brought, at a later period, the whole of the Orthodox Christians, who accepted the apostolic allegories as literal, to such inconvenient straits. Jesus, as Messiah, was not manifested at the last of the days, for the latter are yet to come, notwithstanding a number of divinely inspired prophecies, followed by disappointed hopes, as a result, to testify to his immediate coming. The belief that the last times had come, was natural, when once the coming of King Messiah had been acknowledged. The second peculiarity is found in the fact that the prophecy could have been accepted at all, when even its approximate determination is a direct contradiction of Mark, who makes Jesus distinctly state that neither the angels, nor the Son himself, know of that day or that hour. We might add that, as the belief undeniably originated with the Apocalypse, it ought to be a self-evident proof that it belonged to the calculations peculiar to the Kabbalists and the pagan sanctuaries. It was the secret computation of a cycle, which, according to their reckoning, was ending toward the latter part of the 1st century. It may also be held as a corroborative proof, that the Gospel according to Mark, as well as that ascribed to John, and the Apocalypse, were written by men, of whom neither was sufficiently acquainted with the other. The Logos was first definitely called Petra, rock, by Philo. The word, moreover, as we have shown elsewhere, means, in Chaldee and Phoenician, interpreter. Justin Martyr calls him, throughout his works, angel, and makes a clear distinction between the Logos and God the Creator. Footnote, S. Asterisk Sahar, Vol. I, FOL 25. Simul, Vol. 9, p. 12, Supernatural Religion, Vol. I, p. 257. Mark 13. 32 Volume 2, page 247. Who was Gabriel Legatus? The Word of God is his Son, and he is also called angel and apostle, for he declares whatever we ought to know, interprets, and is sent to declare whatever is disclosed. Asterisk Adon inferior is distributed into its own paths, into 32 sides of paths, yet it is not known to anyone but Seir. But no one knows the superior Adon nor his paths, except that long face the supreme God. Seir is the Nazarene genius, who is called Abel Zivo, and Gabriel Legatus also Apostle Gabriel. The Nazarenes held with the Kabbalists that even the Messiah who was to come did not know the superior Adon, the concealed deity, no one except the supreme God, thus showing that above the supreme intelligible deity, there is one still more secret and unrevealed. Siranpin is the third God, while Logos, according to Philo-Judaeus, is the second one. This is distinctly shown in the Codex. The false Messiah shall say, I am Deus, son of Deus, my Father sent me here. I am the first legate, I am Abel Zivo, I am come from on high. But distrust him, for he will not be Abel Zivo. Abel Zivo will not permit himself to be seen in this age. Hence the belief of some Gnostics that it was not Abel Zivo, Archangel Gabriel, who overshadowed Mary, but Ildebaoth, who formed the material body of Jesus, Christos uniting himself with him only at the moment of baptism in the Jordan. Can we doubt Nork's assertion that the Bereshith Rabbah, the oldest part of the Midrash Rabbath, was known to the Church Fathers in a Greek translation, but if, on the one hand, they were sufficiently acquainted with the different religious systems of their neighbors to have enabled them to build a new religion alleged to be distinct from all others, their ignorance of the Old Testament itself, let alone the more complicated questions of Grecian metaphysics, is now found to have been deplorable. So, for instance, in Matthew XXVII 9f, the passage from Zechariah 11, 12, 13, is attributed to Jeremiah, says the author of Supernatural Religion. In Mark I2, a quotation from Malachi 3, 1, is as footnote, s. Asterisk apolog, vol. I, p. 63. Idra Rabbah, x, p. 177. Codex Nazareus, Vol. I, p. 23. Philo says that the Logos is the interpreter of the highest God, and argues, that he must be the God of us imperfect beings, Leg. Alleg. 3, 73. According to his opinion, man was not made in the likeness of the Most High God, the Father of all, but in that of the second God who is his word Logos. Philo, Fragments, 1, x. Eusebi. Prepar. Evang, 7, 13. Codex Nazareus, p. 57, Sod, the Son of the Man, p. 59. 100 und ein Frage, p. 17, Dunlap, Sod, the Son of the Man, p. 87. The author, who quotes Nork, says that parts of the Midrashim and the Targum of Onkelos antedate the New Testament. Volume 2, page 248 ISIS Unveiled. Crib to Isaiah. In 1 Corinthians, 2. 9, a passage is quoted as Holy Scripture, which is not found in the Old Testament at all, but which is taken, as Origen and Jerome state, from an apocryphal work, the Revelation of Elias. Origen, Tract XXXV, and the passage is similarly quoted by the so-called Epistle of Clement to the Corinthians, XXXIV. How reliable are the pious fathers in their explanations of divers heresies may be illustrated in the case of Epiphanius, who mistook the Pythagorean sacred tetrad, called in the Valentinian Gnosis, Kol Arbas, for a heretic leader. What with the involuntary blunders, and deliberate falsifications of the teachings of those who differed in views with them, the canonization of the mythological Ora Placida, gentle breeze, into a pair of Christian martyrs St. Ora and Saint Placida, the deification of a spear and a cloak, under the names of SS Longimus and Amphibolus, and the patristic quotations from prophets, of what was never in those prophets at all. One may well ask in blank amazement whether the so-called religion of Christ has ever been other than an incoherent dream, since the death of the great Master. So malicious do we find the Holy Fathers in their unrelenting persecution of pretended heresies, that we see them telling, without hesitation, the most preposterous untruths, and inventing entire narratives, the better to impress their own otherwise unsupported arguments upon ignorance. If the mistake in relation to the Tetrad had at first originated as a simple consequence of an unpremeditated blunder of Hippolytus, the explanations of Epiphanius and others who fell into the same absurd error have a less innocent look. When Hippolytus gravely denounces the great heresy of the Tetrad, Kol Arbas, and states that the imaginary Gnostic leader is Kol Arbasus, who endeavors to explain footnote s. Writing upon Ptolemaeus and Heracleon, the author of Supernatural Religion, Vol. 2, p. 217, says that the inaccuracy of the Fathers keeps pace with their want of critical judgment, and then proceeds to illustrate this particularly ridiculous blunder committed by Epiphanius, in common with Hippolytus, Tertullian, and Philostrius. Mistaking a passage of Irenaeus, ADV Hare, I, p. 14, regarding the sacred Tetrad, Kol Arbas, Hippolytus supposes Irenaeus to refer to another heretic leader. He at once treats the Tetrad as such a leader named Kol Arbasus, and after dealing, 6, 4, with the doctrines of Secundus and Ptolemaeus and Heracleon, he proposes, 5, to show, what are the opinions held by Marcus and Kol Arbasus, these two being, according to him, the successors of the school of Valentinus, cf. Bunsen, Hippolytus, US Zeit, p. 54f, ref. Hare, 4, 13. See Godf. Higgins, Anacalypsis. Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism, p. 84. Meaning holding up of different views. This absurd mistake, remarks the author of Supernatural Religion, Vol. 2, p. 218, shows how little these writers knew of the Gnostics of whom they wrote, and how the one ignorantly follows the other. Vol. 2, page 249. Self-confessed infamy of Epiphanius. religion by measures and numbers, we may simply smile. But when Epiphanius, with abundant indignation, elaborates upon the theme, which is heresy 15, and pretending to be thoroughly acquainted with the subject, adds, a certain Heraclean follows after Colorbasus, which is heresy 16, then he lays himself open to the charge of deliberate falsification. If this zealous Christian can boast so unblushingly of having caused by his information 70 women, even of rank, to be sent into exile, through the seductions of some in whose number he had himself been drawn into joining their sect, he has left us a fair standard by which to judge him. C.W. King remarks, very aptly, on this point, that it may reasonably be suspected that this worthy renegade had in this case saved himself from the fate of his fellow religionists by turning evidence against them, on the opening of the persecution. And thus, one by one, perished the Gnostics, the only heirs to whose share had fallen a few stray crumbs of the unadulterated truth of primitive Christianity. All was confusion and turmoil during these first centuries, till the moment when all these contradictory dogmas were finally forced upon the Christian world, and examination was forbidden. For long ages it was made a sacrilege, punishable with severe penalties, often death, to seek to comprehend that which the Church had so conveniently elevated to the rank of divine mystery. But since biblical critics have taken upon themselves to set the house in order, the cases have become reversed. Pagan creditors now come from every part of the globe to claim their own, and Christian theology begins to be suspected of complete bankruptcy. Such is the sad result of the fanaticism of the Orthodox sects, who, to borrow an expression of the author of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, never were, like the Gnostics, the most polite, the most learned, and most wealthy of the Christian name. And, if not all of them smelt garlic, as Renan will have it, on the other hand, none of these Christian saints have ever shrunk from spilling their neighbor's blood, if the views of the latter did not agree with their own. And so all our philosophers were swept away by the ignorant and superstitious masses. The Philhellethians, the lovers of truth, and their eclectic school, perished, and there, where the young Hypatia had taught the highest philosophical doctrines, and where Ammonius Saccas had explained that the whole which Christ had in view was to reinstate and restore to its primitive integrity the wisdom of the ancients to reduce footnote, s. *ref Hare, 4, 13. Epiph, Hare, XXXVI, 1, p. 262, quoted in Supernatural Religion. See Volkmer's Die Collarbasis Gnosis in Niedner's Zeitschrift. History Theol-Gnostics and Their Remains, p. 182 f, note 3. Volume 2, page 250 ISIS Unveiled. Within bounds the universally prevailing dominion of superstition. And to exterminate the various errors that had found their way into the different popular religions there, we say, freely raved the hoi polloi of Christianity. No more precepts from the mouth of the God-taught philosopher, but others expounded by the incarnation of a most cruel, fiendish superstition. If thy father, wrote Saint Jerome, lies down across thy threshold, if thy mother uncovers to thine eyes the bosom which suckled thee, trample on thy father's lifeless body, trample on thy mother's bosom, and, with eyes unmoistened and dry, fly to the Lord who calleth thee. This sentence is equalled, if not outrivaled, by this other, pronounced in a like spirit. It emanates from another father of the early church, the eloquent Tertullian, who hopes to see all the philosophers in the Gehenna fire of hell. What shall be the magnitude of that scene? How shall I laugh? How shall I rejoice? How shall I triumph when I see so many illustrious kings who were said to have mounted into heaven, groaning with Jupiter, their god, in the lowest darkness of hell? Then shall the soldiers, who have persecuted the name of Christ, burn in more cruel fire than any they had kindled for the saints. These murderous expressions illustrate the spirit of Christianity till this day. But do they illustrate the teachings of Christ? By no means. As Eliphas Levi says, the God in the name of whom we would trample on our mother's bosom we must see in the hereafter, a hell gaping widely at his feet, and an exterminating sword in his hand. Moloch burned children but a few seconds, it was reserved to the disciples of a God who is alleged to have died to redeem humanity on the cross, to create a new Moloch whose burning stake is eternal. That this spirit of true Christian love has safely crossed 19 centuries and rages now in America, is fully instanced in the case of the rabid Moody, the revivalist, who exclaims, "I have a son, and no one but God knows how I love him, but I would see those beautiful eyes dug out of his head tonight, rather than see him grow up to manhood and go down to the grave without Christ and without hope." To this an American paper, of Chicago, very justly responds, "This is the spirit of the Inquisition, which we are told is dead." If Moody in his zeal would dig out the eyes of his darling son, to what lengths may he not go with the sons of others, whom he may love less? It is the spirit of Loyola, gibbering in the 19th century, and prevented from lighting the faggot flame and heating red-hot the instruments of torture only by the arm of law. Footnote, S. * Mosheim. Tertullian, Despecti, chxxx. Mosheim, Ecclesiastes History, cv. 5. Chapter 6 Homepage. ISIS Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Volume 2 Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 251 Chapter 6. The curtains of yesterday drop down, the curtains of tomorrow roll up, but yesterday and tomorrow both are. Sartor Resartus, Natural Supernaturalism. May we not then be permitted to examine the authenticity of the Bible, which since the 2nd century has been put forth as the criterion of scientific truth? To maintain itself in a position so exalted, it must challenge human criticism. Conflict between religion and science. One kiss of Nara upon the lips of Nari and all nature wakes. Venus Nati, a Hindu poet. We must not forget that the Christian Church owes its present canonical Gospels, and hence its whole religious dogmatism, to the Sorte Sanctorum. Unable to agree as to which were the most divinely inspired of the numerous Gospels extant in its time, the mysterious Council of Nicaea concluded to leave the decision of the puzzling question to miraculous intervention. This Nicene Council may well be called mysterious. There was a mystery, first, in the mystical number of its 318 bishops, on which Barnabas, 8:11, 12, 13, lays such a stress. Added to this, there is no agreement among ancient writers as to the time and place of its assembly, nor even as to the bishop who presided. Notwithstanding the grandiloquent eulogium of Constantine Sabanus, the bishop of Heraclea, affirms that except Constantine, the emperor, and Eusebius Pamphilus, these bishops were a set of illiterate, simple creatures, that understood nothing, which is equivalent to saying that they were a set of fools. Such was apparently the opinion entertained of them by Pappus, who tells us of the bit of magic resorted to decide which were the true Gospels. In his Synod Icon to that council Pappus says, having promiscuously put all the books that were referred to the council for determination under a communion table in a church, they, the bishops, besought the Lord that the inspired writings might get upon the table, while the spurious ones remained underneath, and it happened accordingly. But we are not told who kept the keys of the council chamber overnight. On the authority of ecclesiastical eyewitnesses, therefore, we are at liberty to say that the Christian world owes its word of God to a footnote, s. Socrates, Schol. Eccle History, B.I., c. 9. Volume 2, page 252 ISIS Unveiled. Method of divination, for resorting to which the Church subsequently condemned unfortunate victims as conjurers, enchanters, magicians, witches, and Vaticanators, and burnt them by thousands. In treating of this truly divine phenomenon of the self-sorting manuscripts, the Fathers of the Church say that God Himself presides over the sorts. As we have shown elsewhere, Augustine confesses that he himself used this sort of divination. But opinions, like revealed religions, are liable to change. That which for nearly 1500 years was imposed on Christendom as a book, of which every word was written under the direct supervision of the Holy Ghost, of which not a syllable, nor a comma could be changed without sacrilege, is now being retranslated, revised, corrected, and clipped of whole verses, in some cases of entire chapters. And yet, as soon as the new edition is out, its doctors would have us accept it as a new revelation of the 19th century, with the alternative of being held as an infidel. Thus, we see that, no more within than without its precincts, is the infallible Church to be trusted more than would be reasonably convenient. The forefathers of our modern divines found authority for the sorts in the verse where it is said, "The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord," and now, their direct heirs hold that the whole disposing thereof is of the devil. Perhaps, they are unconsciously beginning to endorse the doctrine of the Syrian Bartesians, that the actions of God, as well as of man, are subject to necessity. It was no doubt, also, according to strict necessity that the Neoplatonists were so summarily dealt with by the Christian mob. In those days, the doctrines of the Hindu naturalists and antediluvian Pyrrhonists were forgotten, if they ever had been known at all, to any but a few philosophers, and Mr. Darwin, with his modern discoveries, had not even been mentioned in the prophecies. In this case the law of the survival of the fittest was reversed. The Neoplatonists were doomed to destruction from the day when they openly sided with Aristotle. At the beginning of the 4th century crowds began gathering at the door of the academy where the learned and unfortunate Hypatia expounded the doctrines of the divine Plato and Plotinus, and thereby impeded the progress of Christian proselytism. She too successfully dispelled the mist hanging over the religious mysteries invented by the Fathers, not to be considered dangerous. This alone would have been sufficient to imperil both herself and her followers. It was precisely the teachings footnote, s. Proverbs, chap. 16, p. 33. In ancient Egypt and Greece, and among Israelites, small sticks and balls called the sacred divining lots were used for this kind of oracle in the temples. According to the figures which were formed by the accidental juxtaposition of the latter, the priest interpreted the will of the gods. Volume 2, page 253. Why Hypatia was murdered. Of this pagan philosopher, which had been so freely borrowed by the Christians to give a finishing touch to their otherwise incomprehensible scheme, that had seduced so many into joining the new religion, and now the Platonic light began shining so inconveniently bright upon the pious patchwork, as to allow every one to see whence the revealed doctrines were derived. But there was a still greater peril. Hypatia had studied under Plutarch, the head of the Athenian school, and had learned all the secrets of theurgy. While she lived to instruct the multitude, no divine miracles could be produced before one who could divulge the natural causes by which they took place. Her doom was sealed by Cyril, whose eloquence she eclipsed, and whose authority, built on degrading superstitions, had to yield before hers, which was erected on the rock of immutable natural law. It is more than curious that Cave, the author of the Lives of the Fathers, should find it incredible that Cyril sanctioned her murder on account of his general character. A saint who will sell the gold and silver vessels of his church, and then, after spending the money, lie at his trial, as he did, may well be suspected of anything. Besides, in this case, the Church had to fight for her life, to say nothing of her future supremacy. Alone, the hated and erudite pagan scholars, and the no less learned Gnostics, held in their doctrines the hitherto concealed wires of all these theological marionettes. Once the curtain should be lifted, the connection between the old pagan and the new Christian religions would be exposed, and then, what would have become of the mysteries into which it is sin and blasphemy to pry? With such a coincidence of the astronomical allegories of various pagan myths with the dates adopted by Christianity for the Nativity, crucifixion and resurrection, and such an identity of rites and ceremonies, what would have been the fate of the new religion, had not the Church, under the pretext of serving Christ, got rid of the two well-informed philosophers? To guess what, if the coup d'état had then failed, might have been the prevailing religion in our own century would indeed be a hard task. But, in all probability, the state of things which made of the Middle Ages a period of intellectual darkness, which degraded the nations of the Occident, and lowered the European of those days almost to the level of a Papuan savage, could not have occurred. The fears of the Christians were but too well founded, and their pious zeal and prophetic insight was rewarded from the very first. In the demolition of the Serapeum, after the bloody riot between the Christian mob and the pagan worshippers had ended with the interference of the emperor, a Latin cross, of a perfect Christian shape, was discovered hewn upon the granite slabs of the adytum. This was a lucky discovery, indeed, and the monks did not fail to claim that the cross had vol. 2, page 254 ISIS Unveiled. Been hallowed by the pagans in a spirit of prophecy. At least, so Zomen, with an air of triumph, records the fact but, archaeology and symbolism, those tireless and implacable enemies of clerical false pretenses, have found in the hieroglyphics of the legend running around the design, at least a partial interpretation of its meaning. According to King and other numismatists and archaeologists, the cross was placed there as the symbol of eternal life. Such a tau, or Egyptian cross, was used in the Bacchic and Eleusinian mysteries. Symbol of the dual generative power, it was laid upon the breast of the initiate, after his new birth was accomplished, and the mystii had returned from their baptism in the sea. It was a mystic sign that his spiritual birth had regenerated and united his astral soul with his divine spirit, and that he was ready to ascend in spirit to the blessed abodes of light and glory, the Eleusinia. The tau was a magic talisman at the same time as a religious emblem. It was adopted by the Christians through the Gnostics and Kabbalists, who used it largely, as their numerous gems testify, and who had the tau, or handled cross, from the Egyptians, and the Latin cross from the Buddhist missionaries, who brought it from India, where it can be found until now, 2 or 3 centuries BC. The Assyrians, Egyptians, ancient Americans, Hindus, and Romans had it in various, but very slight modifications of shape. Till very late in the medieval ages, it was considered a potent spell against epilepsy and demoniacal possession, and the signet of the living God, brought down in St. John's vision by the angel ascending from the east to seal the servants of our God in their foreheads, was but the same mystic tau, the Egyptian cross. In the painted glass of Saint Dionysius, France, this angel is represented as stamping the sign on the forehead of the elect. The legend reads, Signte. In King's Gnostics, the author reminds us that this mark is commonly borne by Saint Anthony, an Egyptian recluse. What the real meaning of the tau was, is explained to us by the Christian St. John, the Egyptian Hermes, and the Hindu Brahmins. It is but too evident that, with the apostle, at least, it meant the ineffable name, as he calls this signet of the living God, a few chapters further on, the Father's name written in their foreheads. The Brahmatma, the chief of the Hindu initiates, had on his headgear 2 keys, symbol of the revealed mystery of life and death, placed footnote, s, asterisk. Another untrustworthy, untruthful, and ignorant writer, and ecclesiastical historian of the 5th century. His alleged history of the strife between the pagans, Neoplatonics, and the Christians of Alexandria and Constantinople, which extends from the year 324 to 439, dedicated by him to Theodosius, the Younger, is full of deliberate falsifications. Edition of Reading, Cantab, 1720, FOL translated. Plan Frères, Paris. Gems of the Orthodox Christians, Vol. I, p. 135. Revelation 14. 1 Volume 2, page 255. Lady Ellen Burroughs' Talisman. Cross-like, and, in some Buddhist pagodas of Tartary and Mongolia, the entrance of a chamber within the temple, generally containing the staircase which leads to the inner dagoba * and the porticos of some prakata are ornamented with a cross formed of 2 fishes, and as found on some of the zodiacs of the Buddhists. We should not wonder at all at learning that the sacred device in the tombs in the catacombs, at Rome, the vesica piscis, was derived from the said Buddhist zodiacal sign. How general must have been that geometrical figure in the world symbols, may be inferred from the fact that there is a Masonic tradition that Solomon's temple was built on 3 foundations, forming the triple Tau, or 3 crosses. In its mystical sense, the Egyptian cross owes its origin, as an emblem, to the realization by the earliest philosophy of an androgynous dualism of every manifestation in nature, which proceeds from the abstract ideal of a likewise androgynous deity, while the Christian emblem is simply due to chance. Had the Mosaic law prevailed, Jesus should have been lapidated. The crucifix was an instrument of torture, and utterly common among Romans as it was unknown among Semitic nations. It was called the tree of infamy. It is but later that it was adopted as a Christian symbol, but, during the first 2 decades, the apostles looked upon it with horror. It is certainly not the Christian cross that John had in mind when speaking of the signet of the living God, but the mystic Tau, the tetragrammaton, or mighty name, which, on the most ancient Kabbalistic talismans, was represented by the 4 Hebrew letters composing the holy word. The famous Lady Ellenborough, known among the Arabs of Damascus, and in the desert, after her last marriage, as Hanum Mejawi, had a talisman in her possession, presented to her by a Druze from Mount Lebanon. It was recognized by a certain sign on its left corner, to belong to that class of gems which is known in Palestine as a messianic amulet, of the 2nd or 3rd century, b.c. It is a green stone of a pentagonal form. At the bottom is engraved a fish. Higher, Solomon's seal. Footnote S. Dagoba is a small temple of globular form, in which are preserved the relics of Gautama. Prachitas are buildings of all sizes and forms, like our mausoleums, and are sacred to votive offerings to the dead. The Talmudistic records claim that, after having been hung, he was lapidated and buried under the water at the junction of 2 streams. Mishnah Sanhedrin, Vol. 6, p. 4, Talmud, of Babylon, same article, 43a, 67a. Coptic Legends of the Crucifixion, Manuscripts 11. The engraving represents the talisman as of twice the natural size. We are at a loss to understand why King, in his Gnostic gems, represents Solomon's seal as a 5-pointed star, whereas it is 6-pointed, and is the signet of Vishnu, in India. Volume 2, page 256. ISIS Unveiled. And still higher, the 4 Chaldee letters Jod, He, Vav, He, Iaho, which form the name of the deity. These are arranged in quite an unusual way, running from below upward, in reversed order, and forming the Egyptian Tau. Around these there is a legend which, as the gem is not our property, we are not at liberty to give. The Tau, in its mystical sense, as well as the crux ansata, is the tree of life. It is well known, that the earliest Christian emblems before it was ever attempted to represent the bodily appearance of Jesus were the lamb, the good shepherd, and the fish. The origin of the latter emblem, which has so puzzled the archaeologists, thus becomes comprehensible. The whole secret lies in the easily ascertained fact that, while in the Kabbalah, the King Messiah is called interpreter, or revealer of the mystery, and shown to be the 5th emanation, in the Talmud for reasons we will now explain, the Messiah is very often designated as Dag, or the fish. This is an inheritance from the Chaldees, and relates, as the very name indicates, to the Babylonian Dagon, the man-fish, who was the instructor and interpreter of the people, to whom he appeared. Abarbanel explains the name, by stating that the sign of his, Messiah's, coming is the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in the sign Pisces. Therefore, as the Christians were intent upon identifying their Christos with the Messiah of the Old Testament, they adopted it so readily as to forget that its true origin might be traced still farther back than the Babylonian Dagon. How eagerly and closely the ideal of Jesus was united, by the early Christians, with every imaginable Kabbalistic and pagan tenet, may be inferred from the language of Clemens, of Alexandria, addressed to his brother co-religionists. When they were debating upon the choice of the most appropriate symbol to remind them of Jesus, Clemens advised them in the following words: "Let the engraving upon the gem of your ring be either a dove, or a ship running before the wind, the arga, or a fish." Was the good father, when writing this sentence, laboring under the recollection of Joshua, son of Nun, called Jesus in the Greek and Slavonian versions, or had he forgotten the real interpretation of these pagan symbols? Footnote, S. King, Gnostics, gives the figure of a Christian symbol, very common during the Middle Ages, of 3 fishes interlaced into a triangle, and having the 5 letters, a most sacred Pythagorean number, /ch thus engraved on it. The number 5 relates to the same Kabbalistic computation. Volume 2, page 257. The Hindu Noachian legend. Joshua, son of Nun, or knave, novice, could have with perfect propriety adopted the image of a ship, or even of a fish, for Joshua means Jesus, son of the fish god, but it was really too hazardous to connect the emblems of Venus, Astarte, and all the Hindu goddesses, the arga, dove, and fish, with the immaculate birth of their god. This looks very much as if in the early days of Christianity but little difference was made between Christ, Bacchus, Apollo, and the Hindu Krishna, the incarnation of Vishnu, with whose first avatar this symbol of the fish originated. In the Hari Purana, in the Bhagavad Gita, as well as in several other books, the god Vishnu is shown as having assumed the form of a fish with a human head, in order to reclaim the Vedas lost during the deluge. Having enabled Visvamitra to escape with all his tribe in the ark, Vishnu, pitying weak and ignorant humanity, remained with them for some time. It was this god who taught them to build houses, cultivate the land, and to thank the unknown deity whom he represented, by building temples and instituting a regular worship, and, as he remained half fish, half man, all the time, at every sunset he used to return to the ocean, wherein he passed the night. It is he, says the sacred book, who taught men, after the diluvium, all that was necessary for their happiness. One day he plunged into the water and returned no more, for the earth had covered itself again with vegetation, fruit, and cattle. But he had taught the Brahmas the secret of all things, Hari Purana. So far, we see in this narrative the double of the story given by the Babylonian Beresis about Owens, the fish-man, who is no other than Vishnu, unless, indeed, we have to believe that it was Chaldea which civilized India. We say again, we desire to give nothing on our sole authority. Therefore we cite Jack Elliott, who, however criticized and contradicted on other points, and however loose he may be in the matter of chronology, though even in this he is nearer right than those scientists who would have all Hindu books written since the Council of Nicaea, at least cannot be denied the reputation of a good Sanskrit scholar. And he says, while analyzing the word Owen, or Owens, that O in Sanskrit is an interjection expressing an invocation, as O, Swayam Huva, 0, God, etc., and an is a radical, signifying in Sanskrit a spirit, a being, and, we presume, what the Greeks meant by the word daemon, a semi-god. What an extraordinary antiquity, he remarks, this fable of Vishnu, disguised as a fish, gives to the sacred books of the Hindus, especially in presence of the fact that the Vedas and man reckon more than 25,000 years of existence, as proved by the most serious as the Vol. 2, page 258 ISIS Unveiled. Most authentic documents. Few peoples, says the learned Haled, have their annals more authentic or serious than the Hindus. We may, perhaps, throw additional light upon the puzzling question of the fish symbol by reminding the reader that according to Genesis the first created of living beings, the first type of animal life, was the fish. And the Elohim said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and God created great whales. And the morning and the evening were the 5th day. Jonah is swallowed by a big fish, and is cast out again 3 days later. This the Christians regard as a premonition of the 3 days sepulture of Jesus which preceded his resurrection, though the statement of the 3 days is as fanciful as much of the rest, and adopted to fit the well-known threat to destroy the temple and rebuild it again in 3 days. Between his burial and alleged resurrection there intervened but 1 day, the Jewish Sabbath, as he was buried on Friday evening and rose to life at dawn on Sunday. However, whatever other circumstance may be regarded as a prophecy, the story of Jonah cannot be made to answer the purpose. Big fish is Cetus, the Latinized form of Keto. Ketos and Keto is Dagon, Poseidon, the female gender of it being Ketan Atargatis, the Syrian goddess, and Venus, of Ascalon. The figure or bust of Derketo or Astarte was generally represented on the prow of the ships. Jonah, the Greek Iona, or dove sacred to Venus, fled to Jaffa, where the god Dagon, the man-fish, was worshipped, and dared not go to Nineveh, where the dove was revered. Hence, some commentators believe that when Jonah was thrown overboard and was swallowed by a fish, we must understand that he was picked up by one of these vessels, on the prow of which was the figure of Keto. But the Kabbalists have another legend, to this effect. They say that Jonah was a runaway priest from the temple of the goddess where the dove was worshipped, and desired to abolish idolatry and institute monotheistic worship. That, caught near Jaffa, he was held prisoner by the devotees of Dagon in one of the prison cells of the temple, and that it is the strange form of the cell which gave rise to the allegory. In the collection of Mos de Garcia, a Portuguese Kabbalist, there is a drawing representing the interior of the temple of Dagon. In the middle stands an immense idol, the upper portion of whose body is human, and the lower fish-like. Between the belly and the tail is an aperture which can be closed like the door of a closet. In it the transgressors against the local deity were shut up until further disposal. The drawing in question was made from an old tablet covered with curious drawings and inscriptions in Old Phoenician characters, describing this Venetian footnote, S. ** La Genista el Humanide, p. 9 Volume 2, page 259. The fish avatar of Vishnu. Oubliette of Biblical Days. The tablet itself was found in an excavation a few miles from Jaffa. Considering the extraordinary tendency of Oriental nations for puns and allegories, is it not barely possible that the big fish by which Jonah was swallowed was simply the cell within the belly of Dagon? It is significant that this double appellation of Messiah and Dag, fish, of the Talmudists, should so well apply to the Hindu Vishnu, the preserving spirit, and the second personage of the Brahmanic Trinity. This deity, having already manifested itself, is still regarded as the future savior of humanity, and is the selected Redeemer, who will appear at its 10th incarnation or avatar, like the Messiah of the Jews, to lead the blessed onward, and restore to them the primitive Vedas. At his first avatar, Vishnu is alleged to have appeared to humanity, in form like a fish. In the temple of Rama, there is a representation of this god which answers perfectly to that of Dagon, as given by Beresis. He has the body of a man issuing from the mouth of a fish, and holds in his hands the lost Veda. Vishnu, moreover, is the water god, in one sense, the logos of the Parabrahm, for as the three persons of the manifested Godhead constantly interchange their attributes, we see him in the same temple represented as reclining on the seven-headed serpent, Ananta, eternity, and moving, like the Spirit of God, on the face of the primeval waters. Vishnu is evidently the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, for Adam is the Logos or the first anointed, as Adam second is the King Messiah. Lakshmi, or Lakshmi, the passive or feminine counterpart of Vishnu, the creator and the preserver, is also called Adamaya. She is the mother of the world, Damitri, the Venus Aphrodite of the Greeks, also Isis and Eve. While Venus is born from the sea foam, Lakshmi springs out from the water at the churning of the sea. When born, she is so beautiful that all the gods fall in love with her. The Jews, borrowing their types wherever they could get them, made their first woman after the pattern of Lakshmi. It is curious that Viracocha, the supreme being in Peru, means, literally translated, foam of the sea. Eugene Bernouv, the great authority of the French school, announces his opinion in the same spirit. We must learn one day, he observes, that all ancient traditions disfigured by emigration and legend, belong to the history of India. Such is the opinion of Colebrooke, Inman, King, Jacoliot, and many other Orientalists. We have said above, that, according to the secret computation peculiar to the students of the hidden science, Messiah is the fifth emanation, or potency. In the Jewish Kabbalah, where the 10 Sephiroth emanate from Adam Kadmon, placed below the crown, he comes fifth. So in Volume 2, page 260 ISIS Unveiled. The Gnostic system, so in the Buddhistic, in which the fifth Buddha Maitri, will appear at his last advent to save mankind before the final destruction of the world. If Vishnu is represented in his forthcoming and last appearance as the 10th avatar or incarnation, it is only because every unit held as an androgyne manifests itself doubly. The Buddhists who reject this dual-sexed incarnation reckon but 5. Thus, while Vishnu is to make his last appearance in his 10th, Buddha is said to do the same in his 5th incarnation *, the better to illustrate the idea, and show how completely the real meaning of the avatars, known only to the students of the secret doctrine, was misunderstood by the ignorant masses. We elsewhere give the diagrams of the Hindu and Chaldeo-Kabbalistic avatars and emanations. This basic and true fundamental stone of the secret cycles, shows on its very face, that far from taking their revealed Vedas and Bible literally, the Brahman pundits, and the Tanam, the scientists and philosophers of the pre-Christian epochs, speculated on the creation and development of the world quite in a Darwinian way, both anticipating him and his school in the natural selection of species, gradual development, and transformation. We advise everyone tempted to enter an indignant protest against this affirmation to read more carefully the books of Manu, even in the incomplete translation of Sir William Jones, and the more or less careless one of Jacoliot. If we compare the Sanchoniathon Phoenician cosmogony, and the record of Beresis with the Bhagavata and Manu, we will find enunciated exactly the same principles as those now offered as the latest developments of modern science. We have quoted from the Chaldean and Phoenician records in our first volume. We will now glance at the Hindu books. When this world had issued out of darkness, the subtle elementary principles produced the vegetal seed which animated first the plants. From the plants, life passed into fantastical bodies which were born in the Ilus of the waters. Then, through a series of forms and various animals, it reached man. He, man, before becoming such, will pass successively through plants, worms, insects, fish, serpents, tortoises, cattle, and wild animals. Such is the inferior degree. Such, from Brahma down to the vegetables, are declared the transmigrations which take place in this world. Footnote S. Asterisk. The Kabbalistic Sephiroth are also 10 in number, or 5 pairs. An avatar is a descent from on high upon earth of the deity in some manifest shape. Bhagavata. Manu, Books I and 12. Volume 2, page 261. Darwin compared with Vyasa. In the Sanchoniathonian cosmogony, men are also evolved out of the illus of the chaos *, and the same evolution and transformation of species are shown. And now we will leave the rostrum to Mr. Darwin. I believe that animals have descended from at most only 4 or 5 progenitors. Again, I should infer from analogy that probably all the organic beings which have ever lived on this earth, have descended from some one primordial form. I view all beings, not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. In short, they lived in the Sanchoniathonian chaos, and in the illus of Manu. Vyasa and Kapila go still farther than Darwin and Manu. They see in Brahma but the name of the universal germ. They deny the existence of a first cause, and pretend that everything in nature found itself developed only in consequence of material and fatal forces. Says Jacoliot. Correct as may be this latter quotation from Kapila, it demands a few words of explanation. Jacoliot repeatedly compares Kapila and Veda Vyasa with Pyro and Litra. We have nothing against such a comparison with the Greek philosopher, but we must decidedly object to any with the French Comtist. We find it an unmerited fling at the memory of the great Aryan sage. Nowhere does this prolific writer state the repudiation by either ancient or modern Brahmins of God the unknown, universal spirit, nor does any other Orientalist accuse the Hindus of the same, however perverted the general deductions of our savants about Buddhistic atheism. On the contrary, Jacolayat states more than once that the learned pundits and educated Brahmins have never shared the popular superstitions, and affirms their unshaken belief in the unity of God and the soul's immortality, although most assuredly neither Kapila, nor the initiated Brahmins, nor the followers of the Vedanta school would ever admit the existence of an anthropomorphic creator, a first cause in the Christian sense. Jacolayat, in his Indo-European and African traditions, is the first to make an onslaught on Professor Muller, for remarking that the Hindu gods were masks without actors, names without being, and not beings without names. Quoting, in support of his argument, numerous verses from the sacred Hindu books, he adds, "Is it possible to refuse to the author of these stanzas a definite and clear conception of the divine force?" Of footnote, s. See Corey's Ancient Fragments. Origin of Species, 1st edition, p. 484. Ibid, p. 484. Ibid, pages 488, 489. La Jeunesse de l'Humanité, p. 339. Traditions Indo-Européennes et Africaines, p. 291 Volume 2, page 262 ISIS Unveiled. The unique being, master, and sovereign of the universe? Were the altars then built to a metaphor? The latter argument is perfectly just, so far as Max Muller's negation is concerned. But we doubt whether the French rationalist understands Kapila's and Vyasa's philosophy better than the German philologist does the theological twaddle, as the latter terms the Atharvaveda. Professor Muller and Jacolayat may have ever so great claims to erudition, and be ever so familiar with Sanskrit and other ancient Oriental languages, but both lack the key to the 1001 mysteries of the old secret doctrine and its philosophy. Only, while the German philologist does not even take the trouble to look into this magical and theological twaddle, we find the French Indianis never losing an opportunity to investigate. Moreover, he honestly admits his incompetency to ever fathom this ocean of mystical learning. In its existence he not only firmly believes, but throughout his works he incessantly calls the attention of science to its unmistakable traces at every step in India. Still, though the learned pundits and Brahmins, his revered masters of the pagodas of Vilnor and Chelambrum in the Carnatic, as it seems, positively refuse to reveal to him the mysteries of the magical part of the Agraukata Parikshai, and of Brahmatma's triangle, he persists in the honest declaration that everything is possible in Hindu metaphysics, even to the Kapila and Vyasa systems having been hitherto misunderstood. M. Jacolayat weakens his assertion immediately afterward with the following contradiction: "We were one day inquiring of a Brahmin of the pagoda of Chelambrum, who belonged to the skeptical school of the naturalists of Vyasa, whether he believed in the existence of God. He answered us, smiling, 'Aham eva param Brahma, I am myself a God.' 'What do you mean by that?' 'I mean that every being on earth, however humble, is an immortal portion of the immortal matter.' The answer is one which would suggest itself to every ancient philosopher, Kabbalist and Gnostic, of the early days. It contains the very spirit of the Delphic and Kabbalistic commandment, for esoteric philosophy solved, ages ago, the problem of what man was, is, and will be. If persons footnote, s. Traditions Indo-Europeans et Africaines, pages 294-295. Les Fils de Dieu, p. 32. Le Spiritisme dans le Monde, p. 78 and others. Les Fils de Dieu, p. 272. While not at all astonished that Brahmins should have refused to satisfy M. Jacolayat's curiosity, we must add that the meaning of this sign is known to the superiors of every Buddhist lamasery, not alone to the Brahmins. La Jeunesse de l'Humanité, p. 339. Volume 2, page 263, Vedic Views upon Soul. Believing the Bible verse which teaches that the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, reject at the same time the idea that every atom of this dust, as every particle of this living soul, contains God within itself, then we pity the logic of that Christian. He forgets the verses which precede the one in question. God blesses equally every beast of the field and every living creature, in the water as in the air, and he endows them all with life, which is a breath of his own spirit, and the soul of the animal. Humanity is the atom cadmium of the unknown, his microcosm, and his only representative on earth, and every man is a god on earth. We would ask this French scholar, who seems so familiar with every sloka of the books of Manu, and other Vedic writers, the meaning of the sentence so well known to him. Plants and vegetation reveal a multitude of forms because of their precedent actions, they are surrounded by darkness, but are nevertheless endowed with an interior soul, and feel equally pleasure and pain. Manu, Book I. If the Hindu philosophy teach the presence of a degree of soul in the lowest forms of vegetable life, and even in every atom in space, how is it possible that it should deny the same immortal principle to man? And if it once admit the immortal spirit in man, how can it logically deny the existence of the parent source? I will not say the first, but the eternal cause. Neither rationalists nor sensualists, who do not comprehend Indian metaphysics, should estimate the ignorance of Hindu metaphysicians by their own. The grand cycle, as we have heretofore remarked, includes the progress of mankind from its germ in the primordial man of spiritual form to the deepest depth of degradation he can reach, each successive step in the descent being accompanied by a greater strength and grossness of the physical form than its precursor, and ends with the flood. But while the grand cycle, or age, is running its course, 7 minor cycles are passed, each marking the evolution of a new race out of the preceding one, on a new world. And each of these races, or grand types of humanity, breaks up into subdivisions of families, and they again into nations and tribes, as we see the earth's inhabitants subdivided today into Mongols, Caucasians, Indians, etc. Before proceeding to show by diagrams the close resemblance between the esoteric philosophies of all the ancient peoples, however geographically remote from each other, it will be useful to briefly explain the real ideas which underlie all those symbols and allegorical representations and have hitherto so puzzled the uninitiated commentators. Better than anything, it may show that religion and science were closer knit than twins. Volume 2, page 264 ISIS Unveiled. In days of old, that they were one in two and two in one from the very moment of their conception. With mutually convertible attributes, science was spiritual and religion was scientific. Like the androgyne man of the first chapter of Genesis, male and female, passive and active, created in the image of the Elohim. Omniscience developed omnipotency, the latter called for the exercise of the former, and thus the giant had dominion given him over all the 4 kingdoms of the world. But, like the second Adam, these androgynes were doomed to fall and lose their powers as soon as the two halves of the duality separated. The fruit of the tree of knowledge gives death without the fruit of the tree of life. Man must know himself before he can hope to know the ultimate genesis even of beings and powers less developed in their inner nature than himself. So with religion and science, united two in one, they were infallible, for the spiritual intuition was there to supply the limitations of physical senses. Separated, exact science rejects the help of the inner voice, while religion becomes merely dogmatic theology. Each is but a corpse without a soul. The esoteric doctrine, then, teaches, like Buddhism and Brahmanism, and even the persecuted Kabbalah, that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the day and the night of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate but upon the active condition of this essence, which they call svabhavit, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theology and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers which have blindly worked out the visible universe, and which became with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being, yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the volume 2, page 265, our universe one of a series. Secret doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence, from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and darkness, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series which had no beginning and will have no end. Thus we are enabled to build our theories solely on the visible manifestations of the deity, on its objective natural phenomena. To apply to these creative principles the term God is puerile and absurd. One might as well call by the name of Benvenuto Cellini the fire which fuses the metal, or the air that cools it when it is run in the mold. If the inner and ever concealed spiritual, and to our minds abstract, essence within these forces can ever be connected with the creation of the physical universe, it is but in the sense given to it by Plato. It may be termed, at best, the framer of the abstract universe which developed gradually in the divine thought within which it had lain dormant. In Chapter 8, we will attempt to show the esoteric meaning of Genesis, and its complete agreement with the ideas of other nations. The 6 days of creation will be found to have a meaning little suspected by the multitude of commentators, who have exercised their abilities to the full extent in attempting to reconcile them by turns with Christian theology and unchristian geology. Disfigured as the Old Testament is, yet in its symbolism is preserved enough of the original in its principal features to show the family likeness to the cosmogonies of older nations than the Jews. We here give the diagrams of the Hindu and the Chaldeo-Jewish cosmogonies. The antiquity of the diagram of the former may be inferred from the fact that many of the Brahmanical pagodas are designed and built on this figure, called the Sri Ayantara. And yet we find the highest honors paid to it by the Jewish and medieval Kabbalists, who call it Solomon's seal. It will be quite an easy matter to trace it to its origin, once we are reminded of the history of the king Kabbalist and his transaction with King Hiram and Ophir, the country of peacocks, gold, and ivory, for which land we have to search in Old India. Footnote, S. See Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Vol. 13, p. 79. Volume 2, page 266 ISIS Unveiled. Diagram between pages. Explanation of the two diagrams representing the chaotic and the formative periods, before and after our universe began to be evolved. From the esoteric Brahmanical, Buddhistic, and Chaldean standpoints, which agree in every respect with the evolutionary theory of modern science. \x, if *a_. am /// j this slash hits no backslash, to name backslash z3 comma who syctrakma varad j the dtv1k email dot saraswat j natter female vl shalvua backslash 2 spirit malav wjt backslash water. Column 1 The Hindu Doctrine. The upper triangle contains the ineffable name. It is the Ahum to be pronounced only mentally, under penalty of death. The unrevealed Parabrahma, the passive principle, the absolute and unconditioned Mutta, which cannot enter into the condition of a creator, as the latter, in order to think, will, and plan, must be bound and conditioned, bada, hence, in one sense, be a finite being. This, Parabrahma, was absorbed in the non-being, imperceptible, without any distinct attribute, non-existent for our senses. He was absorbed in his, to us, eternal, to himself, periodical, sleep, for it was one of the nights of Brahma. Therefore he is not the first but the eternal cause. He is the soul of souls, whom no being can comprehend in this state. But he who studies the secret mantras and comprehends the Vach, the spirit or hidden voice of the mantras, the active manifestation of the latent force, will learn to understand him in his revealed aspect. N///1 V ///// V /////IFI /world/IFF alf WT1KIC1 manifested loco s. Njfahelfud. The upper triangle contains the ineffable name. It is Ensof, the boundless, the infinite, whose name is known to no one but the initiated, and could not be pronounced aloud under the penalty of death. No more than Parabrahma can Ensof create, for he is in the same condition of non-being as the former. He is non-existent so long as he lies in his latent or passive state within Ulam, the boundless and termless time. As such he is not the creator of the visible universe, neither is he the light. He will become the latter when the period of creation shall have compelled him to expand the force within himself, according to the law of which he is the embodiment and essence. Whosoever acquaints himself with the Merkaba and the Lagash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Footnote, S, Lagash. Is nearly identical in meaning with Vach, the hidden power of the mantras. Both this and Ensof, in their first manifestation of light, emerging from within darkness, may be summarized in the Svabhavit, the eternal and the uncreated self-existing substance which produces all, while everything which is of its essence produces itself out of its own nature. Column 1 continued the space around the upper triangle. When the night of Brahma was ended, and the time came for the self-existent to manifest itself by revelation, it made its glory visible by sending forth from its essence an active power, which, female at first, subsequently becomes. Column continues on next page. Column 2 continued the space around the upper triangle. When the active period had arrived, Ensof sent forth from within his own eternal essence, Sephira, the active power, called the primordial point, and the crown, Keter. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could. Column continues on next page. Volume 2, page 267. Diagrams of Hindu and Chaldean systems. Column 1 continued androgyne. It is Aditi, the infinite, the boundless, or rather the unbounded. Aditi is the mother of all the gods, and Aditi is the father and the son who will give us back to the great Aditi, that I may see father and mother. It is in conjunction with the latter female force, that the divine but latent thought produces the great deep water. Water is born from a transformation of light, and from a modification of the water is born the earth, says Manu, Book I. Ye are born of Aditi from the water, you who are born of the earth, hear ye all my call. In this water, or primeval chaos, the infinite androgyne, which, with the eternal cause, forms the first abstract triad, rendered by Ahum, deposited the germ of universal life. It is the mundane egg, in which took place the gestation of Purusha, or the manifested Brahma. The germ which fecundated the mother principle, the water, is called Nara, the divine spirit or Holy Ghost, and the waters themselves, are an emanation of the former, Nari, while the spirit which brooded over it is called Narayana. In that egg, the great power sat inactive a whole year of the Creator, at the close of which, by his thought alone, he caused the egg to divide itself. The upper half became heaven, the lower. The column continues on next page. Footnote S. Asterisk in Rigveda Sanhita. The meaning is given by Max Muller as the absolute, for it is derived from did, bond, and the negative particle a hymns to the Maruts, I, 89, 10. Ibid, I, 24, 1. Ibid, X, 63, 2. Thus is it that we find in all the philosophical theogonies, the Holy Ghost female. The numerous sects of the Gnostics had Sophia, the Jewish Kabbalists and Talmudists, Shekinah, the garment of the highest, which descended between the two cherubim upon the mercy seat, and we find even Jesus made to say, in an old text, "My mother, the Holy Ghost, took me." The waters are called Nara, because they were the production of Nara, the Spirit of God. Institutes of Manu, I-10. Narayana, or that which moves on the waters. Manu, Sloka 12. Column 2 continued. Give a concrete form to his abstract thought. Two sides of the upper triangle, the right side and the base, are composed of unbroken lines, the third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sephira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation of the female active principle from the left side of the mystic triangle, is foreshadowed the creation of Eve from Adam's left rib. Adam is the microcosm of the macrocosm, and is created in the image of the Elohim. In the tree of life the triple triad is disposed in such a manner that the three male Sephiroth are on the right, the three female on the left, and the four uniting principles in the center. From the invisible dew falling from the higher head, Sephira creates primeval water, or chaos taking shape. It is the first step toward the solidification of spirit, which through various modifications will produce earth. It requires earth and water to make a living soul, says Moses. When Sephira emerges like an active power from within the latent deity, she is. Column continues on next page. Footnote S. George Smith gives the first verses of the Akkadian Genesis as found in the cuneiform texts on the later cocktails. There, also, we find En, the passive deity, or En Soph, Bel, the creator, the Spirit of God, Sephira, moving on the face of the waters, hence water itself, and he the universal soul or wisdom of the three combined. The first 8 verses read thus: 1. When above, were not raised the heavens, 2. And below on the earth a plant had not grown up. 3. The abyss had not broken its boundaries. 4. The chaos, or water, Tiamat, the sea, was the producing mother of the whole of them. This is the Cosm Eichel Aditi and Sephira. 5. Those waters at the beginning were ordained but 6. A tree had not grown, a flower had not unfolded. 7. When the gods had not sprung up, any one of them. 8. A plant had not grown, and order did not exist. This was the chaotic or anti-Genesis period. Volume 2, page 268. ISIS Unveiled. Column 1 continued. Earth, both yet in their ideal, not their manifested form. Thus, this second triad, only another name for the first one, never pronounced aloud, and which is the real pre-Vedic and primordial secret Trimurti, consisted of Nara, Father Heaven, Nari, Mother Earth, Virajay, the Sun, or Universe. The Trimurti, comprising Brahma, the Creator, Vishnu, the Preserver, and Siva, the Destroyer and Regenerator, belongs to a later period. It is an anthropomorphic afterthought, invented for the more popular comprehension of the uninitiated masses. The Dikshita, the initiate, knew better. Thus, also, the profound allegory under the colors of a ridiculous fable, given in the Iterative Brahmana *, which resulted in the representations in some temples of Brahmnara, assuming the form of a bull, and his daughter, Aditi Nari, that of a heifer, contains the same. Metaphysical idea as the fall of man, or that of the spirit into generation matter. The all-pervading divine spirit embodied under the symbols of heaven, the sun, and heat, fire, the correlation of cosmic forces fecundates matter or nature, the daughter of spirit. And Parabrahma himself has to submit to and bear the penance of the curses of the other gods, Elohim, for such an incest. See corresponding column. According to the immutable, and, therefore, fatal law, both Nara and Nari are mutually father and mother, as well as father and daughter matter, through infinite transformation, is the gradual product of spirit. The unification of one eternal supreme cause required such a correlation, and if nature B column continues on next page footnote, s, asterisk see Hogs Idarita Brahmanam, of the Rig Veda. The same transformations are found in the cosmogony of every important nation. Thus, we see in the Egyptian mythology, Isis and Osiris, sister and brother, man and wife, and Horns, the son of both, becoming the husband of his mother, Isis, and producing a son, Maluli. Column 2 continued female, when she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male, hence, she is androgyne. She is the father and mother Aditi, of the Hindu cosmogony. After brooding over the deep, the Spirit of God produces its own image in the water, the universal womb, symbolized in Manu by the golden egg. In the Kabbalistic cosmogony, heaven and earth are personified by Adam Kadmon and the second Adam. The first ineffable triad, contained in the abstract idea of the three heads, was a mystery name. It was composed of Ensoph, Sephira, and Adam Kadmon, the protogonos, the latter being identical with the former, when bisexual asterisk in every triad there is a male, a female, and an androgyne. Adam Sephira is the crown, Keter. It sets itself to the work of creation, by first producing Chakma, male wisdom, a masculine active potency, represented by H, Ya, or the wheels of creation, 55-53x. From which proceeds Bina, intelligence, female and passive potency, which is Jehovah, whom we find in the Bible figuring as the Supreme. But this Jehovah is not the Kabbalistic Jodhsheva. The binary is the fundamental cornerstone of Gnosis. As the binary is the unity multiplying itself and self-creating, the Kabbalists show the unknown passive Ensoph, as emanating from himself, Sephira, which, becoming visible light, is said to produce Adam Kadmon. But, in the hidden sense, Sephira and Adam are one and the same light, only latent and active, invisible and visible. The second Adam, as the human tetragram, produces in his turn Eve, out of his side. It is this second triad, with which the Kabbalists have hitherto dealt, hardly hinting at the supreme and ineffable one, and never committing anything to writing. All knowledge concerning the latter was imparted orally. It is the second Adam, then, who is the unity represented by Jod, emblem of the Kabbalistic male principle, and, at the same time, he is Chakma, wisdom, while Bina or Jehovah is Eve. The first column continues on next page footnote, s. Asterisk when a female power, she is Sephira, when male, he is Adam Kadmon, for, as the former contains in herself the other 9 Sephiroth, so, in their totality, the latter, including Sephira, is embodied in the archetypal Kadmon, the protogonos / Volume 2, page 269 diagrams continued. Column 1 continued the product or effect of that cause, in its turn it has to be fecundated by the same divine ray which produced nature itself. The most absurd cosmogonical allegories, if analyzed without prejudice, will be found built on strict and logical necessarian. Being was born from not being, says a verse in the Rig Veda *, the first being had to become androgyne and finite, by the very fact of its creation as a being. And thus even the sacred Trimurti, containing Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva will have an end when the night of Parabrahma succeeds the present day, or period of universal activity. The second, or rather the first, triad as the highest one is a pure abstraction is the intellectual world. The Vach which surrounds it is a more definite transformation of Aditi. Besides its occult significance in the secret mantram, Vach is personified as the active power of Brahma proceeding from him. In the Vedas she is made to speak of herself as the supreme and universal soul. I bore the Father on the head of the universal mind, and my origin is in the midst of the ocean, and therefore do I pervade all beings. Originating all beings, I pass like the breeze, Holy Ghost. I am above this heaven, beyond this earth, and what is the great one that am / dot. Literally, Vach is speech, the power of awakening, through the metrical arrangement contained in the number and syllables of the mantras, corresponding powers. In the invisible world. In the sacrificial mysteries Vach stirs up the Brahma, Brahmajanvati, or the power lying latent at the bottom of every magical operation. It existed from eternity as the Ajna, its latent form, lying dormant in Brahma from no beginning, and proceeded forth from him as Vach, the active power. It is the key to the tray column continues on next page footnote, S, asterisk Mandala I, Sukta 166, Max Muller. Asiatic Researches, Vol. 8, pp. 402, 403, Colebrook's translation. As in the Pythagorean numerical system every number on earth, or the world of the effects, corresponds to its invisible prototype in the world of causes. Column 2 continued Chakma issuing from Keter, or the androgyne, Adam Kadmon, and the second, Bina, from Chakma. If we combine with Jod the three letters which form the name of Eve, we will have the divine tetragram pronounced Ievoheva, Adam and Eve, Jehovah, male and female, or the idealization of humanity embodied in the first man. Thus is it that we can prove that, while the Jewish Kabbalists, in common with their initiated masters, the Chaldeans and the Hindus, adored the supreme and unknown God, in the sacred silence of their sanctuaries, the ignorant masses of every nation were left to adore something which was certainly less than the eternal substance of the Buddhists, the so-called atheists. As Brahma, the deity manifested in the mythical man, or the first man, born of Swayambhuva, or the self-existent, is finite, so Jehovah, embodied in Adam and Eve, is but a human God. He is the symbol of humanity, a mixture of good with a portion of unavoidable evil, of spirit fallen into matter. In worshipping Jehovah, we simply worship nature, as embodied in man, half spiritual and half material. At best, we are pantheists, when not fetish worshippers, like the idolatrous Jews, who sacrificed on high places, in groves, to the personified male and female principle, ignorant of Iao, the supreme secret name of the mysteries. Shekinah is the Hindu Vach, and praised in the same terms as the latter. Though shown in the Kabbalistic tree of life as proceeding from the ninth Sephiroth, yet Shekinah is the veil of En Sof, and the garment of Jehovah. The veil, for it succeeded for long ages in concealing the real supreme God, the universal spirit, and masking Jehovah, the exoteric deity, made the Christians accept him as the father of the initiated Jesus. Yet the Kabbalists, as well as the Hindu Dikshita, know the power of the Shekinah or Vach, and call it the secret wisdom. The triangle played a prominent part in the religious symbolism of every great nation, for everywhere it represented the three great principles: spirit, force, and matter, or the active, male, passive, female, and the dual or correlative principle which partakes of both and binds the two together. It was the Arba or mystic column continues on next page vol. 2, page 270 ISIS Unveiled. Column 1 continued Vidya, the thrice sacred science which teaches the Ajas, the sacrificial mysteries, having done with the unrevealed triad, and the first triad of the Sephiroth, called the intellectual world, little remains to be said. In the great geometrical figure which has the double triangle in it, the central circle represents the world within the universe. The double triangle belongs to one of the most important, if it is not in itself the most important, of the mystic figures in India. It is the emblem of the Trimurti 3 in 1. The triangle with its apex upward indicates the male principle, downward the female, the two typifying, at the same time, spirit and matter. This world within the infinite universe is the microcosm within the macrocosm, as in the Jewish Kabbalah. It is the symbol of the womb of the universe, the terrestrial egg, whose archetype is the golden mundane egg. It is from within this spiritual bosom of Mother Nature that proceed all the great saviors of the universe, the avatars of the invisible deity. Of him who is and yet is not, from the not being. Eternal cause, is born the being Purusha, says Manu, the legislator. Purusha is the divine male, the second god, and the avatar, or the logos of Parabrahma and his divine son, who in his turn produced Virajay, the son, or the ideal type of the universe. Virajay begins the work of creation by producing the 10 Prajapati, the lords of all beings. According to the doctrine of Manu, the universe is subjected to a periodical and never-ending succession of creations and dissolutions, which periods of creation are named Manvantara. It is the germ, which the divine spirit produced from its own substance, which never perishes in the being, for it becomes the soul of being, and at the period of pralaya, dissolution, it returns to absorb itself again into the divine spirit, which itself rests from all eternity. Column continues on next page. Footnote, S, asterisk see initial chapter, vol. I, word yajna. Column 2 continued 4, asterisk the mystery gods, the Kabari, summarized in the unity of one supreme deity. It is found in the Egyptian pyramids, whose equal sides tower up until lost in one crowning point. In the Kabbalistic diagram, the central circle of the Brahmanical figure is replaced by the cross, the celestial perpendicular and the terrestrial horizontal baseline, but the idea is the same. Adam Kadmon is the type of humanity as a collective totality within the unity of the creative God and the universal spirit. Column continues on next page. Footnote, S, asterisk Eve is the trinity of nature, and Adam the unity of spirit, the former the created material principle, the latter the ideal organ of the creative principle, or, in other words, this androgyne V is both the principle and the logos, for is the male, and Beth the female, and, as Levi expresses it, this first letter of the holy language, Aleph, represents a man pointing with one hand toward the sky, and with the other toward the ground. It is the macrocosm and the microcosm at the same time, and explains the double triangle of the Masons and the 5-point star. While the male is active, the female principle is passive, for it is spirit and matter, the latter word meaning mother in nearly every language. The columns of Solomon's temple, Jachin, and Boaz, are the emblems of the androgyne. They are also respectively male and female, white and black, square and round, the male a unity, the female a binary. In the later Kabbalistic treatises, the active principle is pictured by the sword T, the passive by the sheath P3. See Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magie, vol. I. The vertical line being the male principle, and the horizontal the female. Out of the union of the two at the intersection point is formed the cross, the oldest symbol in the Egyptian history of gods. It is the key of heaven in the rosy fingers of Neith, the celestial virgin, who opens the gate at dawn for the exit of her first begotten, the radiant sun. It is the storos of the Gnostics, and the philosophical cross of the high-grade Masons. We find this symbol ornamenting the T of the umbrella-shaped oldest pagodas in Tibet, China, and India, as we find it in the hand of Isis, in the shape of the handled cross. In one of the Chaitya caves, at Ahunta, it surmounts the 3 umbrellas in stone, and forms the center of the vault. Volume 2, page 271. Diagrams continued. Column 1 continued within Swayambhuva, the self-existent, Institute of Manu, Book I. As we have shown, neither the Svabhavikas, Buddhist philosophers, nor the Brahmins believe in a creation of the universe ex nihilo, but both believe in the Prakriti, the indestructibility of matter. The evolution of species, and the successive appearance of various new types is very distinctly shown in Manu. From earth, heat, and water, are born all creatures, whether animate or inanimate, produced by the germ which the divine spirit drew from its own substance. Thus has Brahma established the series of transformations from the plant up to man, and from man up to the primordial essence. Among them each succeeding being, or element, acquires the quality of the preceding, and in as many degrees as each of them is advanced, with so many properties is it said to be endowed. Manu, Book I, Sloka 20. This, we believe, is the veritable theory of the modern evolutionists. Footnote S. When this world had emerged from obscurity, the subtle elementary principles produced the vegetable germ which at first animated the plants. From the plants, life passed through the fantastic organisms which were born in the illus, bone, of the waters, then through a series of forms and different animals, it at length reached man, Manu, Book I, and Bhagavata. Manu is a convertible type, which can by no means be explained as a personage. Manu means sometimes humanity, sometimes man. The Manu who emanated from the uncreated Swayambhuva is, without doubt, the type of Adam Kadmon. The Manu who is progenitor of the other 6 Manus is evidently identical with the Rishis, or 7 primeval sages who are the forefathers of the post-diluvian races. He is, as we shall show in chapter 8. Noah, and his 6 sons, or subsequent generations, are the originals of the post-diluvian and mythical patriarchs of the Bible. Column 2 continued. Of him who is formless, the non-existent, also the eternal, but not first cause, is born the heavenly man. But after he created the form of the heavenly man, he used it as a vehicle wherein to descend, says the Kabbalah. Thus Adam Kadmon is the avatar of the concealed power. After that the heavenly Adam creates or engenders by the combined power of the Sephiroth, the earthly Adam. The work of creation is also begun by Sephirah in the creation of the 10 Sephiroth, who are the Prajapatis of the Kabbalah, for they are likewise the lords of all beings. The Sahar asserts the same. According to the Kabbalistic doctrine there were old worlds, see Idra Sutta, Sahar, 3, p. 292b. Everything will return some day to that from which it first proceeded. All things of which this world consists, spirit as well as body, will return to their principle, and the roots from which they proceeded, Sahar, 2, 218b. The Kabbalists also maintain the indestructibility of matter, albeit their doctrine is shrouded still more carefully than that of the Hindus. The creation is eternal, and the universe is the garment, or the veil of God Shekinah, and the latter is immortal and eternal as him within whom it has ever existed. Every world is made after the pattern of its predecessor, and each more gross and material than the preceding one. In the Kabbalah all were called sparks. Finally, our present grossly materialistic world was formed. In the Chaldean account of the period which preceded the genesis of our world, Beresis speaks of a time when there existed nothing but darkness, and an abyss of waters, filled with hideous monsters, produced of a twofold principle. These were creatures in which were combined the limbs of every species of animals. In addition to these fishes, reptiles, serpents, with other monstrous animals, which assumed each other's shape and countenance. Footnote S. Corey's Ancient Fragments. Vol. 2, page 272 ISIS Unveiled. In the first book of Manu, we read, know that the sum of 1000 divine ages, composes the totality of one day of Brahma, and that one night is equal to that day. 1000 divine ages is equal to 4,320,000,000 of human years, in the Brahmanical calculations. At the expiration of each night, Brahma, who has been asleep, awakes, and through the sole energy of the motion causes to emanate from himself the spirit, which in its essence is, and yet is not. Prompted by the desire to create, the spirit, first of the emanations, operates the creation and gives birth to ether, which the sages consider as having the faculty of transmitting sound. Ether begets air whose property is tangible, and which is necessary to life. Through a transformation of the air, light is produced. From air and light, which begets heat, water is formed, and the water is the womb of all the living germs. Throughout the whole immense period of progressive creation, covering 4,320,000,000 years, ether, air, water, and fire, heat, are constantly forming matter under the never-ceasing impulse of the Spirit, or the unrevealed God who fills up the whole creation, for he is in all, and all is in him. This computation, which was secret and which is hardly hinted at even now, led Higgins into the error of dividing every 10 ages into 6,000 years. Had he added a few more ciphers to his sums, he might have come nearer to a correct explanation of the neuroses, or secret cycles. In the Sefer Jezirah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and emitted from itself the Spirit. One is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be his name, who liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit, and this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number 2, or air, the creative element, and then number 3, water, proceeded from the air, ether or fire. Complete the mystic 4, the Arba'il. When the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, primordial point, or the first sephira, air, or holy ghost, shaped it into a sacred form, the 10 sephiroth, or the heavenly man, and covered it with a rich and splendid garment, that is the world. He maked the wind his messengers, flaming fire his footnote, s, asterisk see vol. I, chap, I, pages 33, 34, of this work. Sefer Jezirah, chapter I Mishnah Ixth. Ibid Sahar, I, 2a volume 2, page 273. The night of Brahma. Servants, says the Jezirah, showing the cosmical character of the later euhemerized angels asterisk, and that the Spirit permeates every minutest atom of the cosmos. When the cycle of creation is run down, the energy of the manifested Word is weakening. He alone, the unconceivable, is unchangeable, ever latent, but the creative force, though also eternal, as it has been in the former from no beginning, yet must be subject to periodical cycles of activity and rest, as it had a beginning in one of its aspects, when it first emanated, therefore must also have an end. Thus, the evening succeeds the day, and the night of the deity approaches. Brahma is gradually falling asleep. In one of the books of Sahar, we read the following: as Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai, in company with the deity, who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him and suddenly asked, Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord? And the Spirit answered him, I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant. And Vamadevamodli describes the night of Brahma, or the second period of the divine unknown existence, thus: strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahma. Dusk rises at the horizon and the sun passes away behind the 30th degree of Makara, sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Minas, zodiacal Pisces, or fish. The gurus of the pagodas appointed to watch the Ras chakra, zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually light pales, heat diminishes, uninhabitable spots multiply on the earth, the air becomes more and more rarefied, the springs of waters dry up, the great rivers see their waves exhausted, the ocean shows its sandy bottom, and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force, planets can hardly gravitate in space, they are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the chakra, servant, neglects to replenish. Saurya, the sun, flickers and goes out, matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Dhyas, the unrevealed God, and his task being accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is passed, night sets in and continues until the future dawn. Footnote, S, asterisk Sefer Jezirah, Mishnah 9, 10. It is interesting to recall Hebrews I. 7, in connection with this passage. Who maketh his angels, messengers, spirits, and his ministers, servants, those who minister, a flame of fire. The resemblance is too striking for us to avoid the conclusion that the author of Hebrews was as familiar with the Kabbalah as adepts usually are. Volume 2, page 274 ISIS Unveiled. And now again re-enter into the golden egg of his thought, the germs of all that exist, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings, endowed with the principles of action, cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the beings sleeps in complete repose, till the day when it resumes its form, and awakes again from its primitive darkness. If we now examine the 10 mythical avatars of Vishnu, we find them recorded in the following progression: 1 Matsya avatar, as a fish. It will also be his 10th and last avatar, at the end of the Kali Yuga. 2 Kurm avatar, as a tortoise. 3 Varaha, as a boar. 4 Narasingh, as a man-lion, last animal stage. 5 Vamuna, as a dwarf, first step toward the human form. 6 Parasurama, as a hero, but yet an imperfect man. 7 Ramachandra, as the hero of Ramayana. Physically a perfect man, his next of kin, friend and ally Hanuma, the monkey god. The monkey endowed with speech aid. Krishna avatar, the son of the Virgin Devanagui, or Devaki, one formed by God, or rather by the manifested deity Vishnu, who is identical with Adam Kadmon. Krishna is also called Kanya, the son of the Virgin. 9 Gautama Buddha, Siddhartha, or Sakyamuni. The Buddhists reject this doctrine of their Buddha being an incarnation of Vishnu. 10 This avatar has not yet occurred. It is expected in the future, like the Christian Advent, the idea of which was undoubtedly copied from the Hindu. When Vishnu appears for the last time, he will come as a savior. According to the opinion of some Brahmins, he will appear himself under the form of the horse Kaki. Others maintain that he will be mounting it. This horse is the envelope of the spirit of evil, and Vishnu will mount it, invisible to all, till he has conquered it for the last time. The Kaki Avataram, or the last incarnation, divides footnote, S, asterisk the sons of God, the India of the Brahmins, p. 230. May it not be that Hanuma is the representative of that link of beings half man, half monkeys, which, according to the theories of Messrs. Havlik and Schleicher, were arrested in their development, and fell, so to say, into a retrogressive evolution? The primal or ultimate essence has no name in India. It is indicated sometimes as that, and this universe was not originally anything. There was neither heaven, nor earth, nor atmosphere. That being non-existent resolved, let me be. Original Sanskrit text. Drive. Muir, Vol. V. p. 366. Volume 2, page 275. Diagram of the avatars. Brahmanism into 2 sects. That of the Vainava refuses to recognize the incarnations of their god Vishnu in animal forms literally. They claim that these must be understood as allegorical. In this diagram of avatars we see traced the gradual evolution and transformation of all species out of the ante-Silurian mud of Darwin and the Ilus of Sanconiathon and Beresis. Beginning with the Azoic time, corresponding to the Ilus in which Brahma implants the creative germ, we pass through the Paleozoic and Mesozoic times, covered by the first and second incarnations as the fish and tortoise, and the Cenozoic, which is embraced by the incarnations in the animal and semi-human forms of the boar and man-lion, and we come to the 5th and crowning geological period, designated as the era of mind, or age of man, whose symbol in the Hindu mythology is the dwarf, the first attempt of nature at the creation of man. In this diagram we should follow the main idea, not judge the degree of knowledge of the ancient philosophers by the literal acceptance of the popular form in which it is presented to us in the grand epical poem of Mahabharata and its chapter the Bhagavad Gita. Even the 4 ages of the Hindu chronology contain a far more philosophical idea than appears on the surface. It defines them according to both the psychological or mental and the physical states of man during their period. Krita Yuga, the Golden Age, the Age of Joy, or spiritual innocence of man; Treta Yuga, the Age of Silver, or that of fire, the period of supremacy of man and of giants and of the sons of God; Dwapara Yuga, the Age of Bronze, a mixture already of purity and impurity, spirit and matter, the Age of Doubt; and at last, our own, the Kali Yuga, or Age of Iron, of darkness, misery, and sorrow. In this age, Vishnu had to incarnate himself in Krishna, in order to save humanity from the goddess Kali, consort of Shiva, the all-annihilating, the goddess of death, destruction, and human misery. Kali is the best emblem to represent the fall of man, the falling of spirit into the degradation of matter, with all its terrific results. We have to rid ourselves of Kali before we can ever reach moksha, or nirvana, the abode of blessed peace and spirit. With the Buddhists the last incarnation is the 5th. When Maitri Buddha comes, then our present world will be destroyed, and a new and a better one will replace it. The 4 arms of every Hindu deity are the emblems of the 4 preceding manifestations of our earth from its invisible state, while its head typifies the 5th and last Kakyaxtlittles, when this would be destroyed, and the power of Bud wisdom, with the Hindus, of Brahma, will be again called into requisition to manifest itself as a logos to create the future world. In this diagram, the male gods typify spirit in its deific attributes. Vol. 2, page 276 ISIS Unveiled. While their female counterparts, the Sakti, represent the active energies of these attributes. The Durga, active virtue, is a subtle, invisible force, which answers to Shekinah, the garment of Ensaf. She is the Sakti through which the passive eternal calls forth the visible universe from its first ideal conception. Every one of the 3 personages of the exoteric Trimurti are shown as using their Sakti as a Vihan, vehicle. Each of them is for the time being the form which sits upon the mysterious wagon of Ezekiel. Nor do we see less clearly carried out in this succession of avatars, the truly philosophical idea of a simultaneous spiritual and physical evolution of creatures and man. From a fish the progress of this dual transformation carries on the physical form through the shape of a tortoise, a boar, and a man-lion, and then, appearing in the dwarf of humanity, it shows Parasurama physically, a perfect, spiritually, an undeveloped entity, until it carries mankind personified by one godlike man, to the apex of physical and spiritual perfection, a God on earth. In Krishna and the other saviors of the world we see the philosophical idea of the progressive dual development understood and as clearly expressed in the Sahar. The heavenly man, who is the protogonos, Tikkun, the firstborn of God, or the universal form and idea, engenders Adam. Hence the latter is God born in humanity, and endowed with the attributes of all the 10 Sephiroth. These are, wisdom, intelligence, justice, love, beauty, splendor, firmness, etc. They make him the foundation or basis, the mighty living one, and the crown of creation, thus placing him as the Alpha and Omega to reign over the kingdom Malchuth. Man is both the import and the highest degree of creation, says the Sahar. As soon as man was created, everything was complete, including the upper and nether worlds, for everything is comprised in man. He unites in himself all forms. 3, p. 48a. But this does not relate to our degenerated mankind, it is only occasionally that men are born who are the types of what man should be, and yet is not. The first races of men were spiritual, and their protoplastic bodies were not composed of the gross and material substances of which we see them composed nowadays. The first men were created with all the faculties of the deity, and powers far transcending those of the angelic host, for they were the direct emanations of Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, the macrocosm, while the present humanity is several degrees removed even from the earthly Adam, who was the microcosm, or the little world. Sir Enpin, the mystical figure of the man, consists of 243 numbers, and we see in the circles which follow each other that it is the angels which emanated from the primitive Vol. 2, page 277, the fall of Adam. Man, not the Sephiroth from angels. Hence, man was intended from the first to be a being of both a progressive and retrogressive nature. Beginning at the apex of the divine cycle, he gradually began receding from the center of light, acquiring at every new and lower sphere of being, worlds each inhabited by a different race of human beings, a more solid physical form, and losing a portion of his divine faculties. In the fall of Adam we must see, not the personal transgression of man, but simply the law of the dual evolution. Adam, or man, begins his career of existences by dwelling in the Garden of Eden, dressed in the celestial garment, which is a garment of heavenly light, Sahar, 229b, but when expelled he is clothed by God, or the eternal law of evolution or necessarian, with coats of skin. But even on this earth of material degradation in which the divine spark, soul, a coruscation of the spirit, was to begin its physical progression in a series of imprisonments from a stone up to a man's body, if he but exercise his will and call his deity to his help, man can transcend the powers of the angel. Know ye not that we shall judge angels, asks Paul, 1 Corinthians 6:3. The real man is the soul, spirit, teaches the Sahar. The mystery of the earthly man is after the mystery of the heavenly man. The wise can read the mysteries in the human face, 2:76a. This is still another of the many sentences by which Paul must be recognized as an initiate. For reasons fully explained, we give far more credit for genuineness to certain epistles of the apostles, now dismissed as apocryphal, than to many suspicious portions of the Acts. And we find corroboration of this view in the epistle of Paul to Seneca. In this message Paul styles Seneca my respected master, while Seneca terms the apostle simply brother. No more than the true religion of Judaic philosophy can be judged by the absurdities of the exoteric Bible, have we any right to form an opinion of Brahmanism and Buddhism by their nonsensical and sometimes disgusting popular forms. If we only search for the true essence of the philosophy of both Manu and the Kabbalah, we will find that Vishnu is, as well as Adam Kadmon, the expression of the universe itself, and that his incarnations are but concrete and various embodiments of the manifestations of this stupendous whole. I am the soul, O Arjuna. I am the soul which exists in the heart of all beings, and I am the beginning and the middle, and also the end of existing things, says Vishnu to his disciple, in Bhagavad Gita, ch. x. p. 71. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I am the first and the last, says Jesus to John, Rev. I 6:17. Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva are a trinity in a unity, and, like the volume 2, page 278 ISIS Unveiled Christian Trinity, they are mutually convertible. In the esoteric doctrine they are one and the same manifestation of Him whose name is too sacred to be pronounced, and whose power is too majestic and infinite to be imagined. Thus by describing the avatars of one, all others are included in the allegory, with a change of form but not of substance. It is out of such manifestations that emanated the many worlds that were, and that will emanate the one which is to come. Coleman, followed in it by other Orientalists, presents the seventh avatar of Vishnu in the most caricatured way * apart from the fact that the Ramayana is one of the grandest epic poems in the world, the source and origin of Homer's inspiration. This avatar conceals one of the most scientific problems of our modern day. The learned Brahmins of India never understood the allegory of the famous war between men, giants, and monkeys, otherwise than in the light of the transformation of species. It is our firm belief that were European academicians to seek for information from some learned native Brahmins, instead of unanimously and incontinently rejecting their authority, and were they, like Jackaliot against whom they have nearly all arrayed themselves to seek for light in the oldest documents scattered about the country in pagodas, they might learn strange but not useless lessons. Let anyone inquire of an educated Brahmin the reason for the respect shown to monkeys, the origin of which feeling is indicated in the story of the valorous feats of Hanuman, the generalissimo and faithful ally of the hero of Ramayana, and he would soon be disabused of the erroneous idea that the Hindus accord deific honors to a monkey god. He would, perhaps, learn were the Brahmin to judge him worthy of an explanation that the Hindu sees in the ape but what Manu desired he should, the transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. He might learn, further, that in the eyes of the footnote S. Coleman's Hindu mythology, the siege and subsequent surrender of Lanka, Isle of Ceylon, to Rama is placed by the Hindu chronology based upon the zodiac at 7,500 to 8,000 years BC, and the following or eighth incarnation of Vishnu at 4,800 BC, from the Book of the Historical Zodiacs of the Brahmins. A Hanoverian scientist has recently published a work entitled Über die Auflösung der Arten Dink Nader Lichzuchtwahl, in which he shows, with great ingenuity, that Darwin was wholly mistaken in tracing man back to the ape. On the contrary, he maintains that it is the ape which has evolved from man. That, in the beginning, mankind were, morally and physically, the types and prototypes of our present race and of human dignity, by their beauty of form, regularity of feature, cranial development, nobility of sentiments, heroic impulses, and grandeur of ideal conceptions. This is a purely Brahmanic, Buddhistic, and Kabbalistic philosophy. His book is copiously illustrated. Footnote continued on next page, volume 2, page 279. Tender humanity of the Jains. Educated heathen, the spiritual or inner man is one thing, and his terrestrial, physical casket another. That physical nature, the great combination of physical correlations of forces ever creeping on toward perfection, has to avail herself of the material at hand. She models and remodels as she proceeds, and finishing her crowning work in man, presents him alone as a fit tabernacle for the overshadowing of the divine spirit. But the latter circumstance does not give man the right of life and death over the animals lower than himself in the scale of nature, or the right to torture them. Quite the reverse. Besides being endowed with a soul of which every animal, and even plant, is more or less possessed, man has his immortal rational soul, or nous, which ought to make him at least equal in magnanimity to the elephant, who treads so carefully, lest he should crush weaker creatures than himself. It is this feeling which prompts Brahmin and Buddhist alike to construct hospitals for sick animals, and even insects, and to prepare refuges wherein they may finish their days. It is this same feeling, again, which causes the Jain sectarian to sacrifice one half of his lifetime to brushing away from his path the helpless, crawling insects, rather than recklessly deprive the smallest of life, and it is again from this sense of highest benevolence and charity toward the weaker, however abject the creature may be, that they honor one of the natural modifications of their own dual nature, and that later the popular belief in metempsychosis arose. No trace of the latter is to be found in the Vedas, and the true interpretation of the doctrine, discussed at length in Manu and the Buddhistic sacred books, having been confined from the first to the learned sacerdotal castes, the false and foolish popular ideas concerning it need occasion no surprise. Upon those who, in the remains of antiquity, see evidence that modern times can lay small claim to originality, it is common to charge a disposition to exaggerate and distort facts. But the candid reader will scarcely aver that the above is an example in point. There were evolutionists before the day when the mythical Noah is made, in the Bible, to float in his ark, and the ancient scientists were better informed, and had their theories more logically defined than the modern evolutionists. Plato, Anaxagoras, Pythagoras, the Eleatic schools of Greece, as well as the old Chaldean sacerdotal colleges, all taught the doctrine of the footnote. Footnote continued from previous page, traded with diagrams, tables, etc. He says that the gradual debasement and degradation of man, morally and physically, can be readily traced throughout the ethnological transformations down to our times. And, as one portion has already degenerated into apes, so the civilized man of the present day will at last, under the action of the inevitable law of necessity, be also succeeded by like descendants. If we may judge of the future by the actual present, it certainly does seem possible that so unspiritual and materialistic a body as our physical scientists should end as simian rather than as seraphs. Volume 2, page 280 ISIS Unveiled. Dual evolution, the doctrine of the transmigration of souls referring only to the progress of man from world to world, after death here. Every philosophy worthy of the name, taught that the spirit of man, if not the soul, was pre-existent. The Essenes, says Josephus, believed that the souls were immortal, and that they descended from the ethereal spaces to be chained to bodies. Asterisk in his turn, Philo-Judaeus says, the air is full of them, of souls, those which are nearest the earth, descending to be tied to mortal bodies, palindromus and authes, return to other bodies, being desirous to live in them. In the Sahar, the soul is made to plead her freedom before God, Lord of the universe. I am happy in this world, and do not wish to go into another world, where I shall be a handmaid, and be exposed to all kinds of pollutions. The doctrine of fatal necessity, the everlasting immutable law, is asserted in the answer of the deity, against thy will thou becomest an embryo, and against thy will thou art born. Light would be incomprehensible without darkness, to make it manifest by contrast, good would be no good without evil, to show the priceless nature of the boon, and so, personal virtue could claim no merit, unless it had passed through the furnace of temptation. Nothing is eternal and unchangeable, save the concealed deity. Nothing that is finite, whether because it had a beginning, or must have an end, can remain stationary. It must either progress or recede, and a soul which thirsts after a reunion with its spirit, which alone confers upon it immortality, must purify itself through cyclic transmigrations, onward toward the only land of bliss and eternal rest, called in the Sahar, the Palace of Love, and 3n, in the Hindu religion, moksha, among the Gnostics, the pleroma of eternal light, and by the Buddhists, nirvana. The Christian calls it the kingdom of heaven, and claims to have alone found the truth, whereas he has but invented a new name for a doctrine which is coeval with man. The proof that the transmigration of the soul does not relate to man's condition on this earth after death, is found in the Sahar, notwithstanding the many incorrect renderings of its translators. All souls which have alienated themselves in heaven from the Holy One, blessed be his name, have thrown themselves into an abyss at their very existence, and have anticipated the time when they are to descend on earth. Footnote, S. Asterisk de Bell. Judd, Vol. 2, 12. Desomnius, p. 455 D. Sahar, Vol. 2, p. 96. Mishnah Oboth, Vol. 4, p. 29, Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, p. 413. Sahar, Vol. 3, p. 61b. Volume 2, page 281. Paul on the trine human entity. Come and see when the soul reaches the abode of love. The soul could not bear this light, but for the luminous mantle which she puts on. For, just as the soul, when sent to this earth, puts on an earthly garment to preserve herself here, so she receives above a shining garment, in order to be able to look without injury into the mirror, whose light proceeds from the Lord of light. Asterisk. Moreover, the Sahar teaches that the soul cannot reach the abode of bliss, unless she has received the holy kiss, or the reunion of the soul with the substance from which she emanated, spirit. All souls are dual, and, while the latter is a feminine principle, the spirit is masculine. While imprisoned in body, man is a trinity, unless his pollution is such as to have caused his divorce from the spirit. Woe to the soul which prefers to her divine husband, spirit, the earthly wedlock with her terrestrial body, records a text of the Book of the Keys. These ideas on the transmigrations and the Trinity of man, were held by many of the early Christian fathers. It is the jumble made by the translators of the New Testament and ancient philosophical treatises between soul and spirit, that has occasioned the many misunderstandings. It is also one of the many reasons why Buddha, Plotinus, and so many other initiates are now accused of having longed for the total extinction of their soul's absorption unto the deity, or reunion with the universal soul, meaning, according to modern ideas, annihilation. The animal soul must, of course, be disintegrated of its particles, before it is able to link its purer essence forever with the immortal spirit. But the translators of both the Acts and the Epistles, who laid the foundation of the kingdom of heaven, and the modern commentators on the Buddhist Sutra of the foundation of the kingdom of righteousness, have muddled the sense of the great apostle of Christianity, as of the great reformer of India. The former have smothered the word psychikos, so that no reader imagines it to have any relation with soul, and with this confusion of soul and spirit together, Bible readers get only a perverted sense of anything on the subject, and the interpreters of the latter have failed to understand the meaning and object of the Buddhist 4 degrees of dhyana. In the writings of Paul, the entity of man is divided into a trine flesh, psychical existence, or soul, and the overshadowing and at the same time interior entity or spirit. His phraseology is very definite, when he teaches the anastasis, or the continuation of life of those who have died. He maintains that there is a psychical body which is sown in the corruptible, and a spiritual body that is raised in incorruptible. Subfootnote S. Ibid, Vol. I, p. 65b. Hermetic Work. Volume 2, page 282. Isis Unveiled. Stance. The first man is of the earth earthy, the second man from heaven. Even James, 3:15, identifies the soul by saying that its wisdom descendeth not from the above but is terrestrial, psychical, demoniacal, see Greek text. Plato, speaking of the soul, psyche, observes that when she allies herself to the nous, divine substance, a god, as psyche is a goddess, she does everything aright and felicitously, but the case is otherwise when she attaches herself to Anoia. What Plato calls nous, Paul terms the spirit, and Jesus makes the heart what Paul says of the flesh. The natural condition of mankind was called in Greek apostasia, the new condition anastasis. In Adam came the former, death, in Christ the latter, resurrection, for it is he who first publicly taught mankind the noble path to eternal life, as Gautama pointed the same path to nirvana. To accomplish both ends there was but one way, according to the teachings of both. Poverty, chastity, contemplation, or inner prayer, contempt for wealth and the elusive joys of this world. Enter on this path and put an end to sorrow. Verily the path has been preached by me, who have found out how to quench the darts of grief. You yourselves must make the effort, the Buddhas are only preachers. The thoughtful who enter the path are freed from the bondage of the deceiver, Mara. Enter ye in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. Follow me. Every one that heareth these sayings and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man. Matthew 7 and 8. 7 Can of mine own self do nothing, John v. 30. The care of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches, choke the word. Matthew 13. 22, say the Christians, and it is only by shaking off all delusions that the Buddhist enters on the path which will lead him away from the restless tossing waves of the ocean of life, and take him to the calm city of peace, to the real joy and rest of nirvana. The Greek philosophers are alike made misty instead of mystic by their two learned translators. The Egyptians revered the divine spirit, the one only one, as Nout. It is most evident that it is from that word that Anaxagoras borrowed his denominative nous, or, as he calls it, nous autocrats, the mind or spirit self-potent, the archetes kynseos. All things, says he, were in chaos, then came nous and introduced order. He also denominated this nous the one that ruled the many. In his idea nous was God, and the logos was man, the emanation of the former. The external powers perceived phenomena, the nous alone recog footnote, s, asterisk Dhammapada, Slokas 276 ETSEQ Volume 2, page 283 Ideas of the Greek philosophers. Nis noumena or subjective things. This is purely Buddhistic and esoteric. Here Socrates took his clue and followed it, and Plato after him, with the whole world of interior knowledge. Where the old Ionico-Italian world culminated in Anaxagoras, the new world began with Socrates and Plato. Pythagoras made the soul a self-moving unit, with three elements, the nous, the phrin, and the thumos, the latter two, shared with the brutes, the former only, being his essential self. So the charge that he taught transmigration is refuted. He taught no more than Gautama Buddha ever did, whatever the popular superstition of the Hindu rabble made of it after his death. Whether Pythagoras borrowed from Buddha, or Buddha from somebody else, matters not, the esoteric doctrine is the same. The Platonic school is even more distinct in enunciating all this. The real selfhood was at the basis of all. Socrates therefore taught that he had a daimonion, a spiritual something which put him in the road to wisdom. He himself knew nothing, but this put him in the way to learn all. Plato followed him with a full investigation of the principles of being. There was Zn Agathon, supreme God, who produced in his own mind a paradigma of all things. He taught that in man was the immortal principle of the soul, a mortal body, and a separate mortal kind of soul, which was placed in a separate receptacle of the body from the other. The immortal part was in the head. Timaeus 19, XX, the other in the trunk, sliv. Nothing is plainer than that Plato regarded the interior man as constituted of two parts, one always the same, formed of the same entity as deity, and one mortal and corruptible. Plato and Pythagoras, says Plutarch, distribute the soul into two parts, the rational, noetic, and irrational, agnoia, that part of the soul of man which is rational, is eternal, for though it be not God, yet it is the product of an eternal deity, but that part of the soul which is divested of reason, agnoia, does. Man, says Plutarch, is compound, and they are mistaken who think him to be compounded of two parts only. For they imagine that the understanding is a part of the soul, but they err in this no less than those who make the soul to be a part of the body, for the understanding, nous, as far exceeds the soul, as the soul is better and diviner than the body. Now this composition of the soul, psyche, with the understanding, nous, makes reason, and with the body, passion, of which the one is the beginning or principle of pleasure and pain, and the other of virtue and vice. Of these three parts conjoined and compacted together, the Earth Volume 2, page 284 ISIS Unveiled, has given the body, the moon the soul, and the sun the understanding to the generation of man. Now of the deaths we die, the one makes man two of three, and the other, one of, out of, two. The former is in the region and jurisdiction of Demeter, whence the name given to the mysteries teline resembled that given to death, telutin. The Athenians also heretofore called the deceased sacred to Demeter. As for the other death, it is in the moon or region of Persephone. And as with the one the terrestrial, so with the other the celestial Hermes doth dwell. This suddenly and with violence plucks the soul from the body, but Proserpina mildly and in a long time disjoins the understanding from the soul. For this reason she is called monogenes, only begotten, or rather begetting one alone, for the better part of man becomes alone when it is separated by her. Now both the one and the other happens thus according to nature. It is ordained by faith that every soul, whether with or without understanding, nous, when gone out of the body, should wander for a time, though not all for the same, in the region lying between the earth and moon. For those that have been unjust and dissolute suffer there the punishment due to their offences, but the good and virtuous are there detained till they are purified, and have, by expiation, purged out of them all the infections they might have contracted from the contagion of the body, as if from foul health, living in the mildest part of the air, called the meadows of Hades, where they must remain for a certain prefixed and appointed time. And then, as if they were returning from a wandering pilgrimage or long exile into their country, they have a taste of joy, such as they principally receive who are initiated into sacred mysteries, mixed with trouble, admiration, and each one's proper and peculiar hope. The daemonium of Socrates was this nous, mind, spirit, or understanding of the divine in it. The nous of Socrates, says Plutarch, was pure and mixed itself with the body no more than necessity required. Every soul hath some portion of reason, a man cannot be a man without it, but as much of each soul as is mixed with flesh and appetite is changed and through pain or pleasure becomes irrational. Every soul doth not mix herself after one sort, some plunge themselves into the body, and so, in this life their whole frame is corrupted by appetite and passion, others are mixed as to some part, but the purer part nous still remains without the body. It is not drawn down into the body, but it swims above and touches, overshadows, the extremest part of the man's head. It is like a cord to hold up and direct the subsiding part of the soul, as long as it proves obedient and is not overcome by the appetites of the flesh. The part that is plunged into the body is called soul. But the incorruptible part is called the nous, and the vulgar think it is within them. Vol. 2, page 285. Irenaeus and Origen on man's soul. As they likewise imagine the image reflected from a glass to be in that glass. But the more intelligent, who know it to be without, call it a daemon, a god, a spirit. The soul, like to a dream, flies quick away, which it does not immediately, as soon as it is separated from the body, but afterward, when it is alone and divided from the understanding, nous. The soul being molded and formed by the understanding, nous, and itself molding and forming the body, by embracing it on every side, receives from it an impression and form, so that although it be separated both from the understanding and the body, it nevertheless so retains still its figure and resemblance for a long time, that it may, with good right, be called its image. And of these souls the moon is the element, because souls resolve into her, as the bodies of the deceased do into earth. Those, indeed, who have been virtuous and honest, living a quiet and philosophical life, without embroiling themselves in troublesome affairs, are quickly resolved, because, being left by the nous, understanding, and no longer using the corporeal passions, they incontinently vanish away. We find even Irenaeus, that untiring and mortal enemy of every Grecian and heathen heresy, explain his belief in the Trinity of man. The perfect man, according to his views, consists of flesh, soul, and spirit. Carne, anima, spiritu, altero quidem figurant, spiritu, altero quod formator, carne. Id vero quod inter hec est duo, est anima, qui aliquando subsequens spiritum elevator abio, aliquando autem consentiens carni interinas concupiscentias, Irenaeus v. 1. And Origen, in his 6th epistle to the Romans, says, there is a threefold partition of man, the body, or flesh, the lowest part of our nature, on which the old serpent by original sin inscribed the law of sin, and by which we are tempted to vile things, and as oft as we are overcome by temptations are joined fast to the devil, the spirit, in or by which we express the likeness of the divine nature, in which the very best Creator, from the archetype of his own mind, engraved with his finger, that is, his spirit, the eternal law of honesty, by this we are joined, conglutinated, to God and made one with God. In the third, the soul mediates between these, which, as in a factious republic, cannot but join with one party or the other, is solicited this way and that, and is at liberty to choose the side to which it will adhere. If, renouncing the flesh, it betakes itself to the party of the spirit, it will itself become spiritual, but if it cast itself down to the cupidities of the flesh, it will degenerate itself into body. Plato, in Laws X, defines soul as the motion that is able to move itself. Soul is the most ancient of all things, and the commencement volume 2, page 286 ISIS Unveiled. Of motion. Soul was generated prior to body, and body is posterior and secondary, as being, according to nature, ruled over by the ruling soul. The soul which administers all things that are moved in every way, administers likewise the heavens. Soul then leads everything in heaven, and on earth, and in the sea, by its movements, the names of which are, to will, to consider, to take care of, to consult, to form opinions true and false, to be in a state of joy, sorrow, confidence, fear, hate, love, together with all such primary movements as are allied to these. Being a goddess herself, she ever takes as an ally nous, a god, and disciplines all things correctly and happily, but when with annoya not nous it works out everything the contrary. In this language, as in the Buddhist texts, the negative is treated as essential existence. Annihilation comes under a similar exegesis. The positive state is essential being but no manifestation as such. When the spirit, in Buddhistic parlance, entered nirvana, it lost objective existence but retained subjective. To objective minds this is becoming absolute nothing, to subjective, no thing, nothing to be displayed to sense. These rather lengthy quotations are necessary for our purpose. Better than anything else, they show the agreement between the oldest pagan philosophies not assisted by the light of divine revelation, to use the curious expression of Labole in relation to Buddha, and the early Christianity of some fathers. Both pagan philosophy and Christianity, however, owe their elevated ideas on the soul and spirit of man and the unknown deity to Buddhism and the Hindu Manu. No wonder that the Manichaeans maintained that Jesus was a permutation of Gautama, that Buddha, Christ, and Mani were one and the same person *, for the teachings of the former two were identical. It was the doctrine of old India that Jesus held to when preaching the complete renunciation of the world and its vanities in order to reach the kingdom of heaven, nirvana, where men neither marry nor are given in marriage, but live like the angels. It is the philosophy of Siddhartha Buddha again that Pythagoras expounded, when asserting that the ego, nous, was eternal with God, and that the soul only passed through various stages, Hindu Rupalokas, to arrive at the divine excellence. Meanwhile the thumas returned to the earth, and even the phren was eliminated. Thus the metempsychosis was only a succession of disciplines through refuge heavens, called by the Buddhists Zion, to work off the exterior mind, to rid the nous of the footnote, s. Ninder, History of the Church, Vol. I, p. 817. It is from the highest Zion that Maitri Buddha, the Savior to come, will descend on earth, and it is also from Zion that comes the Christian deliverer, see Romans 11:26, volume 2, page 287. St. Hilaire's definition of dhyana. Phren, or soul, the Buddhist Vijnanaskandaya, that principle that lives from karma and the skandhas, groups. It is the latter, the metaphysical personations of the deeds of man, whether good or bad, which, after the death of his body, incarnate themselves, so to say, and form their many invisible but never dying compounds into a new body, or rather into an ethereal being, the double of what man was morally. It is the astral body of the Kabbalist and the incarnated deeds which form the new sentient self as his ahankara, the ego, self-consciousness, given to him by the sovereign master, the breath of God, can never perish, for it is immortal per se as a spirit, hence the sufferings of the newly born till he rids himself of every earthly thought, desire, and passion. We now see that the four mysteries of the Buddhist doctrine have been as little understood and appreciated as the wisdom hinted at by Paul, and spoken among them that are perfect, initiated, the mystery wisdom which none of the archons of this world knew. The fourth degree of the Buddhist dhyana, the fruit of samadhi, which leads to the utmost perfection, to vaikundam, a term correctly rendered by Bernoulli in the verb perfected, is wholly misunderstood by others, as well as in himself. Defining the condition of dhyana, Saint Hilaire argues thus: finally, having attained the fourth degree, the ascetic possesses no more this feeling of beatitude, however obscure it may be. He has also lost all memory, he has reached impassibility, as near a neighbor of nirvana as can be. However, this absolute impassibility does not hinder the ascetic from acquiring, at this very moment, omniscience and the magical power, a flagrant contradiction, about which the Buddhists more disturb themselves than about so many others. And why should they, when these contradictions are, in fact, no contradictions at all? It ill behooves us to speak of contradictions in other people's religions, when those of our own have bred, besides the three great conflicting bodies of Romanism, Protestantism, and the Eastern Church, 1,001 most curious smaller sects. However it may be, we have here a term applied to one and the same thing by the Buddhist holy mendicants and Paul, the Apostle. When the latter says, if so be that I might attain the resurrection from among the dead, the nirvana, not as though I had already attained, or were already perfect, initiated, he uses an expression common among the initiated Buddhists. When a Buddhist ascetic has reached the fourth degree, he is considered a raha. He produces every kind of phenomena by the footnote, s. * 1 Corinth, 2. 6, 7, 8. Lotus de la Bonne Loi, p. 806. Du Beau Dismay, 95. Philippians 3. 11-14 Volume 2, page 288 ISIS Unveiled. Soul power of his freed spirit. A raha, say the Buddhists, is one who has acquired the power of flying in the air, becoming invisible, commanding the elements, and working all manner of wonders, commonly, and as erroneously, called mippo, miracles. He is a perfect man, a demigod. A god he will become when he reaches nirvana, for, like the initiates of both testaments, the worshippers of Buddha know that they are gods. Genuine Buddhism, overleaping the barrier between finite and infinite mind, urges its followers to aspire, by their own efforts, to that divine perfectibility of which it teaches that man is capable, and by attaining which man becomes a god, says Brian Houghton Hodgson. Dreary and sad were the ways, and blood-covered the tortuous paths by which the world of the Christians was driven to embrace the Irenaean and Eusebian Christianity. And yet, unless we accept the views of the ancient pagans, what claim has our generation to having solved any of the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven? What more does the most pious and learned of Christians know of the future destiny and progress of our immortal spirits than the heathen philosopher of old, or the modern pagan beyond the Himalaya? Can he even boast that he knows as much, although he works in the full blaze of divine revelation? We have seen a Buddhist holding to the religion of his fathers, both in theory and practice, and, however blind may be his faith, however absurd his notions on some particular doctrinal points, later engraftings of an ambitious clergy, yet in practical works his Buddhism is far more Christ-like in deed and spirit than the average life of our Christian priests and ministers. The fact alone that his religion commands him to honor his own faith, but never slander that of other people, is sufficient. It places the Buddhist Lama immeasurably higher than any priest or clergyman who deems it his sacred duty to curse the heathen to his face, and sentence him and his religion to eternal damnation. Christianity becomes every day more a religion of pure emotionalism. The doctrine of Buddha is entirely based on practical works. A general love of all beings, human and animal, is its nucleus. A man who knows that unless he toils for himself he has to starve, and understands that he has no scapegoat to carry the burden of his iniquities for him, is 10 times as likely to become a better man than one who is taught that murder, theft, and profligacy can be washed in one instant as white as snow, if he but believes in a God who, to borrow an expression of Volney, once took food upon earth, and is now himself the food of his people. Footnote, s. The Mahavansa, Vol. I. Introduction. The 5 Articles of Faith. Chapter 7 Homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 289 Chapter 7. Of the tenets of the Druzes, nothing authentic has ever come to light. The popular belief amongst their neighbors is, that they adore an idol in the form of a calf. King, the Gnostics and their remains. O ye lords of truth without fault, who are forever cycling for eternity, save me from the annihilation of this region of the two truths. Egyptian ritual of the dead. Pythagoras correctly regarded the ineffable name of God, as the key to the mysteries of the universe. Pancoast, blue and red light. In the next two chapters we shall notice the most important of the Christian secret sects, the so-called heresies which sprang into existence between the 1st and 4th centuries of our era. Glancing rapidly at the Ophites and Nazarenes, we shall pass to their scions which yet exist in Syria and Palestine, under the name of Druzes of Mount Lebanon, and near Basra or Basora, in Persia, under that of Mendeans, or disciples of St. John. All these sects have an immediate connection with our subject, for they are of Kabbalistic parentage and have once held to the secret wisdom religion, recognizing as the one supreme, the mystery God of the ineffable name. Noticing these numerous secret societies of the past, we will bring them into direct comparison with several of the modern. We will conclude with a brief survey of the Jesuits, and of that venerable nightmare of the Roman Catholic Church, modern Freemasonry. All of these modern as well as ancient fraternities, present Freemasonry excepted, were and are more or less connected with magic practically, as well as theoretically, and, every one of them Freemasonry not excepted was and still is accused of demonolatry, blasphemy, and licentiousness. Our object is not to write the history of either of them, but only to compare these sorely abused communities with the Christian sects, past and present, and then, taking historical facts for our guidance, to defend the secret science as well as the men who are its students and champions against any unjust imputation. One by one the tide of time engulfed the sects of the early centuries, until of the whole number only one survived in its primitive integrity. That one still exists, still teaches the doctrine of its founder, still exemplifies its faith in works of power. The quicksands which swallowed up. Volume 2, page 290 ISIS Unveiled. Every other outgrowth of the religious agitation of the times of Jesus, with its records, relics, and traditions, proved firm ground for this. Driven from their native land, its members found refuge in Persia, and today the anxious traveler may converse with the direct descendants of the disciples of John, who listened, on the Jordan's shore, to the man sent from God, and were baptized and believed. This curious people, numbering 30,000 or more, are miscalled Christians of St. John, but in fact should be known by their old name of Nazarenes, or their new one of Mendeans. To term them Christians, is wholly unwarranted. They neither believe in Jesus as Christ, nor accept his atonement, nor adhere to his church, nor revere its holy scriptures. Neither do they worship the Jehovah God of the Jews and Christians, a circumstance which of course proves that their founder, John the Baptist, did not worship him either. And if not, what right has he to a place in the Bible, or in the portrait gallery of Christian saints? Still further, if Pharaoh was his God, and he was a man sent by God, he must have been sent by Lord Pharaoh, and in his name baptized and preached. Now, if Jesus was baptized by John, the inference is that he was baptized according to his own faith. Therefore, Jesus too was a believer in Pharaoh, or Pharaoh, as they call him, a conclusion that seems the more warranted by his silence as to the name of his father. And why should the hypothesis that Pharaoh is but one of the many corruptions of Pho or Fo, as the Tibetans and Chinese call Buddha, appear ridiculous? In the north of Nepal, Buddha is more often called Fo than Buddha. The Book of Mahavansa shows how early the work of Buddhistic proselytism began in Nepal, and history teaches that Buddhist monks crowded into Syria and Babylon in the footnote, s. Not only did the Buddhist missionaries make their way to the Mesopotamian valley, but they even went so far west as Ireland. The Reverend Drive. Lundy, in his work on Monumental Christianity, referring to an Irish round tower, observes, Henry O'Brien explains this round tower crucifixion as that of Buddha, the animals as the elephant and the bull, sacred to Buddha, and into which his soul entered after death, the two figures standing beside the cross as Buddha's Virgin Mother, and his favorite disciple. The whole picture bears a close likeness to the crucifixion, in the cemetery of Pope Julius, except the animals, which are conclusive proof that it cannot be Christian. It came ultimately from the Far East to Ireland, with the Phoenician colonists, who erected the round towers as symbols of the life-giving and preserving power of man and nature, and how that universal life is produced through suffering and death. When a Protestant clergyman is thus forced to confess the pre-Christian existence of the crucifix in Ireland, its Buddhistic character, and the penetration of the missionaries of that faith even to that then remote portion of the earth, we need not wonder that in the minds of the Nazarian contemporaries of Jesus and their descendants, he footnote continued on next page vol. 2, page 291 Secret Christian and Other Sects. Century preceding our era, and that Buddhasp, Bodhisattva, the alleged Chaldean, was the founder of Sabaism or baptism *. What the actual Baptists, El-Magdasila, or Nazarenes, do believe, is fully set forth in other places, for they are the very Nazarenes of whom we have spoken so much, and from whose codex we have quoted. Persecuted and threatened with annihilation, they took refuge in the Nestorian body, and so allowed themselves to be arbitrarily classed as Christians, but as soon as opportunity offered, they separated, and now, for several centuries have not even nominally deserved the appellation. That they are, nevertheless, so called by ecclesiastical writers, is perhaps not very difficult to comprehend. They know too much of early Christianity to be left outside the pale, to bear witness against it with their traditions, without the stigma of heresy and backsliding being fastened upon them to weaken confidence in what they might say. But where else can science find so good a field for biblical research as among this too neglected people? No doubt of their inheritance of the Baptists' doctrine, their traditions are without a break. What they teach now, their forefathers taught at every epoch where they appear in history. They are the disciples of that John who is said to have foretold the advent of Jesus, baptized him, and declared that the latchet of his shoe he, John, was not worthy to unloose. As they too the messenger and the Messiah stood in the Jordan, and the elder was consecrating the younger his own cousin, too, humanly speaking the heavens opened and God himself, in the shape of a dove, descended in a glory upon his beloved Son. How then, if this tale be true, can we account for the strange infidelity which we find among these surviving Nazarenes? So far from believing Jesus the only begotten Son of God, they actually told the Persian missionaries, who, in the 17th century, first discovered them to Europeans, that the Christ of the New Testament was a false teacher, and that the Jewish system, as well as that of Jesus, came from the realm of darkness. Who knows better than they? Where can more competent living witnesses be found? Christian Ackley footnote, S. Footnote continued from previous page should not have been associated with that universally known emblem in the character of a Redeemer. In noticing this admission of Dr. Lundy, Mr. Charles Sotheron remarked, in a lecture before the American Philological Society, that both legends and archaeological remains unite in proving beyond question that Ireland, like every other nation, once listened to the propagandists of Siddhartha Buddha. The religion of multiplied baptisms, the scion of the still existent sect named the Christians of St. John, or Mendicants, whom the Arabs call El-Magdasila and Baptists. The Aramean verb saba, origin of the name Sabian, is a synonym of baptism, Renat, Vida Jesus. Volume 2, page 292 ISIS Unveiled. Scientists would force upon us an anointed Savior heralded by John, and the disciples of this very Baptist, from the earliest centuries, have stigmatized this ideal personage as an impostor, and his putative father, Jehovah, a spurious god, the Ildabaoth of the Ophites. Unlucky for Christianity will be the day when some fearless and honest scholar shall persuade their elders to let him translate the contents of their secret books and compile their hoary traditions. It is a strange delusion that makes some writers think that the Nazarenes have no other sacred literature, no other literary relics than 4 doctrinal works, and that curious volume full of astrology and magic which they are bound to peruse at the sunset hour, on every Souls' Day, Sunday. This search after truth leads us, indeed, into devious ways. Many are the obstacles that ecclesiastical cunning has placed in the way of our finding the primal source of religious ideas. Christianity is on trial, and has been, ever since science felt strong enough to act as public prosecutor. A portion of the case we are drafting in this book. What of truth is there in this theology? Through what sects has it been transmitted? Whence was it primarily derived? To answer, we must trace the history of the world religion, alike through the secret Christian sects as through those of other great religious subdivisions of the race, for the secret doctrine is the truth, and that religion is nearest divine that has contained it, with least adulteration. Our search takes us hither and thither, but never aimlessly do we bring sects widely separated in chronological order, into critical juxtaposition. There is one purpose in our work to be kept constantly in view: the analysis of religious beliefs, and the definition of their descent from the past to the present. What has most blocked the way is Roman Catholicism, and not until the secret principles of this religion are uncovered can we comprehend the iron staff upon which it leans to steady its now tottering steps. We will begin with the Ophites, Nazarenes, and the modern Druzes. The personal views of the author, as they will be presented in the diagrams, will be most decidedly at variance with the prejudiced speculations of Irenaeus, Theodoret, and Epiphanius, the sainted renegade, who sold his brethren, inasmuch as they will reflect the ideas of certain Kabbalists in close relations with the mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon. The Syrian Ocals, or spiritualists, as they are sometimes termed, are in possession of a great many ancient manuscripts and gems, bearing upon our present subject. The first scheme, that of the Ophites, from the very start, as we have shown, varies from the description given by the Fathers, inasmuch as it makes pathos or depth, a female emanation, and assigns her a place vol. 2, page 293. The Ophites, Nazarenes, and Druzes. Answering to that of Pleroma, only in a far superior region, whereas, the Fathers assure us that the Gnostics gave the name of Bathos to the first cause. As in the Kabbalistic system, it represents the boundless and infinite void within which is concealed in darkness the unknown primal motor of all. It envelopes him like a veil. In short, we recognize again the Shekinah of the Ein Sof. Alone, the name of IAO marks the upper center, or rather the presumed spot where the unknown one may be supposed to dwell. Around the IAO, runs the legend, Semek Elam Abrazax. The eternal son Abrazax, the central spiritual son of all the Kabbalists, represented in some diagrams of the latter by the circle of Tifereth. From this region of unfathomable depth, issues forth a circle formed of spirals, which, in the language of symbolism, means a grand cycle, // composed of smaller ones. Coiled within, so as to follow the spirals, lies the serpent, emblem of wisdom and eternity, the dual androgyne, the cycle representing Enoia or the divine mind, and the serpent, the agathodaimon, Ophies, the shadow of the light. Both were the logoi of the Ophites, or the unity as logos manifesting itself as a double principle of good and evil, for, according to their views, these two principles are immutable, and existed from all eternity, as they will ever continue to exist. This symbol accounts for the adoration by the sect of the serpent, as the Savior, coiled either around the sacramental loaf or a tau. As a unity, Enoia and Ophies are the logos. When separated, one is the tree of life, spiritual, the other, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, we find Ophies urging the first human couple the material production of Ildabaoth, but which owed its spiritual principle to Sophia Akamoth to eat of the forbidden fruit, although Ophis represents divine wisdom. The serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life, are all symbols transplanted from the soil of India. The Arasamaram, the banyan tree, so sacred with the Hindus, since Vishnu, during one of his incarnations, reposed under its mighty shade, and there taught humanity philosophy and sciences, is called the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Under the protective umbrage of this king of the forests, the gurus teach their pupils their first lessons on immortality and initiate them in the mysteries of life and death. The Ayafalim of the sacerdotal college are said, in the Chaldean tradition, to have taught the sons of men to become like one of them. To the present day Fashu * who lives in his Famayu, or temple of Buddha, on the footnote, s. Fashu, literally, in Chinese, meaning Buddha's Lord, or the teacher of the doctrines of Buddha Fa. Volume 2, page 294 ISIS Unveiled. Top of Kowern Long Sang, the Great Mountain, produces his greatest religious miracles under a tree called in Chinese Sung Ming Shu, or the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, for ignorance is death, and knowledge alone gives immortality. This marvelous display takes place every 3 years, when an immense concourse of Chinese Buddhists assemble in pilgrimage at the holy place. Ildabaoth, the son of darkness, and the creator of the material world, was made to inhabit the planet Saturn, which identifies him still more with the Jewish Jehovah, who was Saturn himself, according to the Ophites, and is by them denied his Sinaitic name. From Ildabaoth emanate 6 spirits, who respectively dwell with their father in the 7 planets. These are Saba or Mars, Adonai Sol, or the Sun, Evo the Moon, Eloi Jupiter, Astaphoi Mercury, Spirit of Water, and Aureos Venus, Spirit of Fire. In their functions and description as given, these 7 planets are identical with the Hindu Saptaloka, the 7 places or spheres, or the superior and inferior worlds, for they represent the Kabbalistic 7 spheres. With the Ophites, they belong to the lower spheres. The monograms of these Gnostic planets are also Buddhistic, the latter differing, albeit slightly, from those of the usual astrological houses. In the explanatory notes which accompany the diagram, the names of Cerinthius, the disciple of Simon Magus, of Menander, and of certain other Gnostics, whose names are not to be met within the patristic writings, are often mentioned, such as Parcha, Furho, for instance. The author of the diagram claims, moreover, for his sect, the greatest antiquity, bringing forward, as a proof, that their forefathers were the builders of all the Draco-Ntia temples, even of those beyond the great waters. He asserts that the Just One, who was the mouthpiece of the eternal Aeon, Christos, himself sent his disciples into the world, placing them under the double protection of Sage, silence. The footnote, s. This mountain is situated southwest of China, almost between China and Tibet. Seoul, being situated, on the diagram, exactly in the center of the solar system, of which the Ophites appear to have been cognizant, hence, under the direct vertical ray of the higher spiritual sun showers his brightness on all other planets. Speaking of Venus, Placidus, the astrologer, always maintained that her bluish luster denotes heat. As to Mercury, it was a strange fancy of the Ophites to represent him as a spirit of water, when astrologically considered he is as a cold, dry, earthy, and melancholy star. The name which Norberg translates, in his onomasticon to the Codex Nazareus, as Furho, stands, in the original, Parcharaba. In the life of Manes, given by Epiphanius, in his hair, Lxi, is mentioned a certain priest of Mithras, a friend of the great heresiarch Manes, named Parchas. Volume 2, page 295. 2 Cosmogonies compared. Logos, and Ophis, the Agatodamon. The author alludes no doubt, to the favorite expression of Jesus, be wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. On the diagram, Ophis is represented as the Egyptian Nupes or Neph, called Draconcha. He appears as a serpent standing erect on its tail, with a lion's head, crowned and radiated, and bearing on the point of each ray one of the 7 Greek vowels, symbol of the 7 celestial spheres. This figure is quite familiar to those who are acquainted with the Gnostic gems * and is borrowed from the Egyptian Hermetic books. The description given in the Revelation, of one like unto the Son of Man, with his 7 stars, and who is the Logos, is another form of Aphes. The Nazarene diagram, except in a change of names, is identical with that of the Gnostics, who evidently borrowed their ideas from it, adding a few appellations from the Basilidian and Valentinian systems. To avoid repetition, we will now simply present the two in parallel. Thus, we find that, in the Nazarene cosmogony, the names of their powers and genii stand in the following relations to those of the Gnostics. Column 1 Nazarene. First Trinity. Lord Firho, the life which is no life, the supreme God. The cause which produces the light, or the Logos in abscondido. The water of Jordanus Maximus, the water of life, or Ajar, the feminine principle. Unity in a Trinity, enclosed within the Ish Amen. Second Trinity. The manifestation of the first. One Lord Mano, the King of Life and Light, Rex Lucas. Lurst Lyle, or the primitive man. 2 Lord Jordan, manifestation or emanation of Jordan Maximus, the waters of grace. Second Lyle. 3 The superior Lather Abater. Third Lyle. This trinity produces also a duad, Lord Lethoyo, and Lethahil, the genius, the former, a perfect emanation, the latter, imperfect. Column continued on next page. Column 2 Gnostic Ophite. First unity in a trinity. Iao, the ineffable name of the unknown deity Abraxas, and the eternal spiritual Sunday. Unity enclosed within the depth, Bithos, feminine principle, the boundless circle, within which lie all ideal forms. From this unity emanates the second trinity. Idem. 1 Enoia, mind. 2 Aphes, the Agatodamon. 3 Sophia, androgyne wisdom, who, in her turn fecundated with the divine light, produces Christos and Sophia Akamoth, one perfect, the other imperfect, as an emanation. Footnote, S, *, its description is found in one of the magic books of the Egyptian king Hatshepsut, and its use prescribed on green jasper stones, as a potent amulet. Galen mentions it in his work, De Simp. Med, c. 9. Volume 2, page 296 ISIS Unveiled. Column 1 continued. Lord Jordan, the Lord of all Jordans, manifests Nedabtu, faith without works. Column 2 continued. Sophia Akamoth emanates Ildabaoth, the demiurge, who produces material and soulless creation. Works without faith, or grace. Moreover, the Ophite 7 planetary genii, who emanated one from the other, are found again in the Nazarene religion, under the name of the 7 impostor demons, or stellas, who will deceive all the sons of Adam. These are Soul, Spiritus Venereus, Holy Spirit, in her material aspect, the mother of the 7 badly disposed stellas, answering to the Gnostic Akamoth, Nebu, or Mercury, a false messiah, who will deprave the ancient worship of God, Sin, or Luna, or Shuril, Kiun, Kevin, or Saturn, Bel Jupiter, and the 7th, Nerig, Mars. Codex Nazareus, p. 57, the Christos of the Gnostics is the chief of the 7 Aeons, St. John's 7 Spirits of God. The Nazarenes have also their 7 genii or good Aeons, whose chief is Rex Lucas, Mano, their Christos. The Saptarishis, the 7 sages of India, inhabit the Saptapura, or the 7 celestial cities. What less or more do we find in the universal ecclesia, until the days of the Reformation, and in the Roman Popish Church after the separation? We have compared the relative value of the Hindu cosmogony, the Chaldeo, Zoroastrian, Jewish Kabbalah, and that of the so-termed Heretics. A correct diagram of the Judaico-Christian religion, to enforce which on the heathen who have furnished it, or expended such great sums every year, would still better prove the identity of the two, but we lack space and are also spared the necessity of proving what is already thoroughly demonstrated. In the Ophite gems of King, Gnostics, we find the name of Iao repeated, and often confounded with that of Evo, while the latter simply represents one of the genii antagonistic to Abraxas. In order that these names may not be taken as identical with the name of the Jewish Jehovah, we will at once explain this word. It seems to us surpassingly strange that so many learned archaeologists should have so little insisted that there was more than one Jehovah, and disclaimed that the name origin. Footnote S. Asterisk. Consider those two diametrically opposed doctrines, the Catholic and the Protestant, the one preached by Paul, the semi-Platonist, and the other by James, the Orthodox Talmudist. The material, bad side of Sophia Achamoth, who emanates from herself Ildebaoth and his 6 sons. See Norberg's translation of Codex Nazareus, Preface. This proves once more the identification of Jesus with Gautama Buddha, in the minds of the Nazarene Gnostics, as Nebu or Mercury is the planet sacred to the Buddhas. Volume 2, page 297. Neither David nor Solomon, Mosaic Jews. Aided with Moses. Iao is certainly a title of the Supreme Being, and belongs partially to the ineffable name, but it neither originated with nor was it the sole property of the Jews. Even if it had pleased Moses to bestow the name upon the tutelar spirit, the alleged protector and national deity of the chosen people of Israel, there is yet no possible reason why other nationalities should receive him as the highest and one living God. But we deny the assumption altogether. Besides, there is the fact that Yahweh or Iao was a mystery name from the beginning. IH and H1 never came into use before King David. Anterior to his time, few or no proper names were compounded with Ia or Yah. It looks rather as though David, being a sojourner among the Tyrians and Philistines, 2 Samuel, brought thence the name of Jehovah. He made Zadok high priest, from whom came the Zadokites or Sadducees. He lived and ruled first at Hebron T. Habiron or Kebair town, where the rites of the 4 mystery gods were celebrated. Neither David nor Solomon recognized either Moses or the law of Moses. They aspired to build a temple to, like the structures erected by Hiram to Hercules and Venus, Adon and Astarte. Says first, the very ancient name of God, Yahweh, written in the Greek Iao, appears, apart from its derivation, to have been an old mystic name of the supreme deity of the Shemites. Hence it was told to Moses when initiated at Horeb the cave, under the direction of Jethro, the Kenite or Canaanite priest of Midian. In an old religion of the Chaldeans, whose remains are to be found amongst the Neoplatonists, the highest divinity enthroned above the 7 heavens, representing the spiritual light. Nrn principle, Nous, asterisk, and also conceived as Dernergus, was called Iao, who was, like the Hebrew Yahweh, mysterious and unmentionable, and whose name was communicated to the initiated. The Phoenicians had a supreme god whose name was trilateral and secret, and he was /Ao. But while first insists that the name has a Semitic origin, there are other scholars who trace it farther than he does, and look back beyond the classification of the Caucasians. In Sanskrit we have Ya and Jaya, or Jaa and Jaga, and this throws light on the origin of the famous festival of the car of Jagannath, commonly called Jaggernath. Jave means he who is, and Dr. Spiegel traces even the Persian name of God, Ahura, to the root A, which footnote S. Asterisk Nous, the designation given by Anaxagoras to the supreme deity, was taken from Egypt, where he was styled Nout. By very few though, for the creators of the material universe were always considered as subordinate deities to the Most High God. Litus, 1. C. Legrinus, 1. C. Iran das Landswisken dem Indus und Tigris. Volume 2, page 298 ISIS Unveiled. In Sanskrit is pronounced as, to breathe, and asu, became, therefore, in time, synonymous with spirit. Asterisk Rawlinson strongly supports the opinion of an Aryan or Vedic influence on the early Babylonian mythology. We have given, a few pages back, the strongest possible proofs of the identity of Vishnu with Dagon. The same may be adduced for the title of Iao and its Sanskrit root traced in every country. Jew or Jovis is the oldest Latin name for God. As male he is Jupiter, or Jew, the father, Pitar being Sanskrit for father, as feminine, Juno or Jew, the comforter being the Phoenician word for rest and comfort. Professor Max Muller shows that although dios, sky, does not occur as a masculine in the ordinary Sanskrit, yet it does occur in the Veda, and thus bears witness to the early Aryan worship of Dios, the Greek Zeus, the Veda. To grasp the real and primitive sense of the term Iao and the reason of its becoming the designation for the most mysterious of all deities, we must search for its origin in the figurative phraseology of all the primitive people. We must first of all go to the most ancient sources for our information. In one of the books of Hermes, for instance, we find him saying that the number 10 is the mother of the soul, and that the life and light are therein united. Lore the number 1, is born from the spirit, and the number 10, from matter, the unity has made the 10 the unity. The Kabbalistic gematria one of the methods for extracting the hidden meaning from letters, words, and sentences is arithmetical. It consists in applying to the letters of a word the sense they bear as numbers, in outward shape as well as in their individual sense. Moreover, by the Thamura, another method used by the Kabbalists, any word could be made to yield its mystery out of its anagram. Thus, we find the author of Sefer Jezira saying, 1 or 2 centuries before our era *1, the spirit of The Elohim of lives. So again, in the oldest Kabbalistic diagrams, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as wheels or circles, and Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, as an upright pillar. Wheels and footnote, s. *ACI means, moreover, thou art, in Sanskrit, and also sword, ACI, without the accent on the first vowel. Professor A. Wilder. These sacred anagrams were called Zeruf, Book of Numbers, or Book of the Keys. The Jezira, or Book of the Creation, was written by Rabbi Akiba, who was the teacher and instructor of Simeon ben Iok, who was called the Prince of the Kabbalists, and wrote the Sahar. Frank asserts that Jezira was written 1 century BC, Die Kabbalah, 65, but other and as competent judges make it far older. At all events, it is now proved that Simeon ben Iok lived before the second destruction of the temple. Jezira, p. 8. Volume 2, page 299 IAO, the trilateral name. Seraphim and the holy creatures, Chiath, says Rabbi Akiba * in another system of the same branch of the symbolical Kabbalah, called Athbak, which arranges the letters of the alphabet by pairs in 3 rows. All the couples in the first row bear the numerical value 10, and in the system of Simeon ben Shada, the uppermost couple, the most sacred of all, is preceded by the Pythagorean cipher, 1 and a naught, or 010. If we can once appreciate the fact that, among all the peoples of the highest antiquity, the most natural conception of the first cause manifesting itself in its creatures, and that to this they could not but ascribe the creation of all, was that of an androgyne deity, that the male principle was considered the vivifying invisible spirit, and the female, Mother Nature, we shall be enabled to understand how that mysterious cause came at first to be represented, in the picture writings, perhaps, as the combination of the alpha and omega of numbers, a decimal, then as IAO, a trilateral name, containing in itself a deep allegory. IAO, in such a case, would etymologically considered mean the breath of life, generated or springing forth between an upright male and an egg-shaped female principle of nature, for, in Sanskrit, as means to be, to live or exist, and originally it meant to breathe. From it, says Max Muller, in its original sense of breathing, the Hindus formed Asu, breath, and Ajura, the name of God, whether it meant the breathing one or the giver of breath. It certainly meant the latter. In Hebrew, A and Ea mean life. Cornelius Agrippa, in his treatise on the preeminence of woman, shows that the word Eve suggests comparison with the mystic symbols of the Kabbalists, the name of the woman having affinity with the ineffable Tetragrammaton, the most sacred name of the divinity. Ancient names were always consonant with the things they represented. In relation to the mysterious name of the deity in question, the hitherto inexplicable hint of the Kabbalists as to the efficacy of the letter H, which Abram took away from his wife Sarah and put into the middle of his own name, becomes clear. It may perhaps be argued, by way of objection, that it is not ascertained as yet at what period of antiquity the knot occurs for the first time in Indian manuscripts or inscriptions. Be that as it may, the case presents circumstantial evidence of too strong a character not to carry a conviction of probability with it. According to Max Muller, the two words cipher and zero, which are in reality but one, are sufficient. Footnote s. Asterisk ibid. See the constancy with which Ezekiel sticks in his vision to the wheels of the living creatures, ch1, passim. He was an Alexandrian Neoplatonic under the first of the Ptolemies. Chips, Vol. I Volume 2, page 300 ISIS Unveiled. To prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. Asterisk cipher is the Arabic cifran, and means empty, a translation of the Sanskrit name of the Natsanya, he says. The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan, and never claimed the discovery for themselves. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius's geometry, composed in the 6th century, to find in the Pythagorean numerals the one and the naught, as the first and final cipher. And Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean Modratus, says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things. Now, if the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals. In them, on the other hand, we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India, and we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as allowing the Aeopythagoreans to have been the first teachers of ciphering among the Greeks and Romans, that they, at Alexandria, or in Syria, became acquainted with the Indian figures, and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus, our figures. This cautious allowance implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with but 9 figures. So that we might reasonably answer that although we possess no certain proof that the decimal notation was known to Pythagoras, who lived on the very close of the Archaic Ages, we yet have sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers, as given by Boethius, were known to the Pythagoreans, even before Alexandria was built. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries BC, for Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. Besides, as we have remarked above, the representations of the archaic deities, on the walls of the temples, are of themselves quite suggestive enough. So, for instance, Vishnu is represented in the Kurmavatara, his second avatar, as a tortoise sustaining a circular pillar, on which the semblance of himself, Maya, or the illusion, sits with all his attributes. Footnote s. Asterisk see Max Muller's Our Figures. Ibid. See King's Gnostics and Their Remains, Plate 13. Vita Pythagor. 608 BC. The city was built 332 B. See Medov, 7. F. Volume 2, page 301. The Lord God of the Hebrews. While one hand holds a flower, another a club, the third a shell, the fourth, generally the upper one, or at the right holds on his forefinger, extended as the cipher 1, the chakra, or discus, which resembles a ring, or a wheel, and might be taken for the knot. In his first avatar, the Matsyavatam, when emerging from the fish's mouth, he is represented in the same position. The 10-armed Durga of Bengal, the 10-headed Ravana, the giant, Parvati as Durga, Indra and Indrani, are found with this attribute, which is a perfect representation of the Maypole. The holiest of the temples among the Hindus, are those of Jagannath. This deity is worshipped equally by all the sects of India, and Jagannath is named the Ford of the world. He is the god of the mysteries, and his temples, which are most numerous in Bengal, are all of a pyramidal form. There is no other deity which affords such a variety of etymologies as Ayaho, nor a name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masoretic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai or Lord. Philobiblos spells it in Greek letters Ieuoieyo. Theodoret says that the Samaritans pronounced it Iabe, Yava, and the Jews Yaho, which would make it, as we have shown, Iao. Diodorus states that among the Jews they relate that Moses called the god Iao. It is on the authority of the Bible itself, therefore, that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word Iaho. The future deity of the sons of Israel calls out from the burning bush and gives his name as I am that I am, and specifies carefully that he is the Lord God of the Hebrews, Exodus 3:18, not of the other nations. Judging him by his own acts, throughout the Jewish records, we doubt whether Christ himself, had he appeared in the days of the Exodus, would have been welcomed by the irascible Sinaitic deity. However, the Lord God, who becomes, on his own confession, Jehovah only in the 6th chapter of Exodus, verse 3, finds his veracity put to a startling test in Genesis XXII. 14, in which revealed passage Abraham builds an altar to Jehovah Jireh. It would seem, therefore, but natural to make a difference between the mystery god Iao, adopted from the highest antiquity by all who participated in the esoteric knowledge of the priests, and his phonetic counterparts, whom we find treated with so little reverence by the Ophites and other Gnostics. Once having burdened themselves like the Azazel of the footnote, s. See drawings from the Temple of Rama, Coleman's Mythology of the Hindus. New York, J. W. Boughton, Publisher. C. Hargrave Jennings, Rosicrucians, p. 252. Volume 2, page 302 ISIS Unveiled. Wilderness. With the sins and iniquities of the Jewish nation, it now appears hard for the Christians to have to confess that those whom they thought fit to consider the chosen people of God their sole predecessors in monotheism were, till a very late period, as idolatrous and polytheistic as their neighbors. The shrewd Talmudists have escaped the accusation for long centuries by screening themselves behind the Masoretic invention. But, as in everything else, truth was at last brought to light. We know now that Iholh must be read Iaha and Ea, not Jehovah. Ea of the Hebrews is plainly the Iakos, Bacchus, of the mysteries, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected. Dionysus, Iakos, Iaha, Ea. Aristotle then was right when he said, Jo was Oromasdes and Ahriman Pluto, for the god of heaven, Ahura Mazda, rides on a chariot which the horse of the sun follows. And Dunlap quotes Psalm 4, which reads, Praise him by his name Iak, H1, who rides upon the heavens, as on a horse. And then shows that the Arabs represented Iok, Iak, by a horse. The horse of the sun, Dionysus. Ea is a softening of Iak, he explains ch and h interchange, so 5 softens to h. The Hebrews express the idea of life both by a ch and an h as kayach, to be, Haya, to be, Iak, God of life, Ea, I am. Well then may we repeat these lines of Ausonius, Ogygia calls me Bacchus, Egypt thinks me Osiris, the Museans name me Phanax, the Indi consider me Dionysus. The Roman mysteries call me Liber, the Arabian race Adonis. And the chosen people Adoni and Jehovah we may add. How little the philosophy of the old secret doctrine was understood, is illustrated in the atrocious persecutions of the Templars by the Church, and in the accusation of their worshipping the devil under the shape of the goat Baphomet. Without going into the old Masonic mysteries, there is not a Mason of those we mean who do know something but has an idea of the true relation that Baphomet bore to Azaz, the scapegoat of the wilderness, whose character and meaning are entirely per footnote, s. K.O. Muller, History of Greek Literature, p. 283, Movers, pages 547 to 553, Dunlap, Sod, The Mysteries of Adoni, p. 21. See Universal History, Vol. V, p. 301. Spirit. Hist, pages 64, 67, 78. Sod, The Mysteries of Adoni, p. 21. See Leviticus 16. 8, 10, and other verses relating to the biblical goat in the original texts. Volume 2, page 303. Vishnu the Life-Giver. Vert in the Christian translations. This terrible and venerable name of God, says Land * librarian to the Vatican, through the pen of biblical glossars, has been a devil, a mountain, a wilderness, and a he-goat. In Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, the author very correctly remarks that this word should be divided into Azaz and El, for it signifies God of victory, but is here used in the sense of author of death, in contrast to Jehovah, the author of life. The latter received a dead goat as an offering. The Hindu Trinity is composed of three personages, which are convertible into one. The Trimurti is one, and in its abstraction indivisible, and yet we see a metaphysical division taking place from the first, and while Brahma, though collectively representing the three, remains behind the scenes, Vishnu is the life-giver, the creator, and the preserver, and Siva is the destroyer, and the death-giving deity. Death to the life-giver, life to the death-dealer. The symbolical antithesis is grand and beautiful, says Glidden Dias Est Daemon in verses of the Kabbalists now becomes clear. It is but the intense and cruel desire to crush out the last vestige of the old philosophies by perverting their meaning, for fear that their own dogmas should not be rightly fathered on them, which impels the Catholic Church to carry on such a systematic persecution in regard to Gnostics, Kabbalists, and even the comparatively innocent Masons. Alas, alas! How little has the divine seed, scattered broadcast by the hand of the meek Judean philosopher, thrived or brought forth fruit. He, who himself had shunned hypocrisy, warned against public prayer, showing such contempt for any useless exhibition of the same, could he but cast his sorrowful glance on the earth, from the regions of eternal bliss, would see that this seed fell neither on sterile rock nor by the wayside. Nay, it took deep root in the most prolific soil, one enriched even to plethora with lies and human gore. For, if the truth of God hath more abounded, through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner, naively inquires Paul, the best and sincerest of all the apostles. And he then adds, let us do evil, that good may come. Romans 3:7, 8. This is a confession which we are asked to believe as having been a direct inspiration from God. It explains, if it does not excuse, the maxim adopted later by the Church that it is an act of virtue to deceive and lie, when by such means the interests of the Church might be promoted. A maxim footnote, s. Sagra Scriptura, and Paralipomena. Article Goat, p. 257. Types of Mankind, p. 600, Royal Masonic Cyclopedia Ecclesiastical History, Vol. I, pages 381, 382. Read the whole quotations to appreciate the doctrine in full. Volume 2, page 304. ISIS Unveiled. Applied in its fullest sense by that accomplished professor in forgery, the Armenian Eusebius, or yet, that innocent-looking Bible kaleidoscopist Irenaeus. And these men were followed by a whole army of pious assassins, who, in the meanwhile, had improved upon the system of deceit, by proclaiming that it was lawful even to kill, when by murder they could enforce the new religion. Theophilus, that perpetual enemy of peace and virtue, as the famous bishop was called, Cyril, Athanasius, the murderer of Arius, and a host of other canonized saints, were all but too worthy successors of Saint Constantine, who drowned his wife in boiling water, butchered his little nephew, murdered, with his own pious hand, two of his brothers-in-law, killed his own son Crispus, bled to death several men and women, and smothered in a well an old monk. However, we are told by Eusebius that this Christian emperor was rewarded by a vision of Christ himself, bearing his cross, who instructed him to march to other triumphs, inasmuch as he would always protect him. It is under the shade of the imperial standard, with its famous sign, in hoc signo vinces, that visionary Christianity, which had crept on since the days of Irenaeus, arrogantly proclaimed its rights in the full blaze of the sun. The Labarum had most probably furnished the model for the true cross, which was miraculously, and agreeably to the imperial will, found a few years later. Nothing short of such a remarkable vision, impiously doubted by some severe critics Dr. Lardner for one and a fresh miracle to match, could have resulted in the finding of a cross where there had never before been one. Still, we have either to believe the phenomenon or dispute it at the risk of being treated as infidels, and this, notwithstanding that upon a careful computation we would find that the fragments of the true cross had multiplied themselves even more miraculously than the 5 loaves in the invisible bakery, and the 2 fishes. In all cases like this, where miracles can be so conveniently called in, there is no room for dull fact. History must step out that fiction may step in. If the alleged founder of the Christian religion is now, after the lapse of 19 centuries, preached more or less unsuccessfully however in every corner of the globe, we are at liberty to think that the doctrines attributed to him would astonish and dismay him more than anyone else. A system of deliberate falsification was adopted from the first. How determined Irenaeus was to crush truth and build up a church of his own on the mangled remains of the 7 primitive churches mentioned in the Revelation, may be inferred from his quarrel with Ptolemaeus. And this is again a case of evidence against which no blind faith can prevail. Ecclesiastical history assures us that Christ's Volume 2, page 305 who taught Jesus about God? Ministry was but of 3 years' duration. There is a decided discrepancy on this point between the first 3 synoptics and the 4th Gospel, but it was left for Irenaeus to show to Christian posterity that so early as AD 180, the probable time when this father wrote his works against heresies, even such pillars of the church as himself either knew nothing certain about it, or deliberately lied and falsified dates to support their own views. So anxious was the worthy father to meet every possible objection against his plans, that no falsehood, no sophistry, was too much for him. How are we to understand the following, and who is the falsifier in this case? The argument of Ptolemaeus was that Jesus was too young to have taught anything of much importance, adding that Christ preached for 1 year only, and then suffered in the 12th month. In this Ptolemaeus was very little at variance with the Gospels. But Irenaeus, carried by his object far beyond the limits of prudence, from a mere discrepancy between 1 and 3 years, makes it 10 and even 20 years. Destroying his, Christ's, whole work, and robbing him of that age which is both necessary and more honorable than any other, that more advanced age, I mean, during which also, as a teacher, he excelled all others. And then, having no certain data to furnish, he throws himself back on tradition, and claims that Christ had preached for over 10 years. Book 2, c. 22, pages 4, 5. In another place he makes Jesus 50 years old. But we must proceed in our work of showing the various origins of Christianity, as also the sources from which Jesus derived his own ideas of God and humanity. The Koinobai lived in Egypt, where Jesus passed his early youth. They were usually confounded with the Therapeutae, who were a branch of this widely spread society. Such is the opinion of Godfrey Higgins and de Rebold. After the downfall of the principal sanctuaries, which had already begun in the days of Plato, the many different sects, such as the Gymnosophists and the Magi, from whom Clearchus very erroneously derives the former, the Pythagoreans, the Sufis, and the Rishis of Kashmir, instituted a kind of international and universal Freemasonry, among their esoteric societies. These Rashis, says Higgins, are the Essenians, Carmelites, or Nazarites of the Temple. That occult science known by ancient priests under the name of regenerating fire, says Father Rebold. A science that for more than 3,000 years was the peculiar possession of the Indian and Egyptian priesthood, into the knowledge of which Moses was initiated at Heliopolis, where he was educated, and Jesus among the Essenian priests of Egypt or Judea. Footnote S. Anacalypsis. Volume 2, page 306 ISIS Unveiled. And by which these two great reformers, particularly the latter, wrought many of the miracles mentioned in the scriptures. Plato states that the mystic Magian religion, known under the name of Macagistia, is the most uncorrupted form of worship in things divine. Later, the mysteries of the Chaldean sanctuaries were added to it by one of the Zoroasters and Darius Hystaspes. The latter completed and perfected it still more with the help of the knowledge obtained by him from the learned ascetics of India, whose rites were identical with those of the initiated Magi Ammian, in his history of Julian's Persian expedition, gives the story by stating that one day Hystaspes, as he was boldly penetrating into the unknown regions of Upper India, had come upon a certain wooded solitude, the tranquil recesses of which were occupied by those exalted sages, the Brahmins, or shamans. Instructed by their teaching in the science of the motions of the world and of the heavenly bodies, and in pure religious rites, he transfused them into the creed of the Magi. The latter, coupling these doctrines with their own peculiar science of foretelling the future, have handed down the whole through their descendants to succeeding ages. It is from these descendants that the Sufis, chiefly composed of Persians and Syrians, acquired their proficient knowledge in astrology, medicine, and the esoteric doctrine of the ages. The Sufi doctrine, says C.W. King, involved the grand idea of one universal creed which could be secretly held under any profession of an outward faith, and, in fact, took virtually the same view of religious systems as that in which the ancient philosophers had regarded such matters. The mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon are the descendants of all these. Solitary Copts, earnest students scattered hither and thither throughout the sandy solitudes of Egypt, Arabia, Petria, Palestine, and the impenetrable forests of Abyssinia, though rarely met with, may sometimes be seen. Many and various are the nationalities to which belong the disciples of that mysterious school, and many the side shoots of that. Footnote S. Quoted in the Seers of the Ages, by J. M. Peebles. We hold to the idea which becomes self-evident when the Zoroastrian imbroglio is considered that there were, even in the days of Darius, two distinct sacerdotal castes of Magi, the initiated and those who were allowed to officiate in the popular rites only. We see the same in the Eleusinian mysteries. Belonging to every temple there were attached the hierophants of the inner sanctuary, and the secular clergy who were not even instructed in the mysteries. It is against the absurdities and superstitions of the latter that Darius revolted, and crushed them, for the inscription of his tomb shows that he was a hierophant and a Magian himself. It is also but the exoteric rites of this class of Magi which descended to posterity, for the great secrecy in which were preserved the mysteries of the true Chaldean Magi was never violated, however much guesswork may have been expended on them. XXIII, 6. The Gnostics and Their Remains, p. 185. Volume 2, page 307. The Hermetic Brothers of Egypt. 1. Primitive stock. The secrecy preserved by these sub-lodges, as well as by the one and supreme Great Lodge, has ever been proportionate to the activity of religious persecutions, and now, in the face of the growing materialism, their very existence is becoming a mystery. But it must not be inferred, on that account, that such a mysterious brotherhood is but a fiction, not even a name, though it remains unknown to this day. Whether its affiliates are called by an Egyptian, Hindu, or Persian name, it matters not. Persons belonging to one of these sub-brotherhoods have been met by trustworthy, and not unknown persons, besides the present writer, who states a few facts concerning them, by the special permission of one who has a right to give it. In a recent and very valuable work on secret societies, K.R.H. Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, we find the learned author himself, an honorary member of the Canongate Kilwinning Lodge, No. 2, Scotland, and a Mason not likely to be imposed upon, stating the following, under the head, Hermetic Brothers of Egypt, an occult fraternity, which has endured from very ancient times, having a hierarchy of officers, secret signs and passwords, and a peculiar method of instruction in science, religion, and philosophy. If we may believe those who, at the present time, profess to belong to it, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, the art of invisibility, and the power of communication directly with the ultramundane life, are parts of the inheritance they possess. The writer has met with only 3 persons who maintained the actual existence of this body of religious philosophers, and who hinted that they themselves were actually members. There was no reason to doubt the good faith of these individuals apparently unknown to each other, and men of moderate competence, blameless lives, austere manners, and almost ascetic in their habits. Footnote S. Asterisk. These are truths which cannot fail to impress themselves upon the minds of earnest thinkers. While the Ebionites, Nazarites, Hemerobaptists, Lampshons, Sabians, and the many other earliest sects which wavered later between the varying dogmatisms suggested to them by the esoteric and misunderstood parables of the Nazarene teacher, whom they justly regarded as a prophet, there were men, for whose names we would vainly search history, who preserved the secret doctrines of Jesus as pure and unadulterated as they had been received. And still, even all these above-mentioned and conflicting sects were far more orthodox in their Christianity, or rather Christism, than the churches of Constantine and Rome. It was a strange fate that befell these unfortunate people, the Ebionites, says Lord Amberley, when, overwhelmed by the flood of heathenism that had swept into the church, they were condemned as heretics. Yet, there is no evidence that they had ever swerved from the doctrines of Jesus, or of the disciples who knew him in his lifetime. Jesus himself was circumcised, reverenced the temple at Jerusalem as a house of prayer for all nations. But the torrent of progress swept past the Ebionites, and left them stranded on the shore. An Analysis of Religious Beliefs, by Viscount Amberley, Vol. I, p. 446. Volume 2, page 308 ISIS Unveiled. They all appeared to be men of 40 to 45 years of age, and evidently of vast erudition. Their knowledge of language is not to be doubted. They never remained long in any one country, but passed away without creating notice. Another of such sub-brotherhoods is the sect of the Patris, in India. Known by name, now that Jack Elliott has brought it into public notice, it yet is more arcane, perhaps, than the brotherhood that Mr. Mackenzie names the Hermetic Brothers. What Jack Elliott learned of it, was from fragmentary manuscripts delivered to him by Brahmins, who had their reasons for doing so, we must believe. The Agraukata Parikshai gives certain details about the association, as it was in days of old, and, when explaining mystic rites and magical incantations, explains nothing at all, so that the mystic Lom, Elrum, Sh Hrum, and Shorim Ramayanamaha, remain, for the mystified writer, as much a puzzle as ever. To do him justice, though, he fully admits the fact, and does not enter upon useless speculations. Whoever desires to assure himself that there now exists a religion which has baffled, for centuries, the impudent inquisitiveness of missionaries, and the persevering inquiry of science, let him violate, if he can, the seclusion of the Syrian Druzes. He will find them numbering over 80,000 warriors, scattered from the plain east of Damascus to the western coast. They covet no proselytes, shun notoriety, keep friendly as far as possible with both Christians and Mohammedans, respect the religion of every other sect or people, but will never disclose their own secrets. Vainly do the missionaries stigmatize them as infidels, idolaters, brigands, and thieves. Neither threat, bribe, nor any other consideration will induce a Druze to become a convert to dogmatic Christianity. We have heard of 2 in 50 years, and both have finished their careers in prison for drunkenness and theft. They proved to be real Druzes, said one footnote, s. What will, perhaps, still more astonish American readers, is the fact that, in the United States, a mystical fraternity now exists, which claims an intimate relationship with one of the oldest and most powerful of Eastern brotherhoods. It is known as the Brotherhood of Luxor, and its faithful members have the custody of very important secrets of science. Its ramifications extend widely throughout the great Republic of the West. Though this brotherhood has been long and hard at work, the secret of its existence has been jealously guarded. Mackenzie describes it as having a Rosicrucian basis, and numbering many members, Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, p. 461, but, in this, the author is mistaken, it has no Rosicrucian basis. The name Luxor is primarily derived from the ancient Baluchistan city of Luxor, which lies between Bela and Keji, and also gave its name to the Egyptian city. These people do not accept the name of Druzes, but regard the appellation as an insult. They call themselves the disciples of Hamsa, their Messiah, who came to them, in the 10th century, from the land of the Word of God, and, together with his disciple, Machtana Bohaddin, committed this word to writing, and entrusted it. Note continued on next page, volume 2, page 309. The Brotherhood of Luxor. Of their chiefs, in discussing the subject, there never was a case of an initiated Druze becoming a Christian. As to the uninitiated, they are never allowed to even see the sacred writings, and none of them have the remotest idea where these are kept. There are missionaries in Syria who boast of having in their possession a few copies. The volumes alleged to be the correct expositions from these secret books, such as the translation by Pétis de la Croix, in 1701, from the works presented by Nasr Allah to the rank king, are nothing more than a compilation of secrets, known more or less to every inhabitant of the southern ranges of Lebanon and anti-Libanus. They were the work of an apostate dervish, who was expelled from the sect Hanafi, for improper conduct, the embezzlement of the money of widows and orphans. The Exposé de la Religion des Druzes, in 2 volumes, by Sylvestre de Sacy, 1828, is another network of hypotheses. A copy of this work was to be found, in 1870, on the windowsill of one of their principal holoi, or place of religious meeting. To the inquisitive question of an English traveller, as to their rites, the Okel, a venerable old man, who spoke English as well as rank, opened the volume of de Sacy, and, offering it to his interlocutor, remarked, with a benevolent smile, "Read this instructive and truthful book, I could explain to you neither better nor more correctly the secrets of God and our blessed Hamsa, than it does." The traveller understood the hint. Mackenzie says they settled at Lebanon about the 10th century, and seemed to be a mixture of Kurds, Mardi Arabs, and other semi-civilized tribes. Their religion is compounded of Judaism, Christianity, and Mohammedanism. They have a regular order of priesthood and a kind of hierarchy. There is a regular system of passwords and signs. 12 months probation, to which either sex is admitted, preceded initiation. We quote the above only to show how little even persons as trustworthy as Mr. Mackenzie really know of these mystics. Mosheim, who knows as much, or we should rather say as little, as any others, is entitled to the merit of candidly admitting that their religion is peculiar to themselves, and is involved in some mystery. We should say it was rather that their religion exhibits traces of Magianism and Gnosticism is natural, as the whole of the Ophite esoteric philosophy is at the bottom of it. But the characteristic dogma of the Druzes is the absolute unity. Footnote s. Footnote continued from previous page. To the care of a few initiates, with the injunction of the greatest secrecy. They are usually called Unitarians. Asterisk the Okal, from the Arabic akl intelligence or wisdom, are the initiated, or wise men of this sect. They hold, in their mysteries, the same position as the Hierophant of old, in the Eleusinian and others. Volume 2, page 310 ISIS Unveiled. Of God. He is the essence of life, and although incomprehensible and invisible, is to be known through occasional manifestations in human form. Like the Hindus, they hold that he was incarnated more than once on earth. Hamsa was the precursor of the last manifestation to be, the 10th avatar, not the inheritor of Hakam, who is yet to come. Hamsa was the personification of the universal wisdom. Bohedin in his writings calls him Messiah. The whole number of his disciples, or those who at different ages of the world have imparted wisdom to mankind, which the latter as invariably have forgotten and rejected in course of time, is 164, 164, the Kabbalistic SDK. Therefore, their stages or degrees of promotion after initiation are 5, the first 3 degrees are typified by the 3 feet of the candlestick of the inner sanctuary, which holds the light of the 5 elements, the last 2 degrees, the most important and terrifying in their solemn grandeur, belonging to the highest orders, and the whole 5 degrees emblematically represent the said 5 mystic elements. The 3 feet are the holy application, the opening, and the phantom, says one of their books, on man's inner and outer soul, and his body, a phantom, a passing shadow. The body, or matter, is also called the rival, for he is the minister of sin, the devil ever creating dissensions between the heavenly intelligence, spirit, and the soul, which he tempts incessantly. Their ideas on transmigration are Pythagorean and Kabbalistic. The spirit, or Mimi, the divine soul, was in Elijah and John the Baptist, and the soul of Jesus was that of Hamsa, that is to say, of the same degree of purity and sanctity. Until their resurrection, by which they understand the day when the spiritual bodies of men will be absorbed into God's own essence and being, the nirvana of the Hindus, the souls of men will keep their astral forms, except the few chosen ones who, from the moment of their separation from their bodies, begin to exist as pure spirits. The life of man they divide into soul, body, and intelligence, or mind. It is the latter which imparts and communicates to the soul the divine spark from its Hamsa, Christos. They have 7 great commandments which are imparted equally to all the uninitiated, and yet, even these well-known articles of faith have been so mixed up in the accounts of outside writers, that, in one of the best cyclopedias of America, Appleton's, they are garbled after the fashion that may be seen in the comparative tabulation below, the spurious and the true order parallel, footnote, s. Asterisk. This is the doctrine of the Gnostics, who held Christos to be the personal immortal spirit of man. The 10 messiahs or avatars remind again of the 5 Buddhistic and 10 Brahmanical avatars of Buddha and Krishna. Volume 2, page 311, The Druzes of Mount Lebanon. Column 1, correct version of the commandments as imparted orally by the teachers. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. Toleration, right given to all men and women to freely express their opinions on religious matters, and make the latter subservient to reason. 4. Respect to all men and women according to their character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees. 6. Chastity of body, mind, and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. Column 2, garbled version reported by the Christian missionaries and given in pretended expositions. 1. 2. Truth in words, meaning in practice, only truth to the religion and to the initiated. It is lawful to act and to speak falsehood to men of another creed. 2. 7. Mutual help, watchfulness, and protection. 3. To renounce all other religions. 4. To be separate from infidels of every kind, not externally but only in heart. 5. 1. Recognize God's eternal unity. 6. 5. Satisfied with God's acts. 7. 5. Resigned to God's will. As will be seen, the only expose in the above is that of the great ignorance, perhaps malice, of the writers who, like Sylvester de Sacy, undertake to enlighten the world upon matters concerning which they know nothing. Chastity, honesty, meekness, and mercy, are thus the four theological virtues of all Druses, besides several others demanded from the initiates: murder, theft, cruelty, covetousness, slander, the 5 sins, to which several other sins are added in the sacred tablets, but which we must abstain from giving. The morality of the Druses is strict, and footnote s. *c, farther on, a letter from an initiate. In this column the first numbers are those given in the article on the Druses in the New American Cyclopedia, Appleton's, Vol. 6, p. 631. The numbers in parentheses show the sequence in which the commandments would stand were they given correctly. This pernicious doctrine belongs to the old policy of the Catholic Church, but is certainly false as regards the Druses. They maintain that it is right and lawful to withhold the truth about their own tenets, no one outside their own sect having a right to pry into their religion. The Ocals never countenance deliberate falsehood in any form, although the laymen have many a time got rid of the spies sent by the Christians to discover their secrets, by deceiving them with sham initiations. See the letter of Professor Rawson to the author, p. 313. This commandment does not exist in the Lebanon teaching. There is no such commandment, but the practice thereof exists by mutual agreement, as in the days of the Gnostic persecution. Volume 2, page 312 ISIS Unveiled. Uncompromising. Nothing can tempt one of these Lebanon Unitarians to go astray from what he is taught to consider his duty. Their ritual being unknown to outsiders, their would-be historians have hitherto denied them one. Their Thursday meetings are open to all, but no interloper has ever participated in the rites of initiation which take place occasionally on Fridays in the greatest secrecy. Women are admitted to them as well as men, and they play a part of great importance at the initiation of men. The probation, unless some extraordinary exception is made, is long and severe. Once, in a certain period of time, a solemn ceremony takes place, during which all the elders and the initiates of the highest 2 degrees start out for a pilgrimage of several days to a certain place in the mountains. They meet within the safe precincts of a monastery said to have been erected during the earliest times of the Christian era. Outwardly one sees but old ruins of a once grand edifice, used, says the legend, by some Gnostic sects as a place of worship during the religious persecutions. The ruins above ground, however, are but a convenient mask, the subterranean chapel, halls, and cells, covering an area of ground far greater than the upper building, while the richness of ornamentation, the beauty of the ancient sculptures, and the gold and silver vessels in this sacred resort, appear like a dream of glory. According to the expression of an initiate, as the lamaseries of Mongolia and Tibet are visited upon grand occasions by the holy shadow of Lord Buddha, so here, during the ceremonial, appears the resplendent ethereal form of Hamsa, the Blessed, which instructs the faithful. The most extraordinary feats of what would be termed magic take place during the several nights that the convocation lasts, and one of the greatest mysteries faithful copy of the past is accomplished within the discreet bosom of our Mother Earth, not an echo, nor the faintest sound, not a glimmer of light betrays without. The grand secret of the initiates. Hamsa, like Jesus, was a mortal man, and yet Hamsa and Christos are synonymous terms as to their inner and hidden meaning. Both are symbols of the nous, the divine and higher soul of man, his spirit. The doctrine taught by the Druses on that particular question of the duality of spiritual man, consisting of one soul mortal, and another immortal, is identical with that of the Gnostics, the older Greek philosophers, and other initiates. Outside the East we have met one initiate, and only one, who, for some reasons best known to himself, does not make a secret of his initiation into the Brotherhood of Lebanon. It is the learned traveler and artist, Professor A. L. Rawson, of New York City. This gentleman has passed many years in the East, 4 times visited Palestine, and has traveled. 2. Page 313. A letter from an initiate. Eld to Mecca. It is safe to say that he has a priceless store of facts about the beginnings of the Christian Church, which none but one who had had free access to repositories closed against the ordinary traveler could have collected. Professor Rawson, with the true devotion of a man of science, noted down every important discovery he made in the Palestinian libraries, and every precious fact orally communicated to him by the mystics he encountered, and some day they will see the light. He has most obligingly sent us the following communication, which, as the reader will perceive, fully corroborates what is above written from our personal experience about the strange fraternity incorrectly styled the Druses. 34, Bond St. New York, June 6, 1877. Your note, asking me to give you an account of my initiation into a secret order among the people commonly known as Druses, in Mount Lebanon, was received this morning. I took, as you are fully aware, an obligation at that time to conceal within my own memory the greater part of the mysteries, with the most interesting parts of the instructions, so that what is left may not be of any service to the public. Such information as I can rightfully give, you are welcome to have and use as you may have occasion. The probation in my case was, by special dispensation, made 1 month, during which time I was shadowed by a priest, who served as my cook, guide, interpreter, and general servant, that he might be able to testify to the fact of my having strictly conformed to the rules in diet, ablutions, and other matters. He was also my instructor in the text of the ritual, which we recited from time to time for practice, in dialogue, or in song, as it may have been. Whenever we happened to be near a Druze village, on a Thursday, we attended the open meetings, where men and women assembled for instruction and worship, and to expose to the world generally their religious practices. I was never present at a Friday close meeting before my initiation, nor do I believe anyone else, man or woman, ever was, except by collusion with a priest, and that is not probable, for a false priest forfeits his life. The practical jokers among them sometimes fool a too curious Frank by a sham initiation, especially if such a one is suspected of having some connection with the missionaries at Beirut or elsewhere. The initiates include both women and men, and the ceremonies are of so peculiar a nature that both sexes are required to assist in the ritual and work. The furniture of the prayer house and of the vision chamber is simple, and except for convenience may consist of but a strip of carpet. In the Grey Hall, the place is never named, and is underground, not far from Beit Eddin. There are some rich decorations and valuable pieces of ancient furniture, the work of Arab silversmiths 5 or 6 centuries ago, inscribed and dated. The day of initiation must be a continual fast from daylight to sunset in winter, or 6 o'clock in summer, and the ceremony is from beginning to end a series of trials and temptations, calculated to test the endurance of the candidate under physical and mental pressure. It is seldom that any but the young man or woman succeeds in winning all the prizes, since nature will sometimes exert itself in spite of the most stubborn will, and the neophyte fail of passing some of the tests. In such a case the probation is extended another year, when another trial is had. Among other tests of the neophyte's self-control are the following: Choice Pieces Vol. 2, page 314 ISIS Unveiled. Of cooked meat, savory soup, pulao, and other appetizing dishes, with sherbet, coffee, wine, and water, are set, as if accidentally, in his way, and he is left alone for a time with the tempting things. To a hungry and fainting soul the trial is severe. But a more difficult ordeal is when the 7 priestesses retire, all but one, the youngest and prettiest, and the door is closed and barred on the outside, after warning the candidate that he will be left to his reflections, for half an hour. Wearied by the long-continued ceremonial, weak with hunger, parched with thirst, and a sweet reaction coming after the tremendous strain to keep his animal nature in subjection, this moment of privacy and of temptation is brimful of peril. The beautiful young Vestal, timidly approaching, and with glances which lend a double magnetic allurement to her words, begs him in low tones to bless her. Woe to him if he does. 100 eyes see him from secret peepholes, and only to the ignorant neophyte is there the appearance of concealment and opportunity. There is no infidelity, idolatry, or other really bad feature in the system. They have the relics of what was once a grand form of nature worship, which has been contracted under a despotism into a secret order, hidden from the light of day, and exposed only in the smoky glare of a few burning lamps, in some damp cave or chapel underground. The chief tenets of their religious teachings are comprised in 7 tablets, which are these, to state them in general terms: 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. The law of toleration as to all men and women in opinion. 4. Respect for all men and women as to character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees as to fate. 6. Chastity of body and mind and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. These tenets are not printed or written. Another set is printed or written to mislead the unwary, but with these we are not concerned. The chief results of the initiation seem to be a kind of mental illusion or sleep-waking, in which the neophyte saw, or thought he saw, the images of people who were known to be absent, and in some cases thousands of miles away. I thought, or perhaps it was my mind at work, I saw friends and relatives that I knew at the time were in New York State, while I was then in Lebanon. How these results were produced I cannot say. They appeared in a dark room, when the guide was talking, the company singing in the next chamber, and near the close of the day, when I was tired out with fasting, walking, talking, singing, robing, unrobing, seeing a great many people in various conditions as to dress and undress, and with great mental strain in resisting certain physical manifestations that result from the appetites when they overcome the will, and in paying close attention to the passing scenes, hoping to remember them so that I may have been unfit to judge of any new and surprising phenomena, and more especially of those apparently magical appearances which have always excited my suspicion and distrust. I know the various uses of the magic lantern, and other apparatus, and took care to examine the room where the visions appeared to me the same evening, and the next day, and several times afterwards, and knew that, in my case, there was no use made of any machinery or other means besides the voice of the guide and instructor. On several occasions afterward, when at a great distance from the chamber, the same or similar visions were produced, as, for instance, in Hornstein's Hotel at Jerusalem. A daughter-in-law of a well-known Jewish merchant in Jerusalem is an initiated sister, and can produce the visions almost at will on anyone who will vol. 2. Page 315. The Mother Lodge and its branches. Live strictly according to the rules of the order for a few weeks, more or less, according to their nature, as gross or refined, etc. I am quite safe in saying that the initiation is so peculiar that it could not be printed so as to instruct one who had not been worked through the chamber. So it would be even more impossible to make an expose of them than of the Freemasons. The real secrets are acted and not spoken, and require several initiated persons to assist in the work. It is not necessary for me to say how some of the notions of that people seem to perpetuate certain beliefs of the ancient Greeks, as, for instance, the idea that a man has 2 souls, and many others, for you probably were made familiar with them in your passage through the upper and lower chamber. If I am mistaken in supposing you an initiate, please excuse me. I am aware that the closest friends often conceal that sacred secret from each other, and even husband and wife may live, as I was informed in Deir el-Kamar was the fact, in one family there for 20 years together, and yet neither know anything of the initiation of the other. You, undoubtedly, have good reasons for keeping your own counsel. Yours truly, A. L. Rawson. Before we close the subject, we may add that if a stranger ask for admission to a Thursday meeting, he will never be refused. Only, if he is a Christian, the Okal will open a Bible and read from it, and if a Mohammedan, he will hear a few chapters of the Quran, and the ceremony will end with this. They will wait until he is gone, and then, shutting well the doors of their convent, take to their own rites and books, passing for this purpose into their subterranean sanctuaries. The Druzes remain, even more than the Jews, a peculiar people, says Colonel Churchill *, one of the few fair and strictly impartial writers. They marry within their own race, they are rarely if ever converted, they adhere tenaciously to their traditions, and they baffle all efforts to discover their cherished secrets. The bad name of that caliph whom they claim as their founder is fairly compensated by the pure lives of many whom they honor as saints, and by the heroism of their feudal leaders. And yet the Druzes may be said to belong to one of the least esoteric of secret societies. There are others far more powerful and learned, the existence of which is not even suspected in Europe. There are many branches belonging to the Great Mother Lodge which, mixed up with certain communities, may be termed secret sects within other sections. One of them is the sect commonly known as that of Laganisastra. It reckons several thousand adepts who are scattered about in small groups in the south of the Deccan, India. In the popular superstition, this sect is dreaded on account of its great reputation for magic and sorcery. The Brahmins accuse its members of atheism and sacrilege, for none of them *s. * Mount Lebanon, Vol. 3 London, 1853. Volume 2, page 316 ISIS Unveiled. Will consent to recognize the authority of either the Vedas or Manu, except so far as they conform to the versions in their possession, and which they maintain are professedly the only original texts. The Laganisastra have neither temples nor priests, but, twice a month, every member of the community has to absent himself from home for 3 days. Popular rumor, originated among their women, ascribes such absences to pilgrimages performed to their places of fortnightly resort. In some secluded mountainous spots, unknown and inaccessible to other sects, hidden far from sight among the luxurious vegetation of India, they keep their bungalows, which look like small fortresses, encircled as they are by lofty and thick walls. These, in their turn, are surrounded by the sacred trees called Asonata, and Intimal Erasamaram. These are the sacred groves, the originals of those of Egypt and Greece, whose initiates also built their temples within such groves inaccessible to the profane. It will not be found without interest to see what Mr. John Yarka, Jr., has to say on some modern secret societies among the Orientals. The nearest resemblance to the Brahmanical mysteries, is probably found in the very ancient paths of the dervishes, which are usually governed by 12 officers, the oldest court superintending the others by right of seniority. Here the master of the court is called sheikh, and has his deputies, caliphs, or successors, of which there may be many, as, for instance, in the brevet degree of a master mason. The order is divided into at least 4 columns, pillars, or degrees. The first step is that of humanity, which supposes attention to the written law, and annihilation in the sheikh. The second is that of the path, in which the murid, or disciple, attains spiritual powers and self-annihilation into the peer or founder of the path. The third stage is called knowledge, and the murid is supposed to become inspired, called annihilation into the prophet. The fourth stage leads him even to God, when he becomes a part of the deity and sees him in all things. The first and second stages have received modern subdivisions, as integrity, virtue, temperance, benevolence. After this the sheikh confers upon him the grade of caliph, or honorary master, for in their mystical language, the man must die before the saint can be born. It will be seen that this kind of mysticism is applicable to Christ as founder of a path. To this statement, the author adds the following on the Betash dervishes, who often initiated the Yanizaris. They wear a small marble cube spotted with blood. Their ceremony is as follows: before reception a year's probation is required, during which false secrets are. *s*. Every temple in India is surrounded by such belts of sacred trees. And like the Kumbum of Kansu, Mongolia, no one but an initiate has a right to approach them. Volume 2, Page 317 Initiation among the Betash dervishes. Given to test the candidate, he has 2 godfathers and is divested of all metals and even clothing. From the wool of a sheep a cord is made for his neck, and a girdle for his loins. He is led into the center of a square room, presented as a slave, and seated upon a large stone with 12 escallops. His arms are crossed upon his breast, his body inclined forward, his right toes extended over his left foot. After various prayers he is placed in a particular manner, with his hand in a peculiar way in that of the sheikh, who repeats a verse from the Quran. Those who on giving thee their hand swear to thee an oath, swear it to God. The hand of God is placed in their hand. Whoever violates this oath, will do so to his hurt, and to whoever remains faithful God will give a magnificent reward. Placing the hand below the chin is their sign, perhaps in memory of their vow. All use the double triangles. The Brahmins inscribe the angles with their trinity, and they possess also the Masonic sign of distress as used in France. From the very day when the first mystic found the means of communication between this world and the worlds of the invisible host, between the sphere of matter and that of pure spirit, he concluded that to abandon this mysterious science to the profanation of the rabble was to lose it. An abuse of it might lead mankind to speedy destruction. It was like surrounding a group of children with explosive batteries, and furnishing them with matches. The first self-made adept initiated but a select few, and kept silence with the multitudes. He recognized his God and felt the great being within himself. The Atman, the Self, the footnote, s. John Yarka, Jr., Notes on the Scientific and Religious Mysteries of Antiquity, etc. The Self, which the Greek philosophers called Agoides, the Shining One, is impressively and beautifully described in Max Muller's Veda, showing the Veda to be the first book of the Aryan nations. The professor adds that we have in it a period of the intellectual life of man to which there is no parallel in any other part of the world. In the hymns of the Veda we see man left to himself to solve the riddle of this world. He invokes the gods around him, he praises, he worships them. But still with all these gods beneath him, and above him, the early poet seems ill at rest within himself. There, too, in his own breast, he has discovered a power that is never mute when he prays, never absent when he fears and trembles. It seems to inspire his prayers, and yet to listen to them. It seems to live in him, and yet to support him and all around him. The only name he can find for this mysterious power is Brahman, for Brahman meant originally force, will, wish, and the propulsive power of creation. But this impersonal Brahman, too, as soon as it is named, grows into something strange and divine. It ends by being one of many gods, one of the great triad, worshipped to the present day. And still the thought within him has no real name, that power which is nothing but itself, which supports the gods, the heavens, and every living being, floats before his mind, conceived but not expressed. At last he calls it Atman, for Atman, originally breath, or spirit, comes to mean self. Footnote continued on next page vol. 2, page 318 ISIS Unveiled. Mighty Lord and Protector, once that man knew him as the Lamb, the ego sum, the Ami showed his full power to him who could recognize the still small voice. From the days of the primitive man described by the first Yedic poet, down to our modern age, there has not been a philosopher worthy of that name, who did not carry in the silent sanctuary of his heart the grand and mysterious truth. If initiated, he learned it as a sacred science; if otherwise, then, like Socrates repeating to himself, as well as to his fellow men, the noble injunction, O man, know thyself, he succeeded in recognizing his God within himself. Ye are gods, the King Psalmist tells us, and we find Jesus reminding the scribes that the expression, ye are gods, was addressed to other mortal men, claiming for himself the same privilege without any blasphemy. And, as a faithful echo, Paul, while asserting that we are all the temple of the living God, cautiously adds, that after all these things are only for the wise, and it is unlawful to speak of them. Therefore, we must accept the reminder, and simply remark that even in the tortured and barbarous phraseology of the Codex Nazareus, we detect throughout the same idea. Like an undercurrent, rapid and clear, it runs without mixing its crystalline purity with the muddy and heavy waves of dogmatism. We find it in the Codex, as well as in the Vedas, in the Avesta, as in the Abhidharma, and in Kapila Sankhya Sutras not less than in the fourth Gospel. We cannot attain the kingdom of heaven, unless we unite ourselves indissolubly with our Rex Lucas, the Lord of splendor and of light, our immortal God. We must first conquer immortality and take the kingdom of heaven by violence, offered to our material selves. The first man is of the earth earthy, the second man is from heaven. Behold, I show you a mystery, says Paul, 1 Corinthians 15:47, in the religion of Sakyamuni, which learned commentators have delighted so much of late to set down as purely nihilistic. The doctrine of immortality is very clearly defined, notwithstanding the European or rather Christian ideas about nirvana. In the sacred Jaina books, of Patuna, the dying Gautama footnote, s. Footnote continued from previous page, and self alone, self whether divine or human, self, whether creating or suffering, self, whether one or all, but always self, independent and free. Who has seen the firstborn, says the poet, when he who had no bones, i.e., form, bore him that had bones? Where was the life, the blood, the self of the world? Who went to ask this from any one who knew it? Rig Veda, I, 164, 4. This idea of a divine self, once expressed, everything else must acknowledge its supremacy. Self is the Lord of all things, self is the King of all things. As all the spokes of a wheel are contained in the nave and the circumference, all things are contained in this self, all selves are contained in this self. Brahman itself is but self. Ibid, p. 478, Kandogya Upanishad, 8, 3, 3, 4, Chips from a German Workshop, Vol. I, p. 69. Asterisk John x 34, 35. 2 Corinthians, 6. 16 Volume 2, page 319. The Esoteric Doctrine of Buddhism. Buddha is thus addressed: arise into nirvana, from this decrepit body into which thou hast been sent. Ascend into thy former abode, O blessed Avatar. This seems to us the very opposite of nihilism. If Gautama is invited to reascend into his former abode, and this abode is nirvana, then it is incontestable that Buddhistic philosophy does not teach final annihilation. As Jesus is alleged to have appeared to his disciples after death, so to the present day is Gautama believed to descend from nirvana. And if he has an existence there, then this state cannot be a synonym for annihilation. Gautama, no less than all other great reformers, had a doctrine for his elect and another for the outside masses, though the main object of his reform consisted in initiating all, so far as it was permissible and prudent to do, without distinction of castes or wealth, to the great truths hitherto kept so secret by the selfish Brahmanical class. Gautama Buddha it was whom we see the first in the world's history, moved by that generous feeling which locks the whole humanity within one embrace, inviting the poor, the lame, and the blind to the king's festival table, from which he excluded those who had hitherto sat alone, in haughty seclusion. It was he, who, with a bold hand, first opened the door of the sanctuary to the pariah, the fallen one, and all those afflicted by man clothed in gold and purple, often far less worthy than the outcast to whom their finger was scornfully pointing. All this did Siddhartha 6 centuries before another reformer, as noble and as loving, though less favored by opportunity, in another land. If both, aware of the great danger of furnishing an uncultivated populace with the double-edged weapon of knowledge which gives power, left the innermost corner of the sanctuary in the profoundest shade, who, that is acquainted with human nature, can blame them for it? But while one was actuated by prudence, the other was forced into such a course. Gautama left the esoteric and most dangerous portion of the secret knowledge untouched, and lived to the ripe old age of 80, with the certainty of having taught the essential truths, and having converted to them 1/3 of the world. Jesus promised his disciples the knowledge which confers upon man the power of producing far greater miracles than he ever did himself, and he died, leaving but a few faithful men, only halfway to knowledge, to struggle with the world to which they could impart but what they knew themselves. Later, their followers disfigured truth still more than they themselves had done. It is not true that Gautama never taught anything concerning a future life, or that he denied the immortality of the soul. Ask any intelligent Buddhist his ideas on nirvana, and he will unquestionably express himself, as the well-known Wang Qinfu, the Chinese orator, now Chapter 7, Part 2 homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 348 Chapter 8. Christian and Catholic sons may accuse their fathers of the crime of heresy, although they may know that their parents will be burnt with fire and put to death for it. And not only may they refuse them food, if they attempt to turn them from the Catholic faith, but they may also justly kill them. Jesuit Precept, F. Stephen Fagandez, in Proecepta Decalogi. Lugduni, 1640. Most wise. What hour is it? Respect. K.S. Warden. It is the first hour of the day, the time when the veil of the temple was rent asunder, when darkness and consternation were spread over the earth, when the light was darkened, when the implements of masonry were broken, when the flaming star disappeared, when the cubic stone was broken, when the word was lost. Magna est veritas et prevalbit. EMENVVJAVINLNIU_ya. B. Alone the greatest of the Kabbalistic works of the Hebrews, Sahar, was compiled by Rabbi Simeon ben Iochai. According to some critics, this was done years before the Christian era, according to others only after the destruction of the temple. However, it was completed only by the son of Simeon, Rabbi Eleazar, and his secretary, Rabbi Abba, for the work is so immense and the subjects treated so abstruse that even the whole life of this rabbi, called the Prince of Kabbalists, did not suffice for the task. On account of its being known that he was in possession of this knowledge, and of the Merkabah, which ensured the reception of the word, his very life was endangered, and he had to fly to the wilderness, where he lived in a cave for 12 years, surrounded by faithful disciples, and finally died there amid signs and wonders. But voluminous as is the work, and containing as it does the main points of the secret and oral tradition, it still does not embrace it all. It footnote, s. Many are the marvels recorded as having taken place at his death, or we should rather say his translation, for he did not die as others do, but having suddenly disappeared, while a dazzling light filled the cavern with glory, his body was again seen upon its subsidence. When this heavenly light gave place to the habitual semi-darkness of the gloomy cave, then only, says Ginsburg, the disciples of Israel perceived that the lamp of Israel was extinguished. His biographers tell us that there were voices heard from heaven during the preparation for his funeral and at his interment. When the coffin was lowered down into the deep cave excavated for it, a flame broke out from it, and a voice mighty and majestic pronounced these words in the air, "This is he who caused the earth to quake, and the kingdoms to shake." Vol. 2, page 349. The Great Sahar of Rabbi Simeon. Is well known that this venerable Kabbalist never imparted the most important points of his doctrine otherwise than orally, and to a very limited number of friends and disciples, including his only son. Therefore, without the final initiation into the Merkabah, the study of the Kabbalah will be ever incomplete, and the Merkabah can be taught only in darkness, in a deserted place, and after many and terrific trials. Since the death of Simeon ben Iochai, this hidden doctrine has remained an inviolate secret for the outside world. Delivered only as a mystery, it was communicated to the candidate orally, face to face and mouth to ear. This Masonic commandment, mouth to ear, and the word at low breath, is an inheritance from the Tanam and the old pagan mysteries. Its modern use must certainly be due to the indiscretion of some renegade Kabbalist, though the word itself is but a substitute for the lost word, and is a comparatively modern invention, as we will further show. The real sentence has remained forever in the sole possession of the adepts of various countries of the Eastern and Western hemispheres. Only a limited number among the chiefs of the Templars, and some Rosicrucians of the 17th century, always in close relations with Arabian alchemists and initiates, could really boast of its possession. From the 7th to the 15th centuries there was no one who could claim it in Europe, and although there had been alchemists before the days of Paracelsus, he was the first who had passed through the true initiation, that last ceremony which conferred on the adept the power of traveling toward the burning bush over the holy ground, and to burn the golden calf in the fire, grind it to powder, and straw it upon the water. Verily, then, this magic water, and the lost word, resuscitated more than one of the pre-Mosaic Adonirams, Gedaliahs, and Hiram Abibs. The real word now substituted by Macbenic and Mah was used ages before its pseudo-magical effect was tried on the widows' sons of the last 2 centuries. Who was, in fact, the first operative mason of any consequence? Elias Ashmole, the last of the Rosicrucians and alchemists. Admitted to the freedom of the Operative Masons' Company in London, in 1646, he died in 1692. At that time Masonry was not what it became later, it was neither a political nor a Christian institution, but a true secret organization, which admitted into the ties of fellowship all men anxious to obtain the priceless boon of liberty of conscience, and avoid clerical persecution. Not until about 30 years after his death did what is now termed modern Freemasonry see the light. It was born on the 24th day of June, 1717, in the Apple Tree Tavern, Charles Street, Covent Garden, London. And it was then, as we are told in Anderson's footnote, plot, Natural History of Staffordshire, published in 1666. Volume 2, page 350 ISIS Unveiled. Constitutions, that the only 4 lodges in the south of England elected Anthony Sayer first Grand Master of Masons. Notwithstanding its great youth, this Grand Lodge has ever claimed the acknowledgement of its supremacy by the whole body of the fraternity throughout the whole world, as the Latin inscription on the plate put beneath the cornerstone of Freemasons' Hall, London, in 1775, would tell to those who could see it. But of this more anon. In Die Kabbalah, by Frank, the author, following its esoteric ravings, as he expresses it, gives us, in addition to the translations, his commentaries. Speaking of his predecessors, he says that Simeon ben Ioke mentions repeatedly what the companions have taught in the older works. And the author cites Waneba, the Old, and Hamnuna, the Old. But what the 2 old ones mean, or who they were, in fact, he tells us not, for he does not know himself. Among the venerable sect of the Tannim, or rather the Tannanim, the wise men, there were those who taught the secrets practically and initiated some disciples into the grand and final mystery. But the Mishnah Haggadah, 2d section, say that the table of contents of the Merkabah must only be delivered to wise old ones. The Gemara is still more dogmatic. The more important secrets of the mysteries were not even revealed to all priests. Alone the initiates had them divulged. And so we find the same great secrecy prevalent in every ancient religion. But, as we see, neither the Sahar nor any other Kabbalistic volume contains merely Jewish wisdom. The doctrine itself, being the result of whole millenniums of thought, is therefore the joint property of adepts of every nation under the sun. Nevertheless, the Sahar teaches practical occultism more than any other work on that subject, not as it is translated though, and commented upon by its various critics, but with the secret signs on its margins. These signs contain the hidden instructions, apart from the metaphysical interpretations and apparent absurdities so fully credited by Josephus, who was never initiated, and gave out the dead letter as he had received it. The real practical magic contained in the Sahar and other Kabbalistic works, is only of use to those who read it within. The Christian oppose footnote, s. Asterisk Die Kabbalah, 75, Sod, Vol. 2 Die Kabbalah, 47. He relates how Rabbi Eliezer, in the presence of Vespasian and his officers, expelled demons from several men by merely applying to the nose of the demoniac one of the number of roots recommended by King Solomon. The distinguished historian assures us that the rabbi drew out the devils through the nostrils of the patients in the name of Solomon and by the power of the incantations composed by the king Kabbalist. Josephus, Antiquities, 8, 2, 5. Volume 2, page 351. Job and Revelation Initiation Allegories. Ties at least, those who are said to have produced miracles at will * had to be acquainted with this science. It ill behooves a Christian to look with horror or derision upon magic gems, amulets, and other talismans against the evil eye, which serve as charms to exercise a mysterious influence, either on the possessor, or the person whom the magician desires to control. There are still extant a number of such charmed amulets in public and private collections of antiquities. Illustrations of convex gems, with mysterious legends the meaning of which baffles all scientific inquiry, are given by many collectors. King shows several such in his Gnostics, and he describes a white carnelian, chalcedony, covered on both sides with interminable legends, to interpret which would ever prove a failure, yes, in every case, perhaps, but that of a hermetic student or an adept. But we refer the reader to his interesting work, and the talismans described in his plates, to show that even the seer of Patmos himself was well versed in this Kabbalistic science of talismans and gems. St. John clearly alludes to the potent white carnelian, a gem well known among adepts, as the alba petra, or the stone of initiation, on which the word prize is generally found engraved, as it was given to the candidate who had successfully passed through all the preliminary trials of a neophyte. The fact is, that no less than the book of Job, the whole Revelation, is simply an allegorical narrative of the mysteries and initiation therein of a candidate, who is John himself. No high mason, well versed in the different degrees, can fail to see it. The numbers 7, 12, and others are also many lights thrown over the obscurity of the work. Paracelsus maintained the same some centuries ago. And when we find the one like unto the Son of Man saying, chapter 2:17, to him that overcometh, will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, the word which no man knoweth saving he that receiveth it, what master mason can doubt but it refers to the last headline of this chapter? In the pre-Christian Mithraic mysteries, the candidate who fearlessly overcame the 12 tortures, which preceded the final initiation, received a small round cake or wafer of unleavened bread, symbolizing, in one of its meanings, the solar disk and known as the heavenly bread or manna, and having figures traced on it. A lamb, or a bull was killed, and with the blood the candidate had to be sprinkled, as in the case of the Emperor Julian's initiation. The 7 rules or mysteries footnote, s. Asterisk there are unconscious miracles produced sometimes, which, like the phenomena now called spiritual, are caused through natural cosmic powers, mesmerism, electricity, and the invisible beings who are always at work around us, whether they be human or elementary spirits. Volume 2, page 352. ISIS Unveiled. Were then delivered to the newly born that are represented in the Revelation as the 7 seals which are opened in order, see chap. B and 6. There can be no doubt that the seer of Patmos referred to this ceremony. The origin of the Roman Catholic amulets and relics blessed by the Pope, is the same as that of the Ephesian spell, or magical characters engraved either on a stone or drawn on a piece of parchment, the Jewish amulets with verses out of the law, and called phylacteria, and the Mahometan charms with verses of the Quran. All these were used as protective magic spells, and worn by the believers on their persons. Epiphanius, the worthy ex-Marcasian, who speaks of these charms when used by the Manichaeans as amulets, that is to say, things worn round the neck, periapta, and incantations and such like trickery, cannot well throw a slur upon the trickery of the pagans and Gnostics, without including the Roman Catholic and Popish amulets. But consistency is a virtue which we fear is losing, under Jesuit influence, the slight hold it may ever have had on the Church. That crafty, learned, conscienceless, terrible soul of Jesuitism, within the body of Romanism, is slowly but surely possessing itself of the whole prestige and spiritual power that clings to it. For the better exemplification of our theme it will be necessary to contrast the moral principles of the ancient Tannim and Theurgists with those professed by the modern Jesuits, who practically control Romanism today, and are the hidden enemy that would-be reformers must encounter and overcome. Throughout the whole of antiquity, where, in what land, can we find anything like this order or anything even approaching it? We owe a place to the Jesuits in this chapter on secret societies, for more than any other they are a secret body, and have a far closer connection with actual Masonry in France and Germany at least than people are generally aware of. The cry of an outraged public morality was raised against this order from its very birth. Barely 15 years had elapsed after the bull approving its constitution was promulgated, when its members began to be driven away from one place to the other. Portugal and the Low Countries got rid of them, in 1578, France in 1594, Venice in 1606, Naples in 1622. From St. Petersburg they were expelled in 1815, and from all Russia in 1820. It was a promising child from its very teens. What it grew up to be everyone knows well. The Jesuits have done more moral harm in this world than all the fiendish armies of the mythical Satan. Whatever extravagance may seem to be involved in this remark, will disappear when footnote s. It dates from 1540, and in 1555 a general outcry was raised against them in some parts of Portugal, Spain, and other countries. Volume 2, page 353 French Parliamentary Report upon Jesuits. Our readers in America, who now know little about them, are made acquainted with their principles, principia, and rules as they appear in various works written by the Jesuits themselves. We beg leave to remind the public that every one of the statements which follow in quotation marks are extracted from authenticated manuscripts, or folios printed by this distinguished body. Many are copied from the large quarto asterisk published by the authority of, and verified and collated by the commissioners of the French Parliament. The statements therein were collected and presented to the King, in order that, as the arrest du Parlement du 5 million Argentine pesos, 1762, expresses it, the elder son of the Church might be made aware of the perversity of this doctrine. A doctrine authorizing theft, lying, perjury, impurity, every passion and crime, teaching homicide, parricide, and regicide, overthrowing religion in order to substitute for it superstition, by favoring sorcery, blasphemy, irreligion, and idolatry, etc. Let us then examine the ideas on magic of the Jesuits. Writing on this subject in his secret instructions, Anthony Escobart says, "It is lawful to make use of the science acquired through the assistance of the devil, provided the preservation and use of that knowledge do not depend upon the devil, for the knowledge is good in itself, and the sin by which it was acquired has gone by. Hence, why should not a Jesuit cheat the devil as well as he cheats every layman? Astrologers and soothsayers are either bound, or are not bound, to restore the reward of their divination, if the event does not come to pass. I own," remarks the good Father Escobar, "that the former opinion does not at all please me, because, when the astrologer or diviner has exerted all the diligence in the diabolic art which is essential to his purpose, he has fulfilled his duty, whatever may be the result. As the physician is not bound to restore his fee if his patient should die, so neither is the astrologer bound to restore his charge." X footnote s. Asterisk extracts from this orid were compiled into a work in 4 volumes, 12 mo, which appeared at Paris, in 1762, and was known as Extraits des Assertions, etc. In a work entitled Réponse Auxiliary Assertions, an attempt was made by the Jesuits to throw discredit upon the facts collected by the commissioners of the French Parliament in 1762, as for the most part malicious fabrications. To ascertain the validity of this impeachment, says the author of The Principles of the Jesuits, the libraries of the 2 universities of the British Museum and of Zion College have been searched for the authors cited, and in every instance where the volume was found, the correctness of the citation established. Theologia Moralis, Thomas 4, Lugduni, 1663. Tom. 4, Lib XXVII, Section 1, De Precepti, c. 20, n. 184. Volume 2, page 354 ISIS Unveiled. Sept where he has used no effort, or was ignorant of his diabolic art, because, when he has used his endeavors he has not deceived. Asterisk further, we find the following on astrology: if any one affirms, through conjecture founded upon the influence of the stars and the character, disposition of a man, that he will be a soldier, an ecclesiastic, or a bishop, this divination may be devoid of all sin, because the stars and the disposition of the man may have the power of inclining the human will to a certain lot or rank, but not of constraining it. Busenbaum and Lacroix, in Theologia Moralis, say, palmistry may be considered lawful, if from the lines and divisions of the hands it can ascertain the disposition of the body, and conjecture, with probability, the propensities and affections of the soul. This noble fraternity, which many preachers have of late so vehemently denied to have ever been a secret one, has been sufficiently proved as such. Their constitutions were translated into Latin by the Jesuit Palancus, and printed in the College of the Society at Rome, in 1558. They were jealously kept secret, the greater part of the Jesuits themselves knowing only extracts from them. They were never produced to the light until 1761, when they were published by order of the French Parliament in 1761, 1762, in the famous process of Father Lavalette. The degrees of the order are, I. Novices, 2. Lay brothers, or temporal coadjutors, 3. Scholastics, 4. Spiritual coadjutors, v. professed of 3 vows, 6. Professed of 5 vows. There is also a secret class, known only to the general and a few faithful Jesuits, which, perhaps more than any other, contributed to the dreaded and mysterious power of the order, says Nicolini. The Jesuits reckon it among the greatest achievements of their order that Loyola supported, by a special memorial to the Pope, a petition for the reorganization of that abominable and abhorred instrument of wholesale butchery, the infamous Tribunal of the Inquisition. This order of Jesuits is now all-powerful in Rome. They have been reinstalled in the Congregation of Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs, in the Department of the Secretary of State, and in the Ministry of Foreign. S. Ibid, Section 2, De Precepti, Prob. 113, and 586. Richard Ars Decan, Theologia Tripartita, Coloniae, 1744, Tom. 2, Pars, 2, Tr. 5, C1, 2, N. 4. Theologia Moralis Nunc Pluribus Partibus Octa, Arp. Claudio Lacroix, Societe Tis Jesu. Coloniae, 1757, ed. Mus British. Tom. 2, Lib 3, Pars. 1, Father 1, C1, Dub. 2, Risal. 8. What a pity that the counsel for the defense had not bethought them to cite this orthodox legalization of cheating by palmistry or otherwise, at the recent religio-scientific prosecution of the medium Slade, in London. Nicolini, History of the Jesuits. Volume 2, page 355. Horrifying principles of the order. Affairs. The pontifical government was for years previous to Victor Emmanuel's occupation of Rome entirely in their hands. The society now numbers 8,584 members. But we must see what are their chief rules. By what is seen above, in becoming acquainted with their mode of action, we may ascertain what the whole Catholic body is likely to be. Says Mackenzie, the order has secret signs and passwords, according to the degrees to which the members belong, and as they wear no particular dress, it is very difficult to recognize them, unless they reveal themselves as members of the order, for they may appear as Protestants or Catholics, Democrats or aristocrats, infidels or bigots, according to the special mission with which they are entrusted. Their spies are everywhere, of all apparent ranks of society, and they may appear learned and wise, or simple, or foolish, as their instructions run. There are Jesuits of both sexes, and all ages, and it is a well-known fact that members of the order, of high family and delicate nurture, are acting as menial servants in Protestant families, and doing other things of a similar nature in aid of the Society's purposes. We cannot be too much on our guard, for the whole Society, being founded on a law of unhesitating obedience, can bring its force on any given point with unerring and fatal accuracy. The Jesuits maintain that the Society of Jesus is not of human invention, but it proceeded from him, whose name it bears. For Jesus himself described that rule of life which the Society follows, first by his example, and afterwards by his words. Let, then, all pious Christians listen and acquaint themselves with this alleged rule of life and precepts of their God, as exemplified by the Jesuits. Peter Alagana, Saint Thome Aquinati's Summi Theologia Compendium, says, by the command of God it is lawful to kill an innocent person, to steal, or commit ex mandato dei licet occidere innocentum, furere, fornicare, because he is the Lord of life and death, and all things, and it is due to him thus to fulfill his command, ex prima secundi, quaest, 94. A man of a religious order, who for a short time lays aside his habit for a sinful purpose, is free from heinous sin, and does not incur the penalty of excommunication, lib. 3, Sector 2, Problem 44, D 212, footnote, S. Asterisk Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, p. 369. Imago, Primi Seculi Societe Tis Jesu, lib L, c3, p. 64. Anthony Escobar, Universi Theologia Moralis Recepti or, Absci Sententii, etc., Thomas I, Lugduni, 1652, ed. Bibl Academic Cant. Idem Sentio, e breve illa tempus ad unius ori spatium traho. Religiosus itac habitum demi tens assignato hoc temporis interstitio, non incurrit excommunicationem, entiam zi dimitat non solum ex causat, turpi, silicet fornicancli, aut clam alicid abripiendi, set entiam ut incognitus init lupaner. Problem 44, and 213. Volume 2, page 356 ISIS Unveiled. John Baptist Taberna, Synopsis Theologia Practici, propounds the following question: is a judge bound to restore the bribe which he has received for passing sentence? Answer: if he has received the bribe for passing an unjust sentence, it is probable that he may keep it. This opinion is maintained and defended by 58 doctors Jesuits. We must abstain at present from proceeding further. So disgustingly licentious, hypocritical, and demoralizing are nearly all of these precepts, that it was found impossible to put many of them in print, except in the Latin language. We will return to some of the more decent as we proceed, for the sake of comparison. But what are we to think of the future of the Catholic world, if it is to be controlled in word and deed by this villainous society? And that it is to be so, we can hardly doubt, as we find the Cardinal Archbishop of Cambrai loudly proclaiming the same to all the faithful. His Pastoral has made a certain noise in France, and yet, as 2 centuries have rolled away since the expose of these infamous principles, the Jesuits have had ample time to lie so successfully in denying the just charges, that most Catholics will never believe such a thing. The infallible Pope, Clement XIV. Ganganelli, suppressed them on the 2-3 of July, 1773, and yet they came to life again, and another equally infallible Pope, Pius VII, re-established them on the 7th of August, 1814. But we will hear what Monseigneur of Cambrai is swift to proclaim in 1876. We quote from a secular paper, among other things. He maintains that clericalism, ultramontanism, and Jesuitism are one and the same thing, that is to say, Catholicism, and that the distinctions between them have been created by the enemies of religion. There was a time, he says, when a certain theological opinion was commonly professed in France concerning the authority of the Pope. It was restricted to our nation, and was of recent origin. The civil power during a century and a half imposed official instruction. Those who professed these opinions were called Gallicans, and those who protested were called Ultramontanes, because they had their doctrinal center beyond the Alps, at Rome. Today the distinction between the two schools is no longer admissible. Theological Gallicanism can no longer exist, since this opinion has ceased to be tolerated by the Church. It has been solemnly condemned, past all return, by the Ecumenical Council of the Vatican. One cannot now be Catholic without being Ultramontane and Jesuit. Footnote, S, * pars. 11, Tra. 2, c. 31. See the Principles of the Jesuits, developed in a collection of extracts from their own authors. London, 1839. From the Pastoral of the Archbishop of Cambrai. Volume 2, page 357. Murder, adultery, perjury condoned. This settles the question. We leave inferences for the present, and proceed to compare some of the practices and precepts of the Jesuits, with those of individual mystics and organized castes and societies of the ancient time. Thus the fair-minded reader may be placed in a position to judge between them as to the tendency of their doctrines to benefit or degrade humanity. Rabbi Jehoshua ben Chananiah, who died about AD 72, openly declared that he had performed miracles by means of the book of Sefer Jezirah, and challenged every skeptic * Frank, quoting from the Babylonian Talmud, names 2 other thaumaturgists, Rabbis Chanina and Oshoi. Simon Magus was doubtless a pupil of the Tannim of Samaria, the reputation which he left behind, together with the title given to him of the great power of God, testifies strongly in favor of the ability of his teachers. The calumnies so zealously disseminated against him by the unknown authors and compilers of the Acts and other writings, could not cripple the truth to such an extent as to conceal the fact that no Christian could rival him in thaumaturgic deeds. The story told about his falling during an aerial flight, breaking both his legs, and then committing suicide, is ridiculous. Instead of praying mentally that it should so happen, why did not the apostles pray rather that they should be allowed to outdo Simon in wonders and miracles, for then they might have proved their case far more easily than they did, and so converted thousands to Christianity. Posterity has heard but one side of the story. Were the disciples of Simon to have a chance, we might find, perhaps, that it was Peter who broke both his legs, had we not known that this apostle was too prudent ever to venture himself in Rome. On the confession of several ecclesiastical writers, no apostle ever performed such supernatural wonders. Of course pious people will say this only the more proves that it was the devil who worked through Simon. Simon was accused of blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, because he introduced it as the Holy Spiritus, the mens, intelligence, or the mother of all. But we find the same expression used in the book of Enoch, in which, in contradistinction to the Son of Man, he says Son of the woman. In the Codex of the Nazarenes, and in the Sahar, as well in the books of Hermes, the expression is usual, and even in the apocryphal Evangelium of the Hebrews we read that Jesus himself admitted the sex of the Holy Ghost by using the expression, my mother, the Holy Pneuma. But what is the heresy of Simon, or what the blasphemies of all the footnote, s, *c Jerusalem Talmud, Sanhedrin, c7, etc. Frank, pp. 55, 56. Volume 2, page 358 ISIS Unveiled. Heretics, in comparison with that of the same Jesuits who have now so completely mastered the Pope, ecclesiastical Rome, and the entire Catholic world? Listen again to their profession of faith. Do what your conscience tells you to be good and commanded. If, through invincible error, you believe lying or blasphemy to be commanded by God, blaspheme. Omit to do what your conscience tells you is forbidden, omit the worship of God, if you invincibly believe it to be prohibited by God. There is an implied law, obey an invincibly erroneous dictate of conscience. As often as you believe invincibly that a lie is commanded, lie. Let us suppose a Catholic to believe invincibly that the worship of images is forbidden. In such a case our Lord Jesus Christ will be obliged to say to him, Depart from me, thou cursed, because thou hast worshipped mine image. So, neither is there any absurdity in supposing that Christ may say, Come thou blessed. Because thou hast lied, believing invincibly, that in such a case I commanded the lie. Does not this but no words fail to do justice to the emotions that these astonishing precepts must awaken in the breast of every honest person? Let silence, resulting from invincible disgust, be our only adequate tribute to such unparalleled moral obliquity. The popular feeling in Venice, 1606, when the Jesuits were driven out from that city, expressed itself most forcibly. Great crowds had accompanied the exiles to the seashore, and the farewell cry which resounded after them over the waves, was, and in Moleral, get away. And woe be to you. That cry was echoed throughout the 2 following centuries, says Michelet, who gives this statement, in Bohemia in 1618. In India in 1623 and throughout all Christendom in 1773. In what particular was then Simon Magus a blasphemer, if he only did that which his conscience invincibly told him was true? And in what particular were ever the heretics, or even infidels of the worst kind, more reprehensible than the Jesuits, those of Siena, for instance, who say the following: the Christian religion is evidently credible, but not evidently true. It is evidently credible, for it is evident that whoever embraces footnote, s, Charles Anthony Cassady, Crisis Theologica, Ulyssopone, 1711. Tome I, DISP 6, Sec 2, 1, and 59. Ibid, 2, and 78. Ibid, Sect 5, 1, and 165. Thesis propugnata in regio soc ges. Collegio Celeberrimi Academiae Cadomenses, Die Veneris, January 30, 1693. Cadomi, 1693. Volume 2, page 359. Jesuits may idolatrize for Jesuitism. It is prudent. It is not evidently true, for it either teaches obscurely or the things which it teaches are obscure. And they who affirm that the Christian religion is evidently true, are obliged to confess that it is evidently false. Infer from hence 1. That it is not evident that there is now any true religion in the world. 2. That it is not evident that of all religions existing upon the earth, the Christian religion is the most true, for have you traveled over all countries of the world, or do you know that others have? 4. That it is not evident that the predictions of the prophets were given by inspiration of God, for what refutation will you bring against me, if I deny that they were true prophecies, or assert that they were only conjectures? 5. That it is not evident that the miracles were real, which are recorded to have been wrought by Christ, although no one can prudently deny them. Position 6. Neither is an avowed belief in Jesus Christ, in the Trinity, in all the articles of faith, and in the Decalogue, necessary to Christians. The only explicit belief which was necessary to the former, Jews, and is necessary to the latter, Christians, is 1. Of God, 2. Of a rewarding God, position 8. Hence, it is also more than evident that there are moments in the life of the greatest liar when he may utter some truths. It is in this case so perfectly exemplified by the good fathers, that we can see more clearly than ever whence proceeded the solemn condemnations at the Ecumenical Council of 1870, of certain heresies, and the enforcement of other articles of faith in which none believed less than those who inspired the Pope to issue them. History has yet perhaps to learn that the octogenarian Pope, intoxicated with the fumes of his newly enforced infallibility, was but the faithful echo of the Jesuits. An old man is raised trembling upon the pavoys of the Vatican, says Michelet, everything becomes absorbed and confined in him. For 15 centuries Christendom had submitted to the spiritual yoke of the Church. But that yoke was not sufficient for them, they wanted the whole world to bend under the hand of one master. Here my own words are too weak, I shall borrow those of others. They, the Jesuits, wanted, this is the accusation flung in their faces by the Bishop of Paris in the full Council of Trent, faire de iepus de Jesus Christ un prostitue auxiliary volonté d'un homme. Footnote, S. Michelet and Quinet of the College of France, the Jesuits. They have succeeded. The Church is henceforth an inert tool, and the Pope a poor weak instrument in the hands of this order. But for how long until the end comes, well may sincere Christians remember the prophetic lamentations of the thrice great Trismegistus over his own country, alas, alas, my son. A day will come when the sacred hieroglyphics will become but idols. The world will mistake the emblems of science for gods, and accuse Grand Egypt of having worshipped hell monsters. But those who will calumniate us thus, will themselves worship death instead of life, folly in place of wisdom, they will denounce love and fecundity, fill their temples with dead men's bones, as relics, and waste their youth in solitude and tears. Their virgins will be widows, nuns, before being wives, and consume themselves in grief, because men will have despised and profaned the sacred mysteries of Isis. How correct this prophecy has proved we find in the following Jesuit precept, which again we extract from the report of the commissioners to the Parliament of Paris. The more true opinion is, that all inanimate and irrational things may be legitimately worshipped, says Father Gabriel Vasquez, treating of idolatry. If the doctrine which we have established be rightly understood, not only may a painted image and every holy thing, set forth by public authority for the worship of God, be properly adored with God as the image of himself, but also any other thing of this world, whether it be inanimate and irrational, or in its nature rational. Why may we not adore and worship with God, apart from danger, anything whatsoever of this world, for God is in it according to his essence? This is precisely what the pantheist and Hindu philosophy maintains, and preserves it continually by his power, and when we bow down ourselves before it and impress it with a kiss, we present ourselves before God, the author of it, with the whole soul, as unto the prototype of the image follow instances of relics, etc. To this we may add that, since everything of this world is the work of God, and God is always abiding and working in it, we may more readily conceive him to be in it than a saint in the vesture which belonged to him. And, therefore, without regarding in any way the dignity of the thing created, to direct our thoughts to God, while we give to the creature the sign and mark of submission by a kiss or prostration, is neither vain nor superstitious, but an act of the purest religion. A precept this, which, whether or not doing honor to the Christian Church, may at least be profitably quoted by any Hindu, Japanese, or footnote, S. Champollion, Hermes Trismegistus, XXVII. De cultu adorationis libri trace, lib 3, DISPI, C2. Ibid. Volume 2, page 361. The prophecy of Hermes fulfilled. Other heathen when rebuked for his worship of idols. We purposely quote it for the benefit of our respected heathen friends who will see these lines. The prophecy of Hermes is less equivocal than either of the alleged prophecies of Isaiah, which have furnished a pretext for saying that the gods of all the nations were demons. Only, facts are stronger, sometimes, than the strongest faith. All that the Jews learned, they had from older nations than themselves. The Chaldean Magi were their masters in the secret doctrine, and it was during the Babylonian captivity that they learned its metaphysical as well as practical tenets. Pliny mentions 3 schools of Magi, one that he shows to have been founded at an unknown antiquity, the other established by Osthanes and Zoroaster, the third by Moses and Jamrus. And all the knowledge possessed by these different schools, whether Magian, Egyptian, or Jewish, was derived from India, or rather from both sides of the Himalayas. Many a lost secret lies buried under wastes of sand, in the Gobi desert of eastern Turkestan, and the wise men of Khotan have preserved strange traditions and knowledge of alchemy. Baron Bunsen shows that the origin of the ancient prayers and hymns of the Egyptian Book of the Dead is anterior to Menes, and belongs, probably, to the Premonite dynasty of Abydos, between 3100 and 4500 BC. The learned Egyptologist makes the era of Menes, or national empire, as not later than 3059 BC, and demonstrates that the system of Osirian worship and mythology was already formed before this era of Menes. We find in the hymns of this scientifically established pre-Edenic epoch, for Bunsen carries us back several centuries beyond the year of the creation of the world, 4004 BC, as fixed by biblical chronology, precise lessons of morality, identical in substance, and nearly so in form of expression, with those preached by Jesus in his Sermon on the Mount. We give the authority of the most eminent Egyptologists and hierologists for our statement. The inscriptions of the 12th dynasty are filled with ritualistic formulae, says Bunsen. Extracts from the Hermetic books are found on monuments of the earliest dynasties, and on those of the 12th dynasty, portions of an earlier ritual are by no means uncommon. To feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, clothe the naked, bury the dead. Formed the first duty of a pious man. The doctrine of the immortality of the soul is as old as this period. Tablet, British Mus. 562, footnote, s. Asterisk Egypt's place in universal history, Vol. V. p. 94. Ibid, Vol. V. p. 129. Volume 2, page 362 ISIS Unveiled. And far older, perhaps. It dates from the time when the soul was an objective being, hence when it could hardly be denied by itself, when humanity was a spiritual race and death existed not. Toward the decline of the cycle of life, the ethereal man-spirit then fell into the sweet slumber of temporary unconsciousness in one sphere, only to find himself awakening in the still brighter light of a higher one. But while the spiritual man is ever striving to ascend higher and higher toward its source of being, passing through the cycles and spheres of individual life, physical man had to descend with the great cycle of universal creation until it found itself clothed with the terrestrial garments. Thenceforth the soul was too deeply buried under physical clothing to reassert its existence, except in the cases of those more spiritual natures, which, with every cycle, became more rare. And yet none of the prehistorical nations ever thought of denying either the existence or the immortality of the inner man, the real self. Only, we must bear in mind the teachings of the old philosophies: the spirit alone is immortal, the soul, per se, is neither eternal nor divine. When linked too closely with the physical brain of its terrestrial casket, it gradually becomes a finite mind, a simple animal and sentient life principle, the nephesh of the Hebrew Bible. The doctrine of man's triune nature is as clearly defined in the Hermetic books as it is in Plato's system, or again in that of the Buddhist and Brahmanical philosophies. And this is one of the most important as well as least understood of the doctrines of Hermetic science. The Egyptian mysteries, so imperfectly known by the world, and only through footnote, s. and God created Every nefesh, life, that moveth, general I-21, meaning animals, and, Genesis 2:7, it is said, and man became a nefesh, living soul, which shows that the word nefesh was indifferently applied to immortal man and to mortal beast. And surely your blood of your nefeshim, lives, will I require, at the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man, Gen. 9:5. Escape for nefeshi, escape for thy life is translated, General 1917. Let us not kill him, reads the English version, General XXXVII 21. Let us not kill his nefesh, is the Hebrew text. Nefesh for nefesh, says Leviticus 17:8. He that killeth any man shall surely be put to death. He that smiteth the nefesh of a man, Levit. XXIV 17, and from verse 18 and following it reads, and he that killeth a beast, nefesh, shall make it good. Beast for beast, whereas the original text has it nefesh for nefesh. 1 Kings I. 12, 2. 23, 3. 11, 19. 2, 3, all have nefesh for life and soul. Then shall thy nefesh for, his, nefeshu explains the prophet in 1 Kings XX. 39. Truly, unless we read the Old Testament Kabbalistically and comprehend the hidden meaning thereof, it is very little we can learn from it as regards the soul's immortality. The common people among Hebrews had not the slightest idea of soul and spirit, and made no difference between life, blood, and soul, calling the latter the breath of life. And King James's translators have made such a jumble of it that no one but a Kabbalist can restore the Bible to its original form. Volume 2, page 363. Adulterous priests may kill husbands. The few brief allusions to them in the Metamorphoses of Apuleius, taught the greatest virtues. They unveiled to the aspirant in the higher mysteries of initiation that which many of our modern Hermetic students vainly search for in the Kabbalistic books, and which no obscure teachings of the Church, under the guidance of the order of Jesuits, will ever be able to unveil. To compare, then, the ancient secret societies of the Hierophants with the artificially produced hallucinations of those few followers of Loyola, who were, perchance, sincere at the beginning of their career, is to insult the former. And yet, in justice to them, we are compelled to do so. One of the most unconquerable obstacles to initiation, with the Egyptians as with the Greeks, was any degree of murder. One of the greatest titles to admission in the order of Jesuits is a murder in defense of Jesuitism. Children may kill their parents if they compel them to abandon the Catholic faith. Christian and Catholic sons, says Stephen Fagandez, may accuse their fathers of the crime of heresy if they wish to turn them from the faith, although they may know that their parents will be burned with fire, and put to death for it, as Talat teaches. And not only may they refuse them food, but they may also justly kill them. It is well known that Nero, the emperor, had never dared seek initiation into the mysteries on account of the murder of Agrippina. Under section 14 of the Principles of the Jesuits, we find on homicide the following Christian principles inculcated by Father Henry Henriquez, in Summi Theologia Moralis. Thomas 1, Venetes, 1600, ed. Coll Zion. If an adulterer, even though he should be an ecclesiastic being attacked by the husband, kills his aggressor, he is not considered irregular, non ridetur irregularis, lib 14, de irregularity, c 10, 3. If a father were obnoxious to the state, being in banishment, and to the society at large, and there were no other means of averting such an injury, then I should approve of this, for a son to kill his father, says Sector 15, on parricide and homicide. It will be lawful for an ecclesiastic, or one of the religious order, to kill a calumniator who threatens to spread atrocious accusations against himself or his religion, is the rule set forth by the Jesuit Francis Amicus. Footnote, S. Asterisk in Precepta Decalogi, edit, of Zion Library, Tom. I, lib 4, c 2, and 7, 8. Opinion of John de Dicastil, Sect, 15, de Justitia et Jure, etc., Sens. Pages 319, 320. Cursus Theologici, Thomas v. Duisy, 1642, DISP 36, Sect 5, N 118. Volume 2, page 364 ISIS Unveiled. So far, good. We are informed by the highest authorities what a man in the Catholic communion may do that the common law and public morality stamp as criminal, and still continue in the odor of Jesuitical sanctity. Now suppose we again turn the medal and see what principles were inculcated by pagan Egyptian moralists before the world was blessed with these modern improvements in ethics. In Egypt every city of importance was separated from its burial place by a sacred lake. The same ceremony of judgment which the Book of the Dead describes as taking place in the world of spirit, took place on earth during the burial of the mummy. 42 judges or assessors assembled on the shore and judged the departed soul according to its actions when in the body, and it was only upon a unanimous approval of this post-mortem jury that the boatman, who represented the spirit of death, could convey the justified defunct's body to its last resting place. After that the priests returned within the sacred precincts and instructed the neophytes upon the probable solemn drama which was then taking place in the invisible realm whither the soul had fled. The immortality of the spirit was strongly inculcated by the Alomya asterisk in the Crater Repo. The following is described as the 7 degrees of the initiation. After a preliminary trial at Thebes, where the neophyte had to pass through many trials, called the 12 tortures, he was commanded to govern his passions and never lose for a moment the idea of his God. Then as a symbol of the wanderings of the unpurified soul, he had to ascend several ladders and wander in darkness in a cave with many doors, all of which were locked. When he had overcome the dreadful trials, he received the degree of Pastopkorus, the 2nd and 3rd degrees being called the Neokorus, and the Melaniferous. Brought into a vast subterranean chamber thickly furnished with mummies lying in state, he was placed in presence of the coffin which contained the mutilated body of Osiris covered with blood. This was the hall called Gates of Death, and it is most certainly to this mystery that the passages in the book of Job, XXXVII 17, and other portions of the Bible allude. When these gates are spoken of in chapter X, we give the esoteric interpretation of the book of Job, which is the poem of initiation par excellence. Have the gates of death been opened to thee? Hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Footnote, S. Asterisk name of the highest Egyptian hierophants. Crater Repo, or the mysteries of the ancient Egyptian priests. See Matthew 16. 18, where it is mistranslated the gates of hell. Volume 2, page 365. Indecent Christian festivals. Asks the Lord, i.e., the Alomya, the initiator of Job, alluding to this 3rd degree of initiation. When the neophyte had conquered the terrors of this trial, he was conducted to the hall of spirits, to be judged by them. Among the rules in which he was instructed, he was commanded never to either desire or seek revenge, to be always ready to help a brother in danger, even unto the risk of his own life, to bury every dead body, to honor his parents above all, respect old age and protect those weaker than himself, and finally, to ever bear in mind the hour of death, and that of resurrection, in a new and imperishable body. Asterisk purity and chastity were highly recommended, and adultery threatened with death. Then the Egyptian neophyte was made a Christophorus. In this degree the mystery name of Iao was communicated to him. The 5th degree was that of Balahala, and he was instructed by horns, in alchemy, the word being chemia. In the 6th, the priestly dance in the circle was taught him, in which he was instructed in astronomy, for it represented the course of the planets. In the 7th degree, he was initiated into the final mysteries. After a final probation in a building set apart for it, the astronomus, as he was now called, emerged from these sacred apartments called maniras, and received across the tau, which, at death, had to be laid upon his breast. He was a hierophant. We have read above the rules of these holy initiates of the Christian Society of Jesus. Compare them with those enforced upon the pagan postulant, and Christian, morality with that inculcated in those mysteries of the pagans upon which all the thunders of an avenging deity are invoked by the Church. Had the latter no mysteries of its own? Or were they in any wise purer, nobler, or more inciting to a holy, virtuous life? Let us hear what Niccolini has to say, in his able history of the Jesuits, of the modern mysteries of the Christian cloister in most monasteries, and more particularly in those of the Capuchins and Reformed, Reformity. There begins at Christmas a series of feasts, which continues till Lent. All sorts of games are played, the most splendid banquets are given, and in the small towns, above all, the refectory of the convent is the best place of amusement for the greater number of the inhabitants. At carnivals, 2 or 3 very magnificent entertainments take place, the board so profusely spread that one might imagine that Copia had here poured forth the whole contents of her horn. It must be remembered that these two orders live by alms. The somber footnote, s. Umberto Malhandrini, Ritual of Initiations, p. 105. Venice, 1657. Pages 43, 44, note F. Niccolini of Rome, author of the History of the Pontificate of Pius IX, the Life of Lather Gavazzi, etc., and begged in the name of him who had nowhere to lay his head. Vol. 2, page 366 ISIS Unveiled. Silence of the cloister is replaced by a confused sound of merrymaking, and its gloomy vaults now echo with other songs than those of the psalmist. A ball enlivens and terminates the feast, and, to render it still more animated, and perhaps to show how completely their vow of chastity has eradicated all their carnal appetite, some of the young monks appear coquettishly dressed in the garb of the fair sex, and begin the dance, along with others, transformed into gay cavaliers. To describe the scandalous scene which ensues would be but to disgust my readers. I will only say that I have myself often been a spectator at such Saturnalia. The cycle is moving down, and, as it descends, the physical and bestial nature of man develops more and more at the expense of the spiritual self. With what disgust may we not turn from this religious farce called modern Christianity, to the noble faiths of old. Footnote, s. In Egypt's place in universal history, Bunsen gives the cycle of 21,000 years, which he adopts to facilitate the chronological calculations for the reconstruction of the universal history of mankind. He shows that this cycle for the nutation of the ecliptic, arrived at its apex in the year 1240 of our era. He says, the cycle divides itself into 2 halves of 10,500, or twice 5,250, years each. The beginning of the first half, the highest point will be 19,760 BC. The lowest point 9,260. Consequently the middle of the descending line, beginning of second quarter, will be 0.14,510. The middle of the ascending line, beginning of fourth quarter, 4010. The new cycle, which began in 1240 of our era, will come to the end of its first quarter in 4010 AD. The Baron explains that in round numbers, the most favorable epochs for our hemisphere since the great catastrophe in Middle Asia, deluge 10,000 years BC, are, the 4,000 years before, and the 4,000 years after Christ, and the beginning of the first epoch, of which alone we can judge, as it alone is complete before us, coincides exactly with the beginnings of national history, or, what is identical, with the beginning of our consciousness of continuous existence, Egypt's place in universal history, Key, p. 102. Our consciousness must mean, we suppose, the consciousness of scientists, who accept nothing on faith, but much on unverified hypotheses. We do not say this with reference to the above-quoted author, earnest scholar, and noble champion that he is, of freedom in the Christian Church, but generally. Baron Bunsen has well found for himself that a man cannot remain an honest scientist and please the clerical party. Even the little concessions he made in favor of the antiquity of mankind, brought on him, in 1859, the most insolent denunciations, such as we lose all faith in the author's judgment. He has yet to learn the very first principles of historical criticism's extravagant and unscientific exaggeration, and so on. The pious vituperator closing his learned denunciations by assuring the public that Baron Bunsen cannot even construct a Greek sentence. Quarterly Review, 1859, see also Egypt's Place in Universal History, chap. On Egyptological Works and English Reviews. But we do regret that Baron Bunsen had no better opportunity to examine the Kabbalah and the Brahmanical books of the Zodiacs. Volume 2, page 367. The Egyptian Funeral Ritual. In the Egyptian funeral ritual found among the hymns of the Book of the Dead, and which is termed by Bunsen that precious and mysterious book, we read an address of the deceased, in the character of Horns, detailing all that he has done for his father Osiris. Among other things the deity says, 30.1 have given thee thy spirit. 31.1 have given thee thy soul. 32.1 have given thee thy force, body, etc. In another place the entity, addressed as Father by the disembodied soul, is shown to mean the spirit of man, for the verse says, I have made my soul come and speak with his father, its spirit. The Egyptians regarded their ritual as essentially a divine inspiration, in short, as modern Hindus do. The Vedas, and modern Jews their Mosaic books. Bunsen and Lepsius show that the term hermetic means inspired, for it is Thoth, the deity itself, that speaks and reveals to his elect among men the will of God and the arcana of divine things. Portions of them are expressly stated to have been written by the very finger of Thoth himself, to have been the work and composition of the great god at a later period. Their hermetic character is still more distinctly recognized, and on a coffin of the 26th dynasty, Horns announces to the deceased that Thoth himself has brought him the books of his divine words, or hermetic writings. Since we are aware that Moses was an Egyptian priest, or at least that he was learned in all their wisdom, we need not be astonished that he should write in Deuteronomy 9:10, and the Lord delivered unto me 2 tables of stones written with the finger of God, or to find in Exodus XXXI, and he, the Lord, gave unto Moses 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. In the Egyptian notions, as in those of all other faiths founded on philosophy, man was not merely, as with the Christians, a union of soul and body, he was a trinity when spirit was added to it. Besides, that doctrine made him consist of ka body, kaba astral form, or shadow, ka animal soul or life principle, ba the higher soul, and ok terrestrial intelligence. They had also a 6th principle named sa or mummy, but the functions of this one commenced only after the death of the body. After due purification, during which the soul, separated from its body, continued to revisit the latter in its mummified condition. Footnote S. The funeral ritual of the deeds of Horns. Bunsen, Egypt's Place in Universal History, Vol. V. p. 133. Lepsius, Ubth. 3, bl. 276, Bunsen, 134. Volume 2, page 368. ISIS Unveiled. This astral soul became a god, for it was finally absorbed into the soul of the world. It became transformed into one of the creative deities, the god of Ta, the demiurgos, a generic name for the creators of the world, rendered in the Bible as the Elohim. In the ritual the good or purified soul, in conjunction with its higher or uncreated spirit, is more or less the victim of the dark influence of the dragon Apophis. If it has attained the final knowledge of the heavenly and the infernal mysteries, the gnosis, i.e., complete reunion with the spirit, it will triumph over its enemies. If not, the soul could not escape its second death. It is the lake that burneth with fire and brimstone, elements, into which those that are cast undergo a second death, Apocalypse. This death is the gradual dissolution of the astral form into its primal elements, alluded to several times already in the course of this work. But this awful fate can be avoided by the knowledge of the mysterious name, the word, say the Kabbalists. And what then was the penalty attached to the neglect of it? When man leads a naturally pure, virtuous life, there is none whatever, except delay in the world of spirits, until he finds himself sufficiently purified to receive it from his spiritual Lord, one of the mighty host. But if otherwise, the soul, as a half-animal principle, becomes paralyzed, and grows unconscious of its subjective half, the Lord, and in proportion to the sensuous development of the brain and nerves, sooner or later, it finally loses sight of its divine mission on earth. Like the Vaurdalak, or vampire, of the Servian tale, the brain feeds and lives. Footnote s. Asterisk. In the 81st chapter of the ritual, the soul is called the germ of lights, and in the 79th the demiurgos, or one of the creators. Ritual, 6, 44, Champollion, Manifestations to the Light, Lepsius, Book of the Dead, Bunsen, Egypt's Place in Universal History. We cannot help quoting a remark by Baron Bunsen in relation to the word being identical with the ineffable name of the Masons and the Kabbalists. While explaining the ritual, some of the details of which resemble rather the enchantments of a magician than solemn rites, although a hidden and mystical meaning must have been attached to them, the honest admission of this much, at least, is worth something. The author observes, the mystery of names, the knowledge of which was a sovereign virtue, and which, at a later period, degenerated into the rank heresy of the Gnostics and the magic of enchanters, appears to have existed not only in Egypt but elsewhere. Traces of it are found in the Kabbalah. It prevailed in the Greek and Asiatic mythology, Egypt's Place, etc., p. 147. We then see the representatives of science agreeing upon this one point, at least. The initiates of all countries had the same mystery name. And now it remains with the scholars to prove that every adept, hierophant, magician, or enchanter, Moses and Aaron included, as well as every Kabbalist, from the institution of the mysteries down to the present age, has been either a knave or a fool, for believing in the efficacy of this name. Volume 2, page 369. Living soulless men and women grows in strength and power at the expense of its spiritual parent. Then the already half-unconscious soul, now fully intoxicated by the fumes of earthly life, becomes senseless, beyond hope of redemption. It is powerless to discern the splendor of its higher spirit, to hear the warning voice of its guardian angel, and its God. It aims but at the development and fuller comprehension of natural, earthly life, and thus, can discover but the mysteries of physical nature. Its grief and fear, hope and joy, are all closely blended with its terrestrial existence. It ignores all that cannot be demonstrated by either its organs of action, or sensation. It begins by becoming virtually dead, it dies at last completely. It is annihilated. Such a catastrophe may often happen long years before the final separation of the life principle from the body. When death arrives, its iron and clammy grasp finds work with life as usual, but there is no more a soul to liberate. The whole essence of the latter has been already absorbed by the vital system of the physical man. Grim death frees but a spiritual corpse, at best an idiot. Unable either to soar higher or awaken from lethargy, it is soon dissolved in the elements of the terrestrial atmosphere. Seers, righteous men, who had attained to the highest science of the inner man and the knowledge of truth, have, like Marcus Antoninus, received instructions from the gods, in sleep and otherwise. Helped by the purer spirits, those that dwell in regions of eternal bliss, they have watched the process and warned mankind repeatedly. Skepticism may sneer / faith, based on knowledge and spiritual science, believes and affirms. Our present cycle is preeminently one of such soul deaths. We elbow soulless men and women at every step in life. Neither can we wonder, in the present state of things, at the gigantic failure of Hegel's and Schelling's last efforts at some metaphysical construction of a system. When facts, palpable and tangible facts of phenomenal spiritualism happen daily and hourly, and yet are denied by the majority of civilized nations, little chance is there for the acceptance of purely abstract metaphysics by the ever-growing crowd of materialists. In the book called by Champollion La Manifestation à la Lumière, there is a chapter on the ritual which is full of mysterious dialogues, with addresses to various powers by the soul. Among these dialogues there is one which is more than expressive of the potentiality of the word. The scene is laid in the Hall of the Two Truths. The door, the Hall of Truth, and even the various parts of the gate, address the soul which presents itself for admission. They all forbid it entrance unless it tells them their mystery, or mystic names. What student of the secret doctrines can fail to recognize in these names an Iden Vol. 2, page 370 ISIS Unveiled. Tiddy of meaning and purpose with those to be met with in the Vedas, the later works of the Brahmins, and the Kabbalah magicians, Kabbalists, mystics, Neoplatonists, and theurgists of Alexandria, who so surpassed the Christians in their achievements in the secret science, Brahmins or Samanes, shamans, of old, and modern Brahmins, Buddhists, and Lamaists, have all claimed that a certain power attaches to these various names, pertaining to one ineffable word. We have shown from personal experience how deeply the belief is rooted to this day in the popular mind all over Russia * that the word works miracles and is at the bottom of every magical feat. Kabbalists mysteriously connect faith with it. So did the apostles, basing their assertions on the words of Jesus, who is made to say, "If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, nothing shall be impossible unto you," and Paul, repeating the words of Moses, tells that the word is nigh thee, even in thy mouth, and in thy heart, that is, the word of faith, Romans x. 8, but who, except the initiates, can boast of comprehending its full significance? In our days it is as it was in olden times, to believe in the biblical miracles requires faith, but to be enabled to produce them oneself demands a knowledge of the esoteric meaning of the word. If Christ, say Dr. Ferrer and Canon Westcott, wrought no miracles, then the Gospels are untrustworthy. But even supposing that he did work them, would that prove that Gospels written by others than himself are any more trustworthy? And if not, to what purpose is the argument? Besides, such a line of reasoning would warrant the analogy that miracles performed by other religionists then Christians ought to make their Gospels trustworthy. Does not this imply at least an equality between the Christian scriptures and the Buddhist sacred books? For these equally abound with phenomena of the most astounding character. Moreover, the Christians have no longer genuine miracles produced through their priests, for they have lost the word. But many a Buddhist Lama or Siamese Talapoin, unless all travelers have conspired to lie, has been and now is able to duplicate every phenomenon described in the New Testament, and even do more, without any pretense of suspension of natural law or divine intervention either. In fact, Christianity proves that it is as dead in faith as it is dead in works, while Buddhism is full of vitality and supported by practical proofs. The best argument in favor of the genuineness of Buddhist miracles lies in the fact that Catholic missionaries, instead of denying them or treating them as simple jugglery as some Protestant missionaries do, footnote, s. * see chap. I, pages 42, 43, note, of this volume. Volume 2, page 371. Jesuits disguised as Talapoins have often found themselves in such straits as to be forced to adopt the forlorn alternative of laying the whole on the back of the devil. And so belittled do the Jesuits feel themselves in the presence of these genuine servants of God, that with an unparalleled cunning, they concluded to act in the case of the Talapoins and Buddhists as Muhammad is said to have acted with the mountain. And seeing that it would not move toward him, the prophet moved himself toward the mountain. Finding that they could not catch the Siamese with the birdlime of their pernicious doctrines in Christian garb, they disguised themselves, and for centuries appeared among the poor, ignorant people as Talapoins, until exposed. They have even voted and adopted a resolution forthwith, which has now all the force of an ancient article of faith. Naaman, the Syrian, say the Jesuits of Seen, did not dissemble his faith when he bowed the knee with the king in the house of Rimmon, neither do the fathers of the society of Jesus dissemble, when they adopt the institute and the habit of the Talapoins of Siam, nec dissimulant patra sj Talapoinarum Siamensium institutum vestem caffect antes. Position 9, January 30, 1693. The potency contained in the mantras and the vach of the Brahmins is as much believed in at this day as it was in the early Vedic period. The ineffable name of every country and religion relates to that which the Masons affirm to be the mysterious characters emblematic of the 9 names or attributes by which the deity was known to the initiates. The omnific word traced by Enoch on the 2 deltas of purest gold, on which he engraved 2 of the mysterious characters, is perhaps better known to the poor, uneducated heathen than to the highly accomplished grand high priests and grand Zs of the supreme chapters of Europe and America. Only why the companions of the Royal Arch should so bitterly and constantly lament its loss, is more than we can understand. This word of M is, as they will tell themselves, entirely composed of consonants. Hence, we doubt whether any of them could ever have mastered its pronunciation, had it even been brought to light from the secret vault, instead of its several corruptions. However, it is to the land of Mizraim that the grandson of Ham is credited with having carried the sacred delta of the patriarch Enoch. Therefore, it is in Egypt, and in the East alone that the mysterious word must be sought. But now that so many of the most important secrets of Masonry have been divulged by friend and foe, may we not say, without suspicion of malice or ill feeling, that since the sad catastrophe of the Templars, no lodge in Europe, still less in America, has ever known anything worth concealing. Reluctant to be misunderstood, we say no lodge, Volume 2, page 372 ISIS Unveiled. Leaving a few chosen brethren entirely out of question. The frantic denunciations of the craft by Catholic and Protestant writers appear simply ridiculous, as also the affirmation of the Abbé Barruel that everything betrays our Freemasons as the descendants of those proscribed Knights Templars of 1314. The Memoirs of Jacobinism by this Abbé, an eyewitness to the horrors of the First Revolution, is devoted in great measure to the Rosicrucians and other Masonic fraternities. The fact alone that he traces the modern Masons to the Templars, and points them out as secret assassins, trained to political murder, shows how little he knew of them, but how ardently he desired, at the same time, to find in these societies convenient scapegoats for the crimes and sins of another secret society which, since its existence, has harbored more than one dangerous political assassin, the Society of Jesus. The accusations against Masons have been mostly half guesswork, half unquenchable malice and predetermined vilification. Nothing conclusive and certain of a criminal character has been directly proven against them. Even their abduction of Morgan has remained a matter of conjecture. The case was used at the time as a political convenience by huckstering politicians. When an unrecognizable corpse was found in Niagara River, one of the chiefs of this unscrupulous class, being informed that the identity was exceedingly questionable, unguardedly exposed the whole plot by saying, "Well, no matter, he's a good enough Morgan until after the election." On the other hand, we find the order of the Jesuits not only permitting, in certain cases, but actually teaching and inciting to high treason and regicide. Footnote S. See the Principles of the Jesuits, developed in a collection of extracts from their own authors, London, J.G. and F. Rivington, St. Paul's Churchyard, and Waterloo Place, Pall Mall, H. Wicks, 41 New Bridge Street, Blackfriars, J. Leslie, Queen Street, etc., 1839. Section 17, High Treason and Regicide, containing 34 extracts from the same number of authorities, of the Society of Jesus, upon the question, among others the opinion thereof of the famous Robert Bellarmine. So Emmanuel S.A. says, the rebellion of an ecclesiastic against a king, is not a crime of high treason, because he is not subject to the king, Confessorium aphorismi verbo clericus, ed. Colonii, 1615, ed. Coll Zion. The people, says John Bridgewater, are not only permitted, but they are required, and their duty demands, that at the mandate of the Vicar of Christ, who is the sovereign pastor over all nations of the earth, the faith which they had previously made with such princes should not be kept. Concertatio Ecclesiae Catholici in Anglia adversus Calvino Papistas, RESPFOL 348. In de Regiti Regis Institut Ioni, Libri Trace, 1640, edit. Muse. British, John Mariana goes even farther. If the circumstances will permit, he says, it will be lawful to destroy with the sword the prince who is declared a public enemy. 7. Shall never consider that man to have done wrong, who, favoring the public wishes, should attempt to kill him, and to put them to death is not only lawful, but a laud. Footnote continued on next page, vol. 2, page 373. Jesuit Father Mariana approves poisoning. A series of lectures upon Freemasonry and its dangers, as delivered in 1862, by James Burton Robertson, Professor of Modern History in the Dublin University, are lying before us. In them the lecturer quotes profusely as his authorities the said Abbé Barruel, a natural enemy of the Masons, who cannot be caught at the confessional, and Robison, a well-known apostate Mason of 1798. As usual with every party, whether belonging to the Masonic or anti-Masonic side, the traitor from the opposing camp is welcomed with praise and encouragement, and great care is taken to whitewash him. However convenient for certain political reasons, the celebrated Committee of the Anti-Masonic Convention of 1830, U.S. of America, may have found it to adopt this most Jesuitical proposition of Puffendorf, that oaths oblige not when they are absurd and impertinent, and that other which teaches that an oath obliges not if God does not accept it, yet no truly honest man would accept such sophistry. We sincerely believe that the better portion of humanity will ever bear in mind that there exists a moral code of honor far more binding than an oath, whether on the Bible, Quran, or Veda. The Essenes never swore on anything at all, but their ayes and nays were as good and far better than an oath. Besides, it seems surpassingly strange to find nations that call themselves Christian instituting customs in civil and ecclesiastical courts diametrically opposed to the command of their God *, who distinctly forbids any swearing at all, neither by heaven. Footnote, S. Footnote continued from previous page. Able and glorious action. Est tum and salutaris cogitatio, ut sit principibus persuasum si rem publicam oppresserint, si vitius et fauditate intolerandi erunt, ea candidione vivere, ut non jure tantum, sed cum laude et gloria perimi passent, lib. I, c6, p. 61. But the most delicate piece of Christian teaching is found in the precept of this Jesuit when he argues upon the best and surest way of killing kings and statesmen. In my own opinion, he says, deleterious drugs should not be given to an enemy, neither should a deadly poison be mixed with his food or in his cup. Yet it will indeed be lawful to use this method in the case in question, that he who should kill the tyrant would be highly esteemed, both in favor and in praise, for it is a glorious thing to exterminate this pestilent and mischievous race from the community of men, not to constrain the person who is to be killed to take of himself the poison which, inwardly received, would deprive him of life, but to cause it to be outwardly applied by another without his intervention, as, when there is so much strength in the poison, that if spread upon a seat or on the clothes it would be sufficiently powerful to cause death. Ibid, lib. I, cf. p. 67. It was thus that Squire attempted the life of Queen Elizabeth, at the instigation of the Jesuit Walpole. Pasquire, Catecismi des Jesuits, 1677, p. 350, etc., and Rapin, Fol, London, 1733, Vol. 2, Book 17, p. 148. Asterisk Puffendorf, Droit de la Nat, Book 4, ch. 1. Again, ye have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not forswear thyself. But I say unto you, swear not at all, etc. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. Matthew v. 33, 34, 37. Volume 2, page 374 ISIS Unveiled. Nor by the earth nor by the head. It seems to us that to maintain that an oath obliges not if God does not accept it, besides being an absurdity, as no man living, whether he be fallible or infallible, can learn anything of God's secret thoughts, is anti-Christian in the full sense of the word. Asterisk the argument is brought forward only because it is convenient and answers the object. Oaths will never be binding till each man will fully understand that humanity is the highest manifestation on earth of the unseen supreme deity, and each man an incarnation of his God, and when the sense of personal responsibility will be so developed in him that he will consider forswearing the greatest possible insult to himself, as well as to humanity. No oath is now binding, unless taken by one who, without any oath at all, would solemnly keep his simple promise of honor. Therefore, to bring forward as authorities such men as Baruel or Robeson is simply obtaining the public confidence under false pretenses. It is not the spirit of Masonic malice whose heart coins slanders like a mint, but far more that of the Catholic clergy and their champions, and a man who would reconcile the two ideas of honor and perjury, in any case whatever, is not to be trusted himself. Loud is the claim of the 19th century to preeminence in civilization over the ancients, and still more clamorous that of the churches and their sycophants that Christianity has redeemed the world from barbarism and idolatry. How little both are warranted, we have tried to prove in these 2 volumes. The light of Christianity has only served to show how much more hypocrisy and vice its teachings have begotten in the world since its advent, and how immensely superior were the ancients over us in every point of honor. The clergy, by teaching the helplessness of man, his utter dependence on providence, and the doctrine of atonement, have crushed in their faithful followers every atom of self-reliance and self-respect. So true is this, that it is becoming an axiom that the most honorable men are to be found among atheists and the so-called infidels. We hear from Hipparchus that in the days of heathenism the shame and disgrace that justly attended the violation of his oath threw the poor wretch into a fit of madness and despair, so that he cut his throat and perished by his own hands, and his memory was so abhorred after his death that his body lay upon the shore of the island of Samos, and had no other burial than the sands of the sea. But in our own footnote, S. Barbiroch, in his notes on Puffendorf, shows that the Peruvians used no oath, but a simple averment before the Inca, and were never found perjuring themselves. We beg the reader to remember that we do not mean by Christianity the teachings of Christ, but those of his alleged servants the clergy. Dr. Anderson's defense, quoted by John Yarka in his Notes on the Scientific and Religious Mysteries of Antiquity. Volume 2, page 375. Does Freemasonry inherit the secret wisdom? Century. We find 96 delegates to the United States Anti-Masonic Convention, every one doubtless a member of some Protestant church, and claiming the respect due to men of honor and gentlemen, offering the most Jesuitical arguments against the validity of a Masonic oath. The committee, pretending to quote the authority of the most distinguished guides in the philosophy of morals, and claiming the most ample support of the inspired Star, who wrote before Freemasonry existed, resolved that, as an oath was a transaction between man on one part and the Almighty Judge on the other, and the Masons were all infidels and unfit for civil trust, therefore their oaths had to be considered illegal and not binding. But we will return to these lectures of Robertson and his charges against Masonry. The greatest accusation brought against the latter is that Masons reject a personal God, this on the authority of Baruel and Robeson, and that they claim to be in possession of a secret to make men better and happier than Christ, his apostles, and his church have made them. Were the latter accusation but half true, it might yet allow the consoling hope that they had really found that secret by breaking off entirely from the mythical Christ of the Church and the official Jehovah. But both the accusations are simply as malicious as they are absurd and untrue, as we shall presently see. Let it not be imagined that we are influenced by personal feeling in any of our reflections upon Masonry. So far from this being the case, we unhesitatingly proclaim our highest respect for the original purposes of the order, and some of our most valued friends are within its membership. We say naught against Masonry as it should be, but denounce it as, thanks to the intriguing clergy, both Catholic and Protestant, it now begins to be. Professedly the most absolute of democracies, it is practically the appanage of aristocracy, wealth, and personal ambition. Professedly the teacher of true ethics, it is debased into a propaganda of anthropomorphic theology. The half-naked apprentice, brought before the master during the initiation of the first degree, is taught that at the door of the lodge every social distinction is laid aside, and the poorest brother is the peer of every other, though a reigning sovereign or an imperial prince. In practice, the craft turns lickspittle in every monarchical country, to any regal scion who may deign, for the sake of using it as a political tool, to put on the once symbolical lambskin. How far gone is the Masonic fraternity in this direction, we can judge. Footnote S, asterisk Epiphanius included, we must think, after that, in violation of his oath, he had sent over 70 persons into exile, who belonged to the secret society he betrayed. United States Anti-Masonic Convention, Obligation of Masonic Oaths, speech delivered by Mr. Hopkins, of New York. Volume 2, page 376 ISIS Unveiled. From the words of one of its highest authorities. John Yarka, Jr., of England, past Grand Warden of the Grand Lodge of Greece, Grand Master of the Rite of Swedenborg, also Grand Master of the ancient and primitive Rite of Masonry, and heaven only knows what else. Says that Masonry could lose nothing by the adoption of a higher, not pecuniary, standard of membership and morality, with exclusion from the purple of all who inculcate frauds, sham, historical degrees, and other immoral abuses, page 158. And again, on page 157, as the Masonic fraternity is now governed, the craft is fast becoming the paradise of the bon vivant, of the charitable hypocrite, who forgets the version of St. Paul, and decorates his breast with the charity jewel, having by this judicious expenditure obtained the purple, he metes out judgment to other brethren of greater ability and morality but less means, the manufacturer of paltry Masonic tinsel, the rascally merchant who swindles in hundreds, and even thousands, by appealing to the tender consciences of those few who do regard their O.B.S., and the Masonic emperors and other charlatans who make power or money out of the aristocratic pretensions which they have tacked onto our institution ad captandum vulgus. We have no wish to make a pretense of exposing secrets long since hawked about the world by perjured Masons. Everything vital, whether in symbolical representations, rites, or passwords, as used in modern Freemasonry, is known in the Eastern fraternities, though there seems to be no intercourse or connection between them. If Medea is described by Ovid as having arm, breast, and knee made bare, left foot slipshod, and Virgil, speaking of Dido, shows this queen herself. Now irresolute on death, having one foot bare, etc., why doubt that there are in the East real patriarchs of the sacred Vedas, explaining the esotericism of pure Hindu theology and Brahmanism quite as thoroughly as European patriarchs? But, if there are a few Masons who, from study of Kabbalistic and other rare works, and coming in personal communication with brothers from the faraway East, have learned something of esoteric Masonry, it is not the case with the hundreds of American lodges. While engaged on this chapter, we have received most unexpectedly, through the kindness of a friend, a copy of M.R. Yarka's volume, from which passages are quoted above. It is brimful of learning and, what is more, of knowledge, as it footnote S. John Yarka, Jun. Notes on the Scientific and Religious Mysteries of Antiquity, the Gnosis and Secret Schools of the Middle Ages, Modern Rosicrucianism, and the various rites and degrees of Free and Accepted Masonry. London, 1872. Ibid, p. 151. Volume 2, page 377 Is Masonry Jehovistic or pagan? Seems to us. It is especially valuable at this moment, since it corroborates, in many particulars, what we have said in this work. Thus, we read in it the following: we think we have sufficiently established the fact of the connection of Freemasonry with other speculative rites of antiquity, as well as the antiquity and purity of the Old English Templar rite of 7 degrees, and the spurious derivation of many of the other rites therefrom. Asterisk. Such high masons need not be told, though craftsmen in general do, that the time has come to remodel masonry, and restore those ancient landmarks, borrowed from the early sodalities, which the 18th century founders of speculative Freemasonry meant to have incorporated in the fraternity. There are no longer any secrets left unpublished, the order is degenerating into a convenience for selfish men to use, and bad men to debase. It is but recently that a majority of the supreme councils of the ancient and accepted rite assembled at Lausanne, justly revolting against such a blasphemous belief as that in a personal deity, invested with all human attributes, pronounced the following words: Freemasonry proclaims, as it has proclaimed from its origin, the existence of a creative principle, under the name of the great architect of the universe. Against this, a small minority has protested, urging that belief in a creative principle is not the belief in God, which Freemasonry requires of every candidate before he can pass its very threshold. This confession does not sound like the rejection of a personal God. Could we have had the slightest doubt upon the subject, it would be thoroughly dispelled by the words of General Albert Pike. Perhaps the greatest authority of the day, among American Masons, who raises himself most violently against this innovation. We cannot do better than quote his words: this principi creatur is no new phrase, it is but an old term revived. Our adversaries, numerous and formidable, will say, and will have the right to say, that our principi creatur is identical with the principi genitur of the Indians and Egyptians, and may fitly be symbolized as it was symbolized anciently, by the Lingai. To accept this, in lieu of a personal God, is to abandon Christianity, and the worship of Jehovah, and return to wallow in the styes of paganism. Footnote, S. John Yarka, Notes, etc., p. 150 Proceedings of the Supreme Council of Sovereign Grand Inspectors General of the 33rd and last degree, etc., etc. Held at the City of New York, August 15, 1876, pp. 54, 55. Chapter 8, Part 2 Homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 405 Chapter 9. All things are governed in the bosom of this triad. Litus, De Mensibus, 20. Thrice let the heaven be turned on its perpetual axis. Ovid, Fasti 4. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. Numbers XXIII. 1, 2. In 7 days all creatures who have offended me shall be destroyed by a deluge, but thou shalt be secured in a vessel miraculously formed. Take, therefore, and with 7 holy men, your respective wives, and pairs of all animals, enter the ark without fear, then shalt thou know God face to face, and all thy questions shall be answered. Bhagavad Gita. And the Lord said, I will destroy man from the face of the earth. But with thee will I establish my covenant. Come thou and all thy house into the ark. For yet 7 days and I will cause it to rain upon the earth. Genesis 6, 7. The Tetractys was not only principally honored because all symphonies are found to exist within it, but also because it appears to contain the nature of all things. Theos. Of Smyrna, Mathem, p. 147. Our task will have been ill-performed if the preceding chapters have not demonstrated that Judaism, earlier and later Gnosticism, Christianity, and even Christian Masonry, have all been erected upon identical cosmical myths, symbols, and allegories, whose full comprehension is possible only to those who have inherited the key from their inventors. In the following pages we will endeavor to show how much these have been misinterpreted by the widely different, yet intimately related systems enumerated above, in fitting them to their individual needs. Thus not only will a benefit be conferred upon the student, but a long-deferred, and now much-needed act of justice will be done to those earlier generations whose genius has laid the whole human race under obligation. Let us begin by once more comparing the myths of the Bible with those of the sacred books of other nations, to see which is the original, which copies. There are but two methods which, correctly explained, can help us to this result. They are the Vedas, Brahmanical literature, and the Jewish Kabbalah. The former has, in a most philosophical spirit, conceived these grandiose myths, the latter borrowing them from the Chaldeans and Persians, shaped them into a history of the Jewish nation, in which their spirit of philosophy was buried beyond the recognition of all but Vol. 2, page 406 ISIS Unveiled. The elect, and under a far more absurd form than the Arian had given them. The Bible of the Christian Church is the latest receptacle of the scheme of disfigured allegories which have been erected into an edifice of superstition, such as never entered into the conceptions of those from whom the Church obtained her knowledge. The abstract fictions of antiquity, which for ages had filled the popular fancy with but flickering shadows and uncertain images, have in Christianity assumed the shapes of real personages, and become accomplished facts. Allegory, metamorphosed, becomes sacred history, and pagan myth is taught to the people as a revealed narrative of God's intercourse with his chosen people. The myths, says Horace in his Ars Poetica, have been invented by wise men to strengthen the laws and teach moral truths. While Horace endeavored to make clear the very spirit and essence of the ancient myths, Euhemerus pretended, on the contrary, that myths were the legendary history of kings and heroes, transformed into gods by the admiration of the nations. It is the latter method which was inferentially followed by Christians when they agreed upon the acceptation of Euhemerized patriarchs, and mistook them for men who had really lived. But, in opposition to this pernicious theory, which has brought forth such bitter fruit, we have a long series of the greatest philosophers the world has produced, Plato, Epicharmus, Socrates, Empedocles, Plotinus, and Porphyry, Proclus, Damascenus, Origen, and even Aristotle. The latter plainly stated this verity, by saying that a tradition of the highest antiquity, transmitted to posterity under the form of various myths, teaches us that the first principles of nature may be considered as gods, for the divine permeates all nature. All the rest, details, and personages, were added later for the clearer comprehension of the vulgar, and but too often with the object of supporting laws invented in the common interest. Fairy tales do not exclusively belong to nurseries. All mankind except those few who in all ages have comprehended their hidden meaning and tried to open the eyes of the superstitious have listened to such tales in one shape or the other and, after transforming them into sacred symbols, called the product religion. We will try to systematize our subject as much as the ever-recurring necessity to draw parallels between the conflicting opinions that have been based on the same myths will permit. We will begin by the book of Genesis, and seek for its hidden meaning in the Brahmanical traditions and the Chaldeo-Judaic Kabbalah. The first scripture lesson taught us in our infancy is that God created the world in 6 days, and rested on the seventh. Hence, a peculiar soul. Volume 2, page 407. The mystery of the number 7. Enmity is supposed to attach to the seventh day, and the Christians, adopting the rigid observances of the Jewish Sabbath, have enforced it upon us with the substitution of the first, instead of the seventh day of the week. All systems of religious mysticism are based on numerals. With Pythagoras, the monas, or unity, emanating the duad, and thus forming the Trinity, and the quaternary or arba'il, the mystic four, compose the number 7. The sacredness of numbers begins with the great first, the one, and ends only with the naught or zero symbol of the infinite and boundless circle which represents the universe. All the intervening figures, in whatever combination, or however multiplied, represent philosophical ideas, from vague outlines down to a definitely established scientific axiom, relating either to a moral or a physical fact in nature. They are a key to the ancient views on cosmogony, in its broad sense, including man and beings, and the evolution of the human race, spiritually as well as physically. The number 7 is the most sacred of all, and is, undoubtedly, of Hindu origin. Everything of importance was calculated by and fitted into this number by the Aryan philosophers' ideas as well as localities. Thus they have the Saptarishi, or 7 sages, typifying the 7 diluvian primitive races, post-diluvian as some say. Saptaloka, the 7 inferior and superior worlds, whence each of these rishis proceeded, and whither he returned in glory before reaching the final bliss of moksha. Saptakula, or 7 castes, the Brahmins assuming to represent the direct descendants of the highest of them. Then, again, the Saptapura, 7 holy cities, Saptadipa, 7 holy islands, Saptasamudra, the 7 holy seas, Saptaparvata, the 7 holy mountains, Saptarania, the 7 deserts, Saptavruksha, the 7 sacred trees, and so on. Footnote S. Asterisk. The Rishi are identical with Manu. The 10 Pragapati, sons of Bharadji, called Marichi, Atri, Angara, Pulastia, Pulaha, Kratu, Prachita, Vasishta, Brahu, and Narada, are euhemerized powers, the Hindu Sephiroth. These emanate the 7 Rishi, or Manus, the chief of whom issued himself from the uncreated. He is the atom of earth, and signifies man. His sons, the following 6 Manus, represent each a new race of men, and in the total they are humanity passing gradually through the primitive 7 stages of evolution. In days of old, when the Brahmins studied more than they do now the hidden sense of their philosophy, they explained that each of these 6 distinct races which preceded ours had disappeared. But now they pretend that a specimen was preserved which was not destroyed with the rest, but reached the present 7th stage. Thus they, the Brahmins, are the specimens of the heavenly Manu, and issued from the mouth of Brahma, while the Sudra was created from his foot. Volume 2, page 408 ISIS Unveiled. In the Chaldeo-Babylonian incantation, this number reappears again as prominently as among the Hindus. The number is dual in its attributes, i.e., holy in one of its aspects, it becomes nefast under other conditions. Thus the following incantation we find traced on the Assyrian tablets, now so correctly interpreted. The evening of evil omen, the region of the sky, which produces misfortune. Message of pest. Deprecators of Ninki-Gal. The 7 gods of the vast sky. The 7 gods of the vast earth. The 7 gods of blazing spheres. The 7 gods of celestial legion. The 7 gods maleficent. The 7 phantoms bad. The 7 phantoms of maleficent flames. Bad demon, bad Elal, bad Gijim, bad Telal. Bad God, bad Maskim. Spirit of 7 heavens remember. Spirit of 7 earths remember, etc. This number reappears likewise on almost every page of Genesis, and throughout the Mosaic books, and we find it conspicuous, see following chapter, in the Book of Job and the Oriental Kabbalah. If the Hebrew Semitics adopted it so readily, we must infer that it was not blindly, but with a thorough knowledge of its secret meaning, hence, that they must have adopted the doctrines of their heathen neighbors as well. It is but natural, therefore, that we should seek in heathen philosophy for the interpretation of this number, which again reappeared in Christianity with its 7 sacraments, 7 churches in Asia Minor, 7 capital sins, 7 virtues, 4 cardinal and 3 theological, etc. Have the 7 prismatic colors of the rainbow seen by Noah no other meaning than that of a covenant between God and man to refresh the memory of the former? To the Kabbalist, at least, they have a significance inseparable from the 7 labors of magic, the 7 upper spheres, the 7 notes of The musical scale, the 7 numerals of Pythagoras, the 7 wonders of the world, the 7 ages, and even the 7 steps of the Masons, which lead to the Holy of Holies, after passing the flights of 3 and /5. Whence the identity then of these enigmatical, ever-recurring numerals that are found in every page of the Jewish scriptures, as in every ola and sloka of Buddhistic and Brahmanical books. Whence these numerals that are the soul of the Pythagorean and Platonic thought, and that no unilluminated Orientalist nor biblical student has ever been able to fathom. Volume 2, page 409. The Brahmanas interpret the Rig Veda. And yet they have a key ready in their hand, did they but know how to use it. Nowhere is the mystical value of human language and its effects on human action so perfectly understood as in India, nor any better explained than by the authors of the oldest Brahmanas. Ancient as their epoch is now found to be, they only try to express, in a more concrete form, the abstract metaphysical speculations of their own ancestors. Such is the respect of the Brahmins for the sacrificial mysteries, that they hold that the world itself sprang into creation as a consequence of a sacrificial word pronounced by the first cause. This word is the ineffable name of the Kabbalists, fully discussed in the last chapter. The secret of the Vedas, sacred knowledge though they may be, is impenetrable without the help of the Brahmanas. Properly speaking, the Vedas, which are written in verse and comprised in 4 books, constitute that portion called the mantra, or magical prayer, and the Brahmanas, which are in prose, contain their key. While the mantra part is alone holy, the Brahmana portion contains all the theological exegesis, and the speculations and explanations of the sacerdotal. Our Orientalists, we repeat, will make no substantial progress toward a comprehension of Vedic literature until they place a proper valuation upon works now despised by them, as, for instance, the Aitareya and Kaushataki. Brahmanas, which belong to the Rig Veda. Zoroaster was called a manthran, or speaker of mantras, and, according to Hogg, one of the earliest names for the sacred scriptures of the Parsis was Manthraspenta. The power and significance of the Brahmin who acts as the Hotri priest at the Soma sacrifice, consists in his possession and full knowledge of the uses of the sacred word or speech vach. The latter is personified in Sarasvati, the wife of Brahma, who is the goddess of the sacred or secret knowledge. She is usually depicted as riding upon a peacock with its tail all spread. The eyes upon the feathers of the bird's tail, symbolize the sleepless eyes that see all things. To one who has the ambition of becoming an adept of the secret doctrines, they are a reminder that he must have the 100 eyes of Argus to see and comprehend all things. And this is why we say that it is not possible to solve fully the deep problems underlying the Brahmanical and Buddhistic sacred books without having a perfect comprehension of the esoteric meaning of the Pythagorean numerals. The greatest power of this vach, or sacred speech, is developed according to the form which is given to the mantra by the officiating Hotri, and this form consists wholly in the numbers and syllables of the sacred meter. If pronounced slowly and in a certain rhythm, one effect is produced; if quickly and with another rhythm, there is a different result. Each meter, says Hogg, is the invisible master of Vol. 2, page 410 ISIS Unveiled. Something visible in this world, it is, as it were, its exponent and ideal. This great significance of the metrical speech is derived from the number of syllables of which it consists, for each thing has, just as in the Pythagorean system, a certain numerical proportion. All these things, meters, chandas, stomas, and prishthats, are liable to be as eternal and divine as the words themselves they contain. The earliest Hindu divines did not only believe in a primitive revelation of the words of the sacred texts, but even in that of the various forms. These forms, along with their contents, the everlasting Veda words, are symbols expressive of things of the invisible world, and in several respects comparable to the Platonic ideas. This testimony from an unwilling witness shows again the identity between the ancient religions as to their secret doctrine. The Gayatri meter, for example, consists of thrice 8 syllables, and is considered the most sacred of meters. It is the meter of Agni, the fire god, and becomes at times the emblem of Brahma himself, the chief creator, and fashioner of man in his own image. Now Pythagoras says that the number 8, or the octad, is the first cube, that is to say, squared in all senses, as a die, proceeding from its base to, or even number, so is man foursquare or perfect. Of course few, except the Pythagoreans and Kabbalists, can fully comprehend this idea, but the illustration will assist in pointing out the close kinship of the numerals with the Vedic mantras. The chief problems of every theology lie concealed beneath this imagery of fire and the varying rhythm of its flames. The burning bush of the Bible, the Zoroastrian and other sacred fires, Plato's universal soul, and the Rosicrucian doctrines of both soul and body of man being evolved out of fire, the reasoning and immortal element which permeates all things, and which, according to Heraclitus, Hippocrates, and Parmenides, is God, have all the same meaning. Each meter in the Brahmanas corresponds to a number, and as shown by Hogg, as it stands in the sacred volumes, is a prototype of some visible form on earth, and its effects are either good or evil. The sacred speech can save, but it can kill as well. Its many meanings and faculties are well known but to the Dikshita, the adept, who has been initiated into many mysteries, and whose spiritual birth is completely achieved, the vach of the mantra is a spoken power, which awakes another corresponding and still more occult power, each allegorically personified by some god in the world of spirits, and, according as it is used, responded to either by the gods or the Rakshasas, bad spirits. In the Brahmanical and Buddhist ideas, a curse, a blessing, a vow, a desire, an idle thought, can each assume a visible shape and so manifest itself objectively to the eyes of its author, or to him that it concerns. Volume 2, page 411. Relative Antiquity of the Vedas and Bible. Every sin becomes incarnated, so to say, and like an avenging fiend persecutes its perpetrator. There are words which have a destructive quality in their very syllables, as though objective things, for every sound awakens a corresponding one in the invisible world of spirit, and the repercussion produces either a good or bad effect. Harmonious rhythm, a melody vibrating softly in the atmosphere, creates a beneficent and sweet influence around, and acts most powerfully on the psychological as well as physical natures of every living thing on earth. It reacts even on inanimate objects, for matter is still spirit in its essence, invisible as it may seem to our grosser senses. So with the numerals. Turn wherever we will, from the prophets to the apocalypse, and we will see the biblical writers constantly using the numbers 3, 4, 7, and 12. And yet we have known some partisans of the Bible who maintained that the Vedas were copied from the Mosaic books, the Vedas, which are written in Sanskrit, a language whose grammatical rules and forms, as Max Muller and other scholars confess, were completely established long before the days when the great wave of emigration bore it from Asia all over the Occident, are there to proclaim their parentage of every philosophy, and every religious institution developed later among Semitic peoples. And which of the numerals most frequently occur in the Sanskrit chants, those sublime hymns to creation, to the unity of God, and the countless manifestations of His power. 1, 3, and 7. Read the hymn by Durgadamas. To Him who represents all the gods. The God here present, our blessed patron, our sacrificer, has a brother who spreads himself in mid-air. There exists a third brother whom we sprinkle with our libations. It is he whom I have seen master of men and armed with 7 rays. And again, 7 bridles aid in guiding a car which has but one wheel, and which is drawn by a single horse that shines with 7 rays. The wheel has 3 limbs, an immortal wheel, never wearying, whence hang all the worlds. Sometimes 7 horses drag a car of 7 wheels, and 7 personages mount it, accompanied by 7 fecund nymphs of the water. And the following again, in honor of the fire god Agni, who is so clearly shown but a spirit, subordinate to the one God. Footnote, S. To avoid discussion, we adopt the paleographical conclusions arrived at by Martin Hogg and some other cautious scholars. Personally, we credit the statements of the Brahmins and those of Unveiled, the translator of the Sastras. The God Heptactus. Volume 2, page 412 ISIS Unveiled. Ever one, although having three forms of double nature, androgynous, he rises. And the priests offer to God, in the act of sacrifice, their prayers which reach the heavens, borne aloft by Agni. Is this a coincidence, or, rather, as reason tells us, the result of the derivation of many national cults from one primitive, universal religion? A mystery for the uninitiated, the unveiling of the most sublime. Because correct and true, psychological and physiological problems for the initiate. Revelations of the personal spirit of man, which is divine because that spirit is not only the emanation of the one supreme God, but is the only God man is able, in his weakness and helplessness, to comprehend, to feel within himself. This truth the Vedic poet clearly confesses, when saying, "The Lord, Master of the universe and full of wisdom, has entered with me, into me, weak and ignorant, and has formed me of himself in that place where the spirits obtain, by the help of science, the peaceful enjoyment of THQ fruit, as sweet as ambrosia." Whether we call this fruit an apple from the tree of knowledge, or the pipala of the Hindu poet, it matters not. It is the fruit of esoteric wisdom. Our object is to show the existence of a religious system in India for many thousands of years before the exoteric fables of the Garden of Eden and the Deluge had been invented. Hence the identity of doctrines. Instructed in them, each of the initiates of other countries became, in his turn, the founder of some great school of philosophy in the West. Who of our Sanskrit scholars has ever felt interested in discovering the real sense of the following hymns, palpable as it is, Pipala, the sweet fruit of that tree upon which come spirits who love the science, and where the gods produce all marvels. This is a mystery for him who knows not the Father of the world. Or this one again, these stanzas bear at their head a title which announces that they are consecrated to the Visvedavas, that is to say, to all the gods. He who knows not the being whom I sing in all his manifestations, will comprehend nothing of my verses. Those who do know him are not strangers to this reunion. This refers to the reunion and parting of the immortal and mortal parts of man. The immortal being, says the preceding stanza, is in the cradle of the mortal being. The two eternal spirits go and come everywhere, only some men know the one without knowing the other, Durgadamas. Who can give a correct idea of him of whom the Rig Veda says, footnote, s. The Sanctuary of the Initiation. Volume 2, page 413 Masks without an actor, beings without names. That which is one the wise call it in divers manners. That one is sung by the Vedic poets in all its manifestations in nature, and the books considered childish and foolish teach how at will to call the beings of wisdom for our instruction. They teach, as Porphyry says, a liberation from all terrene concerns. A flight of the alone to the alone. Professor Max Muller, whose every word is accepted by his school as philological gospel, is undoubtedly right in one sense when in determining the nature of the Hindu gods, he calls them masks without an actor. Names without being, not beings without names. For he but proves thereby the monotheism of the ancient Vedic religion. But it seems to us more than dubious whether he or any scientist of his school needed hope to fathom the old Aryan thought, without an accurate study of those very masks. To the materialist, as to the scientist, who for various reasons endeavors to work out the difficult problem of compelling facts to agree with either their own hobbies or those of the Bible, they may seem but the empty shells of phantoms. Yet such authorities will ever be, as in the past, the unsafest of guides, except in matters of exact science. The Bible patriarchs are as much masks without actors, as the Pragapatis, and yet, if the living personage behind these masks is but an abstract shadow, there is an idea embodied in every one of them which belongs to the philosophical and scientific theories of ancient wisdom, and who can render better service in this work than the native Brahmins themselves, or the Kabbalists. To deny, point blank, any sound philosophy in the later Brahmanical speculations upon the Rig Veda, is equivalent to refusing to ever correctly understand the mother religion itself, which gave rise to them, and which is the expression of the inner thought of the direct ancestors of these later authors of the Brahmanas. If learned Europeans can so footnote, s. comparative mythology. While having no intention to enter at present upon a discussion as to the nomadic races of the Remitic period, we reserve the right to question the full propriety of terming that portion of the primitive people from whose traditions the Vedas sprang into existence, Aryans. Some scientists find the existence of these Aryans not only unproved by science, but the traditions of Hindustan protesting against such an assumption. Without the esoteric explanation, the Old Testament becomes an absurd jumble of meaningless tales, nay, worse than that, it must rank high with immoral books. It is curious that Professor Max Muller, such a profound scholar in comparative mythology, should be found saying of the Pragapatis and Hindu gods that they are masks without actors, and of Abraham and other mythical patriarchs that they were real living men. Of Abraham especially, we are told, see Semitic monotheism, that he stands before us as a figure second only to one in the whole history of the world. Volume 2, page 414 ISIS Unveiled. Readily show that all the Vedic gods are but empty masks. They must also be ready to demonstrate that the Brahmanical authors were as incapable as themselves to discover these actors anywhere. This done, not only the three other sacred books which Max Muller says do not deserve the name of Vedas, but the Rig Veda itself becomes a meaningless jumble of words, for what the world-renowned and subtle intellect of the ancient Hindu sages failed to understand, no modern scientist, however learned, can hope to fathom. Poor Thomas Taylor was right in saying that philology is not philosophy. It is, to say the least, illogical to admit that there is a hidden thought in the literary work of a race perhaps ethnologically different from our own, and then, because it is utterly unintelligible to us whose spiritual development during the several thousand intervening years has bifurcated into quite a contrary direction, deny that it has any sense in it at all. But this is precisely what, with all due respect for erudition, Professor Max Muller and his school do in this instance, at least. First of all, we are told that, albeit cautiously and with some effort, yet we may still walk in the footsteps of these authors of the Vedas. We shall feel that we are brought face to face and mind to mind with men yet intelligible to us after we have freed ourselves from our modern conceits. We shall not succeed always. Words, verses, nay whole hymns in the Rig Veda, will and must remain to us a dead letter. For, with a few exceptions, the whole world of the Vedic ideas is so entirely beyond our own intellectual horizon, that instead of translating, we can as yet only guess and combine. And yet, to leave us in no possible doubt as to the true value of his words, the learned scholar, in another passage, expresses his opinion on these same Vedas, with one exception, thus, the only important, the only real Veda, is the Rig Veda. The other so-called Vedas deserve the name of Veda no more than the Talmud deserves the name of Bible. Professor Muller rejects them as unworthy of the attention of anyone, and, as we understand it, on the ground that they contain chiefly sacrificial formulas, charms, and incantations. And now, a very natural question, are any of our scholars prepared to demonstrate that, so far, they are intimately acquainted with the hidden sense of these perfectly absurd sacrificial formulas, charms, and incantations and magic nonsense of Atharva Veda? We believe not, and our doubt is based on the confession of Professor Muller himself, just quoted. If the whole world of the Vedic ideas the Rig Veda cannot footnote, s. The italics are our own. The Vedas, lecture by Max Muller, p. 75. Chips, Vol. I, p. 8. Volume 2, page 415. Great value of the Atharva Veda be included alone in this world, we suppose is so entirely beyond our own the scientist's intellectual horizon that, instead of translating, we can as yet only guess and combine, and the Yajurveda, Sama Veda, Wat Atharvaveda are childish and foolish, and the Brahmanas, the Sutras Yaska, and Sayana, though nearest in time to the hymns of the Rig Veda, indulge in the most frivolous and ill-judged interpretations. How can either himself or any other scholar form any adequate opinion of either of them? If, again, the authors of the Brahmanas, the nearest in time to the Vedic hymns, were already incompetent to offer anything better than ill-judged interpretations, then at what period of history, where, and by whom, were written these grandiose poems, whose mystical sense has died with their generations? Are we, then, so wrong in affirming that if sacred texts are found in Egypt to have become even to the priestly scribes of 4,000 years ago wholly unintelligible, and the Brahmanas offer but childish and foolish interpretations of the Rig Veda, at least as far back as that, then, 1st, both the Egyptian and Hindu religious philosophies are of an untold antiquity, far antedating ages cautiously assigned them by our students of comparative mythology, and, 2d, the claims of ancient priests of Egypt and modern Brahmins, as to their age, are, after all, correct. We can never admit that the three other Vedas are less worthy of their name than the Rig hymns, or that the Talmud and the Kabbalah are so inferior to the Bible. The very name of the Vedas, the literal meaning of which is knowledge or wisdom, shows them to belong to the literature of those men who, in every country, language, and age, have been spoken of as those who know. In Sanskrit the third person singular is Veda, he knows, and the plural is Veda, they know. This word is synonymous with the Greek theos bia, which Plato uses when speaking of the wise the magicians, and with the Hebrew hakaman, wise men. Reject the Talmud and its old predecessor the Kabbalah, and it will be simply impossible ever to render correctly one word of that Bible so much extolled at their expense. But then it is, perhaps, just what its partisans are working for. To banish the Brahmanas is to fling away the key that unlocks the door of the Rig Veda. The literal interpretation of the Bible has already borne its fruits. With the Vedas and the Sanskrit sacred books in general it will be just the same, with this difference, that the absurd interpretation of the Bible has received a time-honored right of eminent domain in the department of the ridiculous, and will find its footnote, s. * We believe that we have elsewhere given the contrary opinion, on the subject of Atharvaveda, of Professor Whitney, of Yale College. See Baron Bunson's Egypt, Vol. V. Volume 2, page 416 ISIS Unveiled. Supporters, against light, and against proof. As to the heathen literature, after a few more years of unsuccessful attempts at interpretation, its religious meaning will be relegated to the limbo of exploded superstitions, and people will hear no more of it. We beg to be clearly understood before we are blamed and criticized for the above remarks. The vast learning of the celebrated Oxford professor can hardly be questioned by his very enemies, yet we have a right to regret his precipitancy to condemn that which he himself confesses entirely beyond our own intellectual horizon. Even in what he considers a ridiculous blunder on the part of the author of the Brahmanas, other more spiritually disposed persons may see quite the reverse. Who is the greatest of the gods? Who shall first be praised by our songs, says an ancient rishi of the Rig Veda. Mistaking, as Professor Imagines, the interrogative pronoun who for some divine name. Says the professor, a place is allotted in the sacrificial invocations to a god who, and hymns addressed to him are called whoish hymns. And is a god who less natural as a term than a god I am? Or whoish hymns less reverential than Iamish psalms? And who can prove that this is really a blunder, and not a premeditated expression? Is it so impossible to believe that the strange term was precisely due to a reverential awe which made the poet hesitate before giving a name, as form to that which is justly considered as the highest abstraction of metaphysical ideals, God? Or that the same feeling made the commentator who came after him to pause and so leave the work of anthropomorphizing the unknown, the who, to future human conception? These early poets thought more for themselves than for others, remarks Max Muller himself. They sought rather, in their language, to be true to their own thought than to please the imagination of their hearers. Unfortunately, it is this very thought which awakes no responsive echo in the minds of our philologists. Farther, we read the sound advice to students of the Rig Veda hymns, to collect, collate, sift, and reject. Let him study the commentaries, the sutras, the brahmanas, and even later works, in order to exhaust all the sources from which information can be derived. He, the scholar, must not despise the traditions of the Brahmins, even where their misconceptions are palpable. Not a corner in the Brahmanas, the Sutras, Yaska, and Sayana, should be left unexplored before we propose a rendering of our own. When the scholar has done his work, the poet and philosopher must take it up and finish it. Poor chance for a philosopher to step into the shoes of a learned footnote, s. Chips, Vol. I, The Vedas. Max Muller, Lecture on the Vedas. Volume 2, page 417. Disdain of European for Hindu savants. Philologist and presume to correct his errors. We would like to see what sort of a reception the most learned Hindu scholar in India would have from the educated public of Europe and America, if he should undertake to correct a savant, after he had sifted, accepted, rejected, explained, and declared what was good, and what absurd and childish in the sacred books of his forefathers. That which would finally be declared Brahmanic misconceptions, by the conclave of European and especially German savants, would be as little likely to be reconsidered at the appeal of the most erudite pundit of Benares or Ceylon, as the interpretation of Jewish scripture by Maimonides and Philo-Judaeus, by Christians after the councils of the Church had accepted the mistranslations and explanations of Irenaeus and Eusebius. What pundit, or native philosopher of India should know his ancestral language, religion, or philosophy as well as an Englishman or a German? Or why should a Hindu be more suffered to expound Brahmanism, than a rabbinical scholar to interpret Judaism or the Isaiah prophecies? Safer, and far more trustworthy translators can be had nearer home. Nevertheless, let us still hope that we may find at last, even though it be in the dim future, a European philosopher to sift the sacred books of the wisdom religion, and not be contradicted by every other of his class. Meanwhile, unmindful of any alleged authorities, let us try to sift for ourselves a few of these myths of old. We will search for an explanation within the popular interpretation, and feel our way with the help of the magic lamp of Trismegistus, the mysterious number 7. There must have been some reason why this figure was universally accepted as a mystic calculation. With every ancient people, the creator, or demiurge, was placed over the seventh heaven. And were I to touch upon the initiation into our sacred mysteries, says Emperor Julian, the Kabbalist, which the Chaldean Bacchist respecting the seven-rayed God, lifting up the souls through him, I should say things unknown, and very unknown to the rabble, but well known to the blessed theurgists. In Lytus it is said that the Chaldeans call the god Iao, and Sabaoth he is often called, as he who is over the seven orbits, heavens, or spheres, that is the demiurge. One must consult the Pythagoreans and Kabbalists to learn the potentiality of this number. Exoterically, the seven rays of the solar spectrum are represented concretely in the seven-rayed god Heptactus. These seven rays epitomized into three primary rays, namely, the red, blue, and yellow, form the solar trinity, and typify respectively spirit. Footnote, s. Julian, in Matram, p. 173, Julian, Oratio, v. 172. Lyd, Dimensibus, 4, 38-74, Movers, p. 550, Dunlap, Saba, p. 3. Volume 2, page 418. ISIS Unveiled. Matter and Spirit Essence. Science has also reduced of late the seven rays to three primary ones, thus corroborating the scientific conception of the ancients of at least one of the visible manifestations of the invisible deity, and the 7 divided into a quaternary and a trinity. The Pythagoreans called the number 7 the vehicle of life, as it contained body and soul. They explained it by saying, that the human body consisted of 4 principal elements, and that the soul is triple, comprising reason, passion, and desire. The ineffable word was considered the 7th and highest of all, for there are 6 minor substitutes, each belonging to a degree of initiation. The Jews borrowed their Sabbath from the ancients, who called it Saturn's day and deemed it unlucky, and not the latter from the Israelites when Christianized. The people of India, Arabia, Syria, and Egypt observed weeks of 7 days, and the Romans learned the hebdomadal method from these foreign countries when they became subject to the empire. Still, it was not until the 4th century that the Roman kalends, nones, and ides were abandoned, and weeks substituted in their place, and the astronomical names of the days, such as dies solis, day of the sun, dies luni, day of the moon, dies mortis, day of Mars, dies Mercurii, day of Mercury, dies Jovis, day of Jupiter, dies Veneris, day of Venus, and dies Saturni, day of Saturn, prove that it was not from the Jews that the week of 7 days was adopted. Before we examine this number Kabbalistically, we propose to analyze it from the standpoint of the Judaico-Christian Sabbath. When Moses instituted the Yom Shabbat, or Shabang, Shabbath, the allegory of the Lord God resting from his work of creation on the 7th day was but a cloak, or, as the Sahar expresses it, a screen, to hide the true meaning. The Jews reckoned then, as they do now, their days by number, as, day the 1st, day the 2nd, and so on, Yom Ahad, Yom Shani, Yom Shalisho, Yom Rebis, Yom Shamishi, Yom Shishihi, Yom Shabbat. The Hebrew 7, consisting of 3 letters, SBO, has more than one meaning. First of all, it means age or cycle. Shabang, Sabbath can be translated old age, as well as rest, and in the Old Coptic, Sabbath means wisdom, learning. Modern archaeologists have found that as in Hebrew Sab also means gray-headed, and that therefore the Sabbath day was the day on which the gray-headed men, or aged fathers of a tribe, were in the habit of assembling for councils or sacrifices. Thus, the week of 6 days and the 7th, the Saba or Saptade period, is of the highest antiquity. The observance of the lunar festivals in India, shows that that nation held hebdomadal meetings as well. With footnote, S, * Westminster Review, Septenary Institutions, Stone Him to Death. Vol. 2, page 419. Modern origin of the Christian Sabbath. Every new quarter the moon brings changes in the atmosphere, hence certain changes are also produced throughout the whole of our universe, of which the meteorological ones are the most insignificant. On this day of the 7th and most powerful of the prismatic days, the adepts of the secret science meet as they met thousands of years ago, to become the agents of the occult powers of nature, emanations of the working God, and commune with the invisible worlds. It is in this observance of the 7th day by the old sages not as the resting day of the deity, but because they had penetrated into its occult power, that lies the profound veneration of all the heathen philosophers for the number 7, which they term the venerable, the sacred number. The Pythagorean tetractys, revered by the Platonists, was the square placed below the triangle, the latter, or the trinity embodying the invisible monad, the unity, and deemed too sacred to be pronounced except within the walls of a sanctuary. The ascetic observance of the Christian Sabbath by Protestants is pure religious tyranny, and does more harm, we fear, than good. It really dates only from the enactment, in 1678, of the 29th of Charles II, which prohibited any tradesman, artificer, workman, laborer, or other person, to do or exercise any worldly labor, etc., etc., upon the Lord's Day. The Puritans carried this thing to extremes. Apparently to mark their hatred of Catholicism, both Roman and Episcopal. That it was no part of the plan of Jesus that such a day should be set apart, is evident not only from his words but acts. It was not observed by the early Christians. When Trypho, the Jew, reproached the Christians for not having a Sabbath, what does the martyr answer him? The new law will have you keep a perpetual Sabbath. You, when you have passed a day in idleness, think you are religious. The Lord is not pleased with such things as these. If any be guilty of perjury or fraud, let him reform; if he be an adulterer, let him repent, and he will then have kept the kind of Sabbath truly pleasing to God. The elements are never idle, and keep no Sabbath. There was no need of the observance of Sabbaths before Moses, neither now is there any need of them after Jesus Christ. The heptactus is not the supreme cause, but simply an emanation from him, the first visible manifestation of the unrevealed power. His divine breath, which, violently breaking forth, condensed itself, shining with radiance until it evolved into light, and so became cognizant to external sense, says John Reuchlin *. This is the emanation of the highest, the demiurge, a multiplicity in a unity, the Elohim, whom we footnote, s. * de Verbo Mirifico. Volume 2, page 420 ISIS Unveiled. See creating our world, or rather fashioning it, in 6 days, and resting on the seventh. And who are these Elohim but the euhemerized powers of nature, the faithful manifested servants, the laws of him who is immutable law and harmony himself. They remain over the seventh heaven, or spiritual world, for it is they who, according to the Kabbalists, formed in succession the 6 material worlds, or rather, attempts at worlds, that preceded our own. Which, they say, is the seventh. If, in laying aside the metaphysico-spiritual conception, we give our attention but to the religio-scientific problem of creation in 6 days, over which our best biblical scholars have vainly pondered so long, we might, perchance, be on the way to the true idea underlying the allegory. The ancients were philosophers, consistent in all things. Hence, they taught that each of these departed worlds, having performed its physical evolution, and reached through birth, growth, maturity, old age, and death the end of its cycle, had returned to its primitive subjective form of a spiritual earth. Thereafter it had to serve through all eternity as the dwelling of those who had lived on it as men, and even animals, but were now spirits. This idea, were it even as incapable of exact demonstration as that of our theologians relating to paradise, is, at least, a trifle more philosophical. As well as man, and every other living thing upon it, our planet has had its spiritual and physical evolution. From an impalpable ideal thought under the creative will of him of whom we know nothing, and but dimly conceive in imagination, this globe became fluidic and semi-spiritual, then condensed itself more and more, until its physical development matter, the tempting demon compelled it to try its own creative faculty. Matter defied spirit, and the earth, too, had its fall. The allegorical curse under which it labors, is that it only procreates, it does not create. Our physical planet is but the handmaiden, or rather the maid of all work, of the Spirit, its master. Cursed be the ground, thorns and thistles shall it bring, the Elohim are made to say. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. The Elohim say this both to the ground and the woman. And this curse will last until the minutest particle of matter on earth shall have outlived its days, until every grain of dust has, by gradual transformation through evolution, become a constituent part of a living soul, and, until the latter shall reascend the cyclic arc, and finally stand its own Metatron, or redeeming spirit at the foot of the upper step of the spiritual worlds, as at the first hour of its emanation. Beyond that lies the great deep mystery. It must be remembered that every cosmogony has a trinity of workers at its head: Father, Spirit, Mother, Nature, or Matter, and the Mani. Volume 2, page 421. The Days of Genesis, Days of Brahma. Fest universe, the Sun, or result of the two. The universe, also, as well as each planet which it comprehends, passes through 4 ages, like man himself. All have their infancy, youth, maturity, and old age, and these 4 added to the other 3 make the sacred 7 again. The introductory chapters of Genesis were never meant to present even a remote allegory of the creation of our earth. They embrace, chapter I, a metaphysical conception of some indefinite period in the eternity, when successive attempts were being made by the law of evolution at the formation of universes. This idea is plainly stated in the Sahar: there were old worlds, which perished as soon as they came into existence, were formless, and were called sparks. Thus, the smith, when hammering the iron, lets the sparks fly in all directions. The sparks are the primordial worlds which could not continue, because the sacred aged, Sephira, had not as yet assumed its form, of androgyne or opposite sexes, of king and queen, Sephira and Cadman, and the master was not yet at his work. Asterisk. The 6 periods or days of Genesis refer to the same metaphysical belief. 5 such ineffectual attempts were made by the Elohim, but the 6th resulted in worlds like our own, i.e., all the planets and most of the stars are worlds, and inhabited, though not like our earth. Having formed this world at last in the 6th period, the Elohim rested in the 7th. Thus the Holy One, when he created the present world, said, "This pleases me, the previous ones did not please me." And the Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the 6th day. Genesis I. The reader will remember that in chapter 4, an explanation was given of the day and night of Brahma. The former represents a certain period of cosmical activity, the latter an equal one of cosmical repose. In the one, worlds are being evolved, and passing through their allotted 4 ages of existence; in the latter the inbreathing of Brahma reverses the tendency of the natural forces, everything visible becomes gradually dispersed, chaos comes, and a long night of repose reinvigorates the cosmos for its next term of evolution. In the morning of 1 footnote, s. Asterisk Idra Sutta, Sahar, Book 3, p. 292b. The Supreme consulting with the architect of the world his logos about creation. Idra Sutta, Sahar, 3, 135b. If the chapters of Genesis and the other Mosaic books, as well as the subjects, are muddled up, the fault is the compiler's, not that of oral tradition. Hilkiah and Josiah had to commune with Huldah, the prophetess, hence resort to magic to understand the word of the Lord God of Israel, most conveniently found by Hilkiah, 2 Kings, XXIII, and that it has passed still later through more than one revision and remodeling is but too well proved by its frequent incongruities, repetitions, and contradictions. Volume 2, page 422 ISIS Unveiled. Of these days the formative processes are gradually reaching their climax of activity, in the evening imperceptibly diminishing the same until the pralaya arrives, and with it night. One such morning and evening do, in fact, constitute a cosmic day, and it was a day of Brahma that the Kabbalistic author of Genesis had in mind each time when he said, "And the evening and the morning were the 1st, or 5th or 6th, or any other, day." 6 days of gradual evolution, 1 of repose, and then evening. Since the first appearance of man on our earth there has been an eternal Sabbath or rest for the demiurge. The cosmogonical speculations of the first 6 chapters of Genesis are shown in the races of sons of God, giants, etc., of chapter 6. Properly speaking, the story of the formation of our earth, or creation, as it is very improperly called, begins with the rescue of Noah from the deluge. The Chaldeo-Babylonian tablets recently translated by George Smith leave no doubt of that in the minds of those who read the inscriptions esoterically. Ishtar, the great goddess, speaks in column 3 of the destruction of the 6th world and the appearance of the 7th, thus, 6 days and nights the wind, deluge, and storm overwhelmed. On the 7th day, in its course was calmed the storm, and all the deluge, which had destroyed like an earthquake * quieted. The sea he caused to dry, and the wind and deluge ended. I perceived the shore at the boundary of the sea. To the country of Nazir went the ship, Arga, or the moon, the mountain of Nazir stopped the ship. The first day, and the second day, the mountain of Nazir the same. The fifth and the sixth, the mountain of Nazir the same. On the seventh day, in the course of it I sent forth a dove, and it left. The dove went and turned, and, the raven went and did not return. I built an altar on the peak of the mountain. By 7 herbs I cut, at the bottom of them I placed reeds, pines, and simgar, the gods like flies over the sacrifice gathered. From of old also the great God in his course. Footnote, S. This assimilation of the deluge to an earthquake on the Assyrian tablets would go to prove that the antediluvian nations were well acquainted with other geological cataclysms besides the deluge, which is represented in the Bible as the first calamity which befell humanity, and a punishment. Volume 2, page 423. Curious interpretation of Noah. The great brightness, the sun, of Anu had created * when the glory of those gods the charm round my neck would not repel, etc. All this has a purely astronomical, magical, and esoteric relation. One who reads these tablets will recognize at a glance the biblical account, and judge, at the same time, how disfigured is the great Babylonian poem by euhemeric personages degraded from their exalted positions of gods into simple patriarchs. Space prevents our entering fully into this biblical travesty of the Chaldean allegories. We shall therefore but remind the reader that by the confession of the most unwilling witnesses such as Lenormant, first the inventor and then champion of the Akkadians, the Chaldeo-Babylonian triad placed under Lion, the unrevealable deity, is composed of Anu, Nuah, and Bel. Anu is the primordial chaos, the god time and world at once, chromos and cosmos, the uncreated matter issued from the one and fundamental principle of all things. As to Nuah, he is, according to the same Orientalist, the intelligence, we will willingly say the verbum, which animates and fecundates matter, which penetrates the universe, directs and makes it live, and at the same time Nuah is the king of the humid principle, the spirit moving on the waters. Is not this evident? Nuah is Noah, floating on the waters, in his ark, the latter being the emblem of the Arga, or moon, the feminine principle. Noah is the spirit falling into matter. We find him as soon as he descends upon the earth, planting a vineyard, drinking of the wine, and getting drunk on it, i.e., the pure spirit becoming intoxicated as soon as it is finally imprisoned in matter. The 7th chapter of Genesis is but another version of the first. Thus, while the latter reads, "And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters," in chapter 7, it is said, "And the waters prevailed. And the ark went, with Noah the Spirit, upon the face of the waters." Thus Noah, if the Chaldean Nuah, is the spirit vivifying matter, chaos represented by the footnote, S. George Smith notes in the tablets, first the creation of the moon, and then of the sun, its beauty and perfection are extolled, and the regularity of its orbit, which led to its being considered the type of a judge and the regulator of the world. Did this story of the deluge relate simply to a cosmogonical cataclysm, even were it universal, why should the goddess Ishtara or Astaroth, the moon, speak of the creation of the sun after the deluge? The waters might have reached as high as the mountain of Nazir, Chaldean version, or Jebel Judi, the deluge mountains of the Arabian legends, or yet Ararat of the biblical narrative, and even Himalaya of the Hindu tradition, and yet not reach the sun. Even the Bible itself stopped short of such a miracle. It is evident that the deluge of the people who first recorded it had another meaning, less problematical and far more philosophical than that of a universal deluge, of which there are no geological traces whatever. Volume 2, page 424. ISIS Unveiled. Deep or waters of the flood. In the Babylonian legend it is Istar, Astaroth, the moon, which is shut up in the ark, and sends out a dove, emblem of Venus and other lunar goddesses, in search of dry land. And whereas in the Semitic tablets it is Xisuthros or Hasisadri who is translated to the company of the gods for his piety, in the Bible it is Enoch who walks with, and being taken up by God, was no more. The successive existence of an incalculable number of worlds before the subsequent evolution of our own, was believed and taught by all the ancient peoples. The punishment of the Christians for despoiling the Jews of their records and refusing the true key to them began from the earliest centuries. And thus is it that we find the Holy Fathers of the Church laboring through an impossible chronology and the absurdities of literal interpretation, while the learned rabbis were perfectly aware of the real significance of their allegories. So not only in the Sahar, but also in other Kabbalistic works accepted by Talmudists, such as Midrash Bereshith, or the Universal Genesis, which, with the Merkabah, the chariot of Ezekiel, composes the Kabbalah, may be found the doctrine of a whole series of worlds evolving out of the chaos, and being destroyed in succession. The Hindu doctrines teach of two pralayas or dissolutions, one universal, the Mahapralaya, the other partial, or the minor pralaya. This does not relate to the universal dissolution which occurs at the end of every day of Brahma, but to the geological cataclysms at the end of every minor cycle of our globe. This historical and purely local deluge of Central Asia, the traditions of which can be traced in every country, and which, according to Bunsen, happened about the year 10,000 BC, had naught to do with the mythical Noah, or Nuah. A partial cataclysm occurs at the close of every age of the world, they say, which does not destroy the latter, but only changes its general appearance. New races of men and animals and a new flora evolve from the dissolution of the precedent ones. The allegories of the fall of man and the deluge, are the two most important features of the Pentateuch. They are, so to say, the Alpha and Omega, the highest and the lowest keys of the scale of harmony on which resounds the majestic hymns of the creation of mankind, for they discover to him who questions the Zura, figurative gematria, the process of man's evolution from the highest spiritual entity unto the lowest physical, the post-diluvian man, as in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Every sign of the picture writing which cannot be made to fit within a certain circumscribed geometrical figure may be rejected as only intended by the sacred hierogrammatist for a premeditated blind. So many of the details in the Bible must be treated on the same principle, that poor Vol. 2, page 425 Hindu accounts of the deluge only being accepted which answers to the numerical methods taught in the Kabbalah. The deluge appears in the Hindu books only as a tradition. It claims no sacred character, and we find it but in the Mahabharata, the Puranas, and still earlier in the Satapatha, one of the latest Brahmanas. It is more than probable that Moses, or whoever wrote for him, used these accounts as the basis of his own purposely disfigured allegory, adding to it moreover the Chaldean Beroshian narrative. In Mahabharata, we recognize Nimrod under the name of King Datha. The origin of the Grecian fable of the Titans scaling Olympus, and the other of the builders of the Tower of Babel who seek to reach heaven, is shown in the impious Datha, who sends imprecations against heaven's thunder, and threatens to conquer heaven itself with his mighty warriors, thereby bringing upon humanity the wrath of Brahma. The Lord then resolved, says the text, to chastise his creatures with a terrible punishment which should serve as a warning to survivors, and to their descendants. Vayvasvata, who in the Bible becomes Noah, saves a little fish, which turns out to be an avatar of Vishnu. The fish warns that just man that the globe is about to be submerged, that all that inhabit it must perish, and orders him to construct a vessel in which he shall embark, with all his family. When the ship is ready, and Vayvasvata has shut up in it with his family the seeds of plants and pairs of all animals, and the rain begins to fall, a gigantic fish, armed with a horn, places itself at the head of the ark. The holy man, following its orders, attaches a cable to this horn, and the fish guides the ship safely through the raging elements. In the Hindu tradition the number of days during which the deluge lasted agrees exactly with that of the Mosaic account. When the elements were calmed, the fish landed the ark on the summit of the Himalayas. This fable is considered by many Orthodox commentators to have been borrowed from the Mosaic scriptures *, but surely if such a universal cataclysm had ever taken place within man's memory, some of the monuments of the Egyptians, of which many are of such a tremendous antiquity, would have recorded that occurrence, coupled with that of the footnote, s. The dead letter that killeth, is magnificently illustrated in the case of the Jesuit de Carrier, quoted in the Bible dans Elunda. The following dissertation represents the spirit of the whole Catholic world, so that the creation of the world, writes this faithful son of Loyola, explaining the biblical chronology of Moses, and all that is recorded in Genesis, might have become known to Moses through recitals personally made to him by his fathers. Perhaps, even, the memories yet existed among the Israelites, and from those recollections he may have recorded the dates of births and deaths of the patriarchs, the numbering of their children, and the names of the different countries in which each became established under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, which we must always regard as the chief author of the sacred books. Volume 2, page 426 ISIS Unveiled. Disgrace of Ham, Canaan, and Mizraim, their alleged ancestors. But, till now, there has not been found the remotest allusion to such a calamity, although Mizraim certainly belongs to the first generation after the deluge, if not actually an antediluvian himself. On the other hand, the Chaldeans preserved the tradition, as we find Beresus testifying to it, and the ancient Hindus possess the legend as given above. Now, there is but one explanation of the extraordinary fact that of two contemporary and civilized nations like Egypt and Chaldea, one has preserved no tradition of it whatever, although it was the most directly interested in the occurrence if we credit the Bible, and the other has. The deluge noticed in the Bible, in one of the Brahmanas, and in the Beresus fragment, relates to the partial flood which, about 10,000 years BC, according to Bunsen, and according to the Brahmanical computations of the zodiac, also changed the whole face of Central Asia. Thus the Babylonians and the Chaldeans might have learned of it from their mysterious guests, christened by some Assyriologists Akkadians, or what is still more probable, they, themselves, perhaps, were the descendants of those who had dwelt in the submerged localities. The Jews had the tale from the latter as they had everything else. The Brahmins may have recorded the traditions of the lands which they first invaded, and had perhaps inhabited before they possessed themselves of the Punjab. But the Egyptians, whose first settlers had evidently come from southern India, had less reason to record the cataclysm, since it had perhaps never affected them except indirectly, as the flood was limited to Central Asia. Burnuv, noticing the fact that the story of the deluge is found only in one of the most modern Brahmanas, also thinks that it might have been borrowed by the Hindus from the Semitic nations. Against such an assumption are ranged all the traditions and customs of the Hindus. The Aryans, and especially the Brahmins, never borrowed anything at all from the Semitists, and here we are corroborated by one of those unwilling witnesses, as Higgins calls the partisans of Jehovah and Bible. I have never seen anything in the history of the Egyptians and Jews, writes Abbé Dubois, 40 years a resident of India, that would induce me to believe that either of these nations, or any other on the face of the earth, have been established earlier than the Hindus, and particularly the Brahmins, so I cannot be induced to believe that the latter have drawn their rights from foreign nations. On the contrary, I infer that they have drawn them from an original source of their own. Whoever knows anything of the spirit and character of the Brahmins, their stateliness, their pride and extreme vanity, their distance, and sovereign contempt for footnote, s. See chapter 15. And last of part I volume 2, page 427. The silence of the Vedas highly significant. Everything that is foreign, and of which they cannot boast to have been the inventors, will agree with me that such a people cannot have consented to draw their customs and rules of conduct from an alien country. This fable which mentions the earliest avatar the Matsya relates to another yuga than our own, that of the first appearance of animal life, perchance, who knows, to the Devonian age of our geologists. It certainly answers better to the latter than the year 2348 BC. Apart from this, the very absence of all mention of the deluge from the oldest books of the Hindus suggests a powerful argument when we are left utterly to inferences as in this case. The Vedas and Manu, says Jacolayat, those monuments of the old Asiatic thought, existed far earlier than the Diluvian period. This is an incontrovertible fact, having all the value of an historical truth, for, besides the tradition which shows Vishnu himself as saving the Vedas from the deluge, a tradition which, notwithstanding its legendary form, must certainly rest upon a real fact. It has been remarked that neither of these sacred books mention the cataclysm, while the Puranas and the Mahabharata, and a great number of other more recent works, describe it with the minutest detail, which is a proof of the priority of the former. The Vedas certainly would never have failed to contain a few hymns on the terrible disaster which, of all other natural manifestations, must have struck the imagination of the people who witnessed it. Neither would Manu, who gives us a complete narrative of the creation, with a chronology from the divine and heroical ages, down to the appearance of man on earth, have passed in silence an event of such importance. Manu, Book I, Sloka 35, gives the names of 10 eminent saints whom he calls Prajapatis, more correctly Pragapatis, in whom the Brahmin theologians see prophets, ancestors of the human race, and the pundits simply consider as 10 powerful kings who lived in the Krita Yuga, or the Age of Good, the Golden Age of the Greeks. The last of these Pragapatis is Brahma. Enumerating the succession of these eminent beings who, according to Manu, have governed the world, the old Brahmanical legislator names as descending from Brahma, Swarochika, Adami, Tamasa, Ravita, the glorious Chakshusha, and the son of Vivasvat, every one of the 6 having made himself worthy of the title of Manu, divine legislator, a title which had equally belonged to the Prajapatis, and every great personage of primitive India. The genealogy stops at this name. Footnote, S. Asterisk description, etc., of the people of India, by the Abbé J. A. Dubois, missionary in Mysore, Vol. I, p. 186. Volume 2, page 428 ISIS Unveiled. Now, according to the Puranas and the Mahabharata, it was under a descendant of the son of Vivaswata, named Vivaswata, that occurred the great cataclysm, the remembrance of which, as will be seen, has passed into a tradition, and been carried by emigration into all the countries of the East and West which India has colonized since then. The genealogy given by Manu stopping, as we have seen, at Vivaswata, it follows that this work, of Manu, knew nothing either of Vivaswata or the deluge. Asterisk, the argument is unanswerable, and we commend it to those official scientists, who, to please the clergy, dispute every fact proving the tremendous antiquity of the Vedas and Manu. Colonel Vance Kennedy has long since declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit literature and Brahmin learning. And how or why should the Brahmins have penetrated there, unless it was as the result of intestine wars and emigration from India? The fullest account of the deluge is found in the Mahabharata of Vedavyasa, a poem in honor of the astrological allegories on the wars between the solar and the lunar races. One of the versions states that Vivaswata became the father of all the nations of the earth through his own progeny, and this is the form adopted for the Noachian story. The other states that like Deucalion and Pyrrha he had but to throw pebbles into the Ilus left by the retiring waves of the flood, to produce men at will. These two versions, one Hebrew, the other Greek, allow us no choice. We must either believe that the Hindus borrowed from pagan Greeks as well as from monotheistic Jews, or what is far more probable, that the versions of both of these nations are derived from the Vedic literature through the Babylonians. History tells us of the stream of immigration across the Indus, and later of its overflowing the Occident, and of populations of Hindu origin passing from Asia Minor to colonize Greece. But history says not a single word of the chosen people, or of Greek colonies having penetrated India earlier than the 5th and 4th centuries BC, when we first find vague traditions that make some of the problematical lost tribes of Israel take from Babylon the route to India. But even were the story of the 10 tribes to find credence, and the tribes themselves be proved to have existed in profane as well as in sacred history, this does not help the solution at all. Colebrook, Wilson, and other eminent Indianists show the Mahabharata, if not the Satapathabkara and Ndi, in which the story is also given, as by far antedating the age of Cyrus, hence, the possible time of the appearance of any of the tribes of Israel in India. Footnote S. Fetishism, Polytheisme, Monotheisme, pp. 170, 171. Against the latter assumption derived solely from the accounts of the Bible, we footnote continues on next page, volume 2, page 429. Antiquity of the Mahabharata. Orientalists accord the Mahabharata an antiquity of between 12 and 1500 years BC, as to the Greek version it bears as little evidence as the other, and the attempts of the Hellenists in this direction have as signally failed. The story of the conquering army of Alexander penetrating into northern India, itself becomes more doubted every day. No Hindu national record, not the slightest historical memento, throughout the length and breadth of India offers the slightest trace of such an invasion. If even such historical facts are now found to have been all the while fictions, what are we to think of narratives which bear on their very face the stamp of invention? We cannot help sympathizing at heart with Professor Muller when he remarks that it seems blasphemy to consider these fables of the heathen world as corrupted and misinterpreted fragments of divine revelation once granted to the whole race of mankind. Only, can this scholar be held perfectly impartial and fair to both parties, unless he includes in the number of these fables those of the Bible? And is the language of the Old Testament more pure or moral than the books of the Brahmins? Or any fables of the heathen world? More blasphemous and ridiculous than Jehovah's interview with Moses, Exodus XXXIII 23? Are any of the pagan gods made to appear more fiendish than the same Jehovah in a score of passages? If the feelings of a pious Christian are shocked at the absurdities of Father Cronus eating his children and maiming Uranus, or of Jupiter throwing Vulcan down from heaven and breaking his leg, on the other hand he cannot feel hurt if a non-Christian laughs at the idea of Jacob boxing with the Creator, who when he saw that he prevailed not against him, dislocated Jacob's thigh, the patriarch still holding fast to God and not allowing him to go his way, notwithstanding his pleading. Why should the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, throwing stones behind them, and thus creating the human race, be deemed more ridiculous than that of Lot's wife being changed into a pillar of salt, or of the Almighty creating men of clay and then breathing the breath of life into them? The choice between the latter mode of creation and that of the Egyptian ram-horned god fabricating man on a potter's wheel is hardly perceptible. The story of Minerva, goddess of wisdom, ushered into existence after a certain period of gestation in her father's brain, is at least suggestive and poetical, as an allegory. No ancient Greek was ever burned for not accepting it literally, and, at all events, heathen fables. Footnote S. Footnote continued from previous page have every historical fact. First, there are no proofs of these 12 tribes having ever existed, that of Levi was a priestly caste and all the others imaginary. 2d. Herodotus, the most accurate of historians, who was in Assyria when Ezra flourished, never mentions the Israelites at all. Herodotus was born in 484 B. See volume 2, page 430. Isis Unveiled. In general are far less preposterous and blasphemous than those imposed upon Christians, ever since the Church accepted the Old Testament, and the Roman Catholic Church opened its register of thaumaturgical saints. Many of the natives of India, continues Professor Muller, confess that their feelings revolt against the impurities attributed to the gods by what they call their sacred writings, yet there are honest Brahmins who will maintain that these stories have a deeper meaning, that immorality being incompatible with a divine being, a mystery must be supposed to be concealed in these time-hallowed fables, a mystery which an inquiring and reverent mind may hope to fathom. This is precisely what the Christian clergy maintain in attempting to explain the indecencies and incongruities of the Old Testament. Only, instead of allowing the interpretation to those who have the key to these seeming incongruities, they have assumed to themselves the office and right, by divine proxy, to interpret these in their own way. They have not only done that but have gradually deprived the Hebrew clergy of the means to interpret their scriptures as their fathers did, so that to find among the rabbis in the present century a well-versed Kabbalist, is quite rare. The Jews have themselves forgotten the key. How could they help it? Where are the original manuscripts? The oldest Hebrew manuscript in existence is said to be the Bodleian Codex, which is not older than between 8 and 900 years. The break between Ezra and this codex is thus 15 centuries. In 1490 the Inquisition caused all the Hebrew Bibles to be burned, and Torquemada alone destroyed 6,000 volumes at Salamanca. Except a few manuscripts of the Torah Ketubim and Nebi'im, used in the synagogues, and which are of quite a recent date, we do not think there is one old manuscript in existence which is not punctuated, hence completely misinterpreted and altered by the Masoretes. Were it not for this timely invention of the Masorah, no copy of the Old Testament could possibly be tolerated in our century. It is well known that the Masoretes, while transcribing the oldest manuscripts, put themselves to task to take out, except in a few places which they have probably overlooked, all the immodest words and put footnote s. Dr. Kennicott himself, and Bruns, under his direction, about 1780, collated 692 manuscripts of the Hebrew Bible. Of all these, only 2 were credited to the 10th century, and 3 to a period as early as the 11th and 12th. The others ranged between the 13th and 16th centuries. In his Introduzione alla Sacra Scrittura, pages 34 to 47, De Rossi, of Parma, mentions 1,418 manuscripts collated, and 374 editions. The oldest manuscript codex, he asserts that of Vienna, dates AD 1019, the next, Reuchlins, of Karlsruhe, 1038. There is, he declares, nothing in the manuscripts of the Hebrew Old Testament extant of an earlier date than the 11th century after Christ. Vol. 2, page 431. The Mosaic laws copied from Manu. In places sentences of their own, often changing completely the sense of the verse. It is clear, says Donaldson, that the Masoretic school at Tiberias were engaged in settling or unsettling the Hebrew text until the final publication of the Masorah itself. Therefore, had we but the original texts. Judging by the present copies of the Bible in our possession, it would be really edifying to compare the Old Testament with the Vedas and even with the Brahmanical books. We verily believe that no faith, however blind, could stand before such an avalanche of crude impurities and fables. If the latter are not only accepted but enforced upon millions of civilized persons who find it respectable and edifying to believe in them as divine revelation, why should we wonder that Brahmins believe their books to be equally a sruti, a revelation? Let us thank the Masoretes by all means, but let us study at the same time both sides of the medal. Legends, myths, allegories, symbols, if they but belong to the Hindu, Chaldean, or Egyptian tradition, are thrown into the same heap of fiction. Hardly are they honored with a superficial search into their possible relations to astronomy or sexual emblems. The same myths, when and because mutilated, are accepted as sacred scriptures, more the word of God. Is this impartial history? Is this justice to either the past, the present, or the future? Ye cannot serve God and mammon, said the Reformer, 19 centuries ago. Ye cannot serve truth and public prejudice, would be more applicable to our own age. Yet our authorities pretend they serve the former. There are few myths in any religious system but have an historical as well as a scientific foundation. Myths, as Pocock ably expresses it, are now proved to be fables, just in proportion as we misunderstand them, truths, in proportion as they were once understood. Our ignorance it is which has made a myth of history, and our ignorance is an Hellenic inheritance, much of it the result of Hellenic vanity. Bunsen and Champollion have already shown that the Egyptian sacred books are by far older than the oldest parts of the book of Genesis. and now a more careful research seems to warrant the suspicion which with us amounts to a certainty, that the laws of Moses are copies from the code of the Brahmanic Manu. Thus, according to every probability, Egypt owes her civilization, her civil institutions, and her arts, to India. But against the latter assumption we have a whole army of authorities arrayed, and what matters if the latter do deny the fact at present? Sooner or later they will have to accept it, whether they belong to the German or French school. Among, but not of those footnote, s. India in Greece, Preface, 9. Volume 2, page 432 ISIS Unveiled. Who so readily compromise between interest and conscience, there are some fearless scholars, who may bring out to light incontrovertible facts. Some 20 years since, Max Muller, in a letter to the editor of the London Times, April, 1857, maintained most vehemently that nirvana meant annihilation, in the fullest sense of the word. See Chips, etc., Vol I, p. 287, on the meaning of nirvana. But in 1869, in a lecture before the General Meeting of the Association of German Philologists at Kiel, he distinctly declares his belief that the nihilism attributed to Buddha's teaching forms no part of his doctrine, and that it is wholly wrong to suppose that nirvana means annihilation. Trubner's American and Oriental Literary Record, October 16, 1869, also Inman's Ancient Faiths and Modem, p. 128. Yet if we mistake not, Professor Muller was as much of an authority in 1857 as in 1869. It will be difficult to settle, says, now, this great scholar, whether the Vedas is the oldest of books, and whether some of the portions of the Old Testament may not be traced back to the same or even an earlier date than the oldest hymns of the Veda. But his retraction about the nirvana allows us a hope that he may yet change his opinion on the question of Genesis likewise, so that the public may have simultaneously the benefit of truth, and the sanction of one of Europe's greatest authorities. It is well known how little the Orientalists have come to anything like an agreement about the age of Zoroaster, and until this question is settled, it would be safer perhaps to trust implicitly in the Brahmanical calculations by the zodiac, than to the opinions of scientists. Leaving the profane horde of unrecognized scholars, those we mean who yet wait their turn to be chosen for public worship as idols symbolical of scientific leadership, where can we find, among the sanctioned authorities of the day, two that agree as to this age? There's Bunsen, who places Zoroaster at Batra, and the emigration of Bactrians to the Indus at 3784 BC, and the birth of Moses at 1392. Now it is rather difficult to place Zoroaster anterior to the Vedas, considering that the whole of his doctrine is that of the earlier Vedas. True, he remained in Afghanistan for a period more or less problematical before crossing into the Punjab, but the Vedas were begun in the latter country. They indicate the progress of the Hindus, as the Avesta that of the Iranians. And there is Hogg who assigns to the Aitareya Brahmanam a Brahmanical speculation and commentary upon the Rig Veda of a far footnote, s. Chips, Vol. I. Egypt's Place in Universal History, Vol. V. p. 77. Ibid, p. 78. Volume 2, page 433. Thoughts upon the Aryans. Later date than the Veda itself, between 1400 and 1200 BC, while the Vedas are placed by him between 2000 and 2400 years BC. Max Muller cautiously suggests certain difficulties in this chronological computation, but still does not altogether deny it. Let it, however, be as it may, and supposing that the Pentateuch was written by Moses himself, notwithstanding that he would thereby be made to twice record his own death, still, if Moses was born, as Bunsen finds, in 1392 BC, the Pentateuch could not have been written before the Vedas. Especially if Zoroaster was born 3784 BC. If, as Dr. Hogg tells us, some of the hymns of the Rig Veda were written before Zoroaster accomplished his schism, something like 37 centuries BC, and Max Muller says himself that the Zoroastrians and their ancestors started from India during the Vedic period. How can some of the portions of the Old Testament be traced back to the same or even an earlier date than the oldest hymns of the Veda? It has generally been agreed among Orientalists that the Aryans, 3000 years BC, were still in the steppes east of the Caspian, and united. Rawlinson conjectures that they flowed east from Armenia as a common center, while two kindred streams began to flow, one northward over the Caucasus, and the other westward over Asia Minor and Europe. He finds the Aryans, at a period anterior to the 15th century before our era, settled in the territory watered by the Upper Industry. Thence Vedic Aryans migrated to the Punjab, and Zendic Aryans westward, establishing the historical countries. But this, like the rest, is a hypothesis, and only given as such. Again, Rawlinson, evidently following Max Muller, says, the early history of the Aryans is for many ages an absolute blank. But many learned Brahmins, however, have declared that they found trace of the existence of the Vedas as early as 2100 BC, and Sir William Jones, taking for his guide the astronomical data, places the Yajurveda 1580 BC. This would be still before Moses. It is upon the supposition that the Aryans did not leave Afghanistan for the Punjab prior to 1500 BC. That Max Muller and other Oxford savants have supposed that portions of the Old Testament may be traced back to the same or even an earlier date than the oldest hymns of the Veda. Therefore, until the Orientalists can show us the correct date at which Zoroaster flourished, no authority can be regarded as better for the ages of the Vedas than the Brahmins themselves. Footnote S. *Ships, Itareya Brahmanam. Dr. M. Hogg, Superintendent of the Sanskrit Studies in the Pune College, Bombay. Volume 2, page 434 ISIS Unveiled. As it is a recognized fact that the Jews borrowed most of their laws from the Egyptians, let us examine who were the Egyptians. In our opinion, which is but a poor authority, of course they were the ancient Indians, and in our first volume we have quoted passages from the historian Kalaukabata that support such a theory. What we mean by ancient India is the following: no region on the map except it be the ancient Scythia is more uncertainly defined than that which bore the designation of India. Ethiopia is perhaps the only parallel. It was the home of the Kushite or Hamitic races, and lay to the east of Babylonia. It was once the name of Hindustan, when the dark races, worshippers of Bala Mahadeva and Bhavani Mahadevi, were supreme in that country. The India of the early sages appears to have been the region at the sources of the Oxus and Jaxartes. Apollonius of Tyana crossed the Caucasus, or Hindu Kush, where he met with a king who directed him to the abode of the sages, perhaps the descendants of those whom Ammianus terms the Brahmins of Upper India, and whom Hystaspes, the father of Darius, or more probably Darius Hystaspes himself, visited, and, having been instructed by them, infused their rites and ideas into the Magian observances. This narrative about Apollonius seems to indicate Kashmir as the country which he visited, and the Nagas after their conversion to Buddhism as his teachers. At this time Aryan India did not extend beyond the Punjab. To our notion, the most baffling impediment in the way of ethnological progress has always been the triple progeny of Noah. In the attempt to reconcile post-Diluvian races with a genealogical descent from Shem, Ham, and Japhet, the Christianesque Orientalists have set themselves a task impossible of accomplishment. The biblical Noachian ark has been a Procrustean bed to which they had to make everything fit. Attention has therefore been diverted from veritable sources of information as to the origin of man, and a purely local allegory mistaken for a historical record emanating from an inspired source. Strange and unfortunate choice. Out of all the sacred writings of all the branch nations, sprung from the primitive stock of mankind, Christianity must choose for its guidance the national records and scriptures of a people perhaps the least spiritual of the human family, the Semitic. A branch that has never been able to develop out of its numerous tongues a language capable of embodying ideas of a moral and intellectual world, whose form of expression and drift of thought could never soar higher than the purely sensual and terrestrial figures of speech, whose literature has left nothing original, nothing that was not borrowed from the Aryan thought, and whose science and philosophy are utterly wanting in those noble features which, Volume 2, page 435, Khamism and the Eastern Ethiopians, characterize the highly spiritual and metaphysical systems of the Indo-European, Japotic, races. Bunsen shows Khamism, the language of Egypt, as a very ancient deposit from Western Asia, containing the germs of the Semitic, and thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Semitic and Aryan races. We must remember, in this connection, that the peoples of southwestern and western Asia, including the Medes, were all Aryans. It is yet far from being proved who were the original and primitive masters of India. That this period is now beyond the reach of documentary history, does not preclude the probability of our theory that it was the mighty race of builders, whether we call them Eastern Ethiopians, or dark-skinned Aryans, the word meaning simply noble warrior, a brave. They ruled supreme at one time over the whole of ancient India, enumerated later by Manu as the possession of those whom our scientists term the Sanskrit-speaking people. These Hindus are supposed to have entered the country from the northwest. They are conjectured by some to have brought with them the Brahmanical religion, and the language of the conquerors was probably the Sanskrit. On these three meager data our philologists have worked ever since the Hindustani and its immense Sanskrit literature was forcibly brought into notice by Sir William Jones, all the time with the three sons of Noah clinging around their necks. This is exact science, free from religious prejudices. Verily, ethnology would have been the gainer if this Noachian trio had been washed overboard and drowned before the ark reached land. The Ethiopians are generally classed in the Semitic group, but we have to see how far they have a claim to such a classification. We will also consider how much they might have had to do with the Egyptian civilization, which, as a writer expresses it, seems referable in the same perfection to the earliest dates, and not to have had a rise and progress, as was the case with that of other peoples. For reasons that we will now adduce, we are prepared to maintain that Egypt owes her civilization, commonwealth, and arts, especially the art of building, to pre-Vedic India, and that it was a colony of the dark-skinned Aryans, or those whom Homer and Herodotus term the Eastern Ethiopians, i.e., the inhabitants of southern India, who brought to it their ready-made civilization in the anti-chronological ages, of what Bunsen calls the Premonite, but nevertheless epical history. In Pocock's India in Greece, we find the following suggestive paragraph, the plain account of the wars carried on between the solar chiefs, Osiris, the prince of the Gyuklas, and Tufu is. The simple historical fact of the wars of the Apians, or Sun Tribes of the Day, Volume 2, page 436 ISIS Unveiled. With the people of Tufu or Thibet, who were, in fact, the lunar race, mostly Buddhists and opposed by Rama and the Aethiopias or people of the day, subsequently the Aethiopians of Africa. We would remind the reader in this connection, that Ravan, the giant, who, in the Ramayana, wages such a war with Ramachandra, is shown as king of Lanka, which was the ancient name for Ceylon, and that Ceylon, in those days, perhaps formed part of the mainland of southern India, and was peopled by the eastern Ethiopians. Conquered by Rama, the son of Dasarata, the solar king of ancient Ade, a colony of these emigrated to northern Africa. If, as many suspect, Homer's Iliad and much of his account of the Trojan War is plagiarized from the Ramayana, then the traditions which served as a basis for the latter must date from a tremendous antiquity. Ample margin is thus left in pre-chronological history for a period, during which the eastern Ethiopians might have established the hypothetical Mizrae colony, with their high Indian civilization and arts. Science is still in the dark about cuneiform inscriptions. Until these are completely deciphered, especially those cut in rocks found in such abundance within the boundaries of the old Iran, who can tell the secrets they may yet reveal? There are no Sanskrit monumental inscriptions older than Chandragupta, 315 BC, and the Persepolitan inscriptions are found 220 years older. There are even now some manuscripts in characters utterly unknown to philologists and paleographists, and one of them is, or was, some time since in the Library of Cambridge, England. Linguistic writers class the Semitic with the Indo-European language, generally including the Ethiopian and the ancient Egyptian in the classification. But if some of the dialects of the modern northern Africa, and even the modern Ge'ez or Ethiopian, are now so degenerated and corrupted as to admit of false conclusions as to the genetical relationship between them and the other Semitic tongues, we are not at all sure that the latter have any claim to such a classification, except in the case of the Old Coptic and the ancient Ge'ez. That there is more consanguinity between the Ethiopians and the Aryan, dark-skinned races, and between the latter and the Egyptians, is something which yet may be proved. It has been lately found that the ancient Egyptians were of the Caucasian type of mankind, and the footnote, s. Pocock belongs to that class of Orientalists who believe that Buddhism preceded Brahmanism, and was the religion of the earliest Vedas, Gautama having been but the restorer of it in its purest form, which after him degenerated again into dogmatism. India in Greece, p. 200. Volume 2, page 437. Legends of two Indian dynasties. Shape of their skulls is purely Asiatic. If they were less copper-colored than the Ethiopians of our modern day, the Ethiopians themselves might have had a lighter complexion in days of old. The fact that, with the Ethiopian kings, the order of succession gave the crown to the nephew of the king, the son of his sister, and not to his own son, is extremely suggestive. It is an old custom which prevails until now in southern India. The Raja is not succeeded by his own sons, but by his sister's sons. Of all the dialects and tongues alleged to be Semitic, the Ethiopian alone is written from left to right like the Sanskrit and the Indo-Aryan people. Thus, against the origin of the Egyptians being attributed to an ancient Indian colony, there is no graver impediment than Noah's disrespectful son Ham, himself a myth. But the earliest form of Egyptian religious worship and government, theocratic and sacerdotal, and her habits and customs all bespeak an Indian origin. The earliest legends of the history of India mention two dynasties now lost in the night of time. The first was the dynasty of kings, of the race of the sun, who reigned in Ayodhya, now Uday. The second that of the footnote, s. The Asiatic origin of the first dwellers in the Nilotic Valley is clearly demonstrated by concurrent and independent testimony. Cuvier and Blumenbach affirm that all the skulls of mummies which they had the opportunity of examining, presented the Caucasian type. A recent American physiologist, Dr. Morton, has also argued for the same conclusion, Crania Aegyptiaca. Philadelphia, 1844. The late Raja of Travancore was succeeded by the elder son of his sister now reigning, the Maharaja Ramavarma. The next heirs are the sons of his deceased sister. In case the female line is interrupted by death, the royal family is obliged to adopt the daughter of some other Raja, and unless daughters are born to this Rana another girl is adopted, and so on. There are some Orientalists who believe that this custom was introduced only after the early Christian settlements in Ethiopia, but as under the Romans the population of this country was nearly all changed, the element becoming wholly Arabic, we may, without doubting the statement, believe that it was the predominating Arab influence which had altered the earliest mode of writing. Their present method is even more analogous to the Devanagari, and other more ancient Indian alphabets, which read from left to right, and their letters show no resemblance to the Phoenician characters. Moreover, all the ancient authorities corroborate our assertion still more. Philostratus makes the Brahmin Yerka say, va. 3:6, that the Ethiopians were originally an Indian race, compelled to emigrate from the motherland for sacrilege and regicide, see Pocock's India, etc., 2, p. 206. An Egyptian is made to remark, that he had heard from his father, that the Indians were the wisest of men, and that the Ethiopians, a colony of the Indians, preserved the wisdom and usages of their fathers, and acknowledged their ancient origin. Julius Africanus, in Eusebius Ensincellus, makes the same statement. And Eusebius writes, the Ethiopians, emigrating from the river Indus, settled in the vicinity of Egypt. Lemp, Barker's edition, Marrow. Volume 2, page 438 ISIS Unveiled. Race of the Moon, who reigned in Prayag, Allahabad. Let him who desires information on the religious worship of these early kings read the Book of the Dead, of the Egyptians, and all the peculiarities attending the sun worship and the sun gods. Neither Osiris nor horns are ever mentioned without being connected with the sun. They are the sons of the sun, the Lord and adorer of the sun is his name. The sun is the creator of the body, the engenderer of the gods who are the successors of the sun. Pocock, in his most ingenious work, strongly advocates the same idea, and endeavors to establish still more firmly the identity of the Egyptian, Greek, and Indian mythology. He shows the head of the Rajput solar race, in fact the great Kyklopos, Cyclop or builder, called the Great Sun, in the earliest Hindu tradition. This Gokala prince, the patriarch of the vast bands of Anachienses, he says, this great sun was deified at his death, and according to the Indian doctrine of the metempsychosis, his soul was supposed to have transmigrated into the bull Apis, the Serapis of the Greeks, and the Serapis, or sun chief of the Egyptians. Osiris, properly Oisras, signifies both a bull, and a ray of light. Surapah, Serapis, the sun chief, for the sun in Sanskrit is Surya. Champollion's manifestation to the light, reminds in every chapter of the two dynasties of the kings of the sun and the moon. Later, these kings became all deified and transformed after death into solar and lunar deities. Their worship was the earliest corruption of the great primitive faith, which justly considered the sun and its fiery life-giving rays as the most appropriate symbol to remind us of the universal invisible presence of Him who is master of life and death. And now it can be traced all around the globe. It was the religion of the earliest Vedic Brahmins, who call, in the oldest hymns of the Rig Veda, Surya, the sun, and Agni, fire, the ruler of the universe, the lord of men, and the wise king. It was the worship of the Magians, the Zoroastrians, the Egyptians, and Greeks, whether they called him Mithra, or Ahura Mazda, or Osiris, or Zeus, keeping in honor of his next of kin, Vesta, the pure celestial fire. And this religion is found again in the Peruvian solar worship, in the Sabianism and heliolatry of the Chaldees, in the Mosaic burning bush, the hanging of the heads or chiefs of the people toward the Lord, the sun, and even in the Abrahamic building of fire altars and the sacrifices of the monotheistic Jews, to Astarte the Queen of Heaven. To the present moment, with all the controversies and researches, history and science remain as much as ever in the dark as to the origin of the Jews. They may as well be the exiled Chandalas, or pariahs, of old India, the bricklayers mentioned by Venusviti, Vedavyasa and Manu, as the Phoenicians of Herodotus, or the Hyksos of Josephus, or Chapter 9, Part 2 homepage. Isis Unveiled by H. P. Blavatsky Vol. 2 Theosophical University Press Online Edition Volume 2, page 473 Chapter X Get Thee Behind Me, Satan, Jesus to Peter. Matt 16. 23 Such a deal of skimble-scamble stuff as puts me from my faith. I tell you what he held me, last night, at least 9 hours in reckoning up the several devils' names. King Henry IV, Part I, Act 3. La force terrible et just qui Tuesday eternal mont les ave ertunze et nami par les Egyptians Typhon, par les Hebrews Samael, par les Orientas Satan, et par les Latins Lucifer. Le Lucifer de la Cabal nest pas un ange maudit et foudroyé, c'est l'ange qui éclaire et qui régénère en tombant. Eliphaz Levi, dogme et ritual. Bad as he is, the devil may be abused, be falsely charged, and causelessly accused, when men, unwilling to be blamed alone, shift off those crimes on him which are their own. Defoe, 1726. Several years ago, a distinguished writer and persecuted Kabbalist suggested a creed for the Protestant and Roman Catholic bodies, which may be thus formulated: Protevangelium. I believe in the devil, the Father Almighty of evil, the destroyer of all things, perturbator of heaven and earth, and in Antichrist, his only Son, our persecutor, who was conceived of the evil spirit, born of a sacrilegious, foolish virgin, was glorified by mankind, reigned over them, and ascended to the throne of Almighty God, from which he crowds him aside, and from which he insults the living and the dead. I believe in the spirit of evil, the synagogue of Satan, the coalition of the wicked, the perdition of the body, and the death and hell everlasting. Amen. Does this offend? Does it seem extravagant, cruel, blasphemous? Listen. In the city of New York, on the 9th day of April, 1877, that is to say, in the last quarter of what is proudly styled the century of discovery and the age of illumination, the following scandalous ideas were broached. We quote from the report in the Sun of the following morning: the Baptist preachers met yesterday in the Mariners' Chapel, in Volume 2, page 474, ISIS Unveiled. Oliver Street. Several foreign missionaries were present. The Reverend John W. Sarles, of Brooklyn, read an essay, in which he maintained the proposition that all adult heathen, dying without the knowledge of the gospel, are damned eternally. Otherwise, the reverend essayist argued, the gospel is a curse instead of a blessing, the men who crucified Christ served him right, and the whole structure of revealed religion tumbles to the ground. Brother Stoddard, a missionary from India, endorsed the views of the Brooklyn pastor. The Hindus were great sinners. One day, after he had preached in the marketplace, a Brahmin got up and said, "We Hindus beat the world in lying, but this man beats us. How can he say that God loves us? Look at the poisonous serpents, tigers, lions, and all kinds of dangerous animals around us. If God loves us, why doesn't he take them away?" The Rev. Mr. Pixley, of Hamilton, NY, heartily subscribed to the doctrine of Brother Sarles's essay, and asked for $5,000 to fit out young men for the ministry. And these men we will not say teach the doctrine of Jesus, for that would be to insult his memory, but are paid to teach his doctrine. Can we wonder that intelligent persons prefer annihilation to a faith encumbered by such a monstrous doctrine? We doubt whether any respectable Brahmin would have confessed to the vice of lying, an art cultivated only in those portions of British India where the most Christians are found. Footnote S. So firmly established seems to have been the reputation of the Brahmins and Buddhists for the highest morality, and that since time immemorial, that we find Colonel Henry Yule, in his admirable edition of Marco Polo, giving the following testimony: the high virtues ascribed to the Brahmin and Indian merchants were, perhaps, in part, matter of tradition. But the eulogy is so constant among medieval travelers that it must have had a solid foundation. In fact, it would not be difficult to trace a chain of similar testimony from ancient times down to our own. Orion says no Indian was ever accused of falsehood. Huen Tsang ascribes to the people of India eminent uprightness, honesty, and disinterestedness. Friar Jordanus, circa 1330, says the people of Lesser India, Sind and Western India, were true in speech and eminent in justice, and we may also refer to the high character given to the Hindus by Abul Fazl. But after 150 years of European trade, indeed, we find a sad deterioration. Yet Pallas, in the last century, noticing the Bamyan colony at Astrakhan, says its members were notable for an upright dealing that made them greatly preferable to Armenians. And that wise and admirable public servant, the late Sir William Sleeman, in our own time, has said that he knew no class of men in the world more strictly honorable than the mercantile classes of India. 1. The sad examples of the rapid demoralization of savage American Indians, as soon as they are made to live in a close proximity with Christian officials and missionaries, are familiar in our modern days. 1. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, translated by Colonel Henry Yule, Vol. 2, p. 354. Volume 2, page 475. The Devil in All His Aspects. But we challenge any honest man in the wide world to say whether he thinks the Brahmin was far from the truth in saying of the missionary Stoddard, "This man beats us all in lying." What else would he say, if the latter preached to them the doctrine of eternal damnation, because, indeed, they had passed their lives without reading a Jewish book of which they never heard, or ask salvation of a Christ whose existence they never suspected? But Baptist clergymen who need a few $1,000s must devise terrifying sensations to fire the congregational heart. We abstain, as a rule, from giving our own experience when we can call acceptable witnesses, and so, upon reading missionary Stoddard's outrageous remarks, we requested our acquaintance, Mr. William L. D. O'Grady to give a fair opinion upon the missionaries. This gentleman's father and grandfather were British Army officers, and he himself was born in India, and enjoyed lifelong opportunities to learn what the general opinion among the English is of these religious propagandists. Following is his communication in reply to our letter. You ask me for my opinion of the Christian missionaries in India. In all the years I spent there, I never spoke to a single missionary. They were not in society, and, from what I heard of their proceedings and could see for myself, I don't wonder at it. Their influence on the natives is bad. Their converts are worthless, and, as a rule, of the lowest class, nor do they improve by conversion. No respectable family will employ Christian servants. They lie, they steal, they are unclean, and dirt is certainly not a Hindu vice. They drink, and no decent native of any other belief ever touches intoxicating liquor. They are outcasts from their own people and utterly despicable. Their new teachers set them a poor example of consistency. While holding forth to the pariah that God makes no distinction of persons, they boast intolerably over the stray Brahmins, who, very much off color, occasionally, at long intervals, fall into the clutches of these hypocrites. The missionaries get very small salaries, as publicly stated in the proceedings of the societies that employ them, but, in some unaccountable way, manage to live as well as officials with 10 times their income. When they come home to recover their health, shattered, as they say, by their arduous labors which they seem to be able to afford to do quite frequently, when supposed richer people cannot they tell childish stories on platforms, exhibit idols as procured with infinite difficulty, which is quite absurd, and give an account of their imaginary hardships which is perfectly harrowing but untrue from beginning to end. I lived some years in India myself, and nearly all my blood relations have passed or will pass the best years of their lives there. I know hundreds of British officials, and I never heard from one of them a single word in favor of the missionaries. Natives of any position look on them with the supremest contempt, although suffering chronic exasperation from their arrogant aggressiveness, and the British government, which continues endowments to pagodas, granted by the East. S. At the present moment Mr. O'Grady is editor of the American Builder, of New York, and is well known for his interesting letters, Indian Sketches Life in the East, which he contributed under the pseudonym of Haji Knickerbocker Khan, to the Boston Commercial Bulletin.